As a top technical player, I am doing the job that gamers hate the most: game leveling. Yes, this is a profession that destroys the balance of heroes in the game world. But all this changed completely when I put on the latest virtual helmet in 2066. As a professional power leveler, I have been playing this virtual game called Star Ocean for 18 years. I know everything from every map to the location of every brick. However, this time, when I entered the game, I found myself turned into an NPC. Test specimen number 24, injected with Valkyrie solution, survived for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, died at 4:22 a.m. Who is talking? I am the only one in my house. I suddenly opened my eyes, and the dazzling white light shone into my eyes. The familiar game cabin door was gone, replaced by a metal ceiling and 4 white walls, as if I was in a ward in a science fiction movie. I was lying on a cold metal table, my body connected to various instrument wires. There were several researchers in white coats standing around me, staring at me as if they had seen a ghost. Didn't I just accept a new account leveling order from a client? I chose the normal start. Where on earth is this? I had a splitting headache and my memory was confused. I only vaguely remembered creating a new character in the game, and then I smelled the smell of burning protein. Quickly notify Ms. Hella. The test subject is alive. Call the guards and control the test subject immediately. The white coats exclaimed and heard hurried footsteps outside the door. I subconsciously realized that if I didn't run, I would be finished. Without thinking too much, I pulled off the instrument line connected to my body and rushed to the laboratory door. After pushing the door open, there was a long white corridor outside. A dozen guards in black uniforms and holding electric batons surrounded them from both sides. The half-sapling logo on the uniform made me gasp. Germinal organization? Isn't this the hostile force on the novice planet in Star Ocean 1.0? They died in the late game. Before he could react, a guard swung his electric baton at him, and severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. This pain is 100%! I screamed. You know, the upper limit of pain in Star Ocean is 40%, and any value above this will cause damage to the nerves. But now, I can't avoid the damage by downloading the game. What on earth was going on? Did the newly repaired game cabin have problems again? The repairman who promised that it would be trouble-free within 6 months was simply a rip-off. I won't get my $300 back. A dozen guards pinned me down, dragged me into a small dark room, and quickly left. Alone, I grimaced in pain and rubbed my wrist for a long time before the chaotic information in my mind gradually became clear. I traveled to the Starsea? Yes, I am in this immersive holographic game that is popular all over the world and has over 60 million online users at its peak. The background is set in the vast interstellar space, and the scene is automatically generated by a light computer, comparable in scale to a real universe. Money and ran maps here. Now all of this has become the real world for me. But the problem is I became an NPC. To make matters worse, my current properties panel is horrible. Name: Han Shao. Strength 2, Agility 2, Endurance 3, Luck 1, Occupation Civilian, Level 1, Combat Power 5 HP, 23 30ths, Injured, Equipment none. According to this data, any passerby NPC can pin me to the ground. What's even more terrifying is that this body comes from the Germinal organization's Valkyrie experiment, a notorious genetic experiment in Star Ocean 1.0, with a mortality rate of up to 70%, and all test subjects will be brainwashed into cannon fodder. However, the blue light panel in front of him brought a glimmer of hope. You have been injected with Valkyrie solution, and gained expertise, high concentration, low-level mental toughness, endurance potential +1. I can level up and grow. Although I have become an NPC, the panel still exists, which means I can improve my strength like a player. More importantly, the blue light panel shows that the countdown to the public beta of version 1.0 is 358 days, 11 hours and 03 minutes. In other words, this world is still before the public beta of Star Ocean, and I have traveled back to the beginning of the game's story. The former players may reappear, and I have the opportunity to change everything. I felt so suffocated and had almost no way to vent. Speaking of time travel, other people's scripts all seem like they were blessed by God himself, starting with 500 gold coins, 10 loyal subordinates, abundant supplies, a safe environment, and occasionally an ex-girlfriend is given as a gift to spice up the plot. Even if there are enemies? At most, they would just do some small tricks in secret, which is not a threat at all. Look at me, I was so miserable. The game started in battlefield mode. Not only was I alone, but I was also thrown directly into the enemy camp. If I wasn't careful, I would be killed. The script of God Summons Valhalla seemed to have been prepared for me. The premise is that Valhalla really exists in this world. Not to mention the resurrection privilege. I only have one life. If I lose it, it's game over. This is not the passion of me shouting, I want to live. But I am as calm as an accountant counting accounts. Dying is too bad, it's more cost-effective to be alive. As for those exaggerated and second-year lines such as, if the heaven wants to destroy me, I will destroy the heaven, they have never even occurred to me. What the hell? Am I the only one who got trapped in Sword Art Online? I couldn't help but complain. The oppressive feeling of reality came over me, along with an unspeakable doubt: am I a living person, or a string of data? Is this a soul traveling through time, or some mechanism that I can't understand? Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's take it one step at a time. I encouraged myself secretly. No matter what the answer is, if I want to survive, I have to rely on myself. The only slightly comforting news is that there is still a year before a large-scale influx of players. It wasn't a lot of time, but it was enough for me to prepare in advance. After all, I knew the power of the players very well. Each of them was a mobile destruction machine, leaving only chaos and ruins wherever they went. Bang! The sound of a crisp iron door interrupted my thoughts, and dazzling light poured in from outside the cell door. Several figures walked in against the light, and the leader was a woman with a hot body and curvaceous figure. How is the condition of the test subject? She spoke, her voice slightly hoarse, with a hint of laziness and sexiness, like a cup of strong black coffee, stirring people's hearts. It looks like you've gotten over your manic phase, a middle-aged man answered, his tone calm but with a hint of boasting. His eyes were burning and focused, looking at me from head to toe, like he was appreciating his most prized possession. I coughed and asked tentatively, "Who are you?" The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Oh? Your memory is a little disordered?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and added, "It is common for Valkyrie to have memory disorder after stimulating the brain." The light gradually softened, and I finally saw the woman's face clearly. At this moment, I was a little stunned. She has long curly wine-red hair that falls lazily on her shoulders, covering half of her delicate face. The tight black combat uniform fits her curves perfectly, exuding a dangerous beauty. Her facial features combine the advantages of the East and the West, with a three-dimensional Western outline and a soft Eastern charm. The deep black eyeshadow adds a bit of fatal temptation to her. If Daoji looked like this, King Zhou's choice would not be difficult to understand. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Red Snake Hela. She introduced herself briefly, her tone lazy but majestic. The supervisor here. Then, she waved her hand and ordered in a cold voice, "Take him down for a blood test. I want to see the report immediately." Two fully armed guards held me up without giving me any explanation. The pistols on their waists and the strong muscles under their uniforms made me give up struggling decisively. Hela. Her name sent chills down my spine. This was no ordinary NPC, but one of the infamous bosses in the 1.0 version of Star Trek, the controller of the Valkyrie laboratory and the core figure of the Germinal organization. This woman made countless players cry and was nicknamed the Persuasion Sister. In the future, she even rose all the way to the disaster level and became the famous Goddess of Death of the Colton Star Cluster. I smiled helplessly. Looking at the situation, my opening was like an ice cellar in the cold winter, freezing my heart. After being tied up and taken to the laboratory, the crazy people in white coats treated me as scientific material. They kept circling me, drawing blood and doing tests, as if they were studying a rare animal. The situation at the base is completely unknown, and its armed forces are even more of a mystery. I weighed the situation inwardly. With my small body, resisting would be like an egg hitting a stone, and would be a dead end. Not to mention the guards in the corridor, each of them is estimated to be a level 5 to 8 agent. For ordinary people, they are the ceiling of combat effectiveness, and can easily pin me to the ground. The person in charge here, Hela, is the executive officer of the Germination Organization, an E-level superpower, and a fierce character of the Supernatural Power Department. Her energy level is as high as 500 aunas, comparable to a humanoid weapon. Want to fight her alone? I need 1,000 lives to be enough. In the 23333th year of the exploration era, a genius invented the Qi cultivation system, integrating the cultivation systems in the universe into 5 main professions: psychic, martial arts, mechanics, magic, and telekinesis. Changing to these main professions is to find the professional knowledge book. And my current situation is just like the random start in the game, relying entirely on luck and gambling on my life to turn the tables. A random start is a gamble. If you're lucky, you can turn the tables. If you're unlucky, it's GG. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. After all, I was too familiar with this background. Although it was a matter of life and death, fortunately I still had some experience to draw on. The blood test report was quickly delivered to Hella. She flipped through the information and frowned slightly. The blood test did not find any abnormalities. Lin Weixian, the crazy researcher next to him, immediately added, Valkyrie solution mainly acts on the brain. I suggest cutting open his skull and testing its activity directly. Cut open the skull? Can I still get out alive? My heart instantly rose to my throat and I almost screamed out loud. Fortunately, Hella waved her hand and said calmly, he is the first test subject to survive. Unless it is absolutely necessary, destructive means are prohibited. This sentence made me feel relieved. At least I could breathe for a while. But Lin Weixian was obviously dissatisfied. It's such a waste that such good research material cannot be cut. Hella glanced at him coldly and made the decision. Observe first, then brainwash. Brainwashing? My heart sank. In games, brainwashing methods are common. Once a player is brainwashed, he will either become a hostile NPC or completely lose himself. But now, I am a real person. If I fail, I may become a fool, and if I succeed, I will directly become a tool. The good news is that the technology of the Germinal organization is still relatively backward. The brainwashing method mainly uses images and sounds to torture the brain to calibrate the mind. As long as the intelligence is more than 10 points, there is a chance of exemption. But the problem is I am still 3 points short of intelligence. There is always a glimmer of hope in a random start. I can only gamble. Sure enough, not long after, I was taken to a room full of high-tech equipment, and the bookshelves around me made my eyes light up. Professional knowledge books. This is the key prop to the main profession. I forced myself to calm down, slowly stood up, and walked towards the bookshelf. This action immediately alerted the guards, and 300,000 and Constipation Brother drew their guns at me at the same time. Don't shoot, don't shoot! I prayed secretly, this little life value can't withstand any tossing. At the critical moment, Lin Weixian spoke up. Wait a minute and see what he wants to do. My bet was right. The identity of experimental subject became my amulet. As long as I didn't show any threat, they wouldn't kill me for the time being. I successfully walked to the bookshelf and took down a book called Tom's Basic Mechanical Theory. Suppressing my excitement, I opened the book, and the system panel popped up a prompt. You have completed a basic mechanical knowledge self-study. The current progress is 2%, high concentration plus 0.2%. Yes! I was ecstatic. I couldn't understand the contents of the book at all, but with the help of the system, I only needed to flip through the book like crazy, and the knowledge points would be automatically stuffed into my brain. Lin Weixian, who was standing by, was stunned. The test subject's behavior seems to be learning. Could it be that the solution has enhanced his learning ability? His desire to observe overwhelmed his impulse to experiment, and he did not stop me from continuing to flip through the book for the time being. Learning progress 15%, 29%, 48%. The speed of turning the pages of the book is getting faster and faster, but my heart is getting more and more anxious. Every second seems like a race against fate. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Hella walked in. Seeing this, she frowned and asked, What's going on? Lin Weixian immediately reported. From the behavior, it seems that the subject's learning ability has been enhanced. If you allow me to cut open his brain, I can draw a more accurate conclusion. Why is this old guy thinking about cutting off my brain? I suppressed my complaints and stared at Hella's reaction. She decisively rejected his proposal, but that didn't mean I was safe. She said coldly, "Since his learning ability has been enhanced, it is even more valuable. Start brainwashing immediately to ensure his loyalty to the organization." At this moment, cold sweat broke out on my back. At this moment, a new prompt popped up on the panel with a ding sound. Basic assembly progress 90%, plus 10%. You have learned the basic knowledge of mechanics, and the mechanical knowledge tree is unlocked. You get a new job, mechanical beginner, strength plus 10, intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1, 2 free attribute points, 1 potential point. You learn new skills, basic mechanical affinity, simple repair, simple strengthening modification. A warm current suddenly surged up from within the body and quickly spread throughout the body, as if even the head was washed away and became exceptionally clear. Fuck, this is too amazing, right? I was stunned. Those mechanical theories that I couldn't understand just now seemed to be imprinted in my mind at this moment, so clear that it seemed as if I had never been unfamiliar with them. The knowledge that was once obscure and difficult to understand was no longer mechanically applied, but was transformed into a thorough understanding. This sudden change almost made me lose my calm disguise, and the book in my hand almost fell out of my hand. You can actually learn the abilities in the game directly? What a joke! If we bring this technology back to Earth, will the Federation still need to study the technology tree every day? We would have been able to sweep across the galaxy and dominate the stars long ago. As his eyes turned, his personal panel was updated. Name, Han Shao race, carbon-based human, yellow, template, NPC, 1.0 version public beta countdown, 358 days, 10 hours, 11 minutes, total level, 2 experience, 0 secondary occupation, civilian LV1, 0/50, main occupation, mechanical beginner LV1, 0/200, HP, 43 50ths, sprained, stamina, 80/80. Attributes, strength 3 agility, 3 endurance, 5 intelligence, 4 mystery, 1 charm, 2 luck, 1 free attribute points, 2 strength, 10 tenths, LV1, level, 3/4 rank, F mortal. Skills, primary mechanical affinity LV1, 0/1000 increases understanding of machinery. Simple repair LV1, 0/400 can perform simple repairs on basic machinery. Simple enhancement and modification LV1, 0/600 can perform basic enhancements on basic machinery. Potential points, 1 expertise, high concentration, learning and manufacturing efficiency plus 10%. Low-level mental toughness, willpower judgment plus 3. Occupational knowledge tree. Armament, basic assembly LV1, 19 unlearned items, energy, 20 unlearned items, control, 20 unlearned items, influence, 0 legend, 0 equipment, none. I couldn't help but sigh. Strength determines melee combat, agility controls dodge, and endurance directly increases life and physical strength. These attributes are designed in a standard RPG style. However, what really concerns me is the intelligence attribute. The core of the mechanical profession is intelligence, which not only directly affects the speed of skill learning, but also determines the quality of the finished product of the skill results. This is the foundation for the survival of the mechanic. Another newly emerged core attribute, strength, really caught my eye. Strength. This is the entry sign of a superpowered person, I muttered to myself. In the game setting, whether it is the supernatural power system or the martial arts system, strength is the basis for driving skills. Whenever the strength value reaches a certain standard, it will increase to the corresponding level. For example, 10 points is LV1, and 50 points is LV2. However, energy is not free to use once it is exhausted. It will not only directly consume physical strength, but may even threaten your health. It seems that this world has very strict restrictions on the use of energy. If you are not careful, you may squeeze yourself into a hollow shell. In addition, the emergence of energy levels and ranks also made me feel uneasy. Energy level is the standard for measuring the strength of superpowers. I know that the energy level of an E-class superpower is 100 Ona. A top E-class superpower like Hela has enough combat power to suppress one side. Above the E level, there are D, C, B, A, and even A level, disaster level, superpowers. These existences are daunting just by their names. It is said that A-level warriors can cause devastating disasters on the surface of a planet, and higher levels are simply unattainable myths to me now. Upgrading to the first level mechanical profession, I did not hesitate to add all 2 free attributes to intelligence. Unfortunately, intelligence is still only 6 points, which is still 1 point short of immunity from brainwashing. Damn, this is really terrible. I sighed secretly, and quickly thought of a way out in my mind. The only solution at the moment is to level up, but where can I get experience from? Killing monsters is unrealistic, and the chance of triggering a quest is even slimmer. Just as I was thinking hard, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to my mind, and a crazy idea came to my mind. I turned my head subconsciously, staring at the pistol on 300,000's waist. My eyes were empty and confused, and the expression on my face was deliberately pretending to be a brainwashed idiot. What is this guy doing? Hella frowned slightly, but did not give any orders immediately. Instead, she observed me with interest. I took a deep breath, trying to make myself look more like a non-threatening robot, and moved stiffly and very slowly towards 300,000. Every step seemed to be carefully calculated, trying to avoid any signs that might arouse hostility. I reached out my hand and slowly reached for the pistol of 300,000. He subconsciously protected the weapon, but I showed no intention of fighting for it, just like a stubborn child who wanted to take a toy. My overly slow movements made him not act immediately, but just held the gun tightly with caution. Unload the bullets, Hella said coldly, seeming to be very interested in my next move. 300,000 did as he was told, pulled out the magazine, and handed over the pistol without bullets. It worked! I suppressed my excitement. The moment I took the gun, the system prompt popped up as I wished. Type 73 Wasp pistol, quality gray, small caliber portable firearm, attack power 2835, firing rate 1.1 rounds/second, output energy level 13, structure is spring, pull slide, firing pin, magazine missing. As the information poured into my mind, the knowledge points of the skill, basic assembly, were automatically retrieved, and the gun structure was quickly disassembled and reassembled in my mind. If it were in the game, this would only require reading the bar, but now, I have to do it myself. This is more immersive. I smiled bitterly in my heart, and at the same time I became more certain that this world is not just a virtual game, but a reality that is so real that it is outrageous. Suppressing my complex emotions, I clumsily disassembled the pistol into parts and reassembled it. The simple repair in the skill bar began to flash slightly. 40 seconds. I finished the first round of assembly. Although my speed was far slower than that of a professional, the people around me knew that this test subject was an ordinary person who had not even received basic training. He had just spent 10 minutes flipping through a book. Everyone showed surprised expressions. Is this the result of the Valkyrie experiment? Lin Weixian's eyes were filled with enthusiasm, and he almost jumped forward with excitement. This learning ability is really amazing. If I study his brain, maybe I can replicate it. How obsessed are you with brain flower? I resisted the urge to complain, but my hands did not stop and I started assembling the machine again. You have completed a mechanical assembly, basic, with a perfection of 69%, and gained 28 experience points. You have completed a mechanical assembly, basic, with a perfection of 73%, and gained 32 experience points. Seeing my skill proficiency and experience points rising, I felt relieved. Sure enough, the way to gain experience in this world is not limited to combat and missions. Manufacturing can also accumulate and improve. Although the mechanical profession is weak in combat, after getting through the early stage, it can definitely become the backbone of the team. The speed of disassembly and assembly was getting faster and faster, from the initial 40 seconds to 20 seconds. As I watched the skill prompts flash across the screen, I gradually gained confidence. Brainwash him immediately. Hella finally calmed down and said in a cold tone. Hiss. When I heard this, my heart tightened. Time is running out. The last assembly in hand is completed, and the system prompt pops up. You have completed a mechanical assembly, basic, with a perfection of 78%, and gained 36 experience points. You have gained 200 experience points. Do you want to use it to upgrade your profession, mechanical beginner? Add them all in, I confirmed without hesitation. A warm current surged through my body and my mind became clear. Mechanical beginner, upgrade to LV2, strength plus 10, intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1, gain 2 free attribute points, gain 1 potential point. Finally done! I breathed a sigh of relief, handed the gun back as if nothing had happened, and put on an innocent expression on my face. The cold iron chains locked my hands and feet tightly, and my neck was stuck to the iron frame, so I couldn't even move my head. The face opener opened my eyelids, forcing me to stare at the black screen in front of me. The speakers were separated on both sides, and this cramped space was like an airtight cage, suffocating me. How long will the brainwashing take? Hella's voice was emotionless. 12 hours. Lin Weixian replied calmly. Keep your eyes on me, Hella said casually, then turned and left, her figure disappearing behind the door. Lin Weixian turned on the switch. The screen lit up instantly, and the images switched at a breathtaking speed, triangles, circles, ripples. These strange geometric patterns were so dazzling that people wanted to close their eyes, but the face opener ruthlessly deprived them of this luxury. At the same time, harsh noises came from the speakers, sometimes violent, sometimes soothing, like two completely opposite melodies being forcibly mixed together, madly impacting my hearing. My eyeballs began to swell with blood, and the soreness felt like a burning fire. I gritted my teeth to hold back the pain, and screamed in my heart, "Fuck, this is too perverted!" But this hellish torture had just begun. The so-called brainwashing is to make the brain continue to fall into confusion and eventually complete the calibration reset. Although this primitive method is cruel, it will not cause irreversible damage to the brain. Lin Weixian's eyes were filled with cold excitement, like a butcher staring at a pig on the chopping board. This old guy, does he think I'm meat in a stew pot? I tried hard to control the urge to roll my eyes, quickly opened the panel, and allocated 2 of the last 4 free attribute points to intelligence. Intelligence 7 points, low-level mental toughness plus 3, mental judgment passed, you are exempt from this brainwashing. As the notification sounded, the nausea in my head finally dissipated. On the surface, I remained motionless, but in my heart I breathed a sigh of relief. I finally made it through this wave. Time passed by minute. After 12 hours, Lin Weixian turned off the machine on time, and I felt relieved. However, the pain in my body did not subside at all. My eyes were dry like a desert under the scorching sun, and my waist and back ached as if they were about to break. Hella appeared at the door at this time. She untied the restraints, and the tingling feeling when the blood started flowing again almost made me collapse. I forced myself to keep my expression steady, silently reciting the script, disguising myself as a hollow person, dull eyes, stiff movements, like a broken puppet. Hella came closer, her face only 10 centimeters away from me. Her breath was warm and moist, and the feeling of oppression came over me. Her deep voice was like a temptation. Who are you? I quickly adjusted my breathing and stared straight ahead expressionlessly, my eyes as empty as a zombie. A glimpse of the large expanse of white at the collar of her combat uniform, which was so dazzling that it made my heart skip a beat. But my heart was still as a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. From now on, your name is Zero. The German organization is your home, your country, and the resting place for you who are willing to sacrifice everything. Hella instilled the so-called loyalty and faith, like hypnosis. Lin Weixian sneered and added, even if you are made into a specimen, you can only work for the organization. I turned a deaf ear to all these threats and just sneered in my heart. Keep acting. The more you let your guard down, the greater my chances will be. Hella asked the final crucial question. Who are you? I pretended to be slow to react, speaking slowly and mechanically. I am Zero. She and Lin Weixian looked at each other and seemed relieved. Lin Weixian then concluded. The Valkyrie solution did improve his learning ability, but the side effects may have weakened his emotional cognition. Haha, believe it! When I turn the tables, let's see who has the last laugh. I swore secretly in my heart. After a short rest, I was taken to a closed training ground. Hella announced coldly. Zero, starting today, you will have combat and shooting training every day. A set of protective gear was thrown in front of me. While putting it on, I quickly thought of a countermeasure. However, just as I put on my protective gear, Hella attacked. She leaped over 5 meters like a flash of black lightning, kicking me in the chest with precision. Bang! The protective gear broke apart. The violent impact made me stumble and fall to the ground, and my sternum seemed to be cracked. Rest for 30 seconds and continue. Hella said this without mercy. For the next 2 hours, the training turned into a one-sided beating. Hella was lightning fast and incredibly powerful, and every blow was painful. By the time I was dragged to the shooting range, my body was close to collapse. A man with a ferocious face introduced himself coldly. I am Baroda, your firearms instructor. He pressed a 73 Type Wasp pistol into my hand. 10 bullets, all hit the target's head. I froze, my eyes scanning the high-speed target 30 meters away, despair rising in my heart. Is this the difficulty that I need to participate in the Olympics? I fired my gun and fired all 10 bullets. Of course, the score was terrible. The next second, Barlada's tactical dagger slashed across my back, and I felt a sharp pain. Come again! He licked the blood on the dagger, his eyes fanatic. If you failed to meet the requirements, you will have to pay a higher price. You're crazy! I cursed madly in my heart, but I didn't dare to show it on the surface. The moment I clenched the gun, I swore silently in my heart. Just wait for me, one day, I will return all this to you. In a world full of magic and technology, red and blue potions symbolized the sharp contrast between the two civilizations. On the novice planet with a magical background, potions are given elegant and noble names, such as Life Recovery Potion and Magic Supplement. On the hard science fiction themed planet Aquamarine, these medicines are transformed into nutrient stores and healing agents, revealing the coolness and precision of modern technology. After a maddening shooting training, I was dragged into the nutrition chamber and soaked for 2 hours. The knife wound scabbed over and my body barely recovered its movement, but every dull pain from the wound seemed to remind me that I was still alive. The organization placed me in a mechanical modification room at the base. Perhaps this place was reserved for me because of my previous talent for mechanics. The modification room was fully equipped with lathes, tools, and materials. Even the bookshelves were filled with professional books on mechanics. Of course, the surveillance camera in the corner is no exception. Want to observe me? Come on. I glanced at the camera with a sneer, not surprised by this arrangement. Aquamarine, as a novice planet that has just come into contact with interstellar civilization, its civilization level still remains on the surface, and its technological level is only close to the advanced stage of the Earth. Accordingly, I chose the career of mechanical engineering, which relies on 5 levels of knowledge: basic, advanced, high-end, cutting-edge, and ultimate. But now, I can only get to the initial stage. The learning of professional knowledge is inseparable from potential points, which are the foundation of the growth of the mechanical department. Potential points are easy to obtain in the early stage, but they become more and more precious in the later stage. Therefore, I understand a principle. Only fools will squander potential points at the beginning. I saved up my only 2 potential points as a trump card for future critical moments. Life at the base was deliberately compressed into a straight line between training and machinery, but this was not a bad thing. I devoted all my energy to mechanical research, gaining experience through assembly and strengthening. When the proficiency reaches more than 90% of the assembly perfection, the pleasure of gaining experience points is unparalleled. The growth cost of the mechanical department is high, but fortunately, these idiots are happy to provide resources for free. However, experience is not without pattern. Repeatedly assembling the same machine will gradually reduce the experience until it disappears completely. But the wide variety of guns in the base arsenal provides me with a constant source of new materials. The Germinal organization had no suspicion of me. They believed that a test subject who had been brainwashed and had his memory erased would not have the mentality to resist. I was happy to reduce my presence by being taciturn and harmless. It turns out that this disguise is extremely effective. The researchers quickly lost interest in me. Zero is a piece of junk. This level of mechanical assembly can also be done by logistics personnel. After a month, the 24-hour monitoring was stopped. They thought the Valkyrie experiment had failed on me, and turned their attention to improving the potion. But not everyone gave up easily. Lin Weixian, the person in charge of the experiment, was still very interested in my brain, and proposed to dissect me many times. Although he was repeatedly rejected, he never stopped putting pressure on me. In contrast, Barlada's methods were more direct. This man who loved torturing test subjects inflicted countless physical tortures on me in the name of stimulating potential. Every time I felt the pain of blood splattering, I kept it in my heart and turned it into motivation for future revenge. Half a year later, I had completely mastered the layout of the Valkyrie laboratory, a 3-story underground structure, hidden deep in the forest, relying on airdrops for supplies. There were 60 armed guards in the laboratory, the supervisor was Hela, and the person in charge of the experiment was Lin Wei-xin. By constantly assembling and strengthening firearms, I accumulated 600,000 experience points and emptied 90% of the base's arsenal. Growing up under the enemy's nose, the mechanical department is indeed the best choice. However, just when I thought I could continue to keep a low profile, an order completely broke my peace. Approve Lin Wei-xian's request to dissect number 0. On the phone, the leader of the germination organization spoke in a cold tone, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Hela hesitated for a moment. Chief, this has been rejected many times before. Organizations invest a lot of resources, and there must be a return. The only value of waste is to dismantle and reuse it. The cold words from the other end of the phone made me clench my fists. The wounds repaired by the healing agent hurt slightly, as if reminding me that this crisis could no longer be avoided. The leader's topic quickly turned to another important point. How are the results of the training of the number 1 test subject team? It's very promising and has huge potential, Hela replied. Very good. Send them to the Night Owl base for training. I have arranged for the Night Owl team to pick them up in 2 or 3 days. When Hela tentatively mentioned the date of her visit to her sister, the leader coldly refused. You don't need to accompany us. The Night Owl squad will carry out the mission on their own. After the call was disconnected, the air was filled with a suffocating feeling of oppression. Ha! Hela shouted, and her pink fist, which contained explosive power, suddenly smashed towards my chest. There was even a crackling sound in the air, as if the surroundings were about to be torn apart. I took the punch head on. The suffocating feeling in my chest almost made me unable to breathe, but I couldn't stop moving my hands. I took advantage of the situation and grabbed the collar of her combat uniform, twisted her waist, and threw her to the other side with a clean and decisive over-the-shoulder throw. But she was not panicked at all. She lightly pushed herself up and turned over, defusing my attack as smoothly as flowing water, without even ruffling her hair. I stood there, rubbing my chest and staring at her. To be honest, I was used to such scenes, but today Hela seemed to be working extra hard, which made me feel a little more suspicious. Is this all you've got? She frowned, her tone full of disdain and dissatisfaction. I didn't answer. My performance was always mediocre, just to make the organization give up on me as soon as possible. But in the past 6 months, she has been training me in combat every day without fail, and she has even been working harder and harder. This persistence puzzled me a little, and also made me have a vague suspicion of her thoughts. Hela had always treated me as a silent tool, like an emotionless mechanical arm. But today, something was clearly wrong with her. Sure enough, within a moment, she suddenly sighed and blurted out, "The leader has agreed to Lin Wei-xian's dissection and research on you." My eyes froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she had spoken some human words to me in the past 6 months. This day finally came. For an organization like Minya, a useless person, like me who has no use value, is nothing more than a junk stock. Selling early can stop the loss. But I don't regret it. The more mediocre I perform, the less I can squeeze out of my last bit of value. I know very well that I will never be able to become the core of the organization. Even if I try my best, I will only be a more useful tool. At this moment, my eyes swept across a photo scattered on the ground. It must have fallen out of her pocket when she threw me over her shoulder just now. I bent down to pick it up, glanced at it casually, but I couldn't help but be stunned. The background of the photo is the blue sea and blue sky, with the sunset shining brightly. 2 little girls stand side by side. One of them is Hela when she was a child, with a bright and brilliant smile. The other girl has similar facial features to her, but has white hair, and looks gentle and well-behaved. "Give it to me!" Hela reached out and snatched the photo. She carefully checked it and made sure it was not damaged before she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she solemnly put the photo close to her body, looked at me deeply for the last time, but said nothing, turned around and left the training ground. I stood there, my eyes falling back on the panel. At this moment, a sudden message popped up, triggering D-level mission, Night Owl Project, accept/abandon? I accepted it without hesitation. This was the first time the panel had given me a task in half a year. The mission prompts mentioned several key pieces of information. Hella was not absolutely loyal to Sprout, and her past hid some secrets. The core figure of the clue was the white-haired girl in the photo, her sister, Aurora. Aurora possesses an extremely special ability, which is completely opposite to Hella's aggressiveness. Her blood actually has powerful healing and life-extending effects, and can even bring the dead back to life. Because of this, Aurora became a pawn in the hands of Germination, and was forced to assist them in completing countless bloody experiments, and Hella had to work for the organization. The photo brought back my memories. In her previous life, Hella was a complete lunatic, and her cold-bloodedness and madness had destroyed countless civilizations. As for me, I was extremely unlucky and had fought against her more than a dozen times, suffering heavy losses and even having my battleship blown to pieces. So if I had the chance, I would like to change her future. Of course, not for her, but to save myself some trouble. But right now, all these plans have to be put on hold. I have to escape first. As it happened, Hella would leave the laboratory once every 2 months, and in 2 days it would be the day she left. The opportunity finally came. Back in my mechanical modification room, I quickly opened the panel to check the current career status. I have 3 professions: civilian, agent, and mechanical beginner. I can ignore the civilian one directly, but the latter 2 are my capital for escape. Among the 5 major professional systems, the mechanical department is the weakest in the early stage, but in the later stage, it is completely a person who can take on an entire interstellar army. Although the experience consumption is extremely high, as long as you survive the early stage, the potential of the mechanical department is unparalleled. Without hesitation, I poured all my accumulated experience into Mechanical Beginner. Mechanical Beginners are upgraded to LV10, full level, Strength plus 30, Intelligence plus 1, Endurance plus 1, Free Attribute Points plus 2, Potential Points plus 1. The career cap has reached level 10, and just as I expected, it is temporarily unable to meet the requirements for changing jobs. Afterwards, I upgraded Agent to level 9, consuming 80,000 experience points, and the total level reached 20. Every 20 levels is a bottleneck, and you must complete advanced tasks to break through the level. The iron law of Star Ocean is like an insurmountable chasm, firmly locking the player's footsteps. The total level cap is also unlocked gradually as the version progresses. For example, version 1.0 can only upgrade to level 60. Want to go further? Sorry, please wait for the update. But I, Han Xiao, am not an ordinary player. There is no level cap displayed on my panel, which means I can surpass the version limit. As an NPC who traveled through time and space, this is one of my golden fingers. In versions 1.0 and 2.0, players were restricted to the novice planet, and the boundless universe was nothing more than a distant legend in their eyes. But I am different. I am not bound by these rules, and I am destined to create a huge wave in this sea of stars. Now my level has reached 20, and the prompt for the advanced task appears. Advanced task: learn an advanced knowledge of mechanics. This task is not easy. To learn advanced knowledge, you need to master 5 basic knowledge first, but the professional knowledge in the current base is extremely scarce and cannot support me to complete the task. But I won't stop there. I need to plan step by step, so I decided to make full use of the resources at hand. I quickly opened the panel and invested the accumulated experience points into improving skills and career levels. Simple Repair LV10 Max Level, Simple Enhancement Modification LV10 Max Level, Primary Mechanical Affinity increased to LV3. The experience bar dropped rapidly, and the tips for reaching the maximum skill level popped up one after another. In order to achieve balanced development, I spent another 60,000 experience points to upgrade Basic Combat and Basic Shooting to LV6, and successfully unlocked 2 new skills, Grappling and Precision Shooting. After completing these operations, I still have 170,000 experience points left. I will use this experience to gamble on blueprints. Mechanical profession is to invent blueprints, and there are 4 ways to obtain blueprints. 1. Automatically unlocked by upgrading professional knowledge. 2. Obtaining rare blueprints through tasks or special NPCs. 3. Disassembling the machinery for reverse research, but it is very expensive. 4. Knowledge integration, combining different professional knowledge to develop new blueprints, that is, betting on blueprints. The results of knowledge fusion are full of uncertainty, and the experience consumption will increase with the number of times. For this reason, it is also called high risk and high reward by players. However, players in my previous life spent more than 10 years researching and developing thousands of combinations. I can just rely on my memory to avoid the cost of trial and error, and I can even directly attack those blueprints that can be called artifacts. I took a deep breath, took out the professional knowledge book that I had prepared long ago from the bookshelf, and allocated the potential points without hesitation. Do you want to spend 1 potential point to learn the armed branch, basic mechanical engineering? Do you want to spend 1 potential point to learn the armed branch, basic bionics? Okay. I clicked without hesitation. Knowledge flooded into my mind like a tide, and the severe headache almost made me faint. 10 minutes later, I barely recovered, and my mind had a new understanding of mechanics. Then, I continued to spend potential points to upgrade these 2 basic knowledge to LV2. Basic Mechanical Engineering LV2 plus Basic Bionics LV2, Fusion consumes 10,000 experience points. What happened? I stared at the panel anxiously. Fusion successful, obtain Blueprint Yunyan Hang Glider. I frowned. No, come again. Fusion consumes 20,000 experience points. Obtain Blueprint Bionic Prosthesis. Still not right. Keep going. Fusion consumes 40,000 experience points. Obtain the Blueprint Lightweight Power Arm. Got it! I slammed the table excitedly, and a few screws were shaken off and rolled to the ground. The Light Power Arm, one of the artifacts for the early stages of the mechanical profession, is finally available. Looking at the almost zero resource accumulation on the panel, I took a deep breath. Although more than half a year of hard work has been almost exhausted, it is all worth it. Current status: total level 20, not yet completed, experience value 100,000 free attribute points, 27 potential points, 17 main occupation, mechanical beginner LV10 max, secondary occupation, agent LV9. I decisively spent 5 free attribute points to increase my intelligence to 20, meeting the manufacturing conditions for the light power arm. The remaining attribute points were temporarily saved for future use. The next step is to make equipment and arm yourself to the teeth. Looking at the scattered mechanical parts in front of me, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Mingya, wait, I will tell you what it means to raise a tiger to cause trouble. Valkyrie Labs is disguised in an abandoned farm, and on the surface it is a desolate doomsday scene. The withered fields are overgrown with weeds, the dilapidated fences are leaning and about to fall, and a few dilapidated houses are full of cracks, like an isolated corner of the world. The surrounding forests are endless, and among the mottled shadows of the trees are hidden the ruins of abandoned buildings, as if whispering about the decline of the old civilization. This place was once a prosperous town during the old civilization of planet Aquamarine, but now it has become a ruin. Several decades ago, Aquamarine came into contact with interstellar forces and acquired advanced knowledge common to the universe, and society leapt into a new era of civilization. The rapid development of science and technology has changed the way humans survive, but it has also left countless cities abandoned, exuding a unique post-apocalyptic desolation. However, the farm was not peaceful today. The Black Harrier helicopter landed with a bang, and the strong airflow blew up the dry grass all over the sky, as if announcing to the outside world that a new force had arrived. 6 fully armed agents filed out, their faces covered by dark combat uniforms and goggles, but they could not hide their cold, murderous intent. They were the Night Owl Squad, the ace force of the German organization, codenamed Silver Knife. Night Owl Team 3 received the order to transfer the Valkyrie experiment subject. The leading agent's voice was low, revealing irresistible majesty. Standing in the wind, Hela looked particularly stern. She slightly gathered her long hair that was messed up by the wind and said in a cold but resounding tone, There is an off-road vehicle in the garage, and the helicopter is mine. Don't waste my time. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the helicopter, her gestures exuding a majesty that no one dared to disobey. As the executive officer of the Germination organization, her indifference and decisiveness had long become her trademark. I looked out the window at the chaos outside and shrugged my shoulders, not caring about their actions. To me, the more chaos, the better. I lowered my head and continued the work at hand, building a lightweight power arm of my own. This is a precision mechanical device, 51 centimeters long, composed of an outer armor made of manganese steel alloy and an inner frame made of lightweight metal. The power source is a small engine and air pump hidden in the core, which is both safe and efficient. When the silver mechanical arm was finally assembled, a prompt popped up on the panel. The light power arm was successfully manufactured. 3,000 experience points reward. Although the materials are ordinary, my skills and the equipment provided by the Sprout organization make it sophisticated enough. The basic parameters of this thing are also satisfactory: attack power 3558, defense power 1317, additional strength plus 10. I quickly adjusted the attribute points to meet the equipment requirements, and my overall combat effectiveness was greatly improved. After making the final preparations, I upgraded the Wasp pistol and tactical dagger to the best condition, and the plan gradually surfaced. The cafeteria is a good place to get intelligence. The agent's small talk always reveals unexpected information. I pretended to eat as if nothing had happened, while listening attentively. I heard that Hella left the laboratory today? Yeah, I wish I could go. This place is really crazy. Stop dreaming. If you dare to look at her for one more second, you will have to go to hell. Is she really that scary? Of course, she is a superpower, don't be superstitious. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Hella's departure meant that the surveillance was weak, which was a perfect opportunity for me to approach the monitoring room, but for me, the difficulty was nothing but a joke. After throwing a piece of bread soaked in saliva to block the camera's view, I took advantage of the moment when the guards relaxed their vigilance and made a decisive move. I killed one person with one knife and broke the neck of another person at the same time, cleanly and neatly. You killed the Germinal Organization armed guards and gained 360 experience points x2. Pushing open the door of the monitoring room, dozens of surveillance screens come into view. However, just as I was about to act, the two guards on duty in front of the screen made me freeze in my tracks. They were so close that their lips almost touched. Hearing the door open, they both turned around at the same time, their faces full of embarrassment. At the moment when the air froze, the only thought left in my mind was, "It's an eyesore." 007 Surprise. What should I do? It's very embarrassing. Should I exit as if nothing happened and say, "Please stop your performance"? Ansha neither supports nor discriminates against this special feeling. He feels that what he sees are not just two men, but two lonely hearts. The high-pressure work puts them under boundless pressure, and they cannot vent, so some special feelings sprout between colleagues who get along with each other every day. This is not your fault, it's all Shurchin's. Bah, the world's fault. Although his mind was thinking about something, Han Zhao's reaction was not slow at all. He held the dagger in reverse and rushed directly towards the 300,000, like a cheetah charging. 300,000! Woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly drew his gun. Han Zhao seized the opportunity and swung his knife. If Constipation Brother had not hurriedly kicked 300,000 away, the blade would have missed 300,000's wrist holding the gun. Even though his attack was dodged, Han Zhao was not discouraged at all. With a flick of his finger, he turned the dagger around, changing from a reverse grip to a forward grip, and stabbed it into the abdomen of the constipated brother, who was trying to avoid it. He clenched his fist and hit the constipated brother on the neck with a smooth movement, knocking him to the ground. -42. -45. Your strength is 25, the target's strength is 10. The strength determination is successful, your strength is twice that of the target. This attack adds an additional 50% crushing damage. The target falls into a dizzy state. Han Zhao's strength was twice that of these guards. His punches and kicks could crush them, causing them to suffer negative status effects such as dizziness and broken bones. Very good, a threat has been resolved. Han Xiao was determined. The 300,000 who was pushed away rolled backwards to a safe distance and raised his gun to shoot. If the gunshots were heard, it would alert the entire base. Han Xiao reacted quickly, leaping forward and knocking over 300,000. They wrestled on the ground and immediately grabbed the trigger. He grabbed the wrist of 300,000 and slammed it on the ground. With a cry of pain, the pistol slipped out of his hand. Han Xiao continued to move and hit 300,000's nose. The forehead is one of the hardest parts of the human body, and this blow also added Han Xiao's 25 points of strength. With a muffled groan, 300,000's nose was broken, and his nose bled and he fell into dizziness. Han Xiao seized the opportunity and rolled over to get behind 300,000. He locked his legs around 300,000's waist and hips and wrapped his arms around 300,000's neck, pressing hard. 300,000's face immediately turned purple, and he had difficulty breathing and couldn't make a sound. He kicked and stomped his legs around like he was struggling to drown. Naked choke. You used a lock skill. Your strength is 25, and the target's strength is 11. The strength check passed, and the target cannot break free. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, the resistance of 300,000 gradually weakened, and he fainted due to excessive pressure on his neck. That was a close call. Han Xiao got up panting, feeling a little emotional. If he were a martial arts major, he wouldn't be so tired. Martial arts is the most popular profession in Star Ocean. There is no other reason, it is just cool. Damn cool. The names of the moves are so cool, Shio, that they are bursting chi, such as Flame King Earth Shattering Wave, Magic Light Killing Cannon, and Star Collapse Fist. It is hard to say whether the power can live up to the effect of the name, but at least it can ignite the soul of middle school. It always feels that the full power cannot be exerted if the move name is not shouted when performing. Although most players think it is too embarrassing, based on Han Xiao's experience of practicing martial arts trumpet, once he accepts this setting, it is actually quite exciting. Who hasn't been middle school? Moreover, the martial arts combat style is simple, it's just mindless punching and punching. Compared with the mechanical system, which is the most difficult to get started, it's like the difference between Angry Birds and Dark Souls. They are simply two games with different styles, and the difficulty is much more approachable. Han Xiao had basic combat and grappling skills, plus his previous experience as a martial arts trumpeter, so his combat ability was pretty good. At least he could handle ordinary strong men without any problem. He killed the two unconscious people with a dagger. At this time, any mercy would be cruel to himself. He also took out 4 pistol magazines from the bodies of 300,000 and Constipation Brother. There was no time to rest. He moved the 2 bodies outside the door in, took off one person's combat uniform to wipe the blood on the corridor, smashed all the surveillance screens with the butt of a gun, and after checking that there was no problem, he locked the door and left the monitoring room. His expression was calm and no one could tell that he had just killed 4 people, and it was his first time to kill someone. I have to say that facial paralysis is a good habit, no one can tell what you are thinking. Clearing out the surveillance room is like removing the eye in the sky hanging over our heads. We finally don't have to act sneakily anymore. Back on the 2nd floor, a guard suddenly stopped Han Xiao. Mr. Lin Weixian wants to see you. Han Xiao paused slightly, his eyes flickering. Sure enough, Lin Weixian couldn't help it. He knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Thinking about it carefully, this might be beneficial to him. Lin Weixian was an important experiment leader with a respected status. He was one of the few people who had the base access card. Han Xiao originally wanted to attack him, but the other party took the initiative to deliver himself to the door. Following the guard, we arrived at Lin Weixian's private laboratory. The lighting here was dim, and there were bottles of transparent containers on the shelves on the wall. Human organs were soaked in formalin solution. It looked like the collection room of some perverted murderer. Lin Weixian looked at Han Xiao with a fiery gaze. He was very happy now and said excitedly, "The organization has finally handed you over to me. Once I dissect you, I can study the reasons why you are different from other test subjects. When I have explored your value, your body will be eligible to become my specimen, the first test subject. How memorable!" Han Xiao was as silent as a stone, and his expression could not be seen clearly in the darkness. "Guard, hold him down for me. Don't let him struggle and ruin my experiment." After giving the order, Lin Weixian turned his back to the two of them and took out a bunch of oddly shaped scalpels and craniotomies from the toolbox. I don't know how many human bodies they had cut with them. Their cold, eerie glow made people feel cold all over. Suddenly, Lin Weixian heard a dull sound of someone falling to the ground behind him. He turned around in confusion, only to find that Han Xiao had stood behind him at some point, looking down at him, occupying all his sight. Before he had time to think, Lin Weixian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down blankly and saw a dagger deeply embedded in his heart. His strength quickly faded and the scalpel fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Weixian was horrified and met Han Xiao's eyes. In his impression, those eyes were always dull, but now they were as sharp as a knife, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Looking past Han Xiao's body, Lin Weixian saw the guard lying on the ground, his neck twisted strangely, his body, which was not yet dead, twitching under nerve reflex. Lin Weixian's eyes were blank. He had never thought that Zero might resist. He had witnessed the entire process of Zero from birth to brainwashing. Which link had gone wrong? Oh, and there is a surveillance camera. Lin Weixian looked at the camera in the corner with his last hope. Han Xiao said calmly, "Give up, everyone in the monitoring room is dead." This tone is definitely not something that the dull Zero can say. Lin Weixian was shocked, his face pale, and he used up his last bit of strength to ask hoarsely, Have you been pretending for the past 6 months?" Han Xiao nodded. "How is this possible? Everyone has been deceived by you." Lin Weixian seemed to have heard something incredible. "Nothing is impossible in this world." Han Xiao twisted the dagger hard. Lin Weixian fell to the ground with reluctance and astonishment, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. "I am your creator." He couldn't believe it until his death that he would fall into Han Xiao's hands. 008 My brother Xiao in society is a ruthless person with lots of dirty talk. Han Xiao changed into a guard's uniform and left Lin Weixian's laboratory. Many people in the base knew that he was taken away by Lin Weixian and could not appear in his original identity for the time being. Only 4 people had a deep impression of him: Hela, number 1, Lin Weixian, and Baroda. The first 2 were not in the base, and Lin Weixian was also eliminated by him. As long as he didn't meet Baroda, he would be safe for the time being. The door to the underground laboratory was a special alloyed door 80 centimeters thick. Even if all the explosives in the arsenal were used up, there was no way to blast it open. The only way was through the electronic access control. Only 3 people's ID cards were qualified to open the door, and Lin Weixian was one of them. A pure white card was lying quietly in Han Zhao's shirt pocket. But there are sentries standing guard next to the access control, and the underground floor is the dormitory for the guards. Everyone here knows the 3 white card owners, so it is impossible to hide it. There is an emergency door closing device next to the sentry. As long as the gate is pulled down, the access control system will be manually closed, and the door will be completely locked. If Han Xiao swaggers to open the door with the white card, he will have no way to retreat and will be surrounded in 10 seconds. At that time, it will be like catching a turtle in a jar. 1 bullet can take away dozens of points of his health. If he is concentratedly fired, he can probably hold on for 0.8 seconds if he is lucky. Well, it's a heroic and good way to die. I'll keep this version as an option. Han Zhao's plan was to cut off the communication and buy himself a few hours of vacuum period. This was the safest way. In fact, the earliest plan was to destroy the energy supply, but the access control system was powered on, and it would stop working if the power was cut off. The transmitter of the communication signal is hidden in the wall of the 3rd underground floor, and a robotic arm is needed to break the wall. The mechanical modification room was located on the 2nd underground floor, so Han Xiao had to go back and get his equipment first. However, plans can never keep up with changes. When he was only 50 meters away from the mechanical modification room, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pressed his chest. Han Zhao's eyes focused, and the person who stopped him turned out to be Barlada. It was such bad luck. The base was so big, but how could I run into Barlada, the person I least wanted to meet? Who could I blame for this bad luck? Was Murphy the incarnation of fate? Which group are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Barlotta asked puzzledly. Han Shao lowered his head and held up his hat to hide his face. I'm new here, and I'm in Group B. Barlotta looked suspicious. When did the newcomer come? How come I didn't know? I seem to have heard your voice somewhere before. Look up and let me see your face. Han Shao glanced around and saw that Barlotta's hand had already reached for the pistol on his waist, ready to fire at any time. 3 guards nearby who had noticed something was wrong also came over. What should I do? If I am discovered, Baroda will definitely send someone to look for Lin Weixian. Once he finds Lin Weixian's body, his behavior will be exposed. So should I dismember the body before leaving? No, for the sake of my appetite for the next few days, I'd better not do this. Die here? Don't have that kind of idea. You must have confidence in everything you do. For an action that obviously means death if it fails, don't worry about failure before thinking about success. Trouble. I didn't want to use Plan B. What are you talking about? Barlotta didn't hear clearly. Han Shao suddenly raised his head and smiled dangerously. I've always wanted to tell you that you should go see a psychiatrist. Zero? Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was shocked, Han Shao took the initiative to attack and stabbed Baroda's chest with the dagger. Baroda's pupils suddenly shrank, and he leaned back hastily. The blade scraped his jaw and cut the flesh, bringing up a string of blood beads. Shoot! The 3 guards hurriedly drew their guns, but they were too close to Han Shao, less than 3 meters away. This distance was not suitable for using guns in combat. Han Shao strode over the 3-meter distance and punched the first man in the face with great momentum. If there was a slow-motion replay, one could see the skin on the face being hit by the fist shaking like ripples. -48. The powerful punch stunned the opponent, causing him to stagger and fall into his 2 companions, and the 3 of them fell to the ground. Han Shao turned back decisively and ran towards the mechanical modification room at the speed of a 50-meter sprint. Gunshots rang out behind him, and bullets grazed past him, splashing sparks on the wall. Barlotta covered his bleeding jaw with a gloomy expression. He raised his gun and shot at Han Shao crazily, then chased after him. All agents, listen up! Go to the mechanical modification room on the 2nd floor immediately to reinforce us. Target 0! The test subject is out of control! Barlotta shouted into the miniature intercom on his collar. The guards patrolling each floor looked confused and thought they were hallucinating. 0 is out of control. Are you sure? Wasn't that test subject brainwashed? Is this a drill? You're stupid, I heard gunshots. Bullets whistled, and Han Shao felt a sense of crisis. Suddenly, his emotions became extremely calm. This was his special state of concentration. His mind was as cold as ice, and his reason was indifferent. Countless pieces of information gathered in his mind, and the world before him became a crisscrossing grid, like a spider web, with everything connected. I can reach the mechanical modification room in 2 seconds. It will take 3.7 seconds for Barlotta to catch up. The 3 guards cannot pose a threat to me within 4.2 seconds. It will take between 25 and 35 seconds for reinforcements to arrive. Han Shao had experienced countless battles, and his rich combat experience was the basis for him to maintain this state. He scurried around, concentrating on dodging the shots. Barlotta chased after him relentlessly. He didn't care why Zero lost control. He knew that his duty was to capture Han Shao. If necessary, he could even kill him on the spot without asking for permission later. Interesting, the little toy wants to resist. Baroda licked the blood from his chin, his eyes fierce. This is the way you chose to die. Although he was successfully attacked by Han Shao, Barlotta still had strong confidence. He was an elite agent with 20 years of experience. Even if Zero had amazing learning ability, he had only been trained for half a year. How many moves could he withstand? And from the looks of it, Zero was already panicking and at a loss. Han Shao rushed into the mechanical modification room and slammed the door shut. You actually chose to hide in the room. This is a dead end. You are too naive! Barlotta grinned, rushed to the door, and was about to kick it open. He quickly changed the magazine and was ready to fire a burst of bullets after the door opened. Something strange happened. The door exploded into pieces with a bang, and a mechanical fist with metallic color all over it broke out of the door. The engine roared, and the silver steel fist hit Baroda's chest heavily. -95. The dull sound of bones cracking. Baroda flew up like a broken sack and slammed into the wall. 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken and his pistol flew away. He vomited blood and looked at Han Xiao in horror. At this time, Han Xiao's left hand was equipped with an exoskeleton light power arm, which was like a large armor, wrapping his arm. The hinges and gears were turning, making a creaking sound, and the metal fingers were swinging flexibly. The exposed pipes spewed out black smoke with the roar of the engine, like a black cloud lingering around his arm. What the hell is this? Baroda's eyes widened in horror. Not far away, 3 guards raised their guns and aimed. Han Xiao was 1 step faster than them. He raised the enhanced version of the Type 73 Wasp loaded with a magazine in his right hand and fired 2 shots. Agility affects shooting accuracy, and skills come with precision corrections. Han Xiao's shooting skills were amazing at this time, and his bullets hit the eye sockets and throats of the 2 people respectively, hitting the vital points and triggering lethal damage, killing them directly. The 3rd guard fired a shot. The bullet whistled towards him. Han Xiao raised his mechanical arm first. With a clang, the bullet was deflected by the outer armor of the mechanical arm. The light power arm, left, loses 8 points of durability. Han Xiao fired another shot, killing the 3rd person. The guard opened his eyes wide before he died, unable to believe that the silent and dull Zero could be so powerful. Didn't they say the test subject was brainwashed? They are all lies. The corridor became quiet, with only Han Xiao and Baroda left. It will take about 30 seconds for the nearest guard to arrive. Han Xiao moved his mechanical arm and said calmly, I really want to break your neck with my own hands to thank you for the 420 cuts you left on me in the past 6 months. Baroda's eyes were fierce. He spat out a mouthful of blood, pulled out a dagger from his military boots, bent down as if ready to pounce at any time, and sneered. That punch just now was powerful. But if you think you can defeat me by fiddling with this broken machine, you are dreaming. Prove it to me. 30 seconds is enough for me to kill you 10 times. Baroda roared and pounced forward with the dagger raised, like a cheetah. Han Xiao put his mechanical arm in front of him and collided with Baroda brazenly. Sizzle! The dagger drew a long spark on the armor. The moment the 2 passed each other, Baroda twisted his waist and swung out his calf, like a scorpion raising its tail, kicking Han Xiao's knee. Kicking the enemy from behind and slashing his neck with a dagger was a very fierce move. Han Xiao, who had been trained by Hela, guessed that Baroda would use this move, and reacted quickly. He punched back with his mechanical arm and hit Baroda's calf, making a clear bone-breaking sound. -87. The mechanical arm's power level was 38, and combined with Han Xiao's own energy level, it almost reached the standard of an E-level superpower. The light power arm doubled Han Xiao's attack. Even if it could not crush Baroda, each attack still dealt about 90 points of damage, which was very considerable. Baroda's health was only over 300, even with the well-trained feet combined with the punch that broke through the door. Baroda's health had been reduced to less than half. The data reflected the reality that Baroda was beginning to become weak. Baroda groaned and attacked with great pain. The dagger pierced Han Xiao's eyes, but his movements slowed down and the mechanical arm grabbed it. Impossible! How could I lose you? Baroda roared in anger, wanting to fight back desperately. Just as he finished speaking, his vision suddenly went dark, and a mechanical hand pressed down on his head and slammed it into the wall. The brutal force directly pressed his roar back into his throat. Bang! Rubble was scattered everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Han Xiao's eyes were cold and sharp. He pressed Baroda's head against the wall and pulled it hard, leaving a deep red blood mark. The face of Baroda, which had been rubbed against the wall, had become bloody and unrecognizable. Han Xiao loosened his hand, and Baroda fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. He was no longer able to breathe, and there was no trace of the momentum he had just roared. Sorry, I broke my promise and didn't break your neck. How about you get up and let me kill you again? Han Xiao raised his brows. Baroda didn't answer, and he didn't have the chance to answer. You have killed Valkyrie Laboratory Deputy Director Baroda and gained 1,500 experience points. Lin Weixian and Baroda, the 2 guys he hated the most, all died in his hands. Han Xiao felt as if he had eaten a big bite of ice cream in the dog days of summer. He felt relaxed and refreshed. 009 Fierce Battle. Groups A and B of guards rushed to the second floor and looked at Barlada's unrecognizable body in horror. Deputy Chief of Baroda was killed? What's going on here? Where are the enemies? Why is there no one answering in the monitoring room? Go and consult Dr. Lin Weixian immediately. Team C found the body of Dr. Lin Weixian. OMG! All the guards gasped in shock. Was this all done by the incompetent Zero in their impression? The entire base was messed up by Zero alone. Some important leaders left or died. The guards were shocked to find that no one was giving orders. Wasn't the test subject brainwashed? Could it be that he had been harboring hostility for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Thinking of this possibility, the guards were shocked to find that Han Xiao was disguising himself as a low-key person, like a sharp knife hanging over their heads, ready to take their lives at any moment, like a killer hiding in the shadows, and they had never noticed it, and had instead ignored Han Xiao's existence. Everyone was suddenly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Don't panic, there is only one enemy. Carry out a blanket search and allow free firing. Group A goes to the armory, Group B checks the monitoring room, Group C goes to the laboratory to protect the experimental data, and Group D guards the gate. No matter what Zero wants to do, if he wants to escape, he will definitely go to the gate. Move! At the critical moment, the captain of Group A took over the command, thinking clearly and giving orders loudly. The instructions were very clear, and the guards took action immediately. The 60 armed personnel in the base were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, D. They were usually in different positions, and would quickly assemble in case of an emergency. However, Han Xiao had multiple plans to deal with various situations. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from below, and every guard felt the ground shaking. The captain of Team A was shocked and asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" The intercom was filled with the sound of fierce gunfire, mixed with urgent shouts. Team C encountered the enemy in the laboratory. Repeat, Team C encountered the enemy in the laboratory. Damn it, Zero detonated the grenade, and the laboratory is on fire. Where did he get the grenade? The captain of Group A was shocked and angry. He and his teammates were guarding outside the armory door at this time, and no one came. Reinforcements, reinforcements immediately! Which group is closest? Our Team B is also on the 3rd underground floor. The monitoring room has been scrapped. We are rushing to the firefight site. On the 3rd floor underground, Han Xiao hid in the corner of the corridor. The laboratory 10 meters away was now billowing with black smoke and a fierce fire. He used 3 grenades tied together to burn Valkyrie's experimental data. More than a dozen guards from Group C were shooting at the corner where he was hiding. After killing Barlada, Han Xiao did not go directly to the main gate, but went back to the 3rd underground floor in the opposite direction. He knew that the guards must have set up a dragnet and started a carpet search from the upper floors. If he rushed up rashly, he would be ambushed. Since the plan of sneaking away didn't work, Han Xiao could only change the plan. The laboratory was on the 3rd floor underground, where all the test data was stored. It could be said to be the core area of the entire base. Blowing it up would disrupt the enemy's deployment to a certain extent. What, you want to ask where he got the grenade from? He had basically assembled and studied all the equipment in the armory. In the process, he stole some gunpowder and steel balls from grenades and secretly made new grenades and hid them. It was not difficult at all. Cut corners and copycat, sole talent, you know. There are also 77 rounds of pistol bullets and 5 homemade grenades. Han Xiao checked his equipment. His firepower was limited, so he quickly poked his head out from the corner to take a quick look, then immediately retracted. Bullets rushed over at the first moment. If he was 0.5 seconds slower, he would have been hit by 2 or 3 bullets. 12 guards, 3 right and 9 submachine guns, 973 style Wasp pistols, and more firepower than me. Han Zhao's eyes turned. 1 minute had passed since the attack on the laboratory. Team B would arrive in 3 minutes. He didn't have much time left. Normally, he wouldn't know this news, but Han Xiao picked up the intercom from the guard's body and learned about the enemy's deployment. The incident happened suddenly, and the guards did not realize for a while that the walkie-talkie had leaked their actions. Han Xiao activated a grenade and threw it out. There was a loud bang, and the guards of Group C looked for cover to avoid it, and the gunfire stopped. This was the opportunity he wanted. Han Zhao's face was solemn. He put the mechanical arm in front of him and rushed out with big strides, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. Before the smoke had dispersed, Han Zhao broke through the smoke and rushed to a guard. He smashed his mechanical iron fist into the opponent's stomach, and the guard immediately vomited blood with internal organs. This punch took away more than half of the target's health, directly destroying the enemy's combat effectiveness. Shoot! Shoot! Gunfire rang out. Han Zhao grabbed the guard's body and pushed forward. The other enemies showed no mercy and fired decisively. Blood spurted out of the guard's back and he was shot into a ball of rotten meat. Relying on the protection of the meat shield, Han Zhao successfully closed the distance. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the mechanical arm roared, and a punch and a kick were enough to break the guard's bones and tendons. He fought and killed 3 people. The guards in Group C hurriedly scattered and distanced themselves. Han Zhao rolled over while using his mechanical arm to block. The bullets bounced off the metal with a clang, and the durability value dropped rapidly. He pulled out his pistol and fought back, emptying a magazine and killing 3 guards on the spot. At this moment, Han Zhao felt a sudden pain in his arms and thighs. You were hit in the right arm by the Type 73 Wasp pistol. Received 17 points of damage. You were hit in the left leg by the Right and 9 submachine gun. Received 21 points of damage. You were shot. You are in a slight bleeding state, losing 1 health point per second for 15 seconds. Please bandage it as soon as possible. X2. Gunshot damage has a high chance of causing bleeding, which is very troublesome in the early stages. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been mentally prepared. He was a little thankful that Barlada's torture had made him accustomed to the pain, and the injury did not affect his movements. Han Zhao did not have time to find cover and waste time shooting at others. He gritted his teeth and pulled the grenade and threw it out. The agents hurriedly lay down, and the gunfire stopped again. Boom! The explosion of the grenade caused Han Zhao's eardrums to hurt. He growled and rushed out again. A minute later, all the guards of Group C were killed by his light power arm. They paid the price of being shot 5 times. After the battle, he hurriedly bandaged his wounds. He lost a total of 110 life points, more than 1/3. After leaving combat, health will recover at an extremely slow rate. It's too bad to just fight head-on. It would be great if there were active skills. Basic fighting and basic shooting only provide passive bonuses. Han Zhao shook his head and took out the walkie-talkie. Team C, please reply quickly. What's the situation? Han Zhao pinched his throat and said, Ahem, Team C has suffered heavy casualties. We have trapped the target in the laboratory. The target has been shot. Come to reinforce. As he spoke, he picked up the submachine gun on the ground and fired randomly to create the illusion of a fierce exchange of fire. Okay, hold on, Group B is on the way. The other party did not suspect him. Han Zhao's disguised silent image was deeply rooted in the minds of others. They did not expect Han Zhao to use such a strategy. Han Zhao tied the remaining 3 grenades together and hung them on the door of the laboratory. A thin line was hung on the pull ring to make a simple booby trap that would explode as soon as the door was opened. He then placed the table horizontally as a shelter, quickly searched the corpses around him for a large number of magazines, replaced the bullets in the 3 submachine guns, placed them at hand, and fired randomly with the pistol to create the illusion of a firefight, and lay down behind the shelter waiting for the enemy to break in. Noisy footsteps came closer and closer, and then with a bang, the door was kicked open. Boom! The violent explosion came as expected, the flames expanded, and the air waves blew away broken glass, bullet casings, and gravel all over the ground, mixed with several screams. Without saying a word, Han Zhao picked up a submachine gun in each hand, rushed to the door under the cover of dust, and stretched the barrel of the gun out of the door, firing at the walls on both sides. The smoke blocked his vision, and the dull sound of bullets hitting flesh continued to sound until the magazine was empty, and the surroundings became quiet. The standard way to break into a door is for one person to kick it while the others hide beside it. Although Group B was lucky enough to avoid the first round of grenades, they could not avoid the subsequent shooting. Dozens of kill information flashed on the panel like a waterfall. Team B was almost wiped out, with only 3 guards left, lying in a pool of blood. When they saw Han Shao walking out of the smoke, their eyes widened with shock and amazement. He even knows how to use booby traps. Is he still the low-key and dull test subject 0? Han Shao fired 3 shots in a row and sent the 3 people back home. What happened to the explosion? What's the situation? The captain of Group A asked loudly. Han Shao picked up a few guns and fired randomly, pretending to be panicked, and said, Team B has been ambushed and is fighting the enemy in the laboratory. Requesting support, requesting support. Group A, send reinforcements immediately. The captain of Group A was shocked and led his team members all the way down to the 3rd floor laboratory. The captain of Group A was still uneasy, feeling that he had missed something key. When they reached the 3rd floor, the captain of Team A suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, Everyone, please pay attention. 0 may have hacked into our communication network. From now on, everything is subject to my instructions. The team members' faces changed drastically, and they considered the possibility that 0 had obtained the walkie-talkie. It was because Han Zhao's previous image was too taciturn that he overlooked the loophole. If 0 got the walkie-talkie, then there is a chance that the message for help from the Group B members just now was false. From beginning to end, the other Group B members did not speak. The captain of Group A came up with an incredible guess. Could it be that both Groups B and C were wiped out by 0? He shuddered. If this is true, then 0 alone killed half of the base's defense forces? He didn't want to believe this conjecture, but all the clues told him that no matter how incredible it was, this was the truth. He could almost conclude that the Group B member just now must be 0 in disguise, with the purpose of luring Group A into a trap? Or maybe 0 just wanted to get rid of Group A and head to the gate to escape from the base? The captain of Team A hurriedly asked, Team D, is there anything wrong with the gate? Not yet. The captain of Group A breathed a sigh of relief. He must not be led by 0. More than half of the guards were killed or wounded and the situation was out of control. It was no longer realistic to hope to eliminate 0 with the remaining manpower. He must notify Ms. Hella immediately. Group A, listen up, return to the main gate immediately. The captain of Group A made a decision. He decided to gather everyone to guard the gate and wait for reinforcements from the organization. This was the most stable method and would be foolproof. No matter what 0 wants to do, as long as he can't run away, it will be a dead end. 010 Night Owl. Group A returned along the same route, arrived at the gate, and met up with Group D. The BC team may be wiped out. I am going to ask for help and hold the exit gate. The captain of Group A glanced at the people present. There are a total of 31 guards, and 31 guns are pointed at the corridor. As long as 0 appears, the target can be torn into pieces with a metal storm in an instant. Suddenly, the captain of Group A felt something was wrong. Wait, aren't there 30 of us? Ding ding. The access control light turned green and the door opened abruptly. Everyone looked back blankly, only to see a black-clad agent with a tactical backpack standing by the gate. He was holding a white card, holding up the brim of his hat with his fingers, and turned to whistle happily at everyone. Bye. The man pulled down the door-locking device suddenly, rolled on the ground, and flipped out before the door closed and locked. All the guards were petrified, confused, and stood there in a daze. Veins bulged on the captain of Group A's forehead, and the locked door seemed to be mocking him silently. When did 0 sneak in? The 80-centimeter-thick alloy door slammed shut. Finally escaped. The long-lost sunshine shone on him, making him feel warm and comfortable. The stuffiness in his chest slowly dissipated. He looked at the sky. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Stars radiating light and heat hung high in the sky. In the picture of white clouds and blue sky, the outlines of several planets could be vaguely seen, some far away and some near. The nearest one could even see the craters. These planets were the source of the moonlight of the aquamarine planet, refracting the light of the stars at night. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air cleansed his nose, and the breath of freedom made Han Shao feel relaxed and happy. From the beginning to the end, Han Shao had no intention of fighting with all the guards head-on. Even though the base was at its weakest defense at this moment, whether or not he could win was secondary. Once the guards were severely reduced in number and they saw no hope, the sentries at the gate would definitely activate the door locking device witut saying a word. Even if he transformed into Rambo and performed First Blood to kill all the guards, once they locked the door, his escape plan would be ruined. At that time, Han Xiao would be left confused. After he pretended to be a member of Group B and lured out Group A, he stripped a relatively clean uniform from the corpses on the ground, took off his light power arm and put it into his tactical backpack, and hid at the corner between the second and third floors. That place was a blind spot, and it would be difficult to be discovered if you didn't look deliberately. Having stayed in the safe environment for too long, the guards had low alertness. Han Xiao knew this very well. Team A was focused on providing support. As they hurriedly turned the corner, Han Xiao quietly followed behind Team A, keeping a low profile and pulling his hat brim down. The guards in Group A obviously didn't expect Han Xiao to be so bold. Who would count their teammates for no reason? For a moment, no one noticed that there was an extra person at the back of the team. So Han Xiao followed Team A to the front door safely. When the guard's attention was distracted, he quietly approached the door and performed a "My door is always open" act, locking all the guards in the base. This was a risky move. If something went wrong, he would be shot into a sieve by dozens of guns at close range. If he had a choice, he would not want to take a risky move. Unfortunately, his original plan was ruined by Barada, so he had to take the risk. Han Xiao was willing to try it if the success rate was around 50%. Surrounded by abandoned farms, Han Xiao found the tracks left by the off-road vehicles and followed them to the garage. Several dark bulletproof off-road vehicles were quietly parked in the garage, with the keys hanging next to the garage door for easy access at any time. Of course, it was convenient for him now. Reinforcements may arrive at any time, so we can't stay here for long. Escaping from the laboratory is only the first step, and the pursuit will surely follow. He threw the backpack containing the robotic arm onto the passenger seat, took the key to start the car, and put his hands on the steering wheel. Wow, it was made of real leather. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the high-powered engine roared and the off-road vehicle broke through the farm fence and rushed into the dirt road in the forest like a wild dog. Han Xiao was completely clueless about the surrounding terrain and could only identify one direction. Black Harrier helicopter. Hella's cell phone rang. She frowned and answered the call. Who? Director Hella, something has happened at the base. Zero has lost control and killed more than 30 guards, Deputy Director Baroda, and Dr. Lin Weixian, and destroyed the base's experimental data. The captain of Group A was depressed. They were bound to bear the blame for the poor performance. If they did not inform their supervisor, not only their future would be in danger, but also their lives. Not to mention that a large group of brothers were still locked in the base. If no one came to open the door, would they have to stare at each other forever? Hella looked shocked. Are you kidding me? She brainwashed Zero herself. Was Zero also pretending at that time? The brainwashing effect on other test subjects was not a problem at all. Have I been deceived from the beginning to the end? Hela hurriedly contacted the leader and repeated what the captain of Group A had said. The leader's breathing became heavy over the phone, as if he was suppressing his anger. Turn around immediately and give chase. Hela was very reluctant. My sister. Shut up, you have no right to bargain with me. Hela bit her lip unwillingly and shouted at the pilot reluctantly. Turn around and return to base. Executive Hela, the plane needs to land and refuel first. Hurry up. The Night Owl team received an order from their leader halfway through the journey. Several off-road vehicles returned along the original route and opened the gate of the base from the outside. The agents who were locked inside walked out covered in dust. Looking at the tragic situation at the base, Number One's face was filled with shock and anger, mixed with disbelief. He pointed at the captain of Group A and said angrily, There are dozens of you and you can't stop him alone. Is there a traitor? He felt that he couldn't do it, and he also didn't believe that Han Xiao could do it. The guards' faces changed drastically. No one could bear the charge of betraying the organization. Okay, stop arguing. The leader ordered us to give chase. Yin Dao interrupted the conversation, his face cold, and took the Night Owl team members into the car. Wait, our test subject team will go too. Number One shouted, and led his team members into the other two cars. He had always considered himself a perfect test subject, and was very disdainful of Han Xiao, whose code name was before his. However, Han Zhao's record inevitably made him fall into self-denial, and he felt very irritated. Number 1 felt that only by defeating Han Zhao could he prove his value to the organization. The Night Owl squad ignored the surviving guards from beginning to end. They ignored them indifferently, and clearly thought that they were a bunch of useless people who couldn't stop Han Zhao. The guards were indignant. When they actually encounter Zero, they'll know what they're facing. Instead, these guards hoped that Zero would escape successfully. If even the Night Owl squad failed, then wouldn't their mistake be excusable? As night falls, through the gaps in the woods, you can see the outlines of several asteroids in the sky emitting a hazy blue glow. Several moons, of various shapes, are light and mysterious, and the starry sky is brilliant and beautiful. Every planet in the starry sky has a different environmental style. In the past, there were casual players who liked interstellar travel, taking pictures of the beautiful scenery of different planets, and making them into albums, which were sold out on the official forum. At this time, the moonlight could hardly penetrate into the woods and the vision was very unclear. Han Zhao drove carefully, fearing that he would hit a tree. The night was not favorable for him. The sound of the engine gave away his position, and the dark vision prevented him from driving too fast. It's too bad to drive at night, let's just walk. Han Zhao decided to abandon the car, stopped the car, took out the key and turned off the engine. Without the sound of the engine, the silence of the forest suddenly surrounded him. The shadows of the trees under the moonlight were like looming ghost hands, and the atmosphere was eerie. You get 5 military compressed biscuits and 3 mineral waters. There were several bottles of water and military compressed biscuits in the trunk of the car. Han Zhao put them all in his bag and walked into the forest alone. The car left tracks on the forest dirt road. He had no way to erase the tracks, so he could only get out of the car and run in another direction. Without a car, the night suddenly became his protective color. Although he was very tired and had little stamina left, Han Zhao did not dare to rest as he was not out of danger yet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After walking for a while, the sound of a car roared from behind. Han Zhao quickly hid behind a tree and quietly looked around. He saw 6 beams of headlights looming in the forest, driving in 3 different directions. 3 cars of enemies! Han Zhao pursed his lips. He abandoned his car and fled, causing the enemy to lose clues, forcing the pursuers to split up and track them. Han Zhao sneaked in another direction. Suddenly, a gunshot broke the silence of the night. Han Zhao felt a strong sense of alarm in his heart, and fell to the ground. His shoulder was burning with pain. He turned his head and saw a bloody mark on his right shoulder from being grazed by a bullet. A hole was shot in the tree trunk more than 10 meters away. A car stopped more than 300 meters away. All members of the Night Owl 3rd team got out of the car, wearing a straight black goggles. The person who fired the shot was the Captain Yin Dao, holding a sniper rifle in his hand. 6 laser eyes? Han Zhao was surprised by their outfits, and then realized. They are night vision goggles! Han Zhao yelled, bad luck, and quickly hid behind a tree. You were grazed on the right shoulder by the SWP sniper rifle. Received 18 points of damage. My goodness, just being hit by a sniper rifle can cause as much damage as a pistol. You enter combat mode, and based on your level, you get detailed information about the enemy. Night Owl Agent. Total level, 15. Occupation, Agent, LV10, Elite Agent, LV5. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 15, Endurance 25, Intelligence 10, Mysticism 3, Charm 8, Luck 1. Strength 0. Energy level 40. Health, 350. Expertise, well-trained, increases basic health by 100 points, pain ignorance, combat effectiveness does not decrease due to injury. Skills, basic combat LV4, basic shooting LV5, precision shooting LV2, sniper LV1, captain configuration. Equipment. SWP sniper rifle, captain configuration quality gray, large caliber sniper rifle, attack power 70-88, firing rate 0.5 rounds/s, magazine capacity 5 rounds, output energy level 30, usage requirements master, sniper, LV1. Thermal imaging night vision goggles, quality gray, essential for night combat. Type 73 Wasp pistol, quality gray, small caliber portable firearm, attack power 28-35, firing rate 1.1 rounds/s, magazine capacity 10 rounds, output energy level 13. G-type fragmentation grenade, X3 causes 50-80 points of explosion damage in a 20-meter area, with a chance of causing multiple damage, output level 45. Jason submachine gun, quality gray, attack power 3642, single shot rate 1.5 rounds/s, continuous shot rate 4 rounds/s, theoretical maximum shot rate 10 rounds/s, overheating in 3 seconds, magazine capacity 30 rounds, output energy level 33. Kayla light body armor, quality gray, long range defense 10-12, durability 50. Alloy dagger, quality gray, attack power 8-12, length 0.28 m. These 6 Night Owl agents are elite enemies. Although their overall level is lower than his, they have second-level professions specializing in combat, have high panel attributes, and are fully armed. Trouble. Han Zhao's face was solemn. 011 If heaven has love, it will grow old. A light-armed power arm with a durability of only 130 points, a reinforced Type 73 Wasp pistol, a right N9 submachine gun, and 15 magazines. This was Han Zhao's entire possession. Compared to the well-equipped Night Owl squad, it was so shabby that it made him sad. Bang! The sniper rifle fired again. A burning bullet passed through the tree where he was hiding and almost hit him. Han Zhao secretly groaned. The enemy had night vision goggles, but he could only determine the enemy's position by the flash from the muzzle. The sniper rifle was too powerful. With his HP, he would be killed in 3 shots. He still had 18 free attribute points. Without thinking, Han Zhao invested 14 points into endurance and 4 points into strength. The former saved his life, and the latter ensured a crushing attack on the Night Owl agent. He had already seen that shooting at the enemy was a way to play to his weaknesses and avoid his strengths. Although close combat was dangerous, it was the only way to have a chance. In this situation, thinking about escaping would only reveal a flaw. The enemy had night vision goggles. Unless he killed them all, there was no way to escape. Strength reaches 29 points, and with the special effect of mechanical arm judgment plus 10, it just forms a force crushing, endurance increases to 36, health reaches 460, and the blood volume increases instantly after adding points, which is equivalent to 140 more blood points immediately, which is very critical. I recovered some blood when I escaped before, and now the health value is close to 400 points, and the status is okay. Han Zhao just observed for a while. The Night Owl squad formed a fan-shaped encirclement formation to prevent him from escaping, but there was no close support between them. The enemy's sparse formation plus forest environment plus darkness equals 5 to 8 seconds of support interval. In other words, he only has a few seconds left for close combat. If he fails to kill the chosen target instantly, he will surely be in a desperate situation. He killed a lot of enemies in the base, and with his previous savings, he had a total of 116,000 experience points left. It was a life-and-death fight. There was no need to hesitate. He put all his experience into fighting skills. Grappling is upgraded to level 5, increasing parry and counterattack rate by 7%, and unarmed attack power by 10%. Basic combat is upgraded to level 8, increasing unarmed attack power by 8%. Basic fighting has reached level 8, and grappling has exceeded level 3. Please choose one of the following 3 advanced skills: special fighting, judo, and hard boxing. Special combat tends to focus on instant bursts, assassinations, and the use of weapons. Judo tends to focus on locks and subjugation, and hard punches increase punch and kick strength and resistance to blows. These represent 3 different development directions. What Han Zhao needs most right now is explosive power. Advanced skills obtained: special combat level 1, increase close range critical hit rate by 6%, and unarmed attack power by 4%. All his experience was wasted, and his close range attack power increased by nearly 15%. Han Dao's fighting ability instantly improved. He felt that he could instinctively use various fighting moves, and he was very proficient. It's a pity that there are no combat active skills that can use strength. Han Zhao secretly felt sorry. The mechanical system had few active skills in the early stage, and it was difficult to make full use of strength. Attribute bonus was not the main function of strength. The real purpose of strength was to use active skills. Consuming physical strength can quickly recover energy, which is in line with the setting that energy is extracted from cells. When to use skills, when to recover energy, and how to avoid wasting any physical strength and energy are all details that affect victory or defeat, and are micromanagement by experts. Han Shao put on the light power arm and, like a dormant leopard, took a deep breath to fill his lungs with air. Oxygen passed through the alveoli into the blood vessels, and then passed through the cell membrane into the red blood cells. By increasing the oxygen content in the blood, he adjusted his condition to the peak. The next moment, Han Shao exerted force with his legs, and pounced out like a cheetah, crouching and running towards the target. He had already chosen the Night Owl agent closest to him on the far left wing of the enemy formation. The moment he jumped out, gunfire rang out, and 6 Jason's submachine guns immediately concentrated their fire, following his body and shooting, blowing up pieces of dirt. The forest environment was a natural barrier. Han Shao raised his mechanical arm to block his side and ran around the tree, dodging a large number of bullets. With his other hand, he held a submachine gun and fired to suppress the firepower of the Night Owl squad. The faint smell of burning bullets rubbing against the air rushed into his nostrils. 3 seconds. Han Shao rushed to the target, swung his submachine gun, and knocked the muzzle of the Night Owl agent off. The mechanical arm shot out brazenly, hitting the Night Owl agent's arms as he tried to block. There was a cracking sound, and the arm bones collided with the metal. Obviously, the former suffered a loss. The Night Owl agent reluctantly pulled out his pistol and fired at Han Zhao's head. Han Zhao's agility was not for show. He reacted quickly and used his iron fist to hold the muzzle of the gun. With a bang, the bullet was held dead in his hand. Han Shao clamped the Night Owl agent's gun-holding arm under his armpit with his right hand and pulled hard to break the enemy's center of gravity. The Night Owl agent stumbled and fell into his arms. At this time, Han Shao seized the opportunity and quickly raised his knees, hitting the enemy's lower body hard. He could clearly feel the 2 balls deforming under the pressure of his knees. You hit the enemy's vital point. Caused double critical damage. The enemy is paralyzed for 2 seconds. He couldn't see the Night Owl agent's expression under his goggles, but his screams told him that this attack was very effective. At this critical moment of life and death, Han Shao didn't care whether the move was vicious or not. While the opponent was stiff, he madly kneed the enemy in the lower body. Boom, boom, boom. -78. -81. -84. The 2 balls jumped up and down. Sorry bro, I feel your sadness, and it's not my design that bulletproof vests don't protect against testicles. The enemy's health dropped like water. Han Zhao's mechanical arm gave the last elbow and shattered the enemy's fragile throat. The Night Owl agent fell down softly. The fishy smell was pungent. It was estimated that the white, yellow, and red in his crotch were mixed together. Han Shao didn't have time to be happy. His back suddenly hurt. He quickly lay down and hid behind a big tree with the corpse. You were hit in the back by the SWP sniper rifle. Received 68 points of damage. You were shot with a large caliber gun and fell into a moderate bleeding state, losing 3 health points per second for 15 seconds. Please bandage it as soon as possible. With powerful enemies surrounding us, there is no time to bandage ourselves. Han Zhao's face turned pale with pain. This shot caused him to lose a lot of health. The attack power was too strong. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl agents were obviously enraged by Han Zhao's brazen act of killing his companions. They quickly surrounded him, spitting fire from their guns and suppressing him with fire. The wood chips flew everywhere, and Han Shao couldn't even show his head. Han Shao looted all of the Night Owl agent's equipment from his body and quickly put on a bulletproof vest, which should be able to block 1 or 2 bullets for him. The most important thing he got was 3 G-type fragmentation grenades, which were good stuff. He threw one out with a shake of his hand. Boom! As the explosion sounded, the enemy hurriedly sought cover, and the suffocating fire suppression suddenly stopped. I told you to shoot me! Han Shao was full of resentment and threw out another bullet. The 5 Night Owl agents who were about to get up quickly lay down again. Come again! The 3rd black object was thrown out, and the 5 people subconsciously lay down. After waiting for 2 seconds, they found that it did not explode. Looking closely, it was not a grenade, but a stone. The 5 people immediately realized that they had been tricked. At this time, Han Shao seized the opportunity to rush out, holding a submachine gun and firing, not caring about the overheating of the barrel. He almost emptied the magazine in an instant, and a night owl agent lying in the bush was shot into a sieve by him. Han Shao threw away his submachine gun and turned around to fire another grenade, which once again stopped the remaining 4 from fighting back. This time he pounced forward and knocked over a night owl agent who was coming from another direction, but he was not unscathed this time. Silver Knife opened fire in the chaos, and the submachine gun hit his calf, injuring him again. Han Shao gritted his teeth. His calf injury affected his movement speed. He dragged the night owl agent he had knocked down behind a tree and quickly beat him to death. With his upgraded fighting ability, these night owl agents were vulnerable in close combat. There were only 3 enemies left. His health was only half left. Facing such a dangerous situation, Han Shao became calmer, and tactics quickly emerged and eliminated in his mind. As a veteran power leveler, he had experienced many battles and knew himself and the enemy. No matter what time it was, panic was useless. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy will. Han Zhao's eyes suddenly shrank, thinking to himself that this was not good. Yin Dao's face turned pale. He had not taken the test subject seriously at first, and he had never expected that half of his men would be killed here. He put away his contempt, and also lost his patience. He shouted, "Blast him to death!" The remaining 3 people used grenades together, drawing a graceful arc and landing behind the tree where Han Shao was hiding. Boom! The expanding flames, the roaring explosions, the flying dust. When all this is over, everything returns to silence. Is he dead? Not sure. Yin Dao shook his head and made a tactical gesture to move forward. The 3 of them half crouched and slowly moved towards the explosion range, being cautious and alert. When they came behind the tree, they saw a charred corpse lying quietly on the ground, emitting white smoke. From the tattered uniform, they could recognize it as Zero. Finally killed him! An agent breathed a sigh of relief. No! Yin Dao's eyes widened, he leaned back quickly and yelled, "Get down right now!" 012 Original Identity. Before Yin Dao's 2 companions could react, a spinning bullet was shot out from the jungle not far away and accurately hit the 3 grenades hidden under the hands of the corpse. The explosion was so close that the 2 night owl agents suffered multiple grenade injuries in an instant, and the dazzling flames suddenly engulfed the 2 of them. You caused 60 points of explosion damage to the enemy, X8. You killed the night owl agent. Gain 1,500 experience points, X2. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and Han Shao stood up. He looked very miserable now, with half of his body burnt black and only 50 or so health points left. He was still bleeding, and his stamina was almost at the bottom. His life was like a candle swaying in the wind, which could go out at any time. His eyes were black, and the fatigue was like a tide hitting his nerves. He had to stay awake to avoid fainting. Han Shao used the body of the night owl agent he had killed as a human shield to save his life from the bombardment of grenades. He endured the pain and covered the body with his own clothes. He used the 3 newly captured grenades to set up a corpse booby trap, and then quickly hid in the bushes, holding his breath like a hunter. Only Silverblade noticed the problem and escaped. The blood blurred Han Zhao's vision. His condition was extremely bad. His hands and feet were shaking weakly and uncontrollably. However, the last enemy was in good condition. He immediately realized that he must not give the enemy a chance to distance themselves. As Yin Dao got up, a bloody black shadow rushed in front of him. "You are courting death!" Yin Dao was so angry that he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it hard. The plane's searchlight illuminated the forest. A black Harrier helicopter lowered a ladder and Hela landed on the ground along the ladder. The area under her feet was full of bullet holes and scorch marks from explosions. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. The first test subject team to arrive was collecting the blood that was scattered all over the scene. Number 1's face was ashen, his fists were clenched, and he said nothing. Hela looked at the 6 corpses lined up in front of her with a look of shock. The 3rd squad of night owls was wiped out. 0, lost track. The results are simply unbelievable. Hela was in a trance for several minutes. The corpses can speak. Hela squatted down to observe. 2 were killed by the explosion, 1 was shot, and 3 were killed in close combat. Yin Dao's goggles were broken, and the fragments penetrated his eyeballs, causing him to die in a miserable way. She reached out and squeezed Yin Dao's body. It felt soft, and most of his bones were broken, especially his pelvis and lower body, which were shattered into pieces. It was obvious that he was beaten to death by a close combat master, and it didn't look like Zero did it at all. She knew Han Zhao's melee skills best. He was only slightly better than an average person. No, he wasn't necessarily better than an average person. Combat skills couldn't be learned overnight. All of these agents had trained as warriors for more than a decade, and the Night Owl squad was even more elite. Even if Han Zhao had been hiding his strength, he had only trained for half a year at most. If it weren't for the facts before her eyes, Hela wouldn't have believed it. Could it be that he has awakened his superpowers like me? Hela felt a little regretful. If she had paid more attention to Han Zhao, she might have discovered the clues earlier. When Zero escaped, she was not at the base, which made Hela very depressed. If she was there at the time, she would be confident that she could capture Zero 100%. Was it luck, or did Zero seize the opportunity? All of the Night Owl team's equipment is gone, but we found this. An agent came over carrying a light power arm, which was now covered in blood. A dagger had been inserted between the gears, piercing the engine, and it was broken. Take it back. A day later, a large number of members of the Germinal organization arrived at the base, mobilized the surveillance videos that had not been lost, collected clues, and the leader even came in person. The leader of the Germinal organization was wearing a black windbreaker, a black mask, and black gloves. He was wrapped up tightly and looked extremely black, as if he had run out of the set of Detective XX. Even in the organization, no more than 5 people knew the leader's true identity. "Where's Zero?" the leader asked briefly. "Lost." Number 1 gritted his teeth and said, "If you could give me a little more time." The leader suddenly raised his hand, an action that showed impatience and anger, so Number 1 had no choice but to shut up. The leader was very angry. A few days ago, Zero was still a useless pawn in his eyes. However, not long after, this pawn caused him huge losses and escaped successfully, which made him misjudge. A failed test subject killed 30 armed guards, destroyed experimental data, wiped out a team of elite Night Owls, caused me to lose Lin Weixian, and finally managed to escape. Am I listening to a fairy tale? Everyone looked at each other. The leader said coldly, "I want to know when Zero began to have the consciousness of resistance? Why does he have such fighting power?" The researcher said hurriedly, "We studied the surveillance videos that have been saved for half a year and came up with some guesses." "Explain." Zero's behavior patterns changed significantly before and after the experiment. According to the report provided by the team that captured the human material, Zero's original name was Xiao Han, the third son of the second in command of the Offmara family. Everyone was shocked. The Omila family was a famous warlord family and a partner of the kingdom of Telis. The human materials used in the experiments were basically prisoners and wilderness wanderers. How come they caught a guy with an important background? The leader exclaimed. "The son of the second in command of Offmara? What's going on?" "According to our investigation, Xiao Han is the most ordinary son of the second in command of Offmara. He has neither awakened power nor extraordinary leadership skills, and his character is very weak." The researcher flipped through the report. "We found Xiao Han, who was barely alive, among the dead bodies on the battlefield. According to our investigation, Xiao Han was following his eldest brother Xiao Hai's team to escort a batch of supplies and was attacked on the way." "Go on." "Xiao Hai was the commander of the team at the time. The target of this group of attackers was not supplies, but to kill Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai is a rising star in the Omila family. If nothing unexpected happens, he will inherit the position of the second in command of Omila. According to the report of our informant, it is believed that this attack was the result of an internal struggle, and the cause was that someone wanted to eliminate the heir of the second in command. Xiao Hai forced Xiao Han to change into his clothes as bait and escape separately. In the end, Xiao Han was hit by a shell, while Xiao Hai escaped safely." The leader frowned. "Our informant knows so much?" "Well, Xiao Hai did not hide the detailed information, including the behavior of forcing Xiao Han. He is fearless. Xiao Han's death did not cause his family to be dissatisfied with Xiao Hai. The second in command of Omira said, as long as Xiao Hai is safe, that's enough. You know, the Omira family values strength. Xiao Han's position in the family is dispensable. His brothers and sisters didn't seem to care about his death at all. Then, we accidentally discovered Xiao Han, who was not yet dead. The life or death of the original body was like a small wave, and no one cared about it. In the eyes of the Offmore family, exchanging an incompetent younger son for the survival of an excellent heir is an acceptable price, and benefits outweigh feelings. Han Xiao did not have these memories. When he traveled through time, the memories of his original body had been violently cleansed by the Germinal organization. The leader sneered. Weakness is the original sin. Incompetent people don't deserve pity. I want to know what's going on with him now. The researcher said. We infer that the Valkyrie experiment caused a mutation in Zero, and the effect may be beyond our imagination. He not only gained mechanical talent, but also an extraordinary IQ. Zero showed no harm within 6 months after the experiment. There is a 90% chance that he was faking it. He started planning his escape 6 months ago. Hella couldn't help but interrupt. You mean brainwashing has no effect on him? I'm afraid so. Hella looked annoyed. The researcher continued. Why would a human body whose past memories had been erased suddenly show the consciousness of resistance and escape? There is only one possibility, that is, the experiment helped him regain his memory. But according to the investigation, Zero did not have extraordinary abilities in the past. He is so cunning and experienced, which means that he not only recovered his memory, but also awakened some strange personality. This is the most reasonable explanation. Can you guarantee it? The leader asked coldly. No. The researcher felt bitter. No one knew what the situation with Zero was. This was just the most reasonable guess. Number 1 couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's because of luck. The leader immediately stared at him as if he were a fool and said, If you can replicate Zero's record with luck, the position of leader will be given to you. By the way, the guards brought back the exoskeleton arm used by Zero. The researcher took out the report and exclaimed. Although it seems very crude in terms of technology, it is very innovative. It is estimated that most of Zero's combat power comes from this machine. The weapons development department is happy to imitate and improve it. Of course, this will cost a lot of money, and the weapons department has requested a grant. Finally, there was some good news, and the leader felt a little better. Money is not a problem, as long as they can provide the finished product. The researcher nodded and returned to the original topic. Whatever the reason, Zero has been hiding for half a year without leaving any clues. Coupled with his displayed mechanical talent and compatibility, he is undoubtedly a meticulous, extremely deadly and dangerous person. Everyone was startled. Zero is a special experimental case with high research value. If we can obtain his body even if it's dead, we can further improve the experimental data. When sorting out the previous surveillance videos, Zero's half-year disguise and such endurance were chilling. All researchers were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. But at the same time, every researcher had a fanatical desire to study Han Xiao. Number 1 noticed the longing in the researcher's eyes and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. What he couldn't stand the most was losing to Zero. When he was born, Number 1 knew that he was the second test subject and that there was someone with a code name before him. Therefore, he had always regarded Han Xiao as an imaginary enemy. When he thought he had finally crushed Han Xiao, reality gave him a heavy blow. The leader remembered something. Oh, by the way, before we find out the hidden dangers of the Valkyrie potion, we should suspend all experiments and conduct another round of brainwashing on all the existing test subjects. I don't want another Zero to be born. Number 1's eyes were filled with anger, and he felt that his loyalty had been insulted. He shouted, I am willing to lead the team and hunt down Number 0. The leader looked at him, and he had high hopes for the test subject team, and said slowly, Can you do it? Make sure to complete the mission. Number 1 felt the leader's attention, and with high morale, he loudly issued a military order. All right, bring Zero back to me, dead or alive. 013 Wanderer GG Land. The sunlight passed through the shade of the trees, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. A hand pushed aside the bushes, revealing a haggard face. It had been 7 days since Han Xiao had fled. He had lived in the jungle for 7 days and had eaten all the military rations and fresh water. All that was left in his backpack was a pile of equipment seized from the Night Owl squad. He blocked Silver Knife's dagger at the cost of destroying his light power arm. The next thing was a natural progression. Even if he was left with only a layer of skin, he could still beat Silver Knife, who was not good at close combat. How could Fai Long lose when he was riding on his face? Even the poison nurse himself could not lose. Anyway, he has the blueprints and materials so he can rebuild the equipment, so he doesn't feel bad at all. It is very common for mechanics to damage equipment in battle. Medical conditions in the jungle were poor, but fortunately his endurance was high enough, so he didn't have to worry about the wound getting inflamed. He just endured the pain and dug out the bullet, and the wound would slowly heal. The wound caused by the sniper rifle was a bit troublesome, as it got stuck in the gap between the shoulder blades. In order to dig out the bullet, Han Xiao was in so much pain that he took half an hour to recover. The style of Eri scraping his bones to heal his wounds and sitting to watch spring and autumn didn't suit him at all. The goddess of luck blessed him along the way, so he didn't run into any ferocious beasts. The few long-eared rabbits he encountered were all eaten by him. The beasts on Aquamarine were very ferocious, and there were even some intelligent beasts that had attacked cities many times in history. Some powerful beasts, such as the amphibious whale elephants, were tens of meters long, wide, and high, and were invulnerable to guns and cannons, and could even destroy a city alone. Although Han Xiao remembered the map of planet Aquamarine, he had no idea where he was, so he could only imitate Quafu and run towards the direction of the rising sun. At night, he slept in a tree, and was woken up by insects 7 or 8 times a night, which was more frequent than at night. He deeply realized that mosquitoes were the most annoying creatures in the world, no doubt about it. When can we get out of this forest? Han Xiao was panting. At this time, a camp appeared in the distance. Wood, cement, and scrap metal formed strange-shaped fences and spikes. This was a simple defense measure. There were dozens of felt tents in the camp, and wisps of smoke rose. It was clearly a common wanderer settlement on the Aquamarine planet. Han Xiao was immediately delighted, as he was in urgent need of supplies. After walking forward for a few dozen meters, Han Xiao's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. He saw the dust on the ground in front of him rolling up, and suddenly a large net made of thick ropes rose up, with thin metal sheets tied to the mesh. This was a dangerous knife net trap. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise there would be a lot of holes on his body. This guy actually dodged it. A long-haired young man walked out from behind the tree. He was wearing a wanderer outfit made of various animal skins. He looked at Han Xiao maliciously, pointed a homemade shotgun at Han Xiao's head, and said arrogantly, "Stop, don't move!" This young man was obviously a resident of the settlement. Han Xiao didn't want to cause a conflict, so he raised his hands and said, "I'm just passing by." Just passing by. The long-haired young man noticed Han Xiao's bulging bag and immediately became greedy. "What's in your bag? Take it all out!" Han Xiao sighed secretly when he saw this. He was probably being robbed. No wonder the knife net trap was just the same size as a human body. It turned out to be used to catch people. In troubled times, human life was as cheap as grass. Most wanderers were people who refused to join the 6 kingdoms. The harsh environment in the wild cultivated their greedy habits like hyenas. Killing people for resources was too common. "Are you deaf? Take the stuff out for me!" The long-haired young man approached, cursing, and pointed the homemade shotgun at Han Xiao's forehead. The backpack was filled with guns and ammunition, and they were standard equipment of the Germinal organization. How could they be displayed? Han Xiao remained indifferent. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Believe it or not, I can fuck you to death in one go." The long-haired young man pulled the bolt of the gun, looking ferocious. At this moment, Han Xiao moved. Faster than the sound of jingling bells, he raised his elbow and slammed it into the chest of the long-haired young man. The long-haired young man screamed and flew backwards. Han Xiao snatched the homemade shotgun with his other hand. "It's over. I ran into a tough guy." The long-haired young man covered his chest in panic, and crawled backwards using his hands and feet, just wanting to get away from this murderer. Han Xiao untied the knife net trap, pulled out a thick rope, tied the groaning long-haired young man to the tree, picked up the homemade shotgun, and took a look at it. This gun is crudely made, and the barrel is crooked. It will definitely explode when fired. Using this kind of thing to rob people is pure madness. However, this also proves that this young man has definitely never killed anyone and is just bluffing. Seeing Han Xiao pick up the gun, the long-haired young man panicked and begged for mercy. Brother, I didn't recognize the real man. Please forgive me. Han Xiao slapped him on the head and asked, You only realize your mistake now? The long-haired young man had no guts at all and said hurriedly, Wrong. What's wrong? The long-haired young man hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, Should I bring an extra gun? Han Xiao was so angry that he laughed. You are pretty cute. You are such a magnanimous person. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. The long-haired young man had a sad face. Get lost, I don't have as much as your ass. Han Xiao raised the butt of his gun and knocked the long-haired young man unconscious. He shook his head helplessly. This man was a resident of the settlement, and he still needed to enter the settlement to buy food and water. He didn't want to kill him and cause more trouble, so he had to tie him up and knock him unconscious. You're lucky, Han Xiao muttered. After trudging for half an hour, Han Xiao finally walked into the wanderer's settlement. The residents here looked at him with wary eyes. The wild environment was dangerous, and the wilderness wanderers were clinging to each other and were xenophobic. Although outsiders were rare, they had happened before, so Han Xiao was not surrounded by people like a monkey in a zoo. The lifestyle of wilderness wanderers is like that of gypsies, who migrate frequently. Next to each tent, there's a small pickup truck covered with dust cloth. These pickup trucks are basically modified cars, rusty, and some even don't have a shell installed, with the skeleton exposed to the air. A pickup truck represented a family. This settlement was not large, with only a few dozen families. However, it was small but complete. Han Xiao successfully found the market. A bearded white man was doing business on the back of a pickup truck. Outsider? The bearded businessman glanced at Han Xiao coldly. Do you know the rules here? What rules? We only accept barter. That's great, I don't have a penny on me. I need a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilograms of food. Dried meat and bread are fine. Han Xiao took out a bunch of bullets from his bag. I want to use these to pay. Ammunition? The bearded businessman's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously looked at Han Xiao's bulging backpack with greed. Ammunition is the hard currency in the wild, and all wanderers need bullets. The manufacturing process of bullets is more complicated than that of homemade guns. Even if small-scale wanderers can produce ammunition, the production capacity is terribly low, and 1 less bullet is needed for each shot. 150 bullets, said the bearded businessman. Han Xiao's face darkened. You are asking for an exorbitant price. What he wanted were just daily supplies, which would not exceed 100 yuan according to the market price. Even considering the scarcity of resources in the wild environment, the premium could not exceed 500%. What about bullets? 1 bullet was worth at least $3, and this was the lowest quality homemade bullet. Each brass bullet Han Xiao gave out was high-quality ammunition produced on an assembly line. The shell was shiny, brand new, and exquisite. $10 was not expensive. 150 bullets were worth at least $1,500. Han Xiao only brought 300 bullets, and this time he asked for half of them. It was clearly a rip-off. If you have the guts, then don't buy it. The bearded man calmly lowered his head and rubbed his fingernails, looking like he had me in his hands. 014 old times and new times. Supplies were too important to him. Han Xiao sighed, collected 150 bullets, and was about to pay. The bearded man shook his finger and raised the price. 180 bullets. Han Xiao's eyes were filled with anger. You are a profiteer, you are raising the price, and giving birth to a child will cost you nothing. Seeing this, the bearded man shouted exaggeratedly. Oh my, what a scary look, you want to kill me, everyone, come and look, someone here wants to kill someone. As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of wanderers gathered around, some even picked up weapons such as crowbars and iron bars, and looked at them eagerly. This is our territory, how dare you cause trouble? Okay, you're awesome. 180 of them. That's the price. I'll take them until you die. Han Xiao was so angry that his teeth itched. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, he squeezed out the words and threw the bullets to the ground. The bearded man smiled complacently and had the things brought over to Han Xiao. After confirming that the map and supplies were correct, Han Xiao gave the bearded man a middle finger. Not wanting to stay even a second longer, he turned around and left. At this time, the bearded businessman spoke again. Hey, do you want to walk out of this forest on your legs? Why, do you have a problem? Han Shao stopped and asked unhappily. I have an old pickup truck, do you want one? The bearded man said calmly, as if the unpleasantness just now had never happened. I can't afford your price. Han Shao stabbed him. You can afford it. The bearded man pointed at Han Shao's backpack. You have so many bullets, you must have brought a lot of guns. Use those guns to pay. High-quality firearms are very popular among wanderers, who generally rely on hunting to maintain their food source. One more good gun means one more hunter. Han Zhao's bag was filled with the Night Owl team's equipment, which was of very high quality, and included hot-selling items such as sniper rifles and bulletproof vests. It was more than enough to exchange for an old pickup truck, but he shook his head and rejected the bearded man's proposal. The traces left by driving in the forest are too conspicuous, which is basically the same as pointing at the pursuers' noses and saying, See? This is the road I took. If you don't want to race with helicopters, it's better to walk. And he had another consideration. These guns were the standard weapons of the Germinal Group. Once a Germinal Group came to the settlement and discovered the organization's standard weapons, the settlement would be in danger of destruction. Selling these guns was equivalent to indirect murder, and would leave clues of his passing, making it impossible to shake off the pursuers. Although Han Shao had just been ripped off by a businessman, he was not so crazy. The bearded man still didn't give up and wanted to sell his product a few more times, but suddenly a loud voice like a bell rang out beside him. Kylo, you're tricking outsiders again! A burly man in animal skin hunting clothes strode over, and the crowd automatically parted where he passed. It was obvious that he had great prestige in this settlement. Bearded Kailuo's face turned bitter. Hu Hongjun, I finally made a deal, don't meddle in my business! Hu Hongjun snatched the bullet from the bearded man and handed it to Han Shao, saying proudly, What you want is not worth much. I'll give it to you. Here, this is your bullet. Han Shao was stunned for a moment, and looked at Hu Hongjun carefully. This man was of yellow race, with a strong build, slightly graying temples, sharp eyes, and a heroic spirit in his conversation. The heroic act of returning the bullet immediately made Han Shao feel good about him. Hey, what should I do? Kylo shouted. Hu Hongjun didn't even turn his head. It's just some food. I'll give it back to you tomorrow. Kylo was furious. I finally opened my business and ripped off my customers, but you offered me a low-price exchange. Do you know what business is? Hu Hongjun was very hospitable and said, You are a guest from afar. You look haggard and you are not used to the life in the forest. How about staying at my house for one night, and then we will set off tomorrow? Han Shao hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He really wanted to have a good rest, and Hu Hongjun gave him the impression of a straightforward and generous man, not a bad guy. Of course, even if the other party had bad intentions, Han Shao would not back down. The two of them left together, and the wandering onlookers also dispersed. Only the bearded Kalo was left, beating his chest and stamping his feet, but he dared not say anything. There was nothing he could do. Hu Hongjun was one of the hunters in the settlement, and everyone depended on him to hunt and bring back food. He was also a generous man with a very good relationship with people, so Kalo did not dare to offend him. Hu Hongjun took Han Shao back to his tent. As soon as he lifted the curtain and walked in, he shouted, And I have guests. Please cook more food today. Got it, a woman replied. Han Shao walked into the tent and saw a woman called in. She looked ordinary and was wearing a plain cloth skirt. Han Shao noticed that her eyes were dull and she was obviously blind. This is my wife. Hu Hongjun smiled. Hello? And heard the voice and smiled in Han Zhao's direction. He fumbled to take out pots and pans, dried meat and wild vegetables, and put them on the simple stone kiln stove in the center of the tent to cook. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Han Shao didn't hesitate. He sat on the ground and started chatting with Hu Hongjun. After a conversation, Han Shao confirmed that Hu Hongjun had no ulterior motives and was simply being hospitable, so he couldn't help but let down his guard a little. Just now I noticed that most of the people in this settlement are white. Why did you stick with them? Han Shao asked. The intelligent species on planet Aquamarine are humans, a total of 4 races: blacks, whites, yellows, and Shanus, all of which are the product of natural selection. Darwin said that the fittest survive, and the more dangerous the environment, the more resilient life will be created. The Shanus are more robust than blacks. There's no special reason. There was a war at that time and I happened to meet this group of wanderers. And was sick and needed care, so I stayed. Although we are from different countries and races, we are all survivors of the old era and victims of a fallen country. There's no difference between you and me. We are just in the same boat, and we sympathize with each other and keep each other warm. Hu Hongjun said with a sigh. There were originally hundreds of countries on the aquamarine planet. After coming into contact with interstellar forces, they realized that the existence of so many countries on one planet was a complete waste of limited planetary resources. Disunity would lead to endless internal friction. If this continued, when the planetary resources were exhausted, civilization would be trapped on the planet and lose the opportunity to enter the universe. As a result, with the instigation of some people, the social environment changed dramatically over the past few decades. Wars, negotiations, economic pressure, and both peaceful and non-peaceful means eliminated the weak and finally reduced the number to only 6 countries. Some of those who lost their homeland chose to join the Six Nations, some chose to join the Germinal, and the rest became wanderers. The world of planet Aquamarine is in the throes of transitioning from the old era to the new era. The people whose countries have been annexed, destroyed, and disintegrated are immersed in grief and disillusionment. Everyone hopes that their country can survive, but when the wheel of history feels that it has stopped long enough and needs to move on, some things that seem indispensable can only accept the fate of being abandoned by the times and become a few words left in history books. To give some simple examples, such as the wave of layoffs in the early 1990s, countless iron rice bowls were broken. For example, in the 5,000-year history of China, the imperial system that lasted for thousands of years was not destroyed until the Republic of China. Before that, the existence of the emperor was something that everyone considered to be natural. Another example is the dark religion of the Western Middle Ages. The progress of civilization is like a surging river that cannot be stopped. Every person, everything, and even the country are just like the mud and sand in the river, drifting with the flow. People with limited individual power can only vent their grief on the internet, or in marches, or be depressed by the past national honor. The more radical ones refuse to accept the invitation of citizens of the 6 countries and become wilderness wanderers, living in groups in the wild. Wanderers account for 30% of the entire planet's population. Some soldiers who once dedicated their blood and sweat for the country used more extreme actions to oppose the 6 countries. The Germinal organization was a behemoth born in this social environment. Its philosophy was to overthrow the 6 countries and unite against the common enemy. It was the undisputed leader of the underground world. It is easy to maintain the status quo, but reform is always accompanied by pain. Even if it is universal knowledge, there are still stubborn elements who are unwilling to accept it. Compared with personal interests and social progress, there will always be some people who choose the former. They don't care about the floods after I die. These people usually play the role of resistance on the road of evolution. After all, selfishness can bring practical benefits, while justice is just an illusory belief. Selfless people are rare animals, otherwise selflessness would not be called a virtue. Hu Hongjun said, "Since the Battle of Andia, history has been divided into 2 halves. The past few thousand years are called the Old Era, and now is the New Era. Sometimes I think about it, what's wrong with life in the past? It was peaceful and stable. However, wars were started because of the so-called internal friction theory. The consequences are probably more serious than internal friction. Besides, even if it happens, it will only happen a few hundred years later. The future problems will be left for future generations to solve. What does it have to do with us?" Han Xiao sighed. 015 Steel. Who knows? Maybe in the eyes of most people, internal friction is like boiling a frog in warm water. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Han Xiao shrugged. The Battle of Andia, the final battle of the Long War, was a key battle that laid the foundation for the pattern of the 6 kingdoms. Andia is the name of a land plate. There used to be some countries there. When the war broke out, the countries on other continents seemed to have an unspoken understanding and chose Andia as the main battlefield to control the scope of the war. They did not want the war to destroy the ecology of the entire planet. Countless missiles, tanks, and aircraft bombings caused hundreds of millions of people to lose their lives on India. After the war, the Andean continent was covered with dead vegetation, scorched earth, and devastated. The rivers and lakes smelled of rotting corpses, and the fertile fields and green mountains were covered with a dark yellow shadow, turning it into a dead zone. The 6 countries patted their butts and withdrew their troops, leaving behind a mess and completely abandoning the Andean continent, like a heartless scumbag. Now the survivors on the Andean continent are sparsely populated, and all of them hate the 6 countries. Han Xiao noticed the calluses on Hu Hongjuan's palms and asked, "Have you ever been a soldier?" "Yes, I served in the army for more than 10 years. I thought that soldiers from a fallen country would choose to join the Germinal organization." Hu Hongjun shook his head and said, "My motherland was annexed by Xinglong through military negotiations. Those leaders all compromised. Why should a soldier like me hate them so much? Although I don't like the 6 kingdoms, I cherish the hard-earned peace. The war has lasted for so many years and is about to end, but the Sprout suddenly appeared, shouting slogans to overthrow the 6 kingdoms, attracting countless soldiers of the fallen country to join, and want to start a war again. Alas, I am a rough man and don't understand the concepts of the 6 kingdoms and the Sprout. I don't want to be involved in the war again." And interrupted. "Yes, the war was too cruel. My eyes were blinded by a flash bomb that suddenly exploded. Lao Hu took me everywhere and finally I settled down. Although life as a wanderer is a little hard, it is much better than before." As they were talking, the meat in the pot gradually gave off a fragrant aroma. Han Xiao sniffed it greedily and asked curiously, "How do you cook if you can't see?" And said dissatisfiedly, "Don't underestimate me. Although I am blind, I still have my sense of smell, hearing, and touch. My hands and feet are nimble. I am not a useless person." Hu Hongjun smiled bitterly and said, "She has a strong personality and would never let me take care of her. I can't be a useless person and drag you down." An's tone was full of tenderness. Hu Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly, as if he was not used to flirting with his wife in front of outsiders. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, let me show you my baby." Han Zhao's face changed slightly, and he thought of something unhealthy, and quietly moved back. Fortunately, Hu Hongjun did not take out the big treasure. He opened the box next to him, took out an old rifle wrapped in cloth, and said proudly, "Let's see if you know the goods." Saber rifle, old. Quality, gray-white. Basic attributes, attack power 3840, firing rate 0.9 rounds/s, magazine capacity 20 rounds, effective range 200 meters, output energy level 25, durability 5/300. Attribute bonus, agility +1. Length 0.77 m. Weight 7.1 pounds. Additional effect, precision stable trajectory, minimal impact from wind direction. Note: this weapon has accompanied its master in many battles. "Nice gun!" Han De, the technician, exclaimed with professionalism. "Although it has been used for many years, it still feels smooth, the barrel is long and straight, the ammunition has enough acceleration distance, the ejection force is absolutely strong, the appearance is black and shiny, murderous, majestic and upright. Well, it is really a deadly weapon." Hey, why did the atmosphere suddenly become so strange? Was it an illusion? "This is my old friend. It has been with me for nearly 10 years. Hu Hongjun laughed. "Don't be fooled by its new appearance. That's because I oil it frequently. In fact, the components inside are all aged. I haven't used this gun for hunting for a long time." The two chatted happily, and before they knew it, it was dark. And prepared the meal, a pot of fragrant broth. The broth was rich and pure white, with a milky texture. The meat was stewed until tender, and slices of wild vegetables floated on the oily soup, dotted with touches of green, which made people's appetites grow. The aroma of meat was like an alluring goblin, firmly locking Han Zhao's gaze. He swallowed his saliva, and his stomach, which had been tortured by dry food for 7 days, growled. In his head, the number of favorable impression of Hu Hongjun +1 kept popping up. After wolfing down his dinner, Hu Hongjun asked Han Xiao to stay overnight. It was hard to refuse such a kind offer, and considering that it was indeed difficult to travel at night, Han Xiao agreed. He used a curtain to separate a room in the tent, and Hu Hongjun and made a bed for him. Your backpack is too big, let me put it outside for you, In said. The space in the tent was limited and his compartment was very small. It could only accommodate a bed and indeed could not accommodate a backpack filled with various guns. He thought about it, asked Hu Hongjun for a piece of animal skin, picked out the extra guns in the backpack, unloaded the bullets, removed the triggers, wrapped them tightly with animal skin, and placed them in a corner. He was careful and put a leaf on the animal skin package, so that if the package was turned over, he would find it the next day. The backpack was filled with all the ammunition, and was just the right size to be placed at the end of the bed. Han Shao loaded a Type 73 Wasp pistol with bullets, and placed it under his pillow. Although he was very grateful for Hu Hongjun's hospitality, he could not relax his vigilance. However, as soon as Han Zhao's head touched the pillow, the fatigue that had been tense for 7 days burst out, and he fell into the deepest sleep almost in the blink of an eye. Hu Hongjun heard the faint snoring, smiled and shook his head, and whispered to him, "It seems that he is very tired, don't disturb him." And nodded, slowed down his cleaning movements, walked out of the tent with the pots and pans, and went outside to wash the dishes. "Uncle, uncle! I'm hungry!" Hu Fei rushed in rashly, his face covered in dust and dirt, with a large bump on his forehead caused by a hard object. If Han Shao was awake, he would be able to recognize that this guy was the long-haired young man who robbed him during the day, and also the nephew of Hu Hongjun. Hu Hongjun frowned and said, "Where did you go today? You were nowhere to be seen the whole day." I'm going outside hunting." Hu Fei nodded timidly. Since his father died, he has been living with Hu Hongjun. He is very afraid of his uncle Hu Hongjun. Seeing his nephew's cowardly look, Hu Hongjun knew he was lying. He grabbed Hu Fei's ear and shouted in a low but stern voice, "Did you go out fooling around again? I told you last time that if you go out with that broken gun to scare passersby again, I will fucking break all 3 of your legs." Hu Fei's ear was twisted, and he cried because of the pain. He felt very aggrieved. Your nephew, stepped on a tough guy today. Not only was I beaten, but I was also tied to a tree for most of the day. I was so hungry that I felt dizzy and had a headache. I was the one who suffered. Uncle, can you please be reasonable? No, uncle, please leave me a leg, Hu Fei said with a sad face. Do you want to keep your left leg or your right leg? The one in the middle. Forget it. I will definitely break your bones. Hu Hongjun raised his hand to slap, but suddenly realized that he couldn't disturb Han Zhao's sleep, so he let go of Hu Fei and said angrily, "I'll beat you up tomorrow." Hu Fei noticed that there was an extra person in the tent. He curiously leaned over and looked over the curtain to see who the guest was. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. When he did, Hu Fei's face turned pale. Isn't this the murderer from the daytime? Ouch, my forehead hurts even more. What are you looking at? Go outside and sleep today, Hu Hongjun said unhappily. To his surprise, Hu Fei did not refute him. Instead, he ran away rolling and crawling with a look of as if he had seen a ghost. Hu Hongjun was puzzled. He touched his face and thought, am I that ugly? Hu Fei ran out of the tent in panic, and only reacted when the night wind blew. That's not right, why am I running? This is my home. That vicious man had a bad luck and fell into my hands. How could I let him go so easily? Hu Fei was about to turn back, but suddenly the scene of Han Shao knocking him away flashed through his mind. He instantly became timid and stopped abruptly. He didn't have the courage to settle the score with Han Shao. Although he was afraid, it was nonsense to say that Hu Fei had no grudge against Han Shao. He did not dare to cause trouble for Han Shao, but he was unwilling to just let it go. Hu Fei, Hu Fei, show some courage as a man and take revenge if you have revenge and complain if you have complaints. Hu Fei made up his mind and thought of a way to retaliate. He was very curious about Han Zhao's bulging backpack. He had noticed the animal skin package in the tent just now. Hu Fei clearly remembered that there was no such thing at home, so it must be the murderer's luggage. In the middle of the night, everything was quiet and everyone in the settlement was asleep. Hu Fei, who had been waiting for a long time, finally took action. He tiptoed into the tent like a thief and carefully reached for the animal skin package. Hey, let me see what you brought with you. As he turned over the layers of animal skins, Hu Fei's eyes widened instantly, and he almost fell down in fright. Firearms. They are all excellent guns. Hu Fei's face was filled with ecstasy and his eyes were greedy. It was indeed a good thing. He wanted to take all the guns away, but when he thought of Han Zhao's fierce look, his courage shrank immediately. If the murderer found that the luggage was missing, he would definitely beat him to death. You can't take them all. Hu Fei looked reluctant, gritted his teeth, picked up 2 Type 73 Wasp pistols, and didn't dare to take more. Forget it. My uncle has treated you after all. It's not too much to take your 2 guns. Hu Fei convinced himself in his heart, restored the animal skin package to its original state, and tiptoed away. Only 2 pistols were missing. The murderer probably wouldn't notice. 016 Bad luck. The next morning, Han Xiao woke up and felt relaxed, all the fatigue from the escape gone. Brother Han, you're awake. Hu Hongjun was stretching his muscles at the door and said with a smile. This family was really warm and welcoming. They provided him with food and shelter. Although he was reluctant to leave, Han Xiao still expressed his intention to leave. Thank you for your hospitality, but unfortunately I can't stay long. If I have the chance, I will repay you. And came over with a small package and said with a smile, I made some pancakes. You can take them with you on the way. Han Xiao felt warm inside and took the package with both hands. The warmth of the pancake flowed into his heart through his palms. He smiled and then realized that and couldn't see him, so he said sincerely, I slept very comfortably last night. Thank you very much for your hospitality. And covered his mouth and chuckled. Haha, you're welcome. We are all brothers in this world, Hu Hongjun said proudly. Han Xiao packed his luggage, took his backpack and animal skin package, and suddenly noticed that the leaves wrapped in the animal skin were gone. His face darkened and he said, Someone has touched my package. Hu Hongjun was shocked. No way, and then I don't have any. Wait, Hu Fei, get out here! Hu Fei, who was hiding behind the tent and eavesdropping, shuddered and walked out dejectedly. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, It's you again. Hu Fei shrank his neck and dared not look directly at Han Xiao. Hu Hongjun kicked him on the butt and said angrily, Did you steal someone's things? Give them out immediately! Hu Fei bit his lip, and reluctantly took out a Type 73 Wasp and handed it to Han Xiao. Brother Han, just beat him up. This kid deserves a beating. Hu Hongjun began to think about what posture he should use to beat his nephew later. No need, just take the stuff back. It's dangerous for you to keep it. Han Xiao took back his pistol and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't really care about his equipment, but he was worried that leaving the weapons behind would cause trouble for the settlement. Hu Hongjun had hosted him for a night, so he naturally couldn't leave any trouble behind. Hu Fei curled his lips and disagreed. He thought Han Xiao was stingy. He had so many guns, but he was reluctant to give up even one. If the mountains don't move, the water will. We will meet again if we are destined to. Goodbye. Han Xiao said goodbye formally. Hu Hongjun nodded. Be careful on the road. Han Xiao picked up his bag and turned to leave. It is said that if someone gives you a drop of water, you should repay them with kindness. If there is a chance in the future, Han Xiao will repay the kindness of helping you in the snow. The villain finally left. Hu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then looked secretly delighted. It's a good thing that guy didn't find out that I stole 2 guns. Hu Fei shook off Hu Hongjun's scolding and returned to the back of the tent. He took out another Type 73 Wasp pistol from the box and played with it. He was determined that even if Han Xiao came back to question him, he would never admit it, and would never give it back no matter what. But why doesn't this gun have a trigger? The map drawn by the Wanderer looked like a primary school student's graffiti for fun, but it indicated the current location, which was enough for Han Xiao. He remembered the complete map of planet Aquamarine. I am now in the territory of Star Dragon Country. According to the map, I will be able to walk out of the woods and find the railway in 3 days. Then I can take a ride to the city. At noon, Han Xiao found a place to eat something to replenish his energy. He saw that the animal hide package had several cuts caused by thorns and branches. Han Xiao spread out the animal skin package and prepared to put the guns into the backpack one by one. Suddenly, he paused and exclaimed, It seems like there's a gun missing. I counted it again, and it wasn't an illusion. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. If the gun was left in the settlement, that would be terrible. Without taking time to eat, Han Xiao quickly packed up his things and walked back the way he came. 2 pitch-black bulletproof armored vehicles arrived at the Wanderers' settlement. Number 1, with a team of fully armed test subjects, threatened all the Wanderers at gunpoint, forcing them to gather in the square and squat together with their hands behind their heads. All the Wanderers recognized the emblem of the Germinal organization and became panic-stricken. "Have you seen this person?" Number 1 pressed the handheld terminal, and a virtual image appeared in the air. It was Han Zhao's photo. No. Everyone denied it. Everyone knows the style of the budding organization. As long as they are clear of any involvement, they will not take action against vagrants. The 6 nations and the Sprouts are in opposing camps, while the Wanderers are the wavering fence-sitters in the middle, usually remaining neutral but also potentially leaning towards either side. Therefore, both the 6 nations and the Sprouts have a rule not to use force against the Wanderers easily. Only Hu Fei trembled all over, his guilty conscience was almost written on his face. Number 1 was angry and frustrated. He had been tracking Han Xiao for 7 days before he came across a settlement. However, everyone said they had never seen Han Xiao, which meant he was tracking in the wrong direction. "Let's go!" Number 1 snorted angrily and led the team to get on the car. Just as he turned around, he suddenly noticed Hu Fei's expression. Number 1 became suspicious, stopped, and shouted, "Catch that guy!" Hu Fei was horrified and was dragged out of the crowd by the test subject warriors. He trembled like a shaking quail. Number 1 narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know the person in the photo?" Hu Fei quickly shook his head. "I don't know him." Number 1 saw something hard stuffed around Hu Fei's waist and shouted, "Search him!" Hu Fei was pinned to the ground and watched the Type 73 Hornet being searched out. "This is our gun!" Number 1's face suddenly turned cold. He pointed his gun at the crowd and said angrily, "Number 0 has clearly been here. How dare you conceal it? Do you all want to die? Tell me, where did he go?" The deterrent power of the gun muzzle made the Wanderers agitated, and they all turned their eyes to the bearded Kailul, who was the first to contact Han Xiao. Kailul was hiding in the corner like an ostrich, not daring to show his head. Seeing this, he immediately became anxious. "Why are you looking at me? I just sold some things to him, and Hu Hongjun knew the whereabouts of that guy." The people around Hu Hongjun immediately scattered as if they were avoiding the plague. Seeing that things had come to this, Hu Hongjun could only stand up slowly and said in a deep voice, "I don't know." Bearded Kalo was eager to clear himself of the matter and immediately retorted, "How could you not know? You stood up for him and even hosted him for a night." Number 1's expression suddenly turned gloomy. The Wanderers were terrified and urged Hu Hongjun, "Tell me what you know. Do you want to kill us for an outsider?" Hu Hongjun cursed Kai Luo in his heart, took a deep breath, made up his mind, pointed in a direction, and said in a deep voice, "That person went in that direction." "Very good, you are very sensible." Number 1 smiled sinisterly and fired without warning. Bang! There was a bloody hole on Hu Hongjun's forehead. His face froze in shock. His body swayed and he suddenly fell to the ground, with a pool of blood gushing out under him. Hu Fei screamed and looked at Hu Hongjun's body in horror. Just died like that. Number 1 looked calm, as if he had just killed the chicken. The Wanderer's concealment made him furious, especially after he heard Hu Hongjun entertain Han Xiao. He immediately wanted to kill him. As long as someone has even a little bit of connection with Han Xiao, Number 1 doesn't mind sending him to hell to repent. "Old Hu?" And sensed something, her face turned pale, and she stood up shakily. Following the voice, she groped her way towards her husband, stumbling and stumbling. Number 1 pulled out his pistol and shot him in the head from a distance. Half of the back of his head was blown off by the bullet, and brains and blood were scattered all over the ground. And fell halfway, only an arm's length away from Hu Hongjun, but it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. His lifeless eyes were dyed red by the splattering blood. Number 1 glanced at the corpse and sneered. "Court death." Hu Fei collapsed, fell to the ground, and burst into tears. He regretted it so much that because of his greed, he actually killed his uncle's family. The Wanderer dared not speak out, and looking at the bodies of Hu Hongjun and Nin, he felt a sense of grief for the dead. The handheld terminal was connected to the surveillance footage of the Germination leader, who shouted, What are you doing? Who told you to kill someone? Number 1 hastily admitted his mistake with great fear and trepidation. This group of wanderers knew about this but kept silent about it. I just wanted to establish my authority. We will leave immediately. The leader shook his head and said, Forget it. Since we have already killed them, let's do it cleanly and don't let the news spread. Number 1 nodded, his face turned cold, and he gestured. The continuous gunshots startled countless birds in the forest. The dusk was as red as blood. Han Shao hurried and finally returned to the settlement before dark. From a distance, he could smell a pungent smell of blood, and his heart sank immediately. I'm late. The noisy settlement was dead silent. What was in sight was a scene of massacre. There were shocking bloodstains everywhere. The ground underfoot was soaked in blood, soft and sticky, leaving bloody footprints with every step. Han Zhao's pupils shrank when he saw the tragically dead bodies of Hu Hongjun and In, and he was filled with anger. At this time, a figure climbed up from the corpses. Han Shao recognized it as the bearded businessman who had blackmailed him. Kylo was still in shock. He fainted when the massacre began, but luckily he escaped with his life. Before he could rejoice, he saw Han Shao standing beside him and looking at him. His body immediately began to tremble. Han Shao took 2 steps at a time, grabbed Kai Luo by the collar, and shouted, What happened here? The Germinal Organization, it was the Germinal Organization that did it. We didn't reveal your whereabouts, so they killed people to vent their anger. Our people died so tragically. Considering that Hu Hongjun had hosted you, you must avenge us. Kylo was crying and sobbing, acting just like the real thing. He didn't dare to tell the truth, and just wanted to encourage Han Shao to take the initiative to find the Germinal Organization and not implicate him. 017 Kill. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough sounded not far away. Han Shao walked over and saw that Hu Fei, who had been shot 5 or 6 times, was not yet dead. He was barely breathing and it was obvious that he could not be saved. When Han Shao saw the Type 73 wasp in Hu Fei's hand, he understood everything. He was filled with mixed emotions. I told you it was dangerous, why didn't you listen? Hu Fei reached out his hand tremblingly, tightly grasped Han Zhao's trouser leg, and cried bitterly, crying heartbreakingly. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I regret it so much. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Hu Fei pointed at Kai Luo tremblingly. Don't believe him. He betrayed my uncle Hu Hongjun. And then coughed up another mouthful of blood. You can't be saved. I can only make you suffer less. Han Shao shook his head, stretched out his hand, and broke Hu Fei's neck. Don't listen to his nonsense. Kai Luo hurriedly tried to explain, but Han Shao suddenly stood up, drew his gun and fired, the bullet piercing Kai Luo's head. Kai Luo fell to his knees in shock, dying with his eyes open. Everyone is dead. You should go down and accompany them. Han Shao lowered his eyes. Ever since he discovered the tragedy in the settlement, Han Ao's rising murderous intent was restrained by his cold rationality, just like a tiger imprisoned in a cage. The more irritable he was, the calmer he became. Han Shao came to Hu Hongjuan's body and looked in the direction of Hu Hongjuan's finger. It was the direction the test subject team was chasing, and the wheel tracks went deep into the forest. It was completely the opposite direction from where he left. Hu Hongjun did not betray him. Han Zhao's heart suddenly twitched, as if a nail had pierced into it, causing him to feel pain. Even at the end, Hu Hongjun never betrayed him as an outsider. Was it worth it? You trigger the E-level mission, Revenge. Task tips, kill the test subject team. Task reward, 15,000 experience. Han Shao stopped looking at the bodies of Hu Hongjun and walked into the tent, and took out the old saber rifle that Hu Hongjun regarded as a treasure. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but a black light flashed on the surface of the saber rifle. You're eager to avenge your old friend? Han Zhao's face was tense. He took out all the firearms in his backpack, including the saber rifle, and disassembled them into parts. He used the saber rifle as the main body and gradually modified it with these parts. Simple repair and simple enhancement modification have both reached level 10. Although the names are a bit awkward, they are the core skills of the early stage of the mechanical department. The full level effect is very outstanding. Han Shao can easily modify basic firearms. Saber rifle, sniper improved. Quality, white. Basic attributes: attack power 66-69, firing rate 1.1 rounds/s, magazine capacity 10 rounds, effective range 450 meters, output energy level 37. Attribute bonus: agility plus 2. Length 0.86 m. Weight 8.3 pounds. Additional effect: precision stable trajectory, minimal impact from wind direction. Additional effect: penetration. After special modification, it can use sniper caliber bullets with stronger penetration. Note: it craves revenge. After counting the ammunition, there were only 25 sniper bullets, all of which were seized from Yin Dao. There were 4 tire tracks on the ground, indicating that there were 2 vehicles of pursuers, and no more than 12 people. Han Shao carried his gun and headed in the direction where the pursuers had left. His back disappeared into the woods. It was impossible to travel faster than a car on foot, so Han Shao had no intention of catching up. Hu Hongjun pointed to the wrong road. When the pursuers couldn't find his clues, there was an 80% chance that they would return the same way. What Han Shao had to do was to ambush on this necessary road. Of course, if Han Shao turned around and continued to run, the enemy would definitely not be able to find him, but the voice in his heart told him that if he did not use the blood of the enemy to vent his almost uncontrollable anger, he would regret it. Even if there was no mission, he would still make this choice. Bud! He gnashed his teeth, with murderous intent in his heart. The forest was pitch dark at night, and long wolf howls could be heard from far away. Han Shao lay quietly in the woods, his eyes slightly closed, his saber and rifle at his side. He had maintained this posture for 3 hours, like a patient hunter, waiting for his prey to step into a trap. The roar of engines approached quickly. Han Shao opened his eyes suddenly, and 4 high-speed moving car lights appeared within the range. "You're here." Han Zhao's tone was as calm as if he was receiving a guest at home. He put on the infrared night vision goggles seized from the Night Owl squad, and the outlines of 2 orange-red cars came into view. Han Shao pulled the bolt, put the target into the sniper scope, and carefully adjusted the sight distance. He held his breath and aimed for 8 seconds before pulling the trigger. Amid the fire and gunfire, the yellow sniper bullet jumped out of the muzzle, passed through the gap in the woods, flew hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, and accurately hit the tire of a high-speed moving vehicle. Bang! Flat tire! The leading armored off-road vehicle crashed into the tree with a bang, and the car behind it was forced to stop. Number 1 got out of the car dizzy and yelled, "Do you know how to drive?" "Captain, the tire is flat." "How can a low-pressure tire burst?" One of the team members squatted down and said in horror, "There's a bullet embedded in it." "Enemy attack!" Number 1's brain buzzed. At this moment, gunshots rang out again from hundreds of meters away. The team member who was checking the wheels had his head blown off in front of Number 1, and blood was all over Number 1's body. "It's a sniper! Quickly find the enemy's location! Everyone on alert, get behind the car!" But this was the first time for the test team to participate in a real battle. They were frantically looking for cover according to the battlefield theories they had learned in their daily lives. During this process, the fatal gunshot rang out again, and another team member was shot in the head. Number 1 yelled, "Get down!" All the team members quickly laid down, and the gunfire stopped, followed by a solemn silence. Everyone was in a panic, and only Number 1 was able to remain calm and hurriedly asked for help from the organization through the handheld terminal. The situation was at a stalemate. No one dared to stand up and expose themselves to the sniper's sight. It was as if there was a demon in the darkness, waiting to reap lives at any time. "Who attacked us?" "Not sure. It's so dark around here, the other party must have night vision goggles." "What now?" "Just lie down and wait for reinforcements." Number 1 shouted, "Don't be silly. Won't the enemy run away? There's only one enemy, but we're burying our heads in the ground like a group of frightened ostriches. How will the organization view us, a group of cowards?" The faces of the test team members changed. Number 1 said fiercely, "It's just one enemy. We have cars, guns, and people. Can't we win?" "Yes, we must fight back. Determine the sniper's position first." One team member steeled himself, stood up quickly, and then laid down, hoping to lure the sniper to reveal his position, but a fatal bullet hit his heart almost instantly, blood spurted out, and the force sent him flying several meters. After he landed on the ground, there was no sound, which immediately discouraged the other team members from following suit. Number 1 felt a chill on his back. With such accurate shooting skills, who on earth was the enemy? The team member's sacrifice was not in vain, as the test subject team saw a flash of gunfire in the darkness. Found it, 300 meters south. Get in the car and rush over. Han Xiao saw through the night vision goggles that the cowering enemies stood up at the same time and ran towards another intact armored off-road vehicle. He immediately understood the enemy's plan, which was to rush over with the armored vehicle. Thermal imaging showed that there were still 7 enemies. They had obviously taken advantage of the sniper's slow firing rate and were prepared to sacrifice 1 or 2 people so that everyone could get in the car. Han Xiao couldn't kill 7 people instantly, so he calmly fired 2 shots, killing 2 more enemies. He watched helplessly as the enemy got into the armored off-road vehicle, whose engine roared and rushed forward rapidly. The saber rifle could not penetrate the heavy armor and could not aim at the enemy's wheel hub from the front. Han Xiao was alone and immediately in danger. Correct tactics. Han Xiao's eyes were deep. It's a pity that it was too easy to guess. 018 You don't know how big the world is. Go to hell! Number 1 grinned and drove towards Han Xiao's position. No one noticed that there was a rope tied between the 2 trees, with a string of grenades tied in the middle of the rope. The armored vehicle rammed into the trees head-on, and the rope suddenly became tight, almost uprooting the 2 trees. The armored vehicle also paused, and the people in the vehicle were immediately knocked to the ground. Before they could react, the grenade exploded with a loud bang, flames shot into the sky, and the armored vehicle's bulletproof glass was blown into large, snowflake-shaped radial cracks. Since it was an ambush, how could Han Xiao not prepare early? He used a thick rope and the last few G-type fragmentation grenades to set up a simple car-blocking trap. At the moment the grenade exploded, Han Xiao took off his night vision goggles. The fire was bright in the darkness, and he could see clearly with his naked eyes. Without saying a word, he aimed at the front window of the armored vehicle and fired. The recoil was transmitted from the butt of the gun to his shoulder, and even his strength could not help but tremble slightly, which was enough to show the great power of the saber rifle. Bang! Bullet after bullet hit the car window, cracks spread rapidly, and the target was obviously the driver's seat. Number 1 gritted his teeth and pulled the team member in the passenger seat to block in front of him. The next moment, the glass shattered and the bullet penetrated into him, blowing off the scapegoat's skull and spilling brains all over Number 1's face, with an unbearable stench. Abandon the car! The team acted hastily. In this life-or-death situation, Number 1 didn't care about the range issue. He fired his submachine gun at Han Xiao from a distance. The rest of the team members followed suit. Han Xiao paused his attack, dodged, and changed his magazine. Bullets whizzed past his head. He knew that the enemy had been thrown into disarray. After a round of volleys, all the enemies would have to reload, and then he would be at his mercy. Soon, the test subject team tasted the consequences of their impulsiveness. When they emptied their magazines at the same time, the sound of sniper rifles, like the death knell, rang out again. Shot after shot. Precise and deadly. Bang, bang. The ups and downs of the shooting rhythm actually have a special beauty that makes people think of precision machinery for no reason. The enemies were shot in the head one by him. Han Xiao consciously avoided Number 1 and let Number 1 stay until the end. Teammates fell one by one. Number 1 was so angry that he was shaking all over. He raised his gun and fired wildly, roaring in a panic. Who the hell are you? Get out here! He was originally full of confidence in the test subject team, but in his first battle after his debut, he suffered such a disastrous defeat, which shattered all his confidence. Ka. Number 1's magazine was empty again, and he roared. Come out! Han Xiao showed up with a cold face. Number 1's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief. How could it be you? In his opinion, if Han Xiao escaped from the base, he would definitely run away like a stray dog. He never dreamed that Han Xiao would dare to attack the pursuers. Even if Number 1 still doubted Han Xiao's record of escaping the laboratory, he knew that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. Zero is much stronger than him. This discovery instantly ignited the fire of jealousy in number one's heart. I am the best, and you are just a failure! Trash! New and old hatred surged in his heart, and number one lost his mind and pulled out his pistol to attack. Han Shao raised the muzzle of the gun slightly, and the large caliber sniper bullet broke number one's right arm with a bang, leaving only a layer of bloody skin. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Number one stared at the broken arm, bewildered. Han Shao fired again, breaking one of number one's legs. Number one fell to the ground. Han Shao slowly changed the magazine and then broke the remaining limbs of number one. Number one collapsed on the ground, unable to move, staring at Han Shao with extremely vicious hatred. Zero! The howl was hoarse and eerie, like that of a wounded beast. Too noisy! Han Shao strode forward and kicked out, breaking number one's jaw. Do you know why I kept you until the end? Because I didn't want you to die so easily. Number one was speechless, and could only make humming sounds from his throat. He twisted and struggled on the ground like a snail, with blood spurting from the broken parts of his hands and feet. At this moment, the handheld terminal that fell to the side automatically lit up, and the virtual image of the leader appeared. He said lightly, Zero, that's enough. Han Shao frowned and said nothing. I am the leader of the Germinal organization. The leader's tone was full of the domineering attitude of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Defection is a dead end. You can't beat the organization. No matter where you run to, the organization has the ability to catch you and bring you back for trial. Every minute and every second of your life will be immersed in endless fear, but I can give you a way to survive. Han Shao had no expression on his face. What way to survive? If you come back to the organization obediently, admit your mistakes sincerely, and accept our trial, I can give you the opportunity to retain your memory and let you obtain a higher status. You will no longer be a test subject, the leader said. He admired the ability shown by Zero very much and wanted to find out the reason for the mutation. If it can be replicated, the organization will have an additional group of powerful combat forces. When number one heard this, his eyes burst into extreme anger. Why should number zero be treated better than him? He had killed so many people in the organization, so why were they trying to win him over? Han Shao understood number one's expression and asked playfully, I've killed so many people, and you still want to win me over? They are just some useless people, it's not a pity to die. The leader answered decisively, as if the corpses on the ground didn't exist. Number one trembled all over, feeling terrified. What makes you think I will work for you? The leader said as a matter of course. The organization is our destiny. We are doing great things. It is only natural for you to work for us. Why are you hesitating? Oh, I understand. Is it because you feel that the previous treatment is unfair? Don't be so petty. People who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. It's just a little insult. Compared with our ultimate goal, it is insignificant. Han Shao said calmly. I am not interested in your ideas at all. You killed my friend, so we are enemies. There is no point in talking to each other. The leader's tone turned cold. If you reject me, even though the world is big, there will be no place for you anymore. I will destroy you, Han Shao said in a serious tone. Sprout will not be convinced by anyone, nor will he feel a bit of guilt. The only way to solve violence is to have more violence. The leader seemed to have heard a huge joke. Destroy the organization? Just you? Who do you think you are? Compared with the organization, you are a pathetic ant that can be easily crushed to death. Killing some trash makes you swell up, and you think you can fight against the organization by yourself? You are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky, you don't know your own abilities. Just wait and see. By the way, you have no idea how big the world is. Han Shao shook his head and fired 3 shots at number one's chest, sending the bullets into his heart. Number one's eyes dimmed quickly. The test subject team was completely destroyed. The leader's expression couldn't be seen because he was wearing a mask, but even through virtual communication, one could feel his rage. You will regret this, the leader said coldly and ended the call. You have killed the number 1 Valkyrie test subject and gained 900 experience points. Revenge completed, 15,000 experience points obtained. Kataka. The saber rifle disintegrated automatically. The internal structure of this old gun had long been outdated. This battle was the end of its service career. The SWP sniper rifle seized from the Night Owl squad required the sniper skill, so Han Shao disassembled it into parts and modified it into a saber rifle. Killing the entire team of test subjects brought him thousands of experience points, plus the mission rewards, a total of more than 20,000 experience points. Since he had become an enemy of the Germination organization, Han Shao not only had to flee, but also had to find a way to cause damage to the Germination organization. His current personal strength is indeed insignificant compared to the Germinal organization, but he has the ability to severely damage the Germinal organization's power. The countless advanced intelligence in his mind is his real trump card. In order to make use of this intelligence, it is necessary to take advantage of it, and the object of the leverage must be strong enough to compete with the embryonic organization. Then the only choice left is 6 countries: Xinglong, Hongfeng, Tilius, Ruilan, Haixia, and Odafina. Xinglong is the closest to him. Compared with Ruilan's cold-blooded cruelty, Hongfeng's bureaucratic rigidity, Haixia's priority on profit, Tilius's eagerness for quick success and instant benefits, and Odafina's shrewdness, Xinglong's internal atmosphere is the most mild, and its hatred for the Germination organization is deep-rooted. Considering various aspects, Star Dragon is currently the best choice. $0.19 million bounty. A-level mission. At daybreak, the Black Harrier helicopter finally arrived. The leader, Hela, and a group of follow-up personnel came to the place where the test subject team was wiped out. Glancing at the twisted body of number 1, the leader snorted in dissatisfaction under his mask. Rubbish stuff. The researcher moved the bodies of the test subject team together and said, "They are all dead." The leader put his hands behind his back, looked at the valley in the distance, was silent for a long time, and said, "In the name of the organization, a bounty for Zero is issued on the dark web. No matter whether he is dead or alive, the bounty is 1 million. Everyone was shocked. The Germinal organization was a giant crocodile and king of the underground world. They hadn't issued a bounty for at least 3 years. Was there a need to make a fuss over a defected test subject? You seem to take him too seriously. Zero didn't even have time to escape. What harm could he cause to the organization? Humph, since he has the audacity to declare war on the organization, let him know how insignificant he is and completely destroy his ridiculous determination," the leader said in a grim tone. "If Zero is captured alive, no matter what means you use, whether it's interrogation or experimentation, you must find out the reason why Zero mutated. Even if he dies, take his body for dissection." The researcher pointed to the body of number 1 and asked, "What about these people?" The leader was about to say throw it away, but suddenly thought of something and asked, "How is the preparation for the Super Soldier project going?" "The basic theory has been perfected. The next step is to conduct cell and animal tests. It is expected that human trials with no side effects will begin in 8 months. The leader interrupted. "Skip the cell animal testing and go straight to human experiments." "Well, it's very risky. Only the Valkyrie test subjects can withstand the transformation. Test subjects are hard to come by, and advancing the schedule will cause unnecessary damage," the leader said in an unpredictable tone. "Experiments can only create cannon fodder, hatred can create the real devil." He pointed at number 1 and said, "He is the best raw material. Hatred will drive him through the painful transformation. Hatred is his driving force." "I see." The researcher nodded. The leader looked at Hela and said, "Call the spirits." Hela exhaled a breath, and her hands glowed with a dim gray light. The temperature around her seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. A faint wailing sound came from the gray light of Hela's palms, like the crying of a ghost. Number 1's body seemed to resonate. Wisps of gray mist floated in the air and seeped into number 1's bleeding features, as if they were absorbed. The leader lifted his windbreaker and took out a tube of bright red potion from his pocket. Hela's face changed slightly and murderous intent flashed in her eyes, but she suppressed it immediately. Aurora Resurrection Potion. A super-powerful healing potion extracted from her sister's bone marrow. The test tube fell over and the medicine poured onto number 1's body. The red liquid instantly dispersed and penetrated into the skin through the pores. A magical change occurred. The already cold body of number 1 regained its temperature, the wounds healed rapidly, The lower jaw was reconnected, and granulation tissue began to grow on the broken limbs. The sound of the heartbeat gradually became louder. Number 1 suddenly opened his eyes, his face twisted with viciousness, and he let out a shrill roar filled with overwhelming hatred, which made the listeners shudder. 0. You have started the Germinal Organization faction relationship. The favorability of the Sprout organization decreases by 1000. Germination Organization, hatred, -1000, defector. System prompt, you have triggered the A-level task, seeds sleeping in dust. Task tips, freedom is priceless, and for this you risked your life, and finally got your freedom as a reward. But the Germinal Organization cannot tolerate your defection, and they have issued a generous reward. You will face endless pursuit, and you will be in constant fear and will never have peace. This is a disguised cage, a gray sky, and there is only one way out to gain true freedom, and you know what to do. Task tips, this is a long-term task. The task reward depends on your progress in destroying the germinal tissue, directly and indirectly. Current progress 0%. Note, the progress is not fixed. If the budding tissue expands and develops, the progress will also decrease. The task can be terminated at any time. When you choose to complete the task, if the progress is less than 20%, it is considered a failure. If it is higher than 20%, the task is considered completed. The reward depends on the final progress. Generally speaking, missions above level B involve the changes in power on the current planet. The main event of the 1.0 version of Planet Aquamarine is the conflict between the Six Nations and the Germination Organization, and players are also divided into different camps. According to Han Zhao's memory, there seemed to be quite a few players who chose to join the Germinal Organization at that time, which provided a huge boost to the development of the Germinal Organization. If he wanted to get a high reward, he would become an enemy of the players who chose the Germinal Organization in the future. The requirement of this mission is that Han Zhao destroys the Germinal Organization directly or indirectly. In the original time and space, although the Germinal Organization did not lose or win, it did suffer heavy losses. He realized that there were potential competitors for this mission, that is, other forces that were hostile to the Germinal Organization. Naturally, the attacks on the Germinal Organization by these forces would not be counted in his mission progress. 20% of the damage, wouldn't it be enough for him to cause serious damage to the Sprouts? There is no other adjective to describe it except cheating. Although this mission was a huge pitfall, Han Zhao accepted it without hesitation. He was in a life-and-death struggle with the Germination Organization, so there was no reason to refuse. It seems that this is my main mission for the time being. The Germination Organization was the main event of the 1.0 era of Planet Aquamarine. Han Zhao would stay on Planet Aquamarine until he grew up, so the faction dispute was inevitable. When creating a new character in Star Ocean, the system will ask the player's preferences, such as what kind of world they like and what kind of profession they like. Based on the results of the questionnaire, the system will assign the new player to a random novice planet of different styles. The Star Ocean world has a variety of civilizations, and players can always use their favorite world as a starting point, such as ancient, magic, urban, science fiction. Each planet has one or more main events. This is also one of the attractions of the game. There are many casual players who like to explore the universe and try out each civilization and planet. Aquamarine is one of the low sci-fi urban novice planets, similar to the Earth. Of course, the core worldview of Star Ocean is still the universe and the starry sky. With the upgrade of the version, the overall worldview will be gradually open to players. There are also some players with a bad taste who will give funny answers when the system asks questions, such as liking, horror, supernatural, and haunted. For such people, the system will also satisfy their bad tastes with a lot of bad tastes, such as throwing them to a planet full of undead ghosts but with no place to learn magic to deal with the ghosts. These players generally have two endings, one is to change their account, and the other, just play it with gritted teeth. The latter can only wish for good luck. The game cabin of Star Ocean is immersive. Except for the sense of pain, the experience is extremely real. In the game registration disclaimer that most people don't read, it is clearly written that if the player feels uncomfortable during the game and develops physical or mental illness, the company will not be responsible. In fact, Han Zhao could find a very secret place in the wild and hide there until the Germinal Organization was seriously injured. However, in this way, he would not be able to grow. Although it is safe, it is meaningless, and he will definitely be overtaken by the players later. Following the main events of the planet, a large number of tasks can be triggered. The turbulent times are a great opportunity for growth. Countless events have a clear thread in his mind, so how could he choose to escape? It took Han Xiao 3 days to get out of the forest. This forest was within the borders of Star Dragon. It had to be said that the Germinal organization was really bold to build a base in the heart of Star Dragon. They knew very well that the darkest place was hidden under the lamp. After walking out of the forest, Han Xiao found the railroad tracks and boarded a long-distance train that was transporting livestock to the Xinglong capital, Shidu. Due to the dangerous outdoor environment, and the undercurrents between the Six Nations and the Sprout, which are always in a state of war, most of the roads connecting the cities have been abandoned. The military uses railways to connect the cities and transport supplies. The wild beasts were strong, so troops were stationed in every city and checkpoints were set up. Tall electrified iron mesh barriers were the city's first line of defense. Generally, when you saw the barbed wire, you knew the city was not far away. After 2 days of free train rides, the electrified railway network finally appeared in the distance. Han Xiao pushed aside the hens that were fluttering and jumping on him, exhaled deeply, and looked into the distance. Xinglong, Shidu, Bureau 13, here I come. Gurgle. 020 Smuggling. Xinglong is one of the Six Nations, whose main population is yellow people, and its totem is the star-casting dragon that hovers in the sky. The hatred between Star Dragon and Sprout is the deepest, dating back to the Andean War, when the Sprout organization reached a secret agreement with Star Dragon's hostile countries and launched multiple large-scale terrorist attacks in Star Dragon during the critical period of the war, killing more than 100,000 people. The troops on the front line were forced to return for reinforcements, and Star Dragon almost lost its position as one of the 6 countries. The edge of each city is surrounded by an endless electrified barbed wire fence. The checkpoint is the only access to the city, and the army is stationed there for inspection. The train stopped at an open-air platform outside the iron mesh barrier. There were large military facilities built around it, including bunkers, blockhouses, and sniper posts, all of which were manned by soldiers who were solemnly monitoring the arriving trains. Thousands of vagrants gathered in the station square, lined up in long queues, and were checked one by one. Only after confirming that they were unarmed, not wanted, and not suffering from infectious diseases were they allowed to pass through the checkpoint. The 6 countries had a policy of accepting wanderers, and by absorbing talents and elites who were wandering abroad, they increased their domestic population potential. Han Xiao was naturally unwilling to be investigated. The Germinal organization must have issued a bounty on him, and he would be exposed if they investigated. Although his goal was to contact the 13th Bureau, the intelligence agency of Star Dragon, he could not be surrounded by the army. As it happens, there is a way to avoid the checkpoint. In the previous life, red-named players who were wanted by their country could not pass the inspection. As long as they found the hidden NPC responsible for smuggling and paid some money, they could successfully smuggle into the city. There was an inconspicuous man sitting in the corner of the square. He neither queued nor left, and had no sense of presence. This person is a human smuggler who runs a smuggling business. Ordinary people are not aware of their existence, and usually only accept business introduced by familiar customers. At this time, a thin and skinny young man came up to him and asked, "Is it safe?" The snakehead raised his head and looked at Han Xiao. After confirming that he was a stranger, he pretended to be dumbfounded and asked, "What do you mean by safe? Is this enough to pay the bill?" Han Xiao didn't want to waste time talking, so he threw the backpack full of guns to the snakehead. The snakehead unzipped it, took a look, and quickly closed it again. My goodness, who dares to wander around with so many guns? Who is this guy? The West capital has gun control, and Han Xiao is not in the city to cause trouble, so these guns are useless to him. Enough, of course it's enough. The smuggler was puzzled. How did you know that I was in the smuggling business? Don't worry about that. The rule of this industry is to just do business without asking for details. The snakehead suppressed his curiosity and stood up to lead the way. There was a van parked outside the station. There were already several passengers inside, all looking at him with scrutiny. Han Xiao looked calm and found a place to sit down. The car windows are sealed with light-absorbing black tape, so you can't see the scenery outside. The car will take the passengers to a secret entrance behind the iron mesh barrier. The officers there have been bribed by the human traffickers and will turn a blind eye as long as the number of smugglers is not too large. In the car, a short man next to him was bored and tried to talk to Han Xiao, who looked young. According to his experience, young people like him were the easiest to fool. "Little brother, is this your first time in Shidu?" Han Xiao glanced at him and said, "Yeah, I don't know what to call you." "Maj, yeah, what about you?" Han Xiao. Majia said, "Xiao Han, this is your first time in Shidu, so I'll give you a good introduction. Shidu is divided into 8 urban areas. The first area is the political core, which is the territory of those high-ranking officials. No one can enter. The other 7 areas have their own characteristics and are secretly controlled by bigwigs in the gray area. I have to remind you not to provoke gray people, otherwise you will die in a minute without knowing how you died." Han Xiao secretly shook his head. The so-called gray area is a gray interest chain consisting of drugs, flesh trade, smuggling, and arms. Every city has people who make money through illegal means, but compared with the official forces, they are nothing. It's just that civilians subconsciously fear the vicious gray characters and disdain the official forces, because they know that the official forces will not harm them, while the gray characters are the opposite. This is human nature, just like seeing a gun-carrying guard of a money transport on the road. Not many people will be afraid, but if it's a fierce guy without a uniform holding a gun, most people will definitely stay as far away as possible. Ma Jia was showing off his skills in front of him, but Han Xiao did not expose him and just cooperated with him in a funny way. "Then the army doesn't care? Hey, what can the army do? Are they going to attack the city directly?" Ma Jia had a look of disdain on his face. He highly praised the gray area and wanted to show off. He boasted, "My cousin is the leader of a big boss. He has a bright future. This time I came here to join him, to help him." "That's amazing," Han Xiao said perfunctorily. With someone to support him, Ma Jia became even more excited, spitting and saying, "Of course, my cousin is also a well-known figure in Shidu. Have you heard of the name of Yellow Leopard? Oh, I forgot, Xiao Han, you have never been to Shidu before. Are you going to the city to seek refuge with your relatives this time?" Han Xiao said casually. "No, I want to go to the city and find a job to settle down." Ma Jia's mind immediately became active. If he pulled the young man to seek refuge with his cousin would look at him with a high regard and say, "How about it, do you want to follow me? Big brother, I guarantee you a bright future." Han Xiao politely declined, but in Ma Jia's eyes, it was the arrogance of a young man that was causing trouble, so he sneered. "Let me tell you what kind of life ordinary wanderers lead in the city. They live in slums and eat moldy food. Even though the 6 nations are solemnly accepting wanderers, it's just a show. They don't take you seriously at all. What future do you have as a helpless young man? You might as well follow me. I can't say anything else, but at least I can give you enough food to eat." "No need." Han Xiao shook his head. Ma Jia felt that Han Xiao was being rude and said sarcastically, "You don't know how to live or die. Let's see how you'll regret it later. It's too late for you to try to please me." Han Xiao closed his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to talk nonsense. Ma Jia was annoyed and glared at Han Xiao, and stopped talking. The car stopped outside a section of iron fence far away from the train station. There was a gate with a danger sign on it, which seemed to be a special channel for transporting arms. An officer was waiting behind the gate. The smuggler stuffed a stack of coins into the officer's hand through the iron mesh. The officer smiled with satisfaction and actually opened the gate of the arms transportation channel, allowing Han Xiao and other illegal immigrants to enter. "Follow the officer, he will take you to the outskirts of the city and there will be no inspection," said the snakehead. The officer led the way without saying a word. Han Xiao and the others passed various military buildings and walked out of the sentry base. Finally, they saw the tall buildings of Shidu in the distance, shining brightly in the sun. The stowaways scattered like birds and beasts, each going their own way. Ma Jia glared at Han Xiao fiercely and turned away. Han Xiao walked on the street, his clothes were tattered, and passers-by cast disgusted glances at him and avoided him. He had trekked in the forest for 10 days and stayed on the train transporting livestock for several days. The smell on his body was simply touching and made people cry. Without money, he could not move an inch. When he was thirsty, He could only go to the fountain in the square to relieve his thirst. The most valuable thing on him was probably the original sex life of this 20-year-old virgin that had not been washed for 7 days. Of course, the above are all minor issues. Half an hour later, Han Xiao walked out of the department store. He had changed into a new outfit, a neat white shirt and black pants, and was holding a cigarette in his mouth. The air was filled with smoke. You have unlocked the skill, Pickpocket LV1. Pickpocketing increases the chance of success in stealing. If you have a certain ability in real life, there is a high chance that you will bring it into the game. For example, if you are a soldier in real life, you may automatically master basic fighting and basic shooting skills. As the saying goes, it's good to have many skills. In the past, in order to compete with the thief gangs roaming around several blocks downstairs, I taught myself pickpocketing. The purpose was to prevent pickpocketing. Well, I even believed it myself. Thief? If you don't have evidence, I will sue you for defamation. I am a technician named Han who abides by the law and loves my country. My scores in the political and ideological examinations in junior high and high school have never been lower than 80 points. I have won the 3 Good Students scholarship every year. I am only one step away from joining the party to complete the triple kill of the Young Pioneers, the Communist Youth League, and our party. I am known as the gourd boy who hates evil and wins people over with virtue. I have never stolen anything, and I have never even peeped. As for stealing, borrowing passers-by's wallets, this is forced by life. As the political textbook says, specific issues should be analyzed specifically. It can be forgiven. 020 When I heard that playing chess with an old man is a routine. Han Xiao did not intend to be a wanderer. After defecting from the Germinal organization, he no longer enjoyed free resources. The growth of the mechanical department was very expensive. Many equipment, materials, and parts were very valuable. Funding and resources were a major obstacle. Although the wilderness was free, the resources were scarce, not stable enough, and the growth was too slow. Moreover, he is weak and alone, and needs the protection of a larger force before he grows up. If he is located in the wild by the Germination organization, the other party will attack him without any scruples. They may even be ruthless and send an array of heat-seeking missiles to carry out carpet bombing of the area, and he will not be able to escape. The reason why the Germinal organization had not used this method to deal with him before was because Han Xiao was located in the territory of Star Dragon country, and the missiles would be intercepted. Therefore, it would not be cost-effective to expose the organization's other bases in Star Dragon. Another reason was that the leader did not use any means to deal with him. It was not worth it. Han Xiao chose to join the Six Nations because, apart from the Germinal organization, only the Six Nations had advanced knowledge. In order to complete his advancement mission, it is imperative to join the Six Nations camp. The most urgent matter was to choose a place to stay in Shidu. The moment Han Xiao decided to come to Shidu, he thought of his goal. That was a hidden plot point. In his previous life, he had read about it from other people's information and had not personally obtained this opportunity. Now that there were no competitors, Han Xiao could get there first. In front of me is a repair shop with an open front, similar to the door of a car repair shop. The shop has no name, and the sign is a wrench pattern, which only lets passers-by know that this is a mechanical repair shop. There may not be any pedestrians here. The repair shop is hidden in an inconspicuous alley with walls on both sides. The entrance of the alley is about 200 meters away from the shop. If you don't walk in, you would think it is a dead end. This opportunity didn't belong to me in my previous life, so I can't miss it this time. Han Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Although this repair shop looks unremarkable, it hides very precious opportunities for the early stages of the mechanical department, and it is unique. There was a chess table at the door of the repair shop. 2 gray-haired old men were sitting opposite each other playing chess, one tall and one short. The short old man had a stubble on his face, and his long Mediterranean hair was wild and unrestrained. He looked like an artist. The other old man, Gao, had short gray hair combed neatly and meticulously. He sat upright like a green pine tree, staring intently at the chessboard. The most noticeable thing was that his left sleeve was empty, indicating that he was a disabled person. The 2 old men glanced at Han Xiao and continued playing chess with a serious look on their faces, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Han Xiao took a quick glance and was slightly surprised. It was amazing. It was a game of Go, with black and white entangled in an intense situation. The tall old man was making a big dragon, while the short old man was chasing and blocking it, but he was unable to catch up. The moves of both sides were like antelopes hanging on horns. The killing was magnificent and dangerous. Take another closer look, damn, it's Go Bang. Your expressions are in vain. Do you want to repair something? A pleasant female voice sounded. A woman hurried out of the repair shop, and Han Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. She had fair skin with a healthy rosy glow, was about 1.65 meters tall, not stunning in appearance, but the type that was very pleasing to the eye, with gentle features and a kind smile, as if she was the older sister next door, about 24 or 25, the most beautiful age for a woman, with a towel draped over her fair, slender neck, her hair tied up with a black hairpin. A simple black stretch vest on her upper body, and a pair of denim hot pants, revealing her straight, white long legs. The glistening sweat on her forehead reflected slightly in the sun. She was holding a wrench in her hand, and it seemed that she was just working. In terms of the way of appreciating women, young perverts look at the face and breasts, experienced ones look at the legs and waist, and old drivers mainly look at the temperament. Of course, there is also a group of teddy bears who are hungry and eat anything, regardless of gender. Excuse me, are you hiring apprentices? The woman's eyes lit up immediately, and Han Xiao felt a chill. To describe it elegantly, it was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days seeing a full banquet, or a person who had been trekking in the desert for 10 days seeing an oasis. To describe it more casually, it was like a puppy seeing poop, or a baby seeing its grandmother, first tone. Come in and sit down quickly, don't catch a cold. The woman hurried forward and grabbed Han Zhao's arm and pulled him into the store, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Looking up at the scorching sun at noon, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked, Does catching a cold mean heat stroke in your dialect? The repair shop's architectural style is mainly white, yellow, and black, and it is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the workshop, with several load-bearing columns dividing the space into 3 work areas, with several lathe workbenches and a full range of mechanical tools, such as grinding wheels, cutters, drills, welding guns, etc. The workbenches are scratched and look quite old. There are several multi-layer iron racks against the wall, with many mechanical parts and metals piled up, similar to a hardware store. Walking inside, there is a black metal hollow staircase leading to the 2nd floor, which is probably the living room. My name is LV Qian, and I'm the owner of this repair shop. You can call me Sister Qian, Lu Qian said generously. Sister Qian. Han Xiao didn't care about the name and said, I want to be an apprentice here. I wonder what the requirements are. Tell me about your situation. Lu Qian smiled warmly. She had a good first impression of Han Xiao. She liked Han Xiao's eyes. They were decadent and dead fish eyes. He looked like a decadent young man who was just waiting to die and had no fighting spirit. His salary requirements would definitely not be high. Han Xiao, I'm 21 this year. I'm from another place and I know some basic mechanical skills. You can also call me Technician Han. Technician Han? Lu Qian thought this title was strange. You are from out of town, aren't you a student of Shidu College? The universal knowledge of the universe obtained by Aquamarine includes the basic training knowledge for superpowers. Shidu College is the official college of Star Dragon. The students are all geniuses selected from all over the country. It systematically teaches superpower knowledge in the martial arts, mechanics, and superpowers departments. Outstanding graduates can even directly take up important positions in the government. It is a talent reserved for the country. However, only 1 in 10,000 people can become a superpowered person, and even with comprehensive training courses, the proportion is still very low. I have only learned some superficial mechanical theory. Han Xiao is a humble, low-key person who remembers the 8 honors and 8 shames. What a pity! Lu Qian felt a little regretful, then realized that this was a bit disrespectful to others, and hurriedly explained. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Fine. I have to check it out. Although I need assistance, I won't hire anyone if their skills are not up to par. It was reasonable and logical, so Han Xiao naturally had no objection. Lu Qian took out a faulty appliance and prepared to ask Han Xiao to repair it. At this moment, The short old man who was playing chess at the door suddenly spoke up. Boy, why did you come to apply for an apprenticeship? Lu Qian looked confused. Grandpa's question was really strange. Of course, he was looking for a job. Han Xiao turned around and looked at Lu Qian's grandfather, Old Man Lu, and said, I just want to find a job. Old Man Lu snorted without comment, pushed the chessboard away, stood up and walked over. I am the owner of this shop. I will only allow you to stay if you pass my test. The old man holding the chess pieces and about to connect the 5 white pieces said helplessly, Hey, you are cheating again. I have something important to do, Old Man Lu said without blushing or breathing heavily. Shameless. Old Gao looked helpless. He couldn't play chess, so he had to follow. 022 Bionic Prosthesis. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, referred to as Bureau 13. Han Zhao's mind raced. Old Man Lu is the core character of the hidden plot, and also the target of Han Zhao's trip. Meeting Old Man Gao was purely an accident. He was a big shot in a high position. Han Zhao knew that his identity could be hidden from others, but not from Old Man Gao. The original plan was to deliver the budding intelligence anonymously, to show goodwill first, and then to show up again when the time was right, but now the plan cannot keep up with the changes and adjustments have to be made. The rash contact with the top leaders of Bureau 13 made his situation somewhat passive, but Han Xiao rarely got frustrated. If the situation changed, he would just think of new ways. Since anonymity was no longer feasible, he might as well expose himself directly, show his own value, and let the other party think that he was worth winning over, and then wait for the 13th Bureau to come to him personally. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and there is a potential basis for cooperation between Han Xiao and Xinglong. Fortunately, he had already entered the city. Bureau 13 would be cautious and worried about damaging the urban area, so they would act with caution. If he exposed his identity at the checkpoint, he would be surrounded by the army and at their mercy. Changing the plan may not be a bad thing. Old Gao has a high status. As long as he can get a little trust from him, his plan will be mostly successful. While thinking about how to start a conversation, Han Xiao asked, What test? Old Man Lu looked around but couldn't find any problem. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he pointed at Old Man Gao's broken arm. Make him a prosthesis. If he is satisfied, you will pass the test. Why do you involve me? Old Gao was stunned, but when he saw Old Lu winking at him, he understood that Old Lu wanted to deliberately make things difficult for Han Xiao and drive him away. Grandpa, you're going too far. Why are you so harsh? What if you scare others away? You drink, play chess, and go for walks every day. How long have you not been in charge of the store? And you still won't allow me to find an assistant? Lu Qian was indignant. Old Man Lu ignored his granddaughter and looked directly at Han Xiao, waiting for his answer. Han Xiao looked strange and emphasized. Are you sure you want me to make a prosthesis that this old man will be satisfied with? If you don't dare to accept it, then leave quickly. I accept. Han Xiao agreed with a smile. The blueprints of the bionic prosthesis he had obtained before were still gathering dust in the panel. The blueprints were already made. Old Man Lu's request was like something that happened to him. He could also establish a relationship with Old Man Gao. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that his bloodline had become a little European recently. These days, he always felt that there seemed to be some kind of existence watching him from the dark. You only have 3 hours. I don't have the time to wait for you to make it for a day or two. Old Man Lu snorted coldly. Grandpa! Lu Qian was furious. To make a prosthesis, she had to first measure the size of Gao's arm, then draw a structural diagram, and finally make the finished product. Just drawing the diagram might take several hours. Even if the lathe could simplify the manufacturing process, it would still take at least 2 hours, which meant that Han Xiao had almost no time to come up with ideas. In addition, the final product had to get Gao's satisfactory evaluation. This was simply a deliberate difficulty. Designers were not treated so badly. However, Old Man Lu was the head of the family, and Lu Qian's protests were useless. Han Xiao didn't react. He took out the measuring tape and asked, Old man, is this okay? Old Gao generously took off his coat and indicated that his broken arm could be measured at will. While Han Xiao was measuring the size, Old Man Gao was also observing Han Xiao. Despite being obviously made things difficult for by Old Man Lu, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. Instead, he looked confident and seemed to be really capable. I just don't know why the Germination organization offered $1 million in reward for him. The first time Old Man Gao saw Han Xiao, he recognized his identity. The Germinal organization's bounty had caused a stir in the underground world, and almost all intelligence agencies remembered the appearance of Zero. Old Man Gao was in charge of such incidents, so he naturally knew it. Seeing Han Xiao, who was bountied, swaggering into the city, he knew that the garrison officers at the checkpoint were corrupt again, and he really had to find an opportunity to clean up the internal team. What is Han Xiao's purpose in coming to Shidu? Is he threatening? These are all questions that Old Gao is concerned about. At present, it seems that the other party's behavior is normal, so Old Gao continues to observe. Old Man Lu was different from him. When he was young, he had wandered between life and death. He was experienced, and keenly noticed that Han Xiao was stained with the evil spirit of human life. So he deliberately made things difficult for Han Xiao and didn't want him to stay in the repair shop, fearing that he would cause trouble. However, Old Man Lu had not been involved in the underground world for a long time and didn't know that Han Xiao was the target of Meng's bounty. Old Lu's request is really harsh. He put the right of selection in my hands. I guess he wants me to help him. Old Man Gao and Old Man Lu exchanged glances. Han Xiao finished measuring the dimensions quickly. Lu Qian was dissatisfied with her grandfather's actions and came up to help enthusiastically, saying, "Come on, tell me your idea and we will draw the blueprint together. This will save time." Unexpectedly, Han Xiao declined her help and said with a smile, "No need to draw, I already have a complete idea." Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's only been 2 minutes and you already have an idea? You blew Altair up into the sky, didn't you?" Old Man Lu sneered. He could come up with a complete blueprint in his mind in 2 minutes. Even a mechanical expert like him couldn't do it. How could this kid do it? You're talking nonsense. Han Xiao didn't explain much and quickly wrote down the list of materials and equipment he would need on a piece of paper. Lu Qian was the store manager, so it would be much faster for her to find things than for him to do it himself. Lu Qian quickly prepared all the materials. She was very dissatisfied with Old Man Lu's behavior, so she had to try her best to help Han Xiao, but she did not hold out much hope. Lu Qian really did not believe that Han Xiao could complete such harsh conditions. Han Xiao picked out the materials and started working. The raw materials of various shapes were gradually transformed into what Han Xiao had in mind through the work of punches, cutting wheels, and other equipment. The main material he used was a commonly used type of aluminum alloy, which is light, strong, and easy to polish and shape. Some rivets, screws, and chains are ready-made, saving a lot of time. Primary mechanical affinity gives Han Xiao an unusual sense of metal components. When he touches the metal, he can vaguely feel the impatience of the material that is about to be polished. This feeling is fleeting, like an illusion. Mechanical affinity is the core ability of the mechanical department, affecting all aspects of the mechanical department's use of equipment and manufacturing of machinery. Each level of primary mechanical affinity increases the quality and manufacturing speed of machinery by 1%. The most advanced bionic prosthesis can collect electromyographic signals. The wearer only needs to think, and the brain's neuroelectrical signals can control the arm, just like a real arm. The Winter Soldier's metal arm is an enhanced version of this type, but it needs to establish a neural connection with the body through surgery, which requires the basic electromagnetic principles and neural connection of the mechanical control branch. This technology is further developed into the technology of colonization, which can even replace all limbs except the brain with machines, turning them into mechanical soldiers. This method is equivalent to embarking on the path of mechanical life. The mechanical body cannot generate strength, and can only constantly look for stronger machines to update its own modules and use external forces to strengthen itself. The only advantage is probably that the lifespan is extremely long, and there is no need to consider the character's hunger and thirst values. However, the thinking without senses is easily affected by the whispers of the mind flowing in the universe, and is subtly brainwashed by certain forces or powerful beings, and loses self. Unless you program your own thinking, set a logical loop, and become a mental immune body, but in this way you will lose free thinking and become an intelligence that follows programmed thinking. Advanced civilizations generally use this method to create cannon fodder, and basically no players choose this development path. Slightly inferior bionic prostheses can use voice-controlled mode, but there are still prerequisites, and the control branches, basic acoustics, is needed. Mechanical technology is linked together. The same creation, with different knowledge, has infinite possibilities. Mechanical knowledge is like a big tree, with more branches the higher you go. Han Xiao settled for the next best thing and applied the principle of the light-powered arm to the bionic prosthesis. He used mechanical power as the core, weakened the power, and used batteries as energy to prevent the light-powered arm from spraying black smoke everywhere and polluting the environment. The force transmission was completed by the traction rope between the prosthesis skeleton, which acted like tendons, following the wearer's movements of the broken limb to achieve consistent coordination. Old Man Lu took out a green glass beer from somewhere and drank while watching, wanting to see what Han Xiao could come up with. If Han Xiao over-exaggerated himself, Old Man Lu would not hesitate to laugh at him. 023 Trampling teammates. As the parts were quickly polished by various equipment, assembled, and welded together, everyone could see that this was the prototype of a prosthesis. What was even more surprising was that Han Xiao did not make any extra parts from beginning to end, and did not waste any time, proving that he really came up with the idea within 2 minutes. "Oh my goodness, they can't really make it," Old Man Lu muttered, causing Lu Qian to glare at him. It turned out that Grandpa had no good intentions. Han Xiao almost laughed out loud when he noticed the surprise of the others. The blueprints were ready-made, so it was a technical job to win. You created bionic prosthesis left arm, mechanical power type, and gained 2,000 experience points. Bionic prosthesis left arm, mechanical power type special item, highly simulated skeleton, using mechanical power and traction rope. The shape of the joint can be freely adjusted, perfectly adapting to the disabled part, soft and does not hurt the skin, super wear resistant. Han Xiao created a prosthetic skeleton with a metallic luster in 2 hours and 33 minutes. Everyone present is an expert. The shape of the prosthetic frame is obviously in line with human body dynamics. It is powered by precise mechanisms, chains, and large capacity batteries, and looks brand new and shiny. Everyone looked shocked. "It's really done!" Lu Qian covered her mouth, her eyes flashing with disbelief, and a thought came to her mind. "I found a treasure! As long as we put a layer of silicone skin on the skeleton, it will be indistinguishable from the real thing," Han Xiao introduced. "Stop talking nonsense and try it quickly." Old Man Lu swallowed his saliva. Although Han Xiao did surprise him, the initiative was in the hands of his longtime friend, so he was confident that he could drive Han Xiao away. Gao had no choice but to pick up the bionic prosthesis and take a look at it. He immediately liked it. As soon as he connected the broken arm, he found that the touch was very soft, not like other prostheses rubbing against the skin at all. It was like sinking into a sponge, but it fit very tightly. Gao was reluctant to wear a prosthesis before because it hindered his movements, but the bionic prosthesis made by Han Xiao had no such limitations at all. He even had the pleasant illusion that his arm was still there when swinging it. The bounce of the traction rope allowed him to use the prosthesis to complete simple arm movements without any effort. Perfect. Only these 2 words can express old Gao's feelings at this moment. "What do you think? Does this thing work?" Old Man Lu drank calmly. "Everything is under control, now it's your turn to show off your skills." Lu Qian looked at old Gao nervously, afraid that he would utter the word, "No." Old Gao was in a dilemma. On one hand, there are friends' requests, and on the other hand, there are personal feelings. Which one is more important? There is no need to consider this question at all. "The product is very good, I am very satisfied." Old Man Lu sprayed a mouthful of wine all over the place, choking and coughing, and glared at Old Man Gao in frustration. "Where are the teammates? You don't play by the rules." "I'll give it to you if you like it." Han Xiao was not surprised at all. Old Gao nodded and said, "I'll remember this favor." Old Man Lu was stunned. "Aren't these materials from my family? If there is any favor, it should be my favor. Have you asked me before offering flowers to Buddha? Then can I stay here?" Han Xiao smiled. Old Man Lu's face turned green and red, and he could only pinch his nose and accept it. He turned and went upstairs to avoid being annoyed, and said angrily, "Humph, stay if you want to. I'll see how long you can stay." Lu Qian looked delighted and waved her little fist excitedly. Seeing that the matter was over, Old Man Gao smiled at Han Xiao, waved his hand, turned around and left. After walking out of the alley, he got into a black, bulletproof car that had been waiting for a long time. The driver handed over an encrypted mobile phone respectfully. Old Gao made a call. His demeanor changed completely, and he looked dignified and majestic. He was completely different from the peaceful old man just now. He said in a deep voice. The budding bounty criminal Zero sneaked into Shidu. His coordinates are. Have the intelligence department keep a close eye on me. I had a brief contact with the target. I suggest gentle probing. Do not use force unless necessary. The 6 nations have always tried their best to win over the traitors of the Sprout organization in order to obtain information about Sprout. Unfortunately, the previous defectors were all small fry, and Han Xiao was the only defector in Sprout who had a bounty offered. Perhaps he had very important information. With this in mind, Old Man Gao decided to test him cautiously. Han Xiao retracted his gaze. My performance should make Old Gao feel that the threat is small, and lay a good foundation for contact between the two sides. There are 3 benefits to coming to the repair shop. First, Old Man Lu has a complete collection of basic knowledge of mechanics, which saves him the time of looking for professional knowledge everywhere. The second benefit is that the repair shop can be used as his hiding place to escape from the pursuit of the Sprouts. The 6 countries have intelligence spies of the Sprouts, but this repair shop is one of the few places that the Sprouts are not aware of. Even if the enemy really comes to chase him, there is a tall man to hold up the sky. The combat power of Old Man Lu, conservatively estimated, can beat a bundle of hella at this stage. Don't be fooled by the appearance of Old Man Lu, who looks like a lazy old rogue. In fact, he hides strong combat power. He is one of the few D-level superpowers on the aquamarine planet. In the 1.0 version of the novice planet, the strongest is at most sea level, which is enough to dominate the world. Even in the interstellar space, he is considered a backbone force. The mechanical department is ranked as a superpower system and has a famous theory. If machinery has to endure the quality of ordinary people, it will restrict more than 90% of inventions. Only powerful individuals can use more powerful machinery. With growth, the restrictions on the use of mechanical creations of the mechanical department become more and more stringent. Some powerful machines are only available to mechanics and cannot be used by the other 4 departments. The mechanics department is not all about carrying huge guns and cannons and fighting in mechas. Advanced mechanics use different machines as the tactical core and can create a variety of combat modes, including assault, control, assassination, defense, long range, etc. There are armies of robots, gunners with firepower coverage, mecha warriors, mechanized warriors with high-tech cold weapons and close combat, virtual illusions, fortress deployment, and even transforming themselves into mechanical bodies. The possibilities are extremely many. The official information provided by Star Ocean describes the mechanic as follows. Proficient in the use of mechanical weapons in combat, capable of high-speed assembly, and extremely comprehensive. The most important word among them is high-speed assembly. After learning high-density material compression technology and primary space technology, the mechanic can fold huge weapons into finger-sized metal sheets, carry them with them, and instantly unfold and restore them to their original state when a battle is triggered. Strength is the energy tank of the supernatural system, the attack power of the martial arts system, the magic source of the magic system, and the mental reactor of the telekinesis system. The strength of the mechanical system is certainly not just for show. When the strength reaches a certain level, it will replace the functions of hands, lathes, and equipment, and create new machines from scratch at ultra-high speed in battle. As long as there are more raw materials, the mechanic's weapons will be in endless supply. Of course, the prerequisite is to learn splitting and reassembling in seconds, and some other professional knowledge. Since the player's inventory is a real load, the only professions that can achieve the effect of a space backpack are the mechanics and magicians, as well as the extremely rare space mutants. The third benefit is the most important one. The repair shop is related to a hidden plot, and can obtain several artifact drawings of the early mechanical department. Old Man Lu will leave the repair shop in the future, leaving behind a password box containing the drawings he had researched for many years, and ask Lu Qian to pass it on to her father, Lu Qing. Lu Qing is a wandering warlord, and Old Man Lu and his son have always had a bad relationship. In the previous life, A mechanical player completed dozens of complex tasks before finally obtaining the password to open the box, and then worked hard to collect the materials. After completing the manufacturing, the rewards were immediate, and the combat power soared, becoming the overlord of the PK field. The highest record was 38 consecutive wins, and even 3 other players of the same level came together, but they were still beaten. Those blueprints were the early-stage artifacts of the mechanical department, and Han Xiao didn't have to do the complicated pre-processing tasks. He knew the code from the beginning. The hidden plot was a competitive mission. Although only one person could complete it, other players would also learn the password after completing the mission. So later someone posted a message on the forum to explain it, and that was how Han Xiao learned about it. Old Man Lu left the password box behind after the public beta test. Han Xiao was close to the water and got the moon first, so he came to establish a good relationship first. It's worth it for those artifacts. Let me tell you about the treatment of an apprentice. The monthly salary is 1,000 yuan, food and accommodation are provided, there is an empty room on the second floor, and the usual work is to perform mechanical maintenance and complete customer orders. Is that okay? Lu Qian looked at Han Xiao anxiously. After seeing Han Xiao's abilities, she was worried that such a salary would irritate him and drive him away, but she really didn't have any extra money. I can accept that. Lu Qian was overjoyed and immediately developed a liking for him. The second floor is a complete living area, including a living room, bathroom, kitchen, and several bedrooms. Lu Qian took Han Xiao to his bedroom, which contained a wooden bed without a mattress, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workbench. This is your room. Lu Qian handed the room key to Han Xiao and enthusiastically helped him clean the room. A salary of 1,000 yuan might not even be enough for a month's food expenses. Lu Qian couldn't be more satisfied with Han Xiao. Where else can she find such cheap and high-quality labor? This guy must be stupid. I have to treat him well and not let him run away. Han Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He, a job applicant, wasn't nervous at all, but the store manager was treading on thin ice. What was going on? 024 water? Doesn't exist. Lu Qian cleaned the room and left. Lying on the bed, Han Xiao closed his eyes comfortably, relaxing his body and mind. The next step was to wait for the 13th game to arrive. We are still not strong enough now. Han Xiao knew very well that if he wanted to deal with Mingya, taking advantage of the situation was only a shortcut. He had to rely on his own strength. Moreover, if he wanted to impress the 13th Bureau, he also needed strength. At present, there are few opportunities to do quests and fight monsters, so only technical work is left. Manufacturing machinery requires money, so it is imperative to go out and find extra income. There are many opportunities in the West. If you want to turn it into your own strength, you still have a long way to go. There is a classic song that sings it well, Zhang Guolao, with his host facing west, carrying Monk Sha and the Calabash brothers, set out on the road to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, and walked tens of thousands of miles. There is still half a year before the public beta, and before that, I need to be well prepared. After tidying up the room, Han Xiao returned to the first floor. Lu Qian was working at a lathe, repairing some household appliances. Her round and perky buttocks were wrapped in hot pants, revealing a pair of straight, white, long legs. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Lu Qian wiped the sweat off her face with the towel and said, "The orders are all in the drawer." The repair shop was not doing well, and most of the orders were piled up. Han Xiao picked an easy one and started working on the lathe. We worked until 7 in the evening, when the repair shop closed. Lu Qian changed into a white long dress and undid her bun, letting her long black hair fall over her shoulders. She looked more friendly and gentle, like an older sister. There were traces of mending on her dress, showing that she was not very well off. Han Xiao couldn't help but wonder if Lu Qian wore such cool clothes while working to save fabric. Old Man Lu only showed up at dinner time. He had locked himself in the room all day, and no one knew what he was doing. It's time for dinner. Old Man Lu, with his long, free-flowing Mediterranean hair, doesn't look like the kind of person who does housework. Lu Qian takes care of all the meals. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. It was fat but not greasy, and full of juice. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. It tastes good, right? Lu Qian smiled. Han Xiao didn't have time to answer, he kept talking. This is what we call food. What have I been eating for the past 6 months? There's a lot more, take your time to eat. Lu Qian was very happy that her cooking skills were recognized and kept picking up food for him. After eating for a while, old man Lu suddenly spoke up. Who are you? Han Xiao paused while picking up the food. I'm just an ordinary person. How could such a clumsy lie fool me, boy? Tell me the truth. Old man Lu sneered and ran his hand over his bald head to comb his long hair. He looked like a boiled egg with hair on it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What if I don't tell you? No. Old man Lu raised his voice and shook his hair violently, shaking the earth like a heavy metal band guitarist, and shaking out the heroic spirit of toasting without stopping. A large area of loneliness and sadness floated towards Han Xiao. How dangerous it is to be in this country with snow all over the country. Han Xiao's eyes condensed, and he quickly spun around and jumped 5 meters away, crossing his arms in a blocking stance, ready to fight. Old man Lu narrowed his eyes. Great Kung Fu, could it be the legendary 4 Old Black Goose ballet steps? Insightful. Humph, nothing special. I also have a move called White Flakes 3,000 feet long. Anyone who touches it will die, and anyone who is touched will have their souls cut off. Do you dare to take this move of mine? Old man Lu slightly raised 2 fingers and held up his long hair as if he was holding a weapon. He was majestic and had the bearing of a master. Is there such a magical skill in the world? Han Zhao's face changed. How can you understand my realm? Old man Lu snorted and laughed. Lu Qian wore an approachable smile, and behind her there condensed a dark cloud of lightning and thunder, like the Dharma image of heaven and earth. She tapped the table with her chopsticks and said calmly, Sit down and eat. The two returned to their original positions in the blink of an eye, looking calm, as if nothing had happened. The western capital was vast in area and was divided into 8 districts, with 3 acropolises connected by military railways. District 1 is the core area in the center of the city. All government office buildings are located here and no citizens are allowed to enter. There are undercurrents between the 6 countries. Although the German organization is a common enemy, the 6 countries are also in competition with each other. No one has an absolute ally. The assassinations against high-level officials of various countries have never stopped. Although on the surface the assassinations are blamed on the German organization and certain supercriminals, the intelligence agencies of various countries know very well that at least 70% of the assassinations are caused by other countries. Intelligence agencies of various countries, embryonic organizations, wandering warlords, arms dealers, intelligence dealers, supercriminals, killer organizations, hackers and other desperados constitute the underground world of this planet. The Dragonhorn building is the core government agency of Star Dragon, and where the top leaders work. In theory, the outer walls of the Dragonhorn building can withstand intercontinental missiles, so the bigwigs of Star Dragon don't have to worry about a missile hitting them on the head while they are in a meeting. And underground in Longjiao is the base camp of the confidential department. Dragonhorn building, underground, unmarked floor in the elevator. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau headquarters. Dozens of huge black screens are hung on the wall, massive matrix data flashes by, the sound of keyboard typing is continuous, and countless intelligence personnel come and go, busy like gears on a machine, maintaining the operation of this intelligence agency simply called Bureau 13. Countless pieces of intelligence, big or small, are gathered here and processed, and then sent to the departments where they should go. The 13th Bureau is Xinglong's eyes and ears, and the sharp knife hidden in his sleeve. Report to the minister, the whereabouts of Zero has been located. The quiet female secretary wearing glasses hurriedly knocked on the door of the intelligence minister's office. She saw the intelligence minister sitting behind his desk with a serious face, with shiny water stains on the corners of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, Speak. Minister, were you just taking a nap? The female secretary with glasses looked blankly. You're being long-winded. The intelligence chief glared at him and said, Let's get down to business. Zero is currently hiding in a mechanical repair shop in District 7. The intelligence minister turned his chair back and pondered for a moment before turning around again and saying seriously, The higher-ups mean gentle contact. You turned around just now to wipe your saliva, right? I really regret giving you the promotion. The secretary with glasses pushed her glasses up, and a bright light flashed across the lenses. How do we implement it specifically? Since Zero came to Shidu alone, the subtext is that he is seeking asylum, which shows his willingness to cooperate. Make plans for both scenarios and adopt informant protection procedures to prevent Mingya's spies in Shidu from knowing of his existence. Have hackers intercept all messages mentioning Zero's whereabouts to prevent any information from leaking from the internet. At the same time, send someone to secretly test him to see if he is a spy deliberately sent by Mingya. Don't make any contact rashly before confirming. There are two possibilities for a defector with 1 million buds. First, he has some key intelligence. Second, he has strong strength and his danger is difficult to assess. We must not alert him. I don't want to blow up 2 streets like the last time I caught Black Spider and failed, causing me to be scolded by the director for 2 hours. 025 New knowledge. The work at the repair shop was not busy, so Han Xiao had a lot of extra time to do his own things and go out to earn extra money. The CLO scrapyard is the largest garbage station in District 7. Garbage is piled up like a hill and various large equipment is processing it non-stop. This is the territory of the Civet Cat, the boss of the gray area in District 7. As long as there are laws and civilization, these gray characters who form gangs and make money through illegal means cannot be avoided. They are like shadows in the sun, not to mention such a chaotic social environment. Although Shidu is the capital of Star Dragon, many spies from other countries and forces are lurking in the city. There are also many arms dealers, intelligence dealers, and dark web killers operating secretly and harboring evil. These gray forces are local snakes. Although they are well known in Shidu, they are actually not presentable. Han Xiao walked into the scrapyard wearing a mask, and was stopped by several ferocious men. This is not the place for you, kid. A bald strong man blocked Han Xiao's way and looked him up and down with ill intentions. In their eyes, Han Xiao's thin physique was as easy to bully as a sheep. I want to see the Civet Cat, Han Xiao said calmly. The group of workers burst into laughter, as if they had heard a huge joke. We don't have time to play house with you. Go home to your mother or we'll break your legs. The bald man raised the wrench in his hand and threatened. Does the raccoon want a small fry like you to represent him? What did you say? The bald man was furious and grabbed Han Xiao by the collar. Han Xiao stared at the man with dead eyes, without saying a word. He placed his hand on the man's wrist and squeezed it gently. The bald man felt the pain in his wrist and subconsciously let go. He looked up and was shocked to find several purple finger marks on his wrist. Friend, who are you from? The bald man's face changed and he looked alert. At this moment, the bald man suddenly tilted his head, listened to the tiny earphone hidden in his ear, put away the hostility on his face, stepped aside to make way, and said in a deep voice, The boss wants to see you. Following Wu Kuzhuang, we came to a rest stop inside the scrapyard. A thin man was leaning on the sofa with his legs crossed, shaking a red wine glass between 2 fingers. Judging from his appearance, it was hard to imagine that he was the raccoon cat that controlled the gray area in District 7. The raccoon cat said nonchalantly, I heard you wanted to see me. What's your name? Technician Han. Han Xiao said casually. The raccoon sneered. If I think you are wasting my time, you should know the consequences. It had been a long time since a stranger had dared to come to discuss cooperation. As a young man, he wanted to meet Han Xiao out of curiosity. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and suddenly stretched out his hand, sweeping across the waist of the bald man beside him like a phantom. Before the cat could see clearly, a pistol appeared in his hand. The bald man was horrified and reached to his lower back, only to find that the gun he had hidden had been taken away. The brothers behind the raccoon cat immediately drew their guns and aimed at Han Xiao with a nervous look on their faces. What do you mean? The raccoon paused, his heart beating fast. He knew the bald man's strength very well. He was his right-hand man and could easily fight 10 people alone. However, he could not keep up with the young man's movements. Who was this guy? Han Xiao moved his fingers like a Rubik's Cube, and the pistol was like a withered flower. In the blink of an eye, it broke into parts and scattered all over the ground. Arms are a highly profitable product for big powers, but I can help you cut the cost. All I need is a small reward. The raccoon cat was immediately interested. The boy in front of him could make a gun. Arms are the hard currency in the gray area, and the prices of guns on the black market are extremely expensive, a complete ripoff. Knowing how to use a gun and knowing how to make a gun are two different concepts. Mechanics who know how to make guns are in great demand. Local forces like Limao simply cannot attract knowledgeable mechanics. Now that a serious mechanic has come to them, Limao thinks this is an opportunity. How do you want to cooperate? I'll make a list later. You bring your own materials and parts, and I'll be responsible for manufacturing and assembly. I'll come to work for 2 hours every morning. My labor fee is 15,000 per pistol, and I'll take away any mechanical junk I like. Han Xiao has thoroughly studied the German organization's firearms and can easily manufacture basic firearms. The raccoon cat lowered the price severely. All the materials are mine. I can only give you 1,000. Han Xiao turned around and left without saying anything. The cat was immediately panicked. He just wanted to test Han Xiao's bottom line, but he didn't expect such a big reaction. He hurriedly said, No, I'll take your price. The price of a pistol on the black market was 3,000 to 4,000, and Han Xiao's labor cost was within the tolerance of the raccoon cat. Please prepare the lathe equipment and materials. I will come over tomorrow and get some mechanical junk first. Han Xiao knew that a skilled mechanic had a lot of control in this kind of negotiation, and the other party was still unclear about his identity and combat effectiveness. The raccoon's eyes darkened, and he signaled the bald man to follow and monitor. He didn't mind letting Han Xiao have a taste of the sweetness first. After all, the scrapyard was his territory, and he had plenty of ways to deal with the liar. Han Xiao picked up a lot of usable parts and walked away leisurely. He found a tail behind him. He knew what the raccoon was thinking and wanted to find out his identity and address. After leaving the scrapyard, Han Xiao quickly walked around a few streets and got rid of the follower. In this way, Bureau 13 will also know my ability as a mechanic, Han Xiao thought to himself. With Bureau 13's intelligence capabilities, it would be easy to find out that he worked for the raccoon cat to earn extra money. This was also a way for him to indirectly show his strength. At the same time, he also needed the opportunity to make machinery. Although the mechanic was weak in the early stage, there were pros and cons compared with combat professions. It was more favored by the faction forces and the contribution points were increased very quickly. As for why he chose the civet cat, the reason was simple: the distance was close enough, saving him time spent on the road. Back at the machine shop, Han Xiao was questioned by Lu Qian. He had already thought of an excuse and pointed to the large bag of parts he had brought back. I went to the junkyard to look for something. Scrapyard? That kind of place has bad security, so don't go there anymore. Lu Qian didn't think much about it. As long as it didn't delay the orders, she wouldn't care about Han Xiao's free time. She had a natural liking for people who didn't demand high salaries, and she would almost always meet his requests. Han Xiao put down the parts and focused on the panel. He still had a lot of potential points that he hadn't used yet, so he could finish learning the remaining 2 basic knowledge of the armed branch. The repair shop has a complete collection of basic knowledge about mechanics. There are few places more suitable for the early development of mechanics than the repair shop. The knowledge books are all private collections of Old Man Lu. Han Xiao went to Old Man Lu to ask for the books, but was turned away as expected. I want to read a book on mechanical knowledge. Go away, there is no book for you to read. Don't be so stingy. Just think of it as supporting outstanding young people and training potential employees. You are more shameless than I thought, but it's useless. I just don't want to show it to you. What can you do? This is a good question. What can Han Xiao do? The next day, when Lu Qian handed the stolen book to Han Xiao, Old Man Lu was so angry that he beat his chest. Why do I have such a clumsy granddaughter? Lu Qian also had the key to his room, so it was obviously impossible for her to take it back. Old Man Lu was so angry that his teeth were itching. Just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will avenge my previous humiliation and make you leave. Basic weapons and basic materials encyclopedia are the last 2 basic level professional knowledge of the armed branch. Han Xiao's level 20 advanced task is to learn an advanced knowledge, and the prerequisite is to learn 5 basic knowledge of the same branch. The player's advanced tasks were not fixed. His level 20 advanced task was the most demanding. On the novice planet, advanced knowledge was very rare. Han Zhao's advanced requirements made even the level 40 advanced task as a player seem difficult. An ordinary level 20 player may not even be able to find the basic knowledge of a branch, and the most unfortunate ones have not even unlocked their main profession. The repair shop did not have advanced knowledge, so one could only learn the basics first. However, Han Xiao was already very satisfied. Finding knowledge books was a headache for all players. Some level 40 and 50 players had not yet learned all the basics, but the repair shop had a full set of basic mechanical knowledge. This was even better than being ahead at the starting line. One could stand directly at the finish line. The Pan-Universe Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revised Edition, between the three major cosmic forces in the Starsea states. If intelligent species are discovered, it is not allowed to maliciously interfere with the development of lower civilizations through 127 means such as war, genetic means, pheromones, etc. Therefore, Aquamarine did not obtain any advanced scientific and technological knowledge from interstellar forces. Advanced knowledge was already at the pinnacle and was strictly controlled by the major forces and regarded as confidential. Do you want to spend 1 potential point to learn basic weaponry? Do you want to spend 1 potential point to learn basic materials encyclopedia? Sure. 0 to 6 Robot Ranger. Basic weaponry includes the manufacturing knowledge of basic firearms and basic cold weapons, reducing the number of assembly times required to master basic firearms blueprints, and speeding up the efficiency of weapon manufacturing. Basic Materials Encyclopedia is the core knowledge of the armed branch. The basic properties of mechanical equipment depend on the raw materials. A new generation of materials can even bring about technological innovation, improving the overall quality of machinery to a higher level. Many synthetic materials are prerequisites for advanced machinery. You have learned the 5 basic knowledge of the armed branch, and you have mastered the skills, primary refining, and overload. You have understood the blueprint, Robot Ranger. Primary refining allows him to refine materials and improve their levels. Skills with the words primary and simple are generally primitive versions of professional core skills. Advanced molecular refining can directly change the properties of materials with strength. Materials are graded like equipment. The higher the quality, the higher the value. Materials of the same quality can also be divided into high and low. For example, a common raw material, rock iron, costs 13 aquamarine coins per pound. After being refined, it becomes black rock iron, which is worth 45 aquamarine coins per pound. They are also of great quality. Materials also have their own characteristics. For example, metals that are suitable for transmitting energy are not suitable for making armor. Overload, an active skill that consumes energy and increases the power of the machine by 30-50% for a short period of time, greatly consuming durability. For example, the light power arm that Han Xiao used before, once overloaded, the attack power and defense can be increased by 30-50%. His 120 points of energy can only support about 10 seconds, which is a burst method. Finally got an active skill. Han Xiao was very excited. The active skills of the mechanical department in the early stage were pitifully few. If he had an active skill when escaping from the Germinal organization, he would not have escaped so miserably. Robot Ranger, one of the easiest robot blueprints to obtain in the early stage, it was easy for him anyway, is a low-end multifunctional robot that can be equipped with various equipment and machinery and used for combat, detection, defense, assistance, and even self-destruction. High comprehensiveness means that the focus is not prominent, and the transformation potential is great. Han Xiao knows that many guilds' logistics production teams use auxiliary rangers for exploration and mining. Some of the blueprints that the mechanic comprehended already existed, while some did not appear, and the situation on each planet was different. Spending 2 potential points to get so many skills is a big win. Old Man Lu came over slowly, looking curious. You've been so excited since just now, what are you doing? Han Xiao glanced at Old Man Lu and said, Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to hang around here? Unnatural? Why? Old Man Lu looked down at his beach shorts, shook the bottle of wine in his hand, burped, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Lu Qian put down the welding gun in her hand heavily. Her face was flushed by the heat wave and a thin layer of sweat appeared on it. She rolled her eyes through her protective glasses and said in a stern tone, During working hours, outsiders please stay as far away as possible. Silly girl. Old Man Lu muttered, took a sip of wine, and went out for a leisurely walk. He lived a very comfortable life. Boss, do you want to repair something here? As soon as Old Man Lu left, a customer came. A middle-aged man walked in. Han Xiao looked over and found that the middle-aged man was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the middle-aged man turned his gaze away. Han Xiao was slightly startled, then he lowered his eyes and noticed the middle-aged man's steady and powerful footsteps. He immediately understood something and his face remained expressionless. There is an 80% chance that this person is an intelligence officer from Bureau 13, who came specifically to test him. Lu Qian came over and smiled politely. Hello, what do you want to repair? My car broke down at the intersection. The middle-aged man looked past Lu Qian and observed Han Xiao. Okay, no problem. Lu Qian was about to pick up the toolbox and go out, when the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Han Xiao and said, I want that guy to help me fix my car. Lu Qian was stunned and a little frustrated. Didn't she look unskilled? You are discriminating against women. Let me do it. Han Xiao took the toolbox from Lu Qian, who was full of resentment. The two walked out of the alley and saw an old car parked on the side of the road. That's the car. Han Xiao opened the hood of the car, took a quick look, and then took out the repair tools from the toolbox to repair it. The middle-aged man leaned against the car, pretending to want to find a topic to chat, and asked, Young man, you are not very old, right? I'm 30. 30? Do you think I'm blind? The middle-aged man almost choked, his mouth twitching. What's your name, little brother? Han Xiao didn't even raise his head. Before asking someone's name, you should show your sincerity first. The middle-aged man had no choice but to say, My name is Feng Jun. What a nice name. Han Xiao's tone was calm, and there was no trace of praise in his voice. Feng Jun was very annoyed. What's wrong with this tone of voice, as if he was praising Laifu and Wangkai? Besides, what's so good about my name? But you misunderstood what I meant. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. I just want a cigarette. Feng Jun's face was very stiff, and he lit a cigarette for Han Xiao. Han Xiao squinted his eyes, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and buried his head in repairing the car. You can call me Han Xiao. Feng Jun secretly remembered this and continued to test. Han Xiao, you are not from Shidu, where are you from? It's fixed. All the words Feng Jun had prepared were stuck in his stomach, and his expression was as if he was constipated. What the hell, I've only just begun my trial. Do you really have to be so skilled? Damn it. Han Xiao held out his hand expressionlessly. The hydraulic pipe is broken. I'll give you 60. Give me the money. Nonsense, of course I know it's a problem with the hydraulic pipe, and I caused it myself. Feng Jun laughed dryly and took out his wallet, taking out the money as slowly as possible, as if the wallet was a bottomless pit, trying to delay time and ask a few more questions. Your skills are really good, where did you learn it from? Self-taught. Oh, that's amazing, where are you from? Country people. Han Xiao saw Feng Jun taking out his wallet for a long time, and raised his eyebrows and said, Are you reminding me that I should give you a discount? Feng Jun coughed dryly and finally took out the money and handed it to Han Xiao. What else could he do? He couldn't just not pay the money, and he didn't know whether the organization would reimburse him. Han Xiao laughed. This is the first time I've seen such an unfathomable wallet. I thought it would take you half an hour to dig it out. Feng Jun dared to swear to heaven that if he didn't have to complete the test mission, he would lose if he stayed one more second. Han Xiao whistled, picked up the toolbox, and staggered back the way he came. Feng Jun made a phone call with a depressed look on his face. Preliminary observation results show that the target is a mechanic. The danger cannot be estimated for the time being. The conversation lasted 4 minutes and 38 seconds. I only learned that the target called himself Han Xiao. It is recommended to further test and investigate, and do not conflict with him. Target personality analysis? Very bad. Feng Jun's tone was gnashing of teeth. 027 The Pursuer, the last test. The next few days were calm, and Han Xiao maintained a regular life. In the morning, he went to the crow's scrapyard to make guns for the raccoon cats. The wages were paid every day, and he had money in his account every day. He also found a lot of usable mechanical parts at the scrapyard, and secretly made the Ranger robot. Han Xiao hid the completed parts in the room and welded and assembled them after all the parts were completed. The rest of the time, he basically stayed in the repair shop to handle orders. The intelligence agency never gave up trying, and different intelligence personnel came 2 or 3 times every day. Lu Qian thought that the business was finally picking up, and she was so happy that she made 5 dishes and a soup every day to reward Han Xiao. Sometimes when Han Xiao passed by her, he could always hear Lu Qian muttering words like expansion and chain, which scared him into a cold sweat. He always felt that the boss lady had some serious illusion. Old Man Lu would occasionally hang around Han Xiao, trying to figure out his background from his assembly techniques, but it was all in vain. Han Xiao was completely self-taught, and there was no trace of his techniques. Old Man Gao often came to compete with Old Man Lu in chess. To be honest, Han Xiao didn't think there was anything good about competing in Go Bang, and often chatted with Han Xiao. Han Xiao was happy about this and slowly increased Old Man Gao's favorability. Among the technical work in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, manufacturing has the most experience, followed by strengthening, then repairing, and the least is assembly. Since he had no chance to acquire advanced knowledge for the time being, Han Xiao used his experience to upgrade the 3 skills that were closest to the maximum level: Basic Mechanical Affinity LV3, Basic Combat LV8, and Basic Shooting LV6, to gain more potential points. The job change requirement for Mechanical Beginner is to comprehend Intermediate Mechanical Affinity, which requires Primary Mechanical Affinity to reach the upper limit of level 5. Mechanical Affinity is the most core skill of the mechanical department and is a prerequisite for many drawings and skills. Even though he now has 15 potential points, which seems to be a lot, when he really needs to use them, he spends them faster than water. He has a deep and painful understanding of this. If he had not wasted his potential points indiscriminately, he would not have to spend tens of millions of anas, the universal currency of the universe, to buy the water of oblivion of the magic civilization to reset his points, and his family fortune would have been emptied by those unscrupulous businessmen and wizards. At the Chloro scrapyard, Han Xiao operated a lathe to assemble a Type 73 Wasp pistol. The raccoon cat handed a stack of bills to Han Xiao. Han Xiao didn't even count them and stuffed them into his trouser pocket. "That's all for today. I'm leaving. Thanks to you for this period of time. I don't need more guns for the time being, but the promise is still valid. You can take any mechanical garbage here." The raccoon cat smiled but didn't smile. The implication was that he wanted to temporarily stop cooperating with Han Xiao. The number of weapons under his command was saturated, but it was not yet time to discard the donkey after it had served its purpose. He coveted Han Xiao's gun-making technology, and had imagined more than once how much profit he would make if he mastered this technology. The raccoon cat was very cautious. Han Xiao's easy performance in snatching the gun when they first met made him afraid to act rashly. In addition, Han Xiao was able to shake off the pursuers every time, so the raccoon cat did not dare to use tough measures. He was very curious about Han Xiao's true face under the mask. "Whatever you say." Han Xiao knew that he had made enough extra money. After some pretense, Han Xiao left the scrapyard, turned a few streets, got rid of the stalker, and came to a large machinery market. Various metals and parts are sold here, and many students from the School of Mechanical Engineering of Shida College also purchase their goods here. Han Xiao earned a total of 70,000 aquamarine coins. He bought all the materials for the Rangers and also bought some materials for the light-duty power arm. The money came and went quickly. After transporting the items back to the repair shop, Han Xiao began to manufacture them behind closed doors. A few days later, all the parts were completed, and Han Xiao assembled the Ranger robot in the room. It is 1.2 meters tall, with a thin layer of armor welded on the outside to protect the gears, precision parts, wires, and energy inside. The upper body is humanoid, with an oval head retracted into the torso and no neck. A pair of mechanical eyes are equipped with a simple remote control and imaging system. The chip is a regular purchase product with average computing speed. There are a pair of mechanical arms on both sides of the torso, and the elbows and shoulders are bearing torques, which can rotate like human arms. The fingers are transformed into gun barrels, and the shooting range covers 170 degrees in front. The waist can rotate 90 degrees to the left and right, and the ribs are magazines. The lower body is a crawler tire, like a small tank. The system prompted him to name the finished product. Han Xiao followed the habit of his previous life and named it First Generation Ranger. First Generation Ranger, track type. Type robot. Quality gray. Basic attributes: armor value 800, defense 18, power level 58, maximum movement speed 23 km per hour, energy value 120/120. Height 1.18 meters. Weight 143 pounds. Control method: remote control, electrical signal transmission. Remote control range radius 50 meters. Energy, battery pack. Battle consumption 8 energy/minute. Core power 3680 ohm. Right arm module, small caliber burst machine gun, attack power 3540, firing rate 4 rounds/s, maximum firing rate 7 rounds/s, 10 seconds overload, ammunition capacity 30 plus 60 rounds, ammunition chain, output energy level 40, power occupied 18. Left arm module, small caliber burst machine gun, as above. Additional ability: self-destruction causes 284 30 points of fire damage within a 30-meter range, and is destroyed after use. Additional ability: metal 8% additional reduction for any damage other than armor penetration. Note: don't be fooled by this little guy's stupid appearance, he can smear you in the face at the critical moment. Ranger is a general term for models. It is divided into many types according to different configurations such as the power system, weapon system, and control system. Most mechas, robots, and large machinery follow this naming pattern. The raw materials affect the properties of the finished product. The main materials of the first-generation Rangers are steel alloy and AS resin plastic, which are common materials. If Han Xiao used higher-grade steel and alloy, the defense and armor value of the first-generation Rangers would be higher. The technologies contained in the machinery are interconnected and influence each other. Each component contains different technologies. If some components cannot be manufactured by yourself, you can purchase ordinary parts instead. As knowledge accumulates, the process of manufacturing machinery will become more flexible, and even the smallest screw can be polished by oneself. The final product will be stronger than the previous one. For example, by learning more advanced chip control technology or advanced energy, he can change the robot's remote control mode and power level. This is the charm of the mechanical department. Any robot, vehicle, or mecha has a power limit. Mounting a new module will increase the power load. The stronger the vehicle or module, the higher the load. Therefore, you cannot add accessories without limit. Only by upgrading energy technology can you upgrade. The energy used by the first generation of Rangers is conventional batteries, which have low power. Only after learning the knowledge of energy branches can they produce their own energy. After completing the first generation of Rangers, Han Xiao immediately gained 24,000 experience points. Manufacturing gave the most experience points, which depended on the production cycle, product quality, and technical content. Han Xiao spent another day to manufacture the lightweight power arm, and he became very familiar with it. You created a light power arm, left, and gained 2,500 experience. The new lightweight power arm is still equipped on the left hand. The materials used this time are simpler than the first time, and the quality is downgraded. Lightweight power arm left. Quality gray. Basic attributes: attack power 2845, defense power 812, power level 26, durability 205/205. Equipment requirements: strength 23. Attribute bonus: attack speed -4. Length 0.51 m, elbow plus forearm plus palm. Weight 13.5 pounds. Additional effect: extra strength increase plus 6 judgment. His strongest ability now is fighting, and the light power arm is the most suitable weapon. The mechanical department learned martial arts combat, which was called the Mechanical Martial Arts School. Han Xiao did not plan to keep this style forever. After all, the mechanical school's advantage was long-range attack. However, the Mechanical Martial Arts School was one of the most powerful schools in the early stage of the mechanical department, so it could serve as a transition. Han Xiao hid the robotic arm in the room and returned to the first floor. A customer was talking to Lu Qian, and his eyes occasionally glanced at Han Xiao. This person was also an intelligence officer. During this period, all the intelligence personnel pretending to be clients had been rejected by Han Xiao, so they changed their strategy and asked Lu Qian for information about Han Xiao. After sending the client away, Lu Qian looked at him strangely. Why are so many people asking me about you? I'm welcome. But they are all men. Han Xiao's face froze. You misunderstood. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you. Lu Qian chuckled. No matter how he looked at it, Han Xiao felt that this smile was very strange. You definitely misunderstood. Han Xiao's mind suddenly moved, and the system had a new prompt. You have triggered the E-level mission pursuit, accept/reject? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. How did this mission get triggered? Accept. Task tip: some people have set their sights on your high bounty. They are hostile and ready to take action in places you cannot see. On the other hand, some organizations are also waiting for your performance. What do you choose to do? Task requirements: successfully escape pursuit. Reward: 10,000 experience points. Special reward: 1 skill upgrade card basic. It was obvious that someone had set their sights on his bounty. Han Xiao rolled his eyes at the mention of certain organizations in the mission prompt. He knew without a second thought that it was Bureau 13. The two together gave Han Xiao a new guess. Perhaps Bureau 13 deliberately leaked his information to a group of pursuers in order to test his combat effectiveness. If this was true, the destructive power of this group must be limited and easy to control. Bureau 13 would not tolerate large-scale sabotage in the national capital, nor would it easily leak his information. The rewards for E-level missions were average, but Han Xiao was a little interested in the special rewards. The skill upgrade card could immediately increase the level of a skill of the corresponding rank, which was very useful to him. The special reward corresponds to the hidden requirements of the task. The clues are hidden in the task prompts. Han Xiao believes that the hidden requirement of this task should be to kill all the pursuers. The enemy may appear at any time, so it's best not to stay in the shop, Han Xiao thought to himself. Since the pursuer was not strong, he did not want to rely on old man Lu's strength. With a little thought, a suitable battlefield popped into my mind. Crow's Scrapyard. 0-8 Jealousy. The CLO's scrapyard is the civet cat's territory. If they can fight the pursuers there, they may be able to solve the hidden danger of the civet cat. Han Xiao put down his work, called Lu Qian, and when she turned around, he said, I want to take a day off. Okay. Lu Qian blinked and suddenly asked, Are you okay? Han Xiao was stunned. Why do you ask? Lu Qian was very smart. Han Xiao was usually lazy and unmotivated, with a pair of dead eyes staring at her as if he was distracted at any time. However, his temperament suddenly changed just now, and Lu Qian happened to catch it. It was difficult for Lu Qian to describe the feeling at that moment. It was as if Han Xiao suddenly gave her the feeling of a little dangerous. If you have any difficulties, I will help you find a solution, Lu Qian said seriously. Han Xiao stared at Lu Qian's bright eyes for a long time. Lu Qian felt a little uncomfortable with him staring at her. She turned her face away slightly, stroked her temples with her hand, and joked. It's rude to keep staring at someone. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said, I won't be back for dinner tonight. Lu Qian was a little disappointed. I wanted you to try my latest dish, peppered pineapple, kelp and baked spare ribs with coriander. Han Xiao shuddered. What the hell is that? The leave request went smoothly. Han Xiao returned to his room, found a backpack to pack up the mechanical arm, wrapped the first ranger with a dust sheet, put it on a cart, and headed to the scrapyard. Boss, that boy is the target. A man wearing sunglasses quietly followed Han Xiao. Every time Han Xiao turned or looked back, he could immediately use the surrounding environment, crowds, public telephone booths, and newsstands to hide himself. It was obvious that he had received professional training. He wore a micro headset and communicated with his accomplices in an old car 2 streets away. There were 5 masked men in the car. This group of people were the pursuers who were targeting Han Xiao. They were mercenaries and part-time bounty hunters codenamed Stingbee Squad. They had completed several missions and had a good reputation on the dark web. They accidentally discovered Han Xiao's whereabouts. The Stingbee Squad realized that this was an opportunity to have the most to themselves. Money was secondary. If they could gain recognition from the Germination organization, they would have found a backer. "That guy is worth $1 million? He looks like an ordinary guy, no difficulty at all." The second in command of the team, the long-haired man, curled his lips, his tone containing 3 parts of suspicion and 7 parts of contempt. Captain Kelly was checking his guns. Hearing this, he said in a deep voice, "This is the capital of Star Dragon. We must act quickly and retreat immediately after killing the target." "The target has been set." A black jeep without a license plate followed Han Shao from a distance. In the car sat a field team from Bureau 13. Team leader Li Hui was the person in charge of the operation, Feng Jun was the operation consultant, and the 8 field personnel were wearing full combat uniforms and equipped with tranquilizer bullets. Just as Han Shao expected, the Sting B squad that was chasing him was indeed the 13th Bureau's final test through the hands of others. The mission of this group of agents was to secretly observe Han Xiao's performance, intervene when necessary to eliminate the mercenaries, and invite Han Xiao to the Bureau as a guest. The Sting B squad is a selected chess piece with limited destructive power. Once they are fully utilized, Game 13 will take care of both ends. Feng Jun changed the screen and said, "Han Xiao's route is to the closed scrapyard in District 7. The Sting B squad is tracking the target. If the battle takes place at the scrapyard, the economic losses will be minimized." Bureau 13 knows all the details about the Raccoon Cat's power, backers, and more. As long as they want, they can make the Raccoon Cat disappear from the face of the earth at any time. The National Intelligence Agency has the confidence to do so. In the eyes of ordinary people, civet cats are people who are not easy to mess with, but there is no comparison between them and state institutions. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the tall buildings of Western Capital. At the Cielo scrapyard, the Raccoon Cat was very surprised by Han Xiao's arrival. Usually, Han Xiao came every morning and left on time after 2 hours, never staying longer. "What happened today?" "I came to your territory to find some materials." Han Xiao evaded the question casually. The Raccoon Cat did not suspect anything and symbolically asked if he wanted to have dinner together. He thought that Han Xiao, who was very frugal with words, would not agree, but he did not expect Han Xiao to nod in agreement immediately, as if he was waiting for him to speak. The Raccoon Cat was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Han Xiao took off his mask, and the Raccoon Cat saw his true face for the first time. He felt that he looked a little familiar, but he didn't think much about it. Although there was a bounty on the dark web for Han Xiao, that was a struggle on another level. The general forces did not know his details. The Raccoon Cat's power was limited to the small piece of land in the 7th district of the Western Capital. They rarely logged into the dark web and had no deep impression of the bounty for the Sprout. It was like the police issuing a wanted order, which most people would forget after reading. Han Xiao wore a mask to keep it secret, but now it was no longer necessary. Bureau 13 would not sit idly by and watch his identity leak out. They would help him get rid of the Raccoon Cat. A banquet was set up at the rest stop in the scrapyard, and the 2 men sat down and chatted casually. "Are the guns you made last time useful?" "The Type 73 Wasp is a well-known and good gun. Even the military is using it. Other arms dealers charge 6,000 or 7,000 for a gun. You saved me a lot of money." The Raccoon Cat spoke in a very pleasant tone. He took out a cigar, cut the butt, lit it, took a long puff of smoke, and praised. "And the quality of the weapons you made is far better than those second-hand ones." Han Xiao remained silent. Although the quality of standardized products on the production line is guaranteed, they cannot take into account the subtle differences in each gun. These differences come from subtle differences in the materials themselves. If a skilled mechanic makes a gun by hand, he can make fine adjustments and enhancements to adapt to the details of each gun, adding a bit of life to the gun than assembly line products. Experts who often use guns can appreciate this difference. If I have to describe it, it's like a custom-made suit that's more refined. The Raccoon Cat noticed the bulging backpack and cart that Han Xiao always carried with him, and asked curiously, "What's in them?" "Some parts." Seeing that Han Xiao was unwilling to say more, the Raccoon Cat did not ask. After chatting for a while, it was getting dark outside. The sky with golden afterglow was occupied by the gradually falling night. The boundary between dusk and night was a gradient of orange and blue-purple. The sky was painted into a dull gray by the last ray of sunlight. One of his men suddenly ran in and said, "Boss, someone wants to see you." No, can't you see I'm entertaining guests? The raccoon frowned. The subordinate whispered a few words in his ear. The raccoon's eyes flashed, and he looked at Han Xiao meaningfully, then put on a smiling face and said, "Excuse me for a moment." After saying that, the raccoon cat stood up and left. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, thinking. Half an hour ago. My cousin, I finally came to Shidu, and I was looking forward to you taking me to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. You can't abandon me. Ma Jie followed a yellow-haired young man, chattering nonstop. He came to Shidu to live with his cousin, hoping to live a good life, but his cousin seemed to look down on him and sent him to work as a cleaner. Ma Jie was not satisfied, so he pestered the yellow-haired young man, trying to play the family card. He did not dare to go too far, fearing that his cousin would drive him away, so his attitude was very flattering. The yellow-haired young man was so annoyed that he cursed. How many times have I told you not to call me cousin outside? Ma Jie smiled and said, It's my fault. I'll slap myself in the face. Then he slapped himself twice. Look at you, you slut, Huang Mao said with disdain. I let you guard my territory because we are relatives. Do you know how many wanderers eat moldy food? You are still picking on me. I am going to deliver supplies to the big man this time, don't follow me. Big shot? Ma Jie's eyes lit up and he asked shamelessly. Who is it? The boss of the 7th district, my immediate superior, Mr. Civet Cat. Seeing Ma Jie's bewildered face, Huang Mao said proudly. Except for the 1st district, the other 7 districts have a boss who controls the drug and sex trade in the district and controls a gray industry chain. Just imagine how high their status is. As they were talking, the two of them came to the gate of CLO's scrap station. Ma Jie followed him shamelessly, and Huang Mao was about to get angry again. Seeing this, Ma Jie didn't dare to follow any further. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and saw Han Xiao being welcomed in by the civet cat. He was immediately stunned. Isn't that the guy I met while smuggling? One of the raccoon cat's direct subordinates came over, frowned and asked, Don't stay here. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired man put on a timid smile, as if he had suddenly become shorter than he actually was, and said in a flattering tone, I am also a subordinate of Boss Civet Cat, and I am here to give my testimony today. Ma Jie pointed at Han Xiao's back and asked, Who is that person? Huang Mao wanted to slap Ma Jie a few times and angrily said, Do you have the right to speak here? The raccoon's men stopped the yellow-haired man and replied, That's the boss's distinguished guest. The distinguished guest of the civet cat? Ma Jie was startled, and then he felt unbalanced, with waves of jealousy and embarrassment. He worked so hard to seek refuge with his relatives, but he couldn't get even 1% of the treatment that Han received. How could that ungrateful kid be doing better than me? The scenes of his boasting resurfaced in his mind, and Ma Jie felt extremely embarrassed. Do you know Technician Han? Ma Jie said awkwardly. I can't say I know him. We only exchanged a few words when we were smuggled across the border. The raccoon cat's subordinate's eyes lit up. Come with me, the boss wants to see you. Huang Mao and Ma Jie were stunned. 029 falling out. The two were taken to a room by the civet cat's men. Ma Jie looked nervous and asked, What do you need me to do? Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. That man is a mechanic who knows gun blueprints. The boss has always wanted to take action against him, but he doesn't know his background, so he didn't act rashly. He just came to you to understand the situation. Ma Jie's mind suddenly became active, with a hint of excitement. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet the raccoon boss. Maybe he could become successful and get rid of the fate of being helpless. He glanced at his yellow-haired cousin, and his face was filled with dull envy. There is no need to hesitate to betray Han Xiao. We are not related at all, so I don't care if he dies. After waiting uncomfortably for half an hour, the raccoon cat finally came in. Huang Mao and Ma Jie hurriedly greeted him, but Ma Jie was in such a hurry that he accidentally knocked over a chair. Do you know the origins of Technician Han? The expressionless face of the raccoon cat made Ma Jie even more nervous. Sweat broke out on his forehead and he stammered. His name is Han Xiao. He is a wanderer who stowed away with me. This is his first time in Shidu and he has no relatives or friends. The raccoon's eyes flickered. That's all? Ma Jie thought the raccoon cat was dissatisfied, so he pondered and said quickly, "Oh, right, when he entered Shidu, he brought nothing with him. He was dressed in rags and looked penniless." "Very good." The raccoon cat turned around and was about to leave. Ma Jie was very perceptive and said respectfully, "As long as the boss is satisfied, that's fine." The raccoon paused and said with a half smile, "You are good, follow me from now on." Ma Jie's eyes widened in joy. "I'm rich." After the civet cat left, Huang Mao hurried forward and said in a flattering manner, "Ma Jie, I will rely on your care in the future." This time it was Ma Jie's turn to be confident. He glanced at the yellow-haired man and asked, "What did you just call me?" "Cousin." Huang Mao and Ma Jie suddenly reversed their roles, and they acted very naturally, without feeling ashamed at all. Ma Jie's vanity was satisfied. He patted the yellow-haired man on the shoulder with a smile on his face. After thinking for a while, he asked the raccoon man next to him, "Brother, I'd like to ask you a question. How will the boss deal with Han Xiao?" "Of course we will arrest him and torture him to force him to write down the blueprints of the guns. With the blueprints, we can train our own gunsmiths, and then we can silence him." "That's good." Ma Jie felt relieved. Less than 3 minutes later, the raccoon cat returned to the table, glanced at the untouched dishes, and said with a fake smile, "Han Xiao, that's right. It seems you know my name." Han Xiao smelled the breath of impending storm, and kept a straight face. He quietly reached into the backpack and fumbled to put his hand into the groove of the light power arm. With a click, it tightened and could be started at any time. Only then did he feel relieved. Although he came to CLO's scrap shop to pit the cat, he was used to being cautious. This was all learned from his lessons. When he first came into contact with Star Ocean, Han Xiao was still a young man and treated NPCs as the stereotyped programs in other games. He acted recklessly and capsized more than a dozen times. Even Asao would know to be careful. How did he capsize? Being chased by players at the resurrection point, Han Xiao could still endure it, but after being blocked by NPCs for 3 days. "Stop, anyone who talks about dark history will be dragged out and have their fingers flicked." The raccoon tapped the table with his fingers and said slowly, "Haha, I've been wondering where you came from. I didn't expect that you were just a wanderer who had just arrived in the West. I have to say that you are very cautious. I only found out your background today." "So what?" The raccoon's face turned cold, and he changed his face faster than turning the pages of a book. "Be smart and hand over all the detailed techniques for making guns." Knowing that Han Xiao was helpless and alone, the raccoon cat finally decided to take action. He tore off the mask of hypocritical friendliness, revealing the fangs hidden under the smiling face, and then he killed the donkey after it had done its job. "No friendship at all? What kind of relationship do you and I have? We are just a transaction. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you?" Han Xiao grinned. The raccoon cat snapped his fingers with a playful look on his face, and the 4 men around him took out their pistols and pointed them at Han Xiao. "You think I didn't make any preparations? It's ironic that all the guns pointed at you were made by you." There were 6 armed henchmen in total. Opposite the dining table was the raccoon cat and his 4 men. There were 2 people guarding the door behind him. In this narrow room, Han Xiao had limited space to dodge. Han Xiao remained silent and said slowly, "Even if I hand over my skills, you will kill me." The raccoon cat sneered. That was what he thought. Only things owned by a few people were valuable, and he was well aware of the principle of cutting the grass at its roots. "I hope you can cooperate, so that you can at least avoid some physical pain." "What if I don't cooperate? Some of my men are very good at extracting confessions. You'll tell them sooner or later." Han Xiao suddenly put away the laziness on his face, and his sharp eyes made the raccoon cat's heart tremble. "You think I have no way to escape?" The raccoon cat noticed that Han Xiao's left hand had been reaching into his backpack and shook his head. "Maybe there is something you rely on in your backpack, but if you make any unusual moves, my men will shoot." "What if I said the bag contained high explosives?" The backpack was only opened a little, so no one could see what was inside. The raccoon sneered. He didn't believe such nonsense. Ma Jie's appearance was purely an accident. Han Xiao couldn't have made any preparations in advance. Who was he trying to fool? Han Xiao said slowly. I don't know who told me about my background, but it's clear that person doesn't know much about me. You can try to open your computer, go to the dark web, and look for the latest bounty. The raccoon frowned. Han Zhao's fearless look made him feel uneasy. Although he has some influence in Shidu, he is just a small local tyrant in the entire underground world. He has limited vision and is not qualified to get involved in dark web events. Therefore, he rarely pays attention to the dark web and is not aware of the reward for Mingya. The raccoon cat thought that this was Han Zhao's trick to delay time. Besides, as the boss, he would just do whatever others told him to do. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Han Zhao said calmly. If you don't believe me, then do you want to take a gamble? Life is full of surprises. Explosives can exert their greatest lethality in such a limited space. First, there is the explosion. Shrapnel is ejected with the shock wave, covering every corner. The power is greater than that of bullets. Then there is the high-temperature flame, which will ignite the house. Everyone here will be burned. But don't worry, you will not be burned to death, because you have been dismembered by the shrapnel in the first round of explosion. The men behind the raccoon cat couldn't help but take a step back. Han Zhao's words were so serious that they frightened them. The raccoon cat shouted, "That's enough. I'm not interested in playing a joke with you. Stand up or I'll have someone shoot you." Han Zhao shrugged and sighed. "Can't we discuss it? I'll give you the picture." Just then, the last ray of sunlight sank into the horizon, and darkness dominated the sky. Han Zhao suddenly jumped up without warning when he was only halfway through his words. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and his mechanical arm was like a beast waking up from its slumber. His backpack was torn into pieces, and he lifted up the dining table in front of him, and threw the pots, pans, soups, and dishes at the civet cat and the 4 minions. Discuss? No way you believe it. There were 4 people in front and 2 people behind. Han Zhao made a judgment, and flipped the table to block the firepower in front. The upright table blocked in front of him, forming a short barrier. Then he turned and strode towards the door, with the mechanical arm across in front of him, with a fierce momentum and a posture like a charging cavalry. With a clang of a bang, the dining table knocked over 4 minions. The civet cat's forehead was bleeding from being hit by a plate. He covered the wound and roared, "Fire!" At this time, only the 2 minions at the door could shoot. There was a lot of gunfire. 030 Ranger power. The mechanical arm punched a minion's chest hard, and with a thud, the chest cavity was dented, making it deader than dead. Han Zhao grabbed another minion to use as a meat shield. At this time, the 4 minions behind the raccoon finally stood up and opened fire. All the bullets hit the meat shield, instantly turning the minion into a sieve. Han Zhao pushed his back muscles, and a huge force burst out, directly breaking the bolts of the door lock. With a click, the door flew out, and the screws fell to the ground with a clang, like jumping metal elves. Han Zhao turned around and ran out. "Chase!" The raccoon roared angrily, and footsteps were heard everywhere in the scrapyard. Dozens of minions who were patrolling other places heard the gunshots, and rushed over. The CLO scrapyard was the base camp of the raccoon cats. There were enemies everywhere, and it was difficult to move forward. Han Zhao encountered a group of supporting minions. At the cost of losing another 20 points of durability of his power arm, he beat them to death and took away the pistol. With the means of long-range attack, Han Zhao immediately got rid of the disadvantage of close combat. He held the pistol in his right hand, ready to shoot at any time, and supported the gun handle with his left power arm to assist in aiming. He crouched forward, a standard tactical move that allowed him to react quickly. Basic shooting plus precision shooting corrects the accuracy of the gunmanship. When a skirmish is triggered, the enemy can be killed within 2 shots. Han Zhao reacts very quickly and always takes action before the minions. He shoots the body to interrupt the enemy's attack, and then immediately raises the muzzle to shoot the head. The interval is no more than 0.5 seconds. It is accurate and fast, and no shot misses. If surrounded by multiple people, Han Zhao rolls and dodges smoothly, and frequently counterattacks and kills the enemy. The only thing that limits Han Zhao is bullets. After killing each wave of enemies, he searches the corpses to replenish the magazine, fighting to support the war. The road he passes is full of dead bodies and bloodstains that are shocking. The raccoon cat was horrified. One person easily killed more than 20 of his men. But there were too many minions, rushing over from all directions, gradually forming an encirclement, and suppressing his firepower so that he could hardly show up. Han Xiao hid behind the shell of an abandoned car. Dozens of gun muzzles flashed in the dark night. The dense sound of bullets hitting the bunker made him unable to even hear his own breathing. He could only fight back occasionally. Fortunately, this is my territory. No matter how good he is at fighting, he is alone and will be caught sooner or later. The raccoon cat was determined to make Han Xiao regret being born into this world once he caught him. Just as he was thinking this, an accident happened suddenly. The rapid sound of submachine gun fire rang out, like a violent storm, with a sweeping murderous aura, penetrating from the side of the battlefield, killing a large number of minions like mowing wheat, and screams rang out one after another. The Sting B squad rushed into the battlefield in the cover of night, each man holding a submachine gun. They ran and dodged, advanced and retreated in a planned manner, and their agile skills fully demonstrated their rich battlefield experience. The raccoon cat's men could not even organize a decent counterattack and were beaten and fled in all directions. Where did these mercenaries come from? The raccoon was horrified, thinking that this group of mercenaries were out to kill him, perhaps because they coveted his territory, or perhaps it was a revenge killing. Just as he was daydreaming, the next development made him confused. The mercenary who was coming aggressively suddenly turned around and rushed towards Han Xiao on the other side without even looking at him. This group of mercenaries who kill without blinking an eye, their target is actually Han Xiao. The civet cat's eyes were as big as bells. People who are in the gray area understand one thing: the level of a person can be seen from the enemies he has made. This group of mercenaries did not hesitate to take risks to attack in Shidu. The rewards from the financial backers behind them must be equal to their risks. Judging from this, Han Xiao is definitely not a simple person. The raccoon cat remembered what Han Xiao had said. You can try opening your computer, going to the dark web, and looking for the latest bounty. Could it be that what Han Xiao said was true? Who is he? The sound of a submachine gun. Han Xiao's ears moved, and the mission target finally appeared. He used the muzzle flash to determine the location of the Sting B squad. 300 meters to the west, 6 people, 6 submachine guns. Han Xiao quickly calculated that the enemy's firepower was fierce, and he would definitely suffer a loss if he fought head-on. Fortunately, I prepared for a rainy day and brought a ranger with me. Han Xiao secretly rejoiced and took out a remote controller with a screen from his pocket. This was a Ranger remote controller that he made himself. The chip for the Ranger was a common product he bought from the market. It was a foolproof operation. He only needed to input a simple program to make a remote controller. After turning on the power, there was a chaotic buzzing sound for 2 seconds. The imaging device of the robot's eyes was connected to the remote control device, and everything it saw was displayed on the screen. At this time, the screen was marked with a prompt: out of remote control range. The previous battle made Han Xiao exceed the control range of 50 meters. Han Xiao stood up decisively and ran back to the original path in the night. The submachine guns of the Sting B squad immediately fired at him. He moved erratically, using the ubiquitous obstacles and large pieces of garbage in the scrapyard as cover as he shuttled through the hail of bullets. Damn, there are too many shelters here! The long-haired man from the Sting B team cursed and changed the magazines skillfully. He runs faster than a rabbit. Originally, the Sting B squad planned to assassinate Han Xiao, but Han Xiao got into a fight with the raccoon cat first. Then they thought that they could use the gang fight to cover up their purpose, so they set out brazenly. He has already fled. Hurry up and catch up with him! Kelly shouted. After the raid just now, the morale of the raccoon cat's men collapsed, and they fled in panic. No one interfered with their actions. Seeing Han Xiao fleeing in a panic, the Sting B squad became even more fearless and became more radical. Han Xiao ducked his head while running wildly. A strand of his hair was cut off by a stray bullet and fluttered in the air with the strong wind caused by his running. He slid over the 2 car shell obstacles and hid behind the cover. The rest stop was not far away, and the remote control in my hand finally showed that it was within the control range and the screen was connected successfully. Start up! In the messy rest stop, the dust cloth on the cart suddenly shook, and 2 red lights lit up. Ranger's eyes. The engine started humming, the track started turning, and Han Shao controlled the first-generation Ranger and drove out of the rest stop. At this time, the Sting B squad was not far away from him. The armor of the first-generation Ranger might not be able to withstand the concentrated fire of 6 submachine guns. A head-on confrontation would be too risky. His advantage lies in suddenness. No one would guess that he had robot backup, so a surprise attack was the best option. Han Shao looked around, his eyes lit up, and he found a suitable ambush location. Not far away, 2 car hulls formed an angle, which was a blind spot. It happened to be located on the path that the Sting B squad had to pass through. Han Shao controlled the first Ranger to hide in the angle, holding his breath and waiting for the best opportunity. The scrapyard was noisy, with gunshots ringing continuously. The sound of the Ranger's engine was drowned out by the noise and attracted almost no attention. Only Kelly sensed something ominous. This was his intuition from his many experiences between life and death. He paused and said, "I feel something is wrong." "What did you find?" asked the long-haired man. "That's the thing, I found nothing. Nothing unexpected will happen. The target has been cornered. He is doomed." The long-haired man raised a flag angrily, and just as he finished speaking, the Sting B squad stepped into the shooting range of the first-generation Rangers. At the same time, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled as he gently pressed the fire button. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Thick fire and smoke spewed out from the finger barrels of the first-generation Rangers, and a barrage of steel bullets poured out. The approaching shadow of death froze the expressions of all members of the Sting B squad. Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, tracked, kills a mercenary, and you gain 800 experience points, x3. 031 silencing. Behind the cover, Kelly gasped in fear. A bullet wound on his cheek had rolled up his skin, and blood mixed with sweat was dripping down. He was just a little bit away from following in the footsteps of his teammates, and dying in the sudden hail of bullets. "What kind of monster is that?" The long-haired man yelled in horror, his face pale, and blood gushed out from a gunshot wound in the abdomen. In the darkness, 2 red lights were looming, like ferocious beasts choosing their prey. Under the horrified gazes of Kelly and the long-haired man, the full appearance of the first-generation Ranger was revealed, with smoke coming out of the gun barrels of his 10 fingers, and his necklace appearance was so silly and cute that it was hard to associate him with the killing machine just now. "Robot?" Kelly's eyes widened. He deeply regretted not trusting his intuition. The result of his carelessness was that the team was almost destroyed. What should he do now? Kelly thought about retreating. He could make money again, but if he lost his life, he would lose everything. After the long-haired man was frightened, he became extremely angry and roared, pouring bullets at the first-generation Ranger. "Die, die, die!" Ding, ding, dang, the thin armor of the first-generation Ranger was deformed by the submachine gun. Seeing this, Kelly and another team member also joined the counterattack. Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, track type, loses 14 points of armor value. Your mechanical creation, first-generation Ranger, track type, loses 17 points of armor value. The armor material of the first-generation Ranger was very ordinary and could not withstand damage. The armor value dropped rapidly, and the 2 ammunition belts were shot out after a round of explosion, turning it into a lump of iron with no combat effectiveness. There was no other way. After all, resources were tight. Han Shao did not load more weapons on the first-generation Ranger. Equipping it with 2 small-caliber machine guns was already the limit. He was poor. "Tisk, why hasn't the 13th round started yet?" Han Shao secretly clenched his teeth. He didn't believe that the secret agents would tolerate the mercenaries to continue to run rampant. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait too long. The sound of military boots tapping the ground was approaching rapidly. Just by listening to the sound, he could imagine the image of fully armed soldiers moving, steady and precise. "Everyone surrender!" Someone shouted in the darkness, his tone stern and bloody. "Let's retreat quickly." Kelly's heart sank. The long-haired man was still angry, and he fired the last few bullets in his magazine at the nearly scrapped first-generation Ranger before saying, "Okay, let's go." At this moment, Han Shao controlled the Ranger to move, approaching the shelter of the 3 mercenaries at high speed. The Ranger's chest suddenly swelled with flames and exploded with a deafening explosion. The fire waves and shock waves spread and exploded in all directions, raising smoke and dust like a gust of wind, and a sea of fire formed around them in an instant. Self-destruct. The orange-red flames lit up the night. A few dozen meters away, Li Hui and other field agents were startled by the explosion. This is terrible. Feng Jun cursed inwardly. The order from his superiors was not to cause too much of a commotion, but now the fire could be seen from several kilometers away. He could already guess the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. Things had already gotten out of their control when Han Xiao and the raccoon cat exchanged fire. The sound of gunfire was too obvious and attracted the attention of many civilians. At that time, the Sting B squad had not yet taken action, so Li Hui and others had no choice but to obey orders and wait anxiously. When the Sting B squad entered the battlefield, the agents couldn't wait to take action to reduce the impact. However, the self-destruction of the first generation of Rangers made their plans come to naught. The long-haired man and another member were killed in the explosion. Kelly was also covered in dirt. He was completely frightened by Han Zhao's method. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. Han Xiao shook off the sand on his hair, not feeling sorry at all. The mechanical department's fighting style is to consume various machines. He has the blueprints, and can rebuild them if he has the resources. As long as he gains manufacturing experience, he has already earned money, not to mention that he also killed several people. Li Hui could only vent his anger on Kelly, shooting at him from a distance with murderous intent. Want to steal my head? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Only by killing all the mercenaries could he complete the hidden requirement. If Kelly was killed by others, all his efforts would be wasted. With this in mind, Han Xiao took action, made a detour, avoided Li Hui and the others, and intercepted Kelly in front. Kelly stopped in shock, feeling that Han Zhao's aura was completely different from his previous one, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Go to hell! Kelly gritted his teeth and raised his gun. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, Han Xiao suddenly bent over, sank his center of gravity into his feet, and swayed his body left and right, moving like a veteran boxer, light and elusive like a ghost, quickly closing the distance. Kelly opened fire in panic, but Han Xiao dodged all of the bullets, or blocked them with his robotic arms. You couldn't hit a single shot? Kelly was in disbelief. He saw that Han Zhao's physical fitness was about the same as that of an elite mercenary, far from the standard of a superpower. It was impossible for him to be faster than a bullet. This proved that Han Xiao had completely predicted the angle of his every shot. Only an ace fighter who had experienced hundreds of battles could have such terrible experience. Even in his mercenary career, he had only seen 2 or 3 ace mercenaries with this level. Han Xiao laughed. Compared to the time when he controlled the mecha to avoid the net of thousands of floating cannons, this level of prediction was a piece of cake. The bullets were empty. Kelly retreated hastily, frantically changing the magazine, but Han Xiao rushed in a straight line and approached him in an instant. He was immediately terrified. Han Zhao's back shrugged, his muscles and bones crackled, and power flowed from his feet, growing like an avalanche, pouring into his left hand, driving the light power arm to draw a full arc and blasting out a heavy punch. The perfect combination of strength and steel. Overload! The sound of the air pump piston and the meshing of gears suddenly accelerated, clattering. A cloud of black smoke spewed out of the cooling pipes. The power instantly increased by 30%, and the steel fist hit Kelly in the face. Critical hit! Crushing power! Kelly's face was immediately smashed, and bright red juice splashed everywhere. Kill with one hit! Li Hui and others finally arrived, and this is the scene before their eyes. Kelly's body fell to the ground limply, like a puppet with its strings cut. Han Zhao's face was splattered with blood. The firelight dragged mottled shadows on his expressionless face. The ferocious exoskeleton fist in his left hand was stained with large pieces of flesh and blood, dripping with hot blood. Even though the field agents were experienced in battle, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. E-level mission, pursuit, completed, gain 10,000 experience points. Hidden conditions completed, kill 6 pursuers and obtain the skill upgrade card basic. Do you want to claim it? No. Now is not the time to claim it. Don't move! Li Hui woke up as if from a dream and quickly picked up the gun. Han Xiao had a blank expression on his face. He took off his lightweight power arm and raised his hands. 2 agents quickly stepped forward and put a black hood on him. His vision became completely dark, and Han Xiao felt someone pushing him forward, knowing that he was being taken to the 13th inning. I finally waited for you. Feng Jun glanced at the battlefield and took a deep breath. He killed all 6 mercenaries. Did he rely on these machines to fight? Li Hui looked stern and said, Take away all the parts he left behind and notify the police department to deal with the aftermath. After that, the group of people took Han Xiao into the car and drove away. They came and went in a hurry, and it felt like they were just a bystander. They didn't play any role at all, which made the field team agents feel very frustrated. Han Xiao sat in the back seat, sandwiched between 2 agents. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel that the other agent's attention was all on him. Behind the black hood, he raised a strange smile. Although there were some minor deviations, the situation so far was as he expected. No one spoke in the car. A silent and tense atmosphere spread among everyone. Only the sound of the car running lingered in their ears. Li Hui and the others were ordered not to talk to the target before arriving at the destination. However, Han Zhao's calmness made them look sideways frequently, as if they had guessed that they would appear. The raccoon cat looked at his subordinates who had suffered heavy casualties with a gloomy face. Bring me the computer! After logging into the dark web and entering the bounty column, he immediately saw the bounty with Han Zhao's portrait. Number 0, a reward of 1 million, posted by the Germination Organization? The raccoon's face changed drastically, his hands trembled, and the computer fell at his feet. He really is a wanted criminal. And he is a wanted criminal of the underground world leader, the Germinal Organization. If he had known that Han Xiao was such a dangerous person, how could he dare to take action? Ma Jie and Huang Mao rushed over panting, staring at the traces of the battlefield in amazement, trembling with fear. The civet cat got angry when he saw them, kicked Ma Jie to the ground, and roared, Damn it, it's all your fault! I won't let you go! Ma Jie covered his stomach with a look of pain on his face, and collapsed on the ground, shaking like a quail, not knowing what he had done wrong. Suddenly, alarms rang, 7 or 8 police cars blocked the gate of the scrapyard, and heavily armed police officers wearing bulletproof vests swarmed in. Humph, a policeman who is always late. The raccoon straightened his clothes and walked over to him. In his opinion, he was the victim, and he had connections in the 7th district and the police station, so he was not panicked. But before he could say anything, the heavily armed police strode forward, pinned him down, and handcuffed him. The raccoon cat was stunned, struggling and shouting, What are you doing? I am the victim, okay? I know you're minister's secretary. Don't waste your energy. The heavily armed police officer who held him down said calmly, It's the order of Bureau 13. The raccoon's eyes widened. Bureau 13 was in charge of matters that threatened the country. Why would they come to deal with him? He must have been involved in some incident. Han Zhao's figure flashed through the raccoon's mind, and he could not think of any other possibility. The 13th Bureau actually supports him? Suddenly, a clear thread emerged in his mind. Budding traitor. Bureau 13. Star Dragon. Intelligence. The raccoon cat suddenly realized. This is silencing. From the moment Han Xiao deliberately took off his mask in front of him, the outcome was already determined. What a sinkhole! The raccoon cat could no longer remain calm, and began to tremble all over, his heart completely filled with fear and anger. Han Xiao! Fuck you! Ma Jia was frightened by the scene and fainted. He foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. 032 talking nonsense. The black hood was pulled off, and Han Xiao opened his eyes. The dazzling white light made him squint. After a few seconds, he gradually adapted and saw the current situation clearly. I sat on a cold iron chair with a table in front of me and a one-way mirror on the wall next to me. There were 2 people sitting opposite the table, Li Hui and Feng Jun. Let me introduce myself. I'm an intelligence officer from the Star Dragon Defense Bureau, Feng Jun said in a gentle tone. This is not the first time we've met. Do you remember me? Remember, Han Xiao said lazily. A man with a deep wallet. Feng Jun was speechless. Could you please not bring that up? Game 13, Li Hui. Li Hui's expression was stiff, and his tone was even stiffer, making people feel that his poop would also be hard. The Star Dragon Defense Bureau has a total of 13 departments, abbreviated as Bureau 13. Should we call you Han Xiao or Zero? Feng Jun got straight to the point. Casual. Li Hui interrupted the conversation with a tough attitude and got straight to the point. Stop talking nonsense, explain your 1 million reward, why the German organization wants to target you, and whether you have any intelligence. Tell me everything. Han Xiao asked with interest. Why should I tell you? Li Hui sneered. What do you think this place is? You have to say whatever we want you to say. Feng Jun hurriedly tried to smooth things over. All right, calm down, Han Xiao, you know our identities. Cooperate a little. It will be good for you. Han Xiao twisted his body and changed into a comfortable position. One plays the villain, the other plays the hero. We have been using this routine for many years. Can we change it? Looking at the two of you serious men, I don't even feel like talking. Do you understand smiling service? Don't be tense. Come on, smile. Feng Jun's face choked up, he coughed dryly, and winked at Li Hui. Li Hui understood and pretended to be furious. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Han Xiao and shouted, This is not a place for you to make jokes. I can throw you into prison and imprison you indefinitely. What a majestic presence. Han Xiao suddenly stopped laughing and looked sharp. I'm from the Germinal organization. Threaten me? Intimidate me? Do you think it will work? Don't bring out such trivial things to embarrass yourself. If you want me to cooperate, then you can show some sincerity and let someone with weight talk to me. You are not qualified yet. His tone gradually rose. When he said the last sentence, Han Xiao even pulled the handcuffs with both hands. The chair was an inch off the ground and fell down again, making a bang. The sound was deafening and echoed in the closed environment. Feng Jun and Li Hui looked at each other. Their mission was to test Han Xiao's attitude. Han Xiao knew this very well, so he deliberately acted fearless, just to tell the person monitoring behind the one-way mirror that, I have a trump card. At this moment, a deep male voice came from the interrogation room's speakers. As you wish, I will talk to you. Who are you? Han Xiao looked at the one-way mirror and knew that it was the person behind him who spoke. Bureau 13, Senior Intelligence Official, am I qualified for this? Han Xiao laughed. Just try to do it. Li Hui and Feng Jun's eyelids jumped. This guy is so shameless. The intelligence leader did not take it as an offense. You just said that you are a member of the Germinal organization. Han Xiao interrupted and corrected him. Once. So you defected? Han Xiao smiled secretly. What was your previous position? A logistics researcher. Research on what? Mechanical weapons. You're lying. The intelligence executive said flatly. This doesn't explain your 1 million reward. I was waiting for you to ask this question. Han Xiao's face remained calm. Rather than saying that you think I'm lying, you're actually expecting me to have something equal to the bounty value, information. That's why you've been investigating me instead of using force. Intelligence can only be useful in the hands of forces with executive power. My exposure of my whereabouts represents my sincerity in cooperation. I am the enemy of the budding, not yours. The intelligence leader said in a deep voice. Why should we cooperate with you? Look around you. This is our territory. We have plenty of ways to make you talk. Han Xiao was at his ease, and suddenly said, Communication record, Shanghai calendar year 687, June 14th, signal starting point, Aquamarine, target, Dark Star 8th Fortress, content is super encrypted. The top intelligence officials were silent for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun were shocked and realized that this news, which they could not understand, had attracted great attention from the top intelligence officials, who even had to consult higher-level leaders. When the top intelligence official spoke again, his tone was extremely serious. Are you sure? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, would I have known about Dark Star? Han Xiao smiled and said, Now, can we talk about cooperation? Good. The intelligence leader spoke in a serious tone. If what Han Xiao said was true, this information would be very important to Star Dragon and even the entire planet. Han Xiao laughed secretly. This was the speech he had prepared long ago. Everything starts with the world background. Since the beginning of exploration, The three cosmic forces have been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and no one has been able to destroy the other. The Dark Forest Law is the primitive form of cosmic society. Just like the process of every historical development, when chaos and barbarism end, order comes into being. The three cosmic forces have reached a consensus, coexist peacefully, explore the universe together, and establish an order system. The universe is never alone. Stars shine one after another, countless races are active in every corner of the universe, and star-like interstellar fleets travel through the waterless ocean of the universe. Countless messages wander in the universe through electromagnetic waves or optical communications, waiting to be captured. Countless thoughts and ideas are entangled with each other and turned into whispers of the mind, like invisible ocean currents, sneaking in the void. Silence is just an appearance, the universe is bustling with activity. Every civilization goes through such a stage. They look up at the starry sky and wonder if there are lives like theirs among the stars. They think they are the only intelligent life in the universe. They step into the universe with the pride of being the son of destiny and the ambition to conquer the galaxy, only to find that it is not their turn to conquer the sea of stars. They are not alone, nor are they special. The explored visible universe is divided into many star fields, such as the broken star ring, the ancient star desert, the bright silver spiral arm, the sea of stars, etc. There are dozens of star clusters in each star field, and the star clusters are further divided into different galaxies, and then numbered star regions, and finally to countless planets, which progress step by step and form a bizarre star world. The general coordinates of Aquamarine are Broken Star Ring, Colton Cluster, Garden Galaxy, Ninth Star Sector, Aquamarine. As for the precise positioning coordinates, it is a multidimensional coordinate system composed of multiple axes, using a complex algorithm combining letters and numbers. The interstellar force that came into contact with planet Aquamarine was an advanced civilization in the Garden Galaxy, Godora. The dark star that Han Shao mentioned was an ambitious force that broke away from Godora and was always thinking about overthrowing the Godora regime and changing the world. The two were mortal enemies. The starry sea is vast, with countless forces and civilizations intertwined. The level of a civilization depends largely on its mobility in the universe. For example, Godora civilization can travel across star regions without relying on stargates and wormholes built by higher-level civilizations. Therefore, Godora is considered a galaxy-level civilization, several levels higher than Aquamarine. The same is true for Darkstar. If the Germinal organization came into contact with Darkstar and obtained Darkstar's resources and even military support, the 6 countries would be in big trouble. An evil and ambitious force like Darkstar might not abide by the Pan-Universe Civilization Contact Treaty, 7th Revised Edition, formulated by the 3 major cosmic civilizations during the exploration era. The details of contacting interstellar forces were confidential to the 6 nations. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of what Han Shao said, so the intelligence leaders were very nervous. In fact, the Germinal organization had never come into contact with Darkstar. The other party had no way of verifying it, so they could just fool around as they pleased. Only by throwing out an explosive piece of information can Bureau 13 pay more attention to him, and increase the threat of the Germinal organization in the eyes of Star Dragon, which is very helpful for his main mission, so why not do it? Relying on Star Dragon is a temporary measure. Han Shao will not live under someone else's roof forever. Bureau 13 cannot completely trust him. For Han Shao, the cooperation between the 2 parties is just a pretense and a way to lay eggs. Working for others wholeheartedly does not exist. He uses Star Dragon's power to deal with Mingya and gain experience. When he is fully grown, Han Shao will kick Star Dragon away and work alone. I have written down all the special treatment you gave me in my little notebook. I will settle the score with you later, Han Shao thought as he shook his handcuffs. Each novice planet is like an independent server, with different main storylines. Han Shao is interested in studying the events experienced by various forces in the Starsea world at different times, which have now become valuable intelligence. The novice planets are far apart, and there are special interstellar travel groups that provide travel services. You can contact these travel groups by using an interstellar communicator. They will automatically locate the source of the information and rely on the teleportation stargates built by cosmic forces in various star clusters and galaxies to shuttle and jump. As long as you can afford it, even if you want to cross the entire visible universe, it's no problem. After all, the professional league faces players from all planets. If they can't get together, how can they compete? Generally, large-scale activities and competitions of players are held on neutral or uninhabited planets. Give me a Star Dragon map and a pen, Han Xiao suddenly said. Feng Jun spread a map of Star Dragon country on the table. Han Xiao picked up a pen, drew circles at 3 locations, and wrote a brief introduction. These are the 3 secret branch bases of the Germination organization located in Star Dragon. Just consider this as my sincerity in cooperation. You only know 3? Of course, not only that. Wait until you verify that my information is correct before we talk about other things. It would be bad for him to tell everything at once, so Han Xiao would not reveal his true feelings easily. What are your conditions? The senior intelligence official asked the key point, and Feng Jun and Li Hui both pricked up their ears. Han Xiao smiled mysteriously. I just want to cooperate with you to deal with Mingya. Is it that simple? I will report your situation to my superiors. In the meantime, I'll ask you to stay here. The top intelligence officials shut down communications. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and shook the handcuffs. Don't make me wait too long. I only took 1 day off. 033 his value. In the internal meeting room of Bureau 13, the director, deputy director, and 13 department executives, 15 people gathered together to discuss only one topic: how to treat Han Xiao. Han Xiao has a lot of confidential information. With his help, we can accurately strike the germinal bases. He is also a mechanic with a certain combat capability, which is equivalent to that of a trained elite agent, but not yet a superpower. He is sincere in cooperating. The intelligence executive finished the investigation report and gave his opinion. I think we can initially trust Han Xiao and cooperate with him. Everyone looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. The senior internal affairs officer was the first to object. No, what if Han Xiao gave us false information? It's here as expected. Every senior executive was cheered up. The 13th Bureau was divided into 2 factions, the hardliners headed by the internal affairs senior executives, and the conservatives headed by the intelligence senior executives. The seats of both sides were clearly defined, like the 2 armies confronting each other across the Chu River and Han River, ready for battle. The intelligence executive argued. The chances of this happening are very small. He is a fugitive from the budding state. If he wants to survive, he can only rely on our protection, so there is no need to doubt his sincerity. Then he could be a spy sent by Mingya to play a trick on me, the senior internal affairs officer insisted. I suggest that we control Han Xiao and detain him in secret. We can get all the information out of him. Bureau 13 doesn't need to negotiate with anyone. You are fooling around. There is no need for this. Tough measures will only lead to unexpected accidents. Han Xiao is sincere. We can't push away the help that should belong to us and make enemies for nothing. This is a cowardly compromise. You are being brainless. Led by the 2 high-ranking officials, the 2 factions began to rant against each other. Although they were both seeking intelligence on Han Xiao, the conflicting opinions between the 2 sides was that the hardliners wanted to imprison Han Xiao, while the conservatives wanted to cooperate with Han Xiao in a friendly manner. They were arguing with great pleasure and were eager to roll up their sleeves for a fight. The director and the deputy director are in a tight spot. The 13th Bureau has 2 directors. The director is the actual person in charge of the 13th Bureau, and the deputy director is sent by the leadership to supervise, also known as the administrative director. It stands to reason that in such an organizational structure, there should be sharp conflicts for power, but this deputy director is very low-key and hardly cares about anything. At this moment, he is daydreaming and says nothing. He is probably thinking about what to eat after get off work. Considering that the previous deputy director who was ambitious to seize power was inexplicably thrown into jail, his low-key attitude is understandable. The director was a dignified man, handsome and imposing. He said thoughtfully, "We need cooperation and control over him at the same time. Isn't this easy to solve? Why not just recruit him into the bureau?" The whole place went from noisy to quiet in an instant, and the hardline executives looked confused. "You want to cause trouble, Chief?" The hardliners were immediately furious. "Absolutely not. What if Han Xiao is a spy sent by the enemy to infiltrate our organization? This is a violation of confidentiality," the director said firmly. "Follow the rules and vote." The conservatives laughed secretly and supported the director. Except for a neutral senior official, there were exactly 6 people in each faction. With the director's vote, the proposal was passed as expected. The hardliners immediately wilted, roaring wildly in their hearts, "You are in cahoots with each other." Since the decision to recruit Han Xiao into the 13th Bureau had been finalized, the next thing to discuss was which department he should join. The senior internal affairs officer said, "I think the logistics department is a good fit for him. He can be monitored at all times by staying at the headquarters, and his abilities as a mechanic can be utilized." The conservatives agreed this time. This suggestion was indeed good. The logistics department was most suitable for Han Xiao. He was not allowed to go out. He could stay under their noses and could not cause any trouble. The director suddenly said, "Don't employ someone you don't trust, and don't doubt someone you employ. Since Han Xiao has combat capability, why not transfer him to the Secret Operations Department? Maybe there will be a surprise." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and all the senior executives silently looked at the neutral person who was dozing off, who was the senior executive of the Secret Operations Department. Then it settled. Actions can be deceiving, words can be deceiving, but intentions cannot. As long as we confirm that the information about the Germinal Organization's branch base that Han Xiao gave us is correct, we will let him join the Secret Operations Department. The director made the decision with a wave of his hand. All the senior executives covered their faces and said, "Well, you are the boss, as long as you are happy." The deputy director yawned. "Have you finished get off work yet? What's in the cafeteria today?" After the meeting, senior intelligence and logistics executives came to the logistics department together and asked the logistics personnel to study the captured light power arm. "I want to see what is so special about the machine made by Han Xiao. If possible, I want to reverse deduce the blueprint and get more information about Han Xiao." The person in charge of researching the light-duty power arm is Luo Xian, who is known as the ace of the logistics department. He was once an excellent student in the mechanical department of Shidu College. After graduation, he was directly recruited into the logistics department of the 13th Bureau. He has always performed well, and the higher-ups seem to want to focus on training him and are interested in letting Luo Xian join the Secret Operations Department. Apart from being a little too proud, there are no other shortcomings. Luo Xian was wearing rubber gloves and had a calm expression. He had dismantled machinery many times and was very familiar with it. "Let's get started." Luo Xian began to dismantle it, but suddenly stopped and said in surprise, "There are confidentiality measures inside." The confidentiality measures prevented the machine from being disassembled to deduce the blueprints, which were closely linked to the overall structure. Han Xiao's basic assembly knowledge included the methods of confidentiality measures, plus his maximum level of simple enhancement modification. Unless a mechanic reached the E-level standard, it would be impossible to crack it. He attached great importance to the light power arm and expected that the light power arm might fall into the hands of Bureau 13, so he arranged confidentiality measures early on. The first generation of Rangers also set up confidentiality measures, but they have already self-destructed, so they can be ignored. "Can you crack it?" asked the top intelligence official. "No problem." Luo Xian was very confident. Lifting the confidentiality measures was an indirect confrontation between the manufacturer and the cracker. Luo Xian was very confident. What level could a little-known mechanic have? He was a top student in the Department of Mechanical Engineering who graduated from Shidu College. However, after 20 minutes, Luo Xian had not made any progress. He was sweating profusely and said in disbelief, "4 levels of confidentiality? Is the guy who made this machine crazy?" The quadruple level of confidentiality is extremely complex, and if one mistake is made in disassembling the entire machine, the entire internal structure will automatically fall apart. Luo Xian is not sure. The intelligence executive frowned. "Are you capable of this? Don't waste my time." Luo Xian was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry at the higher-ups. He could only swallow his anger and said, "This confidentiality measure is too complicated. I need time." "That's enough. I don't have that much free time. Tell me what you think." Luo Xian sensed the distrust of the intelligence leaders and his face turned ugly. He said angrily, "There is no technical highlight. It's just that the confidentiality is good. I feel that the manufacturer is a country bumpkin who treats trash as treasure." The senior intelligence officer raised his eyebrows, said nothing, and had someone take the robotic arm and leave the logistics department. Since Han Xiao had killed a battle-hardened mercenary with a single punch from his mechanical arm, he felt that the best way to test it was to let the agents use it in actual combat. It just so happened that the Bureau was sending people to destroy the 3 germination strongholds that Han Xiao had told them about, so this was a perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, the robot had been blown into a pile of charred parts that could no longer be recognized. He was more interested in the first generation of Rangers. Although the 13th Bureau is powerful, no one will have too much new equipment. The director held the phone and talked to Old Gao. I have recommended Han Xiao to join the Secret Operations Department. Thanks a lot. The director asked doubtfully. Old man, is he worthy of your attention? Old Gao said. Haha, his value is not just intelligence. I have a feeling that he will be an important bargaining chip in our confrontation with the Germinal organization. 034 I'm too lazy to think of a title. The dilapidated high-rise buildings were covered with vines, the broken bridges were covered with green moss, the deserted streets were desolate, and the shop windows on the street were broken and the shelves were overturned on the ground. Obviously, they had experienced a looting. A yellowed newspaper from who knows how long ago was moving on the ground with the breeze that blew up the dust, and the air was filled with a bleak atmosphere. The moonlight penetrates the floating dust, becoming dim and becoming the only source of light in the city. This is a deserted city that once belonged to a big country. Now this country has disappeared in the wave of transformation of the times. The citizens have also moved out of this dead city. Even wanderers are unwilling to live in the dead city. During the decades when the entire planet's social environment was reshuffled, many cities were abandoned and became part of the planet's ecological environment again. From cold steel forests, they gradually turned into vibrant green fields, which makes people wonder what the significance of human beings is to the planet. According to Han Zhao's intelligence, there were 3 branch bases of the Germinal organization hidden within the territory of Star Dragon country, and this dead city was hiding one of them. It was like a nail piercing their body, making the top leaders of Star Dragon furious and shocked. Within 24 hours, they dispatched troops from the nearest military base to attack this branch base, and the action was efficient. At this time, the dead city was awakened by artillery fire. More than a dozen Star Dragon Army bulletproof assault vehicles attacked the sub-base. The sounds of gunfire, artillery fire and explosions continued, mixed with screams and roars. However, the front battlefield is not the core of the action. 3 members of the Secret Operations Department were quietly approaching the germination base from the side. Their mission was to sneak in and steal intelligence while the armies were fighting. The Secret Operations Department is responsible for infiltration, sabotage, theft, assassination, and other similar matters. It is also known as the Secret Service Department. Its members are the elite among the elites. The 3 Secret Service team avoided the battlefield of the firefight and approached the sub-base from the other side. They came to the side door of the sub-base, and the team's hacker cracked the access control. Li Yalan, a member of the Secret Operation Team and a Level 4 agent, is a bright and attractive young woman. She wears a black one-piece sports bodysuit that shows off her hot body that makes people's blood boil. She is covered with a loose yellow hoodie. She has a sporty style, fair skin, beautiful looks, and a lively temperament like an elf. She wears silver round earrings, light eyeshadow, a high nose bridge, and 3-dimensional facial features. Li Yalan stretched her body, her beautifully curved waist showing amazing elasticity, which was out of tune with the tense atmosphere around her. She chewed bubble gum and complained. I finally had a vacation while the captain was recovering from his injury, but the department gave us an urgent mission. They simply don't treat agents as human beings. Lambert silently wiped the sharp dagger without saying a word, as silent as a stone. He used to be an ace soldier of a certain unit whose number could not be made public. After being retired, he joined the Secret Operations Department of the 13th Bureau. He wore a field uniform, a belt with more than a dozen daggers inserted in it around his waist, and a folding black heavy sniper rifle slung diagonally behind his back. The Bureau seems to take this operation very seriously, Lin Yao said hesitantly. He was just over 1.7 meters tall and looked a little shy. He was the hacker of the team. He was carrying a small bag with many electronic devices in it. He was cracking the side door of the sub-base at this moment. He took out a bunch of electronic instruments, connected them to the access control, and quickly tapped the keyboard. Codes were flashing out like a waterfall. Not long after, the program was cracked and the metal door opened automatically. The three of them looked at each other and sneaked into the base. Li Yalan walked in the front, Lin Yao in the middle, and Lambert at the rear. All the doors along the way were opened by Lin Yao, who hacked into the system. Their target was the main computer room. The Germinal organization attached great importance to confidentiality. Once a branch base was attacked and showed signs of falling, the guards who stayed behind would immediately format the base's system, destroy all content, and activate EMP to cut off the network and power and burn the electronic components of the host. They were as decisive as a lizard cutting off its tail. That was why the Germinal organization could remain mysterious, like a cloud of fog. Bureau 13 also attached great importance to Han Xiao because the source of intelligence was so rare. After safely reaching the second underground floor, the main engine room was right in front of him. Suddenly, Lin Yao looked at the hack surveillance footage and screamed, "There's a small enemy force around the corner ahead." Before he could finish his words, a team of guards appeared in sight and a battle broke out suddenly. Li Yalan was the first to react. She suddenly burst out with phantom speed and rushed in front of the guards before they opened fire. She leaped into the air, as light as a swallow, and split her long and elastic legs 180 degrees horizontally. She kicked the two guards in front of her hard on the head. The two guards who were kicked flew out in spirals with broken cervical vertebrae. She has an extremely strong physique. Not only is her flexibility amazing, her strength is also terrifying. She supports herself on the ground with her hands, stands upside down, and spins her legs out. Bright yellow rays of light burst out from her legs, like yellow propellers, sweeping across the crowd. Even if she uses a gun to block, the gun will explode into parts on the ground. Her leg strength can even bend metal. Martial artist! The last guard was horrified and was about to call for reinforcements when, in the distance, Lambert reached over the knife bag at his waist and a flying knife, trailing a silver light, pierced his throat in an instant. A fully armed team was quickly eliminated by Li Yalan and Lambert. At this moment, the lights in the corridor turned blood red and shrill alarms sounded everywhere. Lin Yao screamed, "We have been discovered! A large number of guards are rushing towards us, and the base system has begun formatting." Li Yalan also became anxious. "Hurry up and crack the access control of the host room." "I'm working on it. It will take at least 3 minutes. The enemy will arrive in 1 minute at most. I really can't bypass the firewall and open the access control again in such a short time. I'm sorry." Lin Yao was sweating profusely and typing frantically on the tablet. His hand speed was as fast as if he had been single for several lifetimes. After images were flying and crackling, but the steel door of the main engine room didn't move at all. Soon, chaotic footsteps were heard from both ends of the corridor. It was a straight corridor with no place to hide. They were confident that they could fight their way out, but the mission would definitely fail. "By the way, didn't our superiors give us new equipment before we set off this time?" Li Yalan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out a long black package from Lin Yao's backpack. "Open the zipper, and you will see a metallic mechanical arm lying quietly inside. Lightweight power arm. How do you use this thing? Has anyone read the instructions?" The robotic arm started up successfully and began to hum. "There was no malfunction." Shocked, Li Yalan gritted her teeth and punched the metal door of the main computer room, which actually made a very obvious dent. Li Yalan was overjoyed and punched out like a violent storm. The mechanical iron fist hit the metal door at high speed, making a thumping sound. With the blessing of the machine and her own strength, deformed dents appeared on the metal door, and the door frame made a teeth-grinding tearing sound. 20 seconds passed in a flash, and the large group of guards finally arrived at the corner of the corridor. At this moment, the metal door of the main computer room finally could not withstand the heavy blow, and was smashed away with a bang. Li Yalan and the other two quickly hid inside, just in time to escape. "That was a close call." Lin Yao immediately connected the instrument to the host computer. The system formatting had reached 57%. He had to hurry to back up the remaining content and tried to hack into the Germinal organization's database to steal as much intelligence as possible before the internet and power were cut off. With the room as a cover, Li Yalan and Lambert suddenly burst out with amazing fighting power. Li Yalan pulled out a metal baton from her pocket, and all the guards who rushed into the main computer room were knocked down by her swift skills. With the baton in her right hand and the mechanical arm in her left hand, burning with bright yellow flames, it was so powerful that she broke the bones of the guards through their bulletproof vests. Lambert's flying knife was directly reflected through the wall and hit the enemies outside the door, causing the guards to scream in pain. With just 2 people, they caused huge casualties and left hundreds of guards helpless. Not long after, the base system completed self-formatting, followed by a power outage and internet disconnection, and the entire base went dark in the blink of an eye. "Charge out!" Li Yalan shouted, punching, kicking, and swinging a stick, cutting her way out of a bloody path. Lambert dragged Lin Yao and followed closely behind. There were screams everywhere and chaos in the darkness. After a fierce battle, the 3 finally rushed out of the base and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yao even collapsed to the ground. The other 2 were used to it. Every time a mission was over, Lin Yao would look scared to death. Li Yalan played with the lightweight power arm and couldn't let it go. Lin Yao took a look and asked in surprise, "Who invented this mechanical arm? Could it be Luo Xian from the logistics department?" "Who knows? I heard that the higher-ups intend to have him join the secret operations department, so it's not impossible." Li Yalan's big eyes blinked, full of curiosity. 035 Han Xiao. 2 hours later, the battle was over. This was Star Dragon's most successful operation against the Germinal organization. They destroyed the base and collected a large amount of information. Thanks to Han Zhao's intelligence, the top brass of Bureau 13 were very satisfied. However, Lin Yao had not found the 2 pieces of information that he was most concerned about: Dark Star's communication records and the significance of Han Zhao's codename, Zero, in the Germinal organization. The former is fictitious and of course does not exist, while the latter is related to the Germinal organization's experimental subject plan and is highly encrypted and cannot be leaked. The 3 Secret Service team returned to the headquarters without stopping. Li Yalan reluctantly returned the robotic arm. Her superior asked, "Is the lightweight power arm useful?" It turns out that this thing is called a lightweight power arm. Such a powerful thing is very much to Li Yalan's liking. She nodded and said, "This mission was successful thanks to this equipment. Who made it?" "I can't tell you that." "Will the department continue to supply light-duty power arms in the future?" Li Yalan looked expectant. "It depends on the decision from above." Li Yalan did not give up. She stopped pestering her superior and went to the logistics department to find Luo Xian, who was most likely the creator. The badge on her chest was the logo of the Secret Operations Department. She had a smooth journey and attracted the attention of the lazy people in the logistics department. Her exquisite and beautiful appearance made these logistics personnel, who had to deal with engine oil and smelly sweat all year round, salivate over her. Although the 13 departments are nominally at the same level, their powers are different, and their status in the minds of the people is high or low. The Secret Operations Department is full of strong people, many beautiful women, and elites, with excellent treatment, and has always been coveted by people. Li Yalan looked around and asked loudly, "I'm here to find Luo Xian." Everyone looked at Luo Xian with envy. "Sure you can. You are worthy of being the ace of the logistics department. You hooked up with the beauty from the Secret Service department without making any noise. She even came to find you specially. Maybe you can join the Secret Operations Department in the future and rise to the top." Many people were wondering whether they should congratulate Luo Xian in advance and try to curry favor with him. Luo Xian didn't know Li Yalan and was confused. Could it be that the Secret Operations Department was planning to recruit me? His heart skipped a beat. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "I'm Luo Xian. What's your name?" "Li Yalan." "How can I help you?" Luo Xian felt that he was behaving very gentlemanly. "You're the one who invented that robotic arm? Mechanical arm?" Luo Xian immediately thought of the lightweight power arm that made him lose face in front of the minister. He thought that there was some kind of malfunction, and he was grumbling about it. He pretended to be serious and asked, "What's the problem?" "No, I think it's very useful. I want to order it privately." This was very embarrassing. The logistics staff had strange looks on their faces. They remembered Luo Xian's contempt for the robotic arm and stared at him. The look in their eyes made Luo Xian wish he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Luo Xian looked unhappy. The machine he described as rubbish was actually sought after by secret agents, and the user even came to order it. This misunderstanding made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only force a smile and said, "I didn't invent that thing." Li Yalan felt puzzled and said unhappily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're wasting my time." Luo Xian's face darkened, and he felt depressed when he saw his colleagues walking away with smirks. Feng Jun came over and said in a businesslike manner, "The identity of the manufacturer is confidential. Please do not discuss or speculate." Li Yalan was surprised. Secret? Luo Xian, however, felt a sense of crisis, thinking that the bureau paid too much attention to this mysterious mechanic. He was worried that it would threaten his position and that there would be competition among his peers. If he joins the logistics department, he must be suppressed. Luo Xian made a decision secretly. A base somewhere of the Germinal organization. "Chief, sub-base number 45 has been destroyed." "Who did it?" "Star Dragon." "Where did they get the information?" "I don't know." The leader was puzzled. The Germinal organization had branch bases all over the world, and some secret bases were hidden within the borders of the 6 countries. As a trump card for a large-scale war in the future, they had been in a frozen dormant state, not carrying out any activities, and there was no possibility of exposure. How could they be discovered? Could it be that an insider leaked the information, or there is a spy in the organization? Only the top leaders know the location of the secret base. If any of them betrays the organization, it will be a huge blow to the organization. He secretly decided to clean up the organization. The leader did not suspect Han Xiao at all. How could he be a lowly test subject who had never been exposed to the organization's secrets? He could be ruled out as the first suspect. The leader felt annoyed when he thought of Zero. The reward had been offered on the dark web for so long, but there had been no movement at all. "You little bug are really fast at running. You dare to declare war so brazenly. I will crush you sooner or later. With your own strength, you can never dream of moving a single brick or tile of the organization." The leader smiled coldly. "Han Xiao has been missing for 3 days. Where did he go?" Lu Qian paced anxiously, blaming herself, and muttered, "Did he get lost? It's all my fault. I didn't buy him a cell phone. Now I can't contact him. He's a stranger in Shidu, and he doesn't know anyone here. What should I do?" Old man Lu comforted him. "Be optimistic. Maybe he is just dead." Lu Qian was speechless. "Grandpa, why are you so prejudiced against him?" Old man Lu picked his nose and did not answer. Lu Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she came up to Old Man Lu and said, "Grandpa, please ask someone to help find him." "You wish?" Old Man Lu groaned. "Just think of it as a favor for your granddaughter." "Ha! When you stole my collection of books, why didn't you consider that I was your grandfather? Those are just small things, just forgive me. Just give up. You really won't help?" "No help." Lu Qian smiled, exuding a dark aura. "I'll help you sell the wine you hid under the floor of your room." Old Man Lu was startled. "Look at what you said. How could I, your grandfather, be such a stingy person? It's just about finding someone. Leave it to me." "Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Qian smiled sweetly. Old Man Lu sighed and called Old Man Gao, saying, "Old man, was Han Xiao taken away by you? Did you guess it? What did he do?" "No crime has been committed, but we need to cooperate with him. As long as he has done nothing wrong, let him go immediately, or my granddaughter will ruin all my precious wine collection. This is not in compliance with regulations. I am in a dilemma." "Don't talk nonsense. You made the rules. You cheated me last time and you haven't paid me back yet. I don't care. Just get Han Xiao back." Old Gao said helplessly. "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Old Man Lu was indignant. He was clearly hoping that Han Xiao would get out, but he had to find him. Humph, it turned out that all women were treacherous, especially the woman who gave birth to his son. She was really unfaithful to her husband. She was obviously someone else's wife, but I could easily hook her up with her. Alas, the charm of her youth is gone forever. Old Man Lu stroked his bald head and sighed. 036 New drawings and cooperation. Han Xiao had been living in a luxurious single cell for 3 days. He was not in a hurry at all. He had time to sort out his abilities and collect the skill upgrade card rewarded by the mission. Han Xiao looked at the interface. There were 90,000 experience points, some of which were rewards for missions and killing enemies, and some of which were the gains from making guns for the civet cats some time ago. Basic fighting is at level 8. To upgrade it to level 1 more, it would be most cost-effective to use the skill upgrade card Basic. Han Xiao did not hesitate and upgraded Basic Fighting to level 9 first, and then chose to receive the skill upgrade card. A card emitting a brass glow appeared out of thin air in his hand. Han Xiao's mind moved, and the card turned into a stream of light and sank into his brow. His limbs trembled, and a new strength flowed through his muscles and bones. Han Xiao's spirit was lifted, and he clearly felt that his physical strength had become stronger. Basic Combat LV10 Max increases unarmed attack power by 10%, strength plus 2, endurance plus 1. When many skills reach a certain level, attribute bonuses will appear. After the character level reaches the upper limit, the combat effectiveness can be improved through skills. Each version of Star Ocean has a different level upper limit. In future versions, a saying will be circulated: the maximum level is just the beginning. Your basic combat reaches the upper limit of the level, and you gain 1 potential point. Okay, 16 potential points. Han Xiao spent some more experience points to upgrade basic shooting to level 8. He still had a little over 20,000 experience points left, so he was ready to gamble on the blueprints twice. There are 2 uses for the mechanics blueprints. One is to use them as one's own trump card, to be used in battle, and never to be leaked. The other is used for selling, accepting orders from others, earning experience and money. Ordinary mechanical players can only set up stalls to sell to other players. Large guilds and clubs control the opportunities to trade with NPCs. But Han Xiao had no competitors, so he could get there first. What he needed most was blueprints to sell in order to gain manufacturing experience. Bureau 13 was a potential market with great customer potential, and there were more opportunities than in the Germinal organization base. I have a few drawings in my memory that should sell well. Whether to carry out knowledge fusion, basic weaponry plus basic assembly, this fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Confirm. Fusion successful, congratulations on developing the folding sword. Whether to carry out knowledge fusion, basic weaponry plus basic materials encyclopedia. This fusion will consume 10,000 experience points. Fusion successful, congratulations on developing high burning ammunition. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. High burning ammunition was the best invention he had imagined. Ammunition was suitable for various carriers and was not difficult to manufacture. In the previous life game, ammunition had the highest sales volume. Moreover, because it involved chemical knowledge, it was very difficult to copy and was inherently confidential. Han Xiao felt mixed emotions about the folding saber. This was a metal saber with a guard on the handle. The guard was a well-proportioned rectangle. The 0.5 to 0.8 meter segmented blade was folded and hidden in the handle. It was portable and concealed. The blade could be ejected at any time during combat and controlled by a button on the handle. Its advantage was that it was a must-have for home and travel murders and robberies. It was not a bad thing, but the problem was that it was standard equipment specifically for novices. The folding sword was cheap, had low technical content, and was easy to copy. Even the confidentiality measures were not effective. A formal mechanic could roughly understand the structure with just a glance, which was somewhat embarrassing for Han Xiao. It would be great if it was a long-range weapon. This kind of melee weapon without any special effects is not very popular. One is good and the other is bad. Could it be that I am the legendary mixed blood, a mixture of African blood and European blood? Fortunately, these 2 types of blueprints did not exist on planet Aquamarine, so Han Xiao had many opportunities to operate. The theories learned by mechanics were the same, but the applications were diverse. It was not that once one had learned the basic theories, one could create all the application inventions of the theories. In the real world before Han Xiao traveled through time, there were still civilian scientists creating new inventions every year. Regardless of their practicality, at least there were many possibilities. These 2 types of blueprints are Han Zhao's next focus. He has gained 600,000 experience points by assembling firearms in the German organization base for half a year. There will definitely be more opportunities for Star Dragon. When he officially joins Bureau 13, it will be time to reap the rewards. At this time, a new prompt pops up on the panel. A-level mission, Seeds Sleep in Dust, current progress is 1.6%. Inning 13 has taken action. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He disclosed the intelligence of the 3 bases to Bureau 13, which could be counted as his indirect mission progress. 1.6% was not too little, but too much. He knew better than anyone the unfathomable power of the Germinal organization. A branch base should not have achieved 1.6% progress. Han Zhao did not expect that the attack on the sub-base would cause the leader of the Germinal to be suspicious of the top leaders. This was the highlight. In the previous life, the battle between Mingya and the 6 nations lasted until the end of version 1.0. If 2.0, Disaster of Alienation, was not counted, the results of the battle between the two should be evenly matched. There was a period of time when Mingya was at a disadvantage and was only 1 step away from destroying it, but the 6 countries backed down. This was all because of Mingya's trump card, the Dead Hand system. This is an automated missile counterattack program that has been set up long ago. Once the organization is facing overthrow, the Germinal organization will release all missiles in stock according to the established procedures, automatically attack preset targets, and cleanse the world. Even if the 6 countries can intercept 95% of them, the remaining missiles will still cause irreversible damage to the planet's ecology. This is the last resort for Mingya, to die together. Therefore, it is almost impossible to achieve 100% of my mission, unless I can crack the Dead Hand system. The Dead Hand system was the last card that was exposed by Germinal. Although it prevented the collapse of the organization, it also shook many Germinal members. The people who worked for Germinal wanted to take revenge on the 6 nations, and they wanted to create a new regime in accordance with Germinal's ideology. When Germinal's trump card and ideology conflicted, a large number of members would be lost. No one wanted the world to be destroyed, if it could be exposed artificially. Han Zhao shook his head. This matter was still too far away, and he kept it in his heart. Not long after, Feng Jun finally arrived and took Han Zhao to the interrogation room. It was still the intelligence minister who was communicating with him. The intelligence from the sub-base has been confirmed to be correct. We believe in your sincerity in cooperation. The top management has decided to accept you as a member of Bureau 13. It worked. Han Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His relationship with Old Man Gao was indeed effective. He was not naive enough to think that the top management would unanimously agree to his joining Bureau 13. There must be some ulterior motive behind this. The organization has decided to have you join the Secret Operations Department. You will be assigned to an action team. Han Zhao's expression turned strange. In the new era, countless elites and talents who have lost their country are stranded abroad. The intelligence agencies of the 6 countries have relaxed their recruitment requirements and started to hire non-national members. However, the ACE department, such as the Secret Operations Department, still has certain requirements for the loyalty of its members. This is undoubtedly the operation of Old Man Gao. That old man thinks so highly of me? Joining the Secret Service Department is a good thing for him. There are many powerful people in it that he can meet, and there are opportunities to go out. Those events and opportunities that happen outside of Star Dragon, he has the opportunity to intervene, which is very important. Originally, according to Han Zhao's guess, if the 13th Bureau restricted his freedom, he would defect immediately after the public beta, but now it seems that there is no need to leave in a hurry. A new prompt appears on the panel. You have opened a new faction reputation. The Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau's favorability towards you increases by 300 points. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, Bureau 13 Neutral, 300/1000, Level 1 member. The new faction relations represent new opportunities, tasks, events, and benefits. There are 8 levels of faction relations: deadly enemy, hatred, hostility, indifference, neutrality, friendliness, respect, and reverence. Basically, the initial favorability of all new camps is cold, and 300 points of favorability reaches neutrality. Generally, only when it reaches the friendly level can you exchange favorability and contribution for resources. Feng Jun took out a black cell phone and handed it to Han Xiao. There was only his phone number on it. He coughed and said, "From today on, I will be your contact person. Don't turn off your phone." "Oh, it's just an insignificant message, right? Why does your wording always make me uncomfortable?" Feng Jun felt helpless. The black phone has no decorations on the outside, and the operation interface is also very simple. It only has the functions of making calls and sending and receiving messages. Han Xiao played with the phone and asked, "Will it not be eavesdropped?" "Don't worry, the line is specially encrypted." Minister of Intelligence. "One more thing, we want you to hand in the mechanical blueprints you know, including the lightweight power arm and the robot you used to kill the Sting Bee squad. Submitting the blueprints can increase the faction's contribution, but he needs to manufacture machinery to grow and upgrade. If he submits the blueprints, Bureau 13 will learn how to mass-produce them on an assembly line, and he will have no chance to do anything." What Han Xiao wanted was a cooperation method where others would provide the materials and he would manufacture them. Han Xiao shook his head and refused. "What if an agent orders from me privately?" "We don't care about that." After getting the answer, Han Xiao laughed. No matter what, all the agents in Bureau 13 were his potential clients. There is still a long way to go. The top leaders of Bureau 13 will not destroy their good cooperation with Han Xiao just for one or two basic blueprints. They care more about the budding intelligence. At least the conservatives are very rational. As for the hardliners, who like him, who knows what they will do. Another benefit of joining the 13th Bureau is that it has a rich inventory of resources, which saves him the trouble of looking for materials everywhere. He can buy a large number of parts and raw materials by spending money, as well as good things that are not generally available on the market. After the cooperation was agreed upon, Han Xiao put on the black hood again and was led through the winding corridors, got on the elevator, and left the headquarters. 037 Evil Nature. Han Xiao felt the car stop, and someone pushed him out. He stood alone for a while and then heard the exhaust of the car driving away. Only then did he take off his black mask and look around. He was already at an intersection a few blocks away from the repair shop. There are several bright moons hanging in the sky. It's so mysterious. Han Xiao curled his lips. The goal had been basically achieved. Han Xiao hummed a little tune and strolled slowly. Not long after, he arrived outside the repair shop and found that the lights were still on inside. He immediately thought to himself that it was bad. He had been missing for 3 days, and Lu Qian must be very anxious. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Lu Qian pacing back and forth with a worried look on her face. Lu Qian's face darkened, and she immediately rushed over to scold him. "Why did you come back just now? Do you know how worried I was? You're a foreigner, and I thought something happened to you. I almost called the police." Han Xiao was in the wrong, so he simply opened his eyes and acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "What on earth have you been doing?" "Walk." Lu Qian was furious. "Can you find a more reliable excuse?" "I think it's pretty reliable. I saw a TV report yesterday that there was a gunfight at the Crow's scrapyard, and I thought you had an accident." It turned out that this was the reason for Lu Qian's worry. Han Xiao listened to Lu Qian's nagging, but he did not feel impatient at all. Instead, he felt warm in his heart. It's not easy to have someone who cares about you. But this feeling of being touched was instantly shattered by Old Man Lu. "I thought you wouldn't come back alive. I'm so disappointed." Hee hee. Damn old man. After Lu Qian complained for a while, she finally vented her anger. She gritted her teeth and said with a pained look, "I'll buy you a cell phone in a few days. Don't lose contact with me again. I'll deduct the money from your salary." "No, I already have a cell phone." Han Xiao took out a black cell phone. "Bureau 13 said that this phone number cannot be given to anyone else?" "I don't want to listen, it's just a turtle chanting sutras." Old Man Lu's eyes flashed, and he pulled Han Xiao aside. He frowned and asked, "This is the encrypted phone of Bureau 13. Have you joined Bureau 13? "Oh, you are very knowledgeable," Han Xiao complimented perfunctorily. "Humph, since you have joined the 13th Bureau, why are you still working in my store? Get out of here right now." "You can leave if you want. I won't leave anyway." "Hey, you little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you have any other plans by staying in my shop?" Old Man Lu was so angry that his expression suddenly changed. He stared at Han Xiao and said word by word, "You must have fallen in love with my granddaughter, right? You misunderstood." Han Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. Old Man Lu's face changed several times, and he experienced hostility, contemplation, relief, excitement, consideration, satisfaction, relief, kindness, etc. in 1 second. It was more magical than the face change in Sichuan opera. It was like looking at his grandson-in-law, which made Han Zhao's hair stand on end. "Wait, that's not what the script says. Xiao Han, my Xiao Qian is quite young. How about you come?" Han Zhao's face was stiff. "Old Lutu, as the saying goes, a melon that is forced is not sweet. If you don't force yourself, you won't even get me. My unlucky son's only contribution is to give me a granddaughter. Our family needs to continue the next generation. You should work hard to give birth to my great-grandson." "Who says you are, our family? Don't cause trouble for me." "Haha, you young people should be passionate about your relationship. How can you be so slow? I can only help you up to this point." Old Man Lu patted Han Xiao on the shoulder with an unfathomable look on his face. He walked away slowly, leaving Han Xiao disheveled in the wind. It's so scary to see old people looking forward to holding their babies. Han Xiao turned around, only to see Lu Qian standing behind him. Her eyes were so bright that they seemed to be dripping with tears at any moment. She stared at Han Xiao with her lips pursed and remained silent. "I said this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Bad guy." Lu Qian covered her red face, turned around and ran upstairs. "Well, it seems that he doesn't believe it." Han Zhao's face was in pain, and he covered his forehead with a snap. What happened today is so evil. Luo Xian had been feeling a little uneasy these past few days, worried that Han Xiao would join the logistics department in the future and affect his position. Finally, Luo Xian couldn't help it anymore and asked the minister about Han Zhao's background. "His specific information is confidential." The logistics director was a fat man with a big belly and a perpetual smile. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. He whispered, "I can only tell you that he has joined the 13th Bureau." The logistics director shook his head. "Neither. He was specially recruited into the Secret Operations Department and will report in a few days." Luo Xian was caught off guard and was completely stunned by the news. They didn't even come to the logistics department to play with him, so how could he be suppressed? He had worked diligently for several years but was still not qualified to join the Secret Operations Department, while the mysterious colleague who had frustrated him was specially recruited on the first day. The position in the Secret Operations Department that he had been pursuing was taken by someone else without anyone noticing, and Luo Xian was almost furious. This is not fair. A week after the gunfight at the Cielo scrapyard, the bosses of the other 6 districts of Shidu gathered together to discuss a major event that had occurred recently. The 7th district had lost its controller, and the raccoon cat had disappeared. Other bosses learned through various channels that the disappearance of the raccoon cat was actually related to the 13th Bureau, which had the greatest power. This immediately shocked all the bosses. What did the raccoon cat do to provoke this huge monster? The boss of the 2nd district, Inin, was the leader of the group and the initiator of this meeting. He said solemnly, "The raccoon cat is missing. He offended someone he shouldn't have offended. I guess we'll never see him again." The bosses present here have a feeling of the death of a rabbit leads to the grief of the fox. Even though they all look very powerful outside, in fact everyone knows that the 13th Bureau can make anyone present disappear from the world forever at any time, and these underground forces can't even make a wave. Shidu is the capital of a country after all. They look glorious, but in fact they are just rats eating leftovers in dark corners. They are not even as good as those arms dealers and intelligence dealers doing business in the slums. They have backers, while they, the bosses, are just tools in the hands of some Star Dragon officials. If they are not satisfied with them one day, they can kill them with just one word. "Who will take over the territory of District 7? The bosses looked at each other, and no one spoke. Originally, taking over the territory should have been a new round of scramble to distribute profits, but no one spoke up. It was not that they did not covet the civet cat's territory, but the situation was still unclear. In their eyes, the 7th district had become a dangerous place, and who knew if they would get into trouble like the civet cat. The boss of the second district looked around and said in a deep voice, "Don't you want to take over?" Everyone was silent. "Okay, then let's wait for the newcomer to take over," the boss of the second district said expressionlessly. If the gray area in Zone 7 loses its controller, it will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. Some smart people, who are suppressed by the civet cat, will see the opportunity to move forward. But this is not the boss's willingness to give the newcomers a chance, but rather they are standing by and watching, waiting for an ambitious cannon fodder to explore the way for them and figure out the situation in District 7. Only then will the bosses present take action, using their entangled forces to kill the rising newcomers, and then distribute the territory of District 7 internally. It is naturally a good thing if there is one less person sharing the inherent interest pie, and they will not allow the emergence of a new boss who is equal to them. Han Xiao stayed in the repair shop for a few days, begging for an advance on his first month's salary, and ordered a batch of materials from the 13th Bureau. A dark red bullet lay quietly in Han Xiao's palm, with a flame-shaped pattern engraved on the bullet head. High inflammable ammunition. After hitting the target, a 3-meter diameter area begins to burn, causing continuous burning damage. The introduction was simple, but Han Xiao knew that the actual effect was much better than the introduction. The principle of high inflammability bullets is to fill a certain highly flammable sticky gas as the warhead incendiary agent. The combustion conditions are simpler than those of armor-piercing incendiary bombs. It can self-ignite without combustible materials. It is a special type of bullet specially used for combustion. This extremely high gas needs to be collected through chemical reactions and mixed with another inert gas in proportion so that it will not burn. Using gas as an incendiary agent is more difficult to extract than liquid or particle incendiary agents. Once the warhead is opened, even in a vacuum environment, the flammable gas can burn itself out for a short time, which naturally has confidentiality. The method of extracting gas has strict experimental steps on the blueprint. He has not yet learned the basic biochemistry of the energy branch, so he doesn't understand the principles, so he just has to follow them. The ammunition can be made into various calibers, from pistol bullets to sniper bullets. It is easy to manufacture, very practical, and has a wider market. These days he has taken the time to make dozens of high-intensity bullets. Han Xiao also used better steel to make a folding sword. It weighed 5.3 pounds and was 0.65 meters long. When folded, the handle was 0.12 meters long. The close-range attack power was 13 to 19. It was shiny black. The blade had folding patterns in sections, and the tip was at a right angle, just like a fine brush knife. This kind of melee weapon for novices was of little use to him, so it was better than nothing. He used the experience gained from making high combustibility bullets and folding swords to improve his primary mechanical affinity to level 4. Primary mechanical affinity has a maximum level of 5, which requires 15,000 experience points. Basic shooting is currently at level 8, and it requires 45,000 experience points to reach the maximum level. As long as another 60,000 experience points are spent, 2 more potential points can be obtained. Each country has different advanced knowledge as a secret. One of its uses is to attract powerful lone superpowered people. Aquamarine only has professional knowledge for 3 main professions: psychic, martial arts, and mechanics. No novice planet has complete knowledge of the 5 main professions. The player's initial career preference questionnaire determines which type of novice planet the system will assign them to. For example, on a novice planet with an ancient background, if you want to create machines, is it possible? Oh, you know what, it's really possible. But you have to manually forge, and smelt iron. There are no lathes or other equipment to assist you. You have to do everything you want to make by hand. Moreover, many things cannot be made, the raw materials are not perfect, and the efficiency is shockingly low. The advanced knowledge mastered by the 13th Bureau happens to include advanced knowledge of the mechanical department's armed branch, which is only open to high authority personnel. At least you have to reach the respect relationship to browse it, which takes too long. Han Xiao thought to himself that if he wanted to obtain advanced knowledge in a short period of time, he had to seize the opportunity and take an unconventional approach. The task of advancing himself would fall on the 13th Bureau. There is no chance at the moment, I can only wait. Han Xiao also did not forget the order from the repair shop. It was not a job for him at all and was very easy. These past few days, Lu Qian had been avoiding him everywhere, not daring to look Han Xiao in the eye. She ran away with a red face after saying a few words, leaving Han Xiao helpless. It's all old man Lu's fault. This old bald man is still laughing beside me. Come here if you dare. I will show you a big treasure. Lu Qian had complicated feelings towards Han Xiao. She asked herself more than once, do I hate Han Xiao? The answer was no. But do I like Han Xiao? The answer is no. It is definitely not the love between a man and a woman. The more accurate description should be admiration. But if she explicitly rejected Han Xiao, would Han Xiao quit in anger? Lu Qian was reluctant to give up such a good, cheap assistant. So Lu Qian was very conflicted and avoided Han Xiao, worried that Han Xiao would ask her for a direct answer. She was tossing a coin in her heart. What should I do if he confesses his feelings? Regardless of Lu Qian's own entanglement, Han Xiao's phone rang. Feng Jun sent a message. Your certificate has been approved, report today. Finally! Han Xiao's eyes flashed. 038 Secret Operations Team. The Longjiao building is a government building and is not open to the public. The headquarters of Bureau 13 is located underground in the Longjiao building. There are many secret passages. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun through an underground air raid shelter for half an hour before arriving at the headquarters. This was his first time to come to the headquarters of Bureau 13 without a blindfold. Your place is so hard to find. It's safer when it's hard to find. Feng Jun swiped his ID on the access control system, and the metal door opened. Suddenly, the view in front of him opened up. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a spacious hall with people coming and going. Han Xiao originally thought that the atmosphere of the secret organization must be very gloomy, but he didn't expect that the light in the 13th Bureau was very bright. Although it was located underground, the air was not turbid at all. If Han Xiao could see the structural diagram, he would know that the depth of the 13th Bureau hanging upside down in the ground was exactly the same as the height of the Dragon Horn building. It was a strict underground base. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao a mask and the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Bureau's Level 1 permission card. It's best not to let too many people know what you look like. Put it on. The mask was black, with a muscular man embroidered on it, right at the position of his lips. Han Xiao closed his eyes and turned to look at Feng Jun, who was trying not to laugh. You did it on purpose. Why are you looking at me? Put it on quickly. Feng Jun pursed his lips, and a laughing cough accidentally leaked out from between his lips, and he quickly covered his mouth. Ha! Han Xiao pulled Feng Jun's sleeve, tore off a piece of cloth, tied it around his face, and stuffed the revealing mask into Feng Jun's pocket. Keep this good stuff for yourself. Feng Jun looked distressed. This is my new uniform. Han Xiao suddenly noticed someone staring at him. He turned around and saw a strange young man in a white coat staring at him with anger in his eyes, as if he was his mortal enemy, Mr. Wan next door. Why is he so angry? Han Xiao was puzzled. Feng Jun recognized it was Luo Xian, and didn't know how to explain, so he smiled bitterly and said, just treat him as heir. Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's true face, but he was sure that the masked man next to Feng Jun was the real boss. He watched the two of them go to the Secret Operations Department with his eyes almost spitting fire. The Covert Operations Department had a separate floor and was significantly smaller in number than the other departments. The gathering place was in the team meeting room. Feng Jun sent them to the door and then left. Han Xiao pushed the door open and went in. Li Yalan, Lambert, and Lin Yao had been waiting for a while. Li Yalan casually crossed her legs on the conference table, Lambert lowered his head and silently wiped his saber, and Lin Yao sat upright with his hands on his knees. Are you the logistics member that the director specially approved to join our team? Li Yalan stood up and circled around Han Xiao, looking him up and down curiously. Special approval from the director? A member of the logistics team? Han Xiao's eyes moved as he looked at Li Yalan. This woman was tall and slender, with a curvy figure. She wore a sporty yellow sweater on the outside and a black tights on the inside. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and her eyes were lively and agile. Her appearance was at least 90 points. Among all the women Han Xiao had seen, only Hela could compete with her in terms of appearance. I'm Han Xiao, a mechanic. Lin Yao stood up awkwardly, his movements were so violent that he bumped into the chair, making a noise. He stretched out his hand and said stiffly, "Hello, I'm Lin Yao, the hacker in the team." Lambert sat still and said calmly, "I am Lambert, the sniper." Han Xiao shook hands with Lin Yao, not paying attention to Lambert's cold attitude. This burly guy looked like a man who was very frugal with words. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Li Yelin's eyes flickered, and she was curious and wanted to uncover Han Xiao's mask. Han Xiao dodged. "You don't trust us, do you?" Li Yalin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Han Xiao paused and said, "My identity is confidential." Since he was assigned to Li Yalin's team, it meant that the top management felt that these people were trustworthy, and it would be okay for him to show his face. However, Han Xiao felt that not showing his face would reduce trouble, and after a little thought, he could imagine the conversation after showing his face. "Aren't you the wanted criminal? Why did the Bureau let you join? Why is the German organization hunting you? What did you do?" "It gives me a headache just thinking about it." In order to avoid a series of time-wasting questions, Han Xiao decided to keep his face masked. He will not stay in the 13th Bureau forever. This is just his stepping stone. Apart from the top management, the fewer people who know his true identity, the better. "Is your identity confidential?" "Wait." Li Yalin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly approached Han Xiao, asking expectantly, "Did you make the lightweight power arm?" Han Xiao was stunned. "How do you know?" "Haha, it turns out it's you." Li Yalin cheered and linked arms with Han Xiao, saying casually, "As long as you can help me build the robotic arm, I'll protect you." Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he said righteously, "I will charge a fee." Li Yalin smiled up at the sky, then asked in a low voice, "Can I get a discount?" "Cannot." "Stingy," Li Yalin muttered. "I don't even know your name." Han Xiao was speechless at this self-familiar beauty. "Li Yalin, be responsible for close combat." Li Yalin curled her lips. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and asked, "So the four of us are a team?" "No, there is also the captain, he is the attacker." "Where are the others?" Han Xiao looked left and right, rummaging through the trash can, but didn't see anyone hiding. "No need to look for him. The captain is recovering from his injuries." Han Xiao's tone became serious. Even the captain couldn't avoid being injured. It seems that the work of the Secret Operations Department is very dangerous. The three of them looked at each other, feeling a little awkward. Lin Yao said embarrassedly, "The captain is in the hospital due to food poisoning." Han Xiao rolled his eyes, unable to complain. Lin Yao coughed and took the initiative to explain the structure of the Secret Operations Department. The Secret Service Department is responsible for special and difficult tasks. The department structure is a team system, with 4 to 7 people forming a team. Every month, they only need to complete the hard quota tasks assigned by the department, and they can arrange their time freely when they are not on missions. The structure is so loose? Han Xiao was surprised. He thought that such an ace department would be very busy. Because the members of the Secret Operations Department are all elites, and some secret agents are specially hired outsiders, not the direct line of the 13th Bureau. Uncle Lambert is one of them. He used to be an ace member of a special forces unit and was specially recruited into the 13th Bureau. Lin Yao scratched his face embarrassedly, feeling that he was suspected of bragging. He was not as thick-skinned as Han Xiao. "Your role is to accompany the team in logistics. You are responsible for providing logistics equipment and dispatching supplies. During the specific operation, you are responsible for collecting, coordinating, and organizing intelligence. You will sit in the rear and act as our eyes and ears. This is your job." "That's pretty easy, but I want to fight monsters." Han Xiao could understand this arrangement. He had a lot of intelligence, and the top brass of Bureau 13 would not let him take any risks. As the saying goes, there is a price to pay for every reward. He gained the protection of Bureau 13, got a safe environment for development, monopolized the potential market of a faction, accepted orders to manufacture machinery to gain experience, and generally speaking, he made money. The mechanical department is weak in the early stages, has weak combat power, and is more logistical. Technical work is the main source of experience. The guns and bullets consumed in killing monsters cost money, unlike the martial arts department and the psychic department, which themselves have powerful lethality. "Does our team have a name?" Han Xiao suddenly thought. Team name? Li Yalan curled her lips. We don't have anything fancy like that. Oh, pragmatism. Han Xiao really appreciates it. The four of them chatted for a while and met their future teammates. Lin Yao looked at the computer and suddenly said, The department has assigned us a mission to capture the black spider hiding in Shidu. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. They had a mission right after joining? This should be the Bureau's intention to let them get used to the new team. Li Yalan said lazily. Black Spider, I know this person, a notorious bounty hunter and lone mercenary. The last time the Field Service Department failed to capture him, he detonated explosives and blew up 2 streets. I didn't expect that he still dared to stay in Shidu. Lambert was brief and to the point. When do we leave? Don't worry, the intelligence department has already determined the location, and it's more advantageous to act at night. Lin Yao said to Han Xiao. This is your first mission. You should get used to the logistics work first. The three of them didn't care about Han Xiao's identity. Being able to join the Secret Service Department meant that the top management trusted him. You trigger the E-level mission Black Spider, accept/reject? Accept. Mission tips: Black Spider, a notorious assassin and bounty hunter. This is your first operation since joining the Secret Operations Department. As a backup, your duty is to assist the team in completing this operation. Quest requirements: defeat the Black Spider. Reward: 5,000 experience points. Special reward: 40,000 experience, or mind stabilizer. 039 First action, Part 1. Black Spider? This is a small boss-level character. Logically speaking, such a task should be classified as D-level difficulty, and the normal reward should be at least 30,000 experience points. The mission mechanism of Star Ocean is very detailed. Even if a team of players accepts the same mission, each person's mission requirements are slightly different, and different rewards are given depending on the player's level and position. Some commercial players do not like to kill monsters and specialize in manufacturing and logistics. When they join a team to take on missions, the difficulty and rewards will be reduced. For example, for monster-killing missions, combat players who charge in the front and have the greatest responsibilities will receive the highest rewards, followed by healing and auxiliary players. Logistical players who follow the team to gain experience will receive the least rewards, which reduces the situation where rich people pay studios to lead their teams to gain experience. Han Xiao hated this mechanism in his previous life, which caused his power-leveling business to be very quiet. Instead, his most popular business was helping people seek revenge, which enabled him to develop PK skills to the highest level. This was the situation Han Xiao encountered. The reason for the weakened reward was obviously because he was a backup in this operation and did not have to fight the Black Spider himself. The mission reward was directly linked to the difficulty. Well, even though it's a little less, at least it's better than having no experience at all. Han Xiao had no choice but to comfort himself in this way. At least he had another source of experience. According to his understanding of the Black Spider, this mission would give him 5,000 experience points for free. Li Yalan's Secret Service team could defeat the Black Spider with their eyes closed. What he cared about was the special reward. There was no need to think too much. Han Xiao knew very well what the hidden requirement was. Just like Lin Yao said, arrest the Black Spider. Black Spider's ability was very difficult to deal with. It was 10 times more difficult to capture him than to defeat him. No one knew that Black Spider was a psychic until the public beta test. However, Han Xiao knew the weakness of Black Spider's ability. The system is a dead thing. It will only judge the gap between the two sides based on the panel strength, and judges that the probability of him completing the hidden requirements is very small. If the team followed his lead, he was 80% sure they could catch the Black Spider. I think it's worth a try, Han Xiao thought to himself. Li Yalan was still obsessed with the lightweight power arm and asked, How much does it cost if I order it? How long will it take to get it? A lightweight power arm costs 20,000 yuan, and you need to pay 10,000 yuan in advance. You provide the materials and I will manufacture it for you. You can get the goods in 2 days. Li Yalan's face turned bitter. This amount was almost equal to his monthly salary, but she still decided to buy it. She would take action in the evening, and she would definitely not have enough time. She asked without giving up, Do you have any other machines that are ready-made? Han Xiao thought about it, and didn't want to expose the high-intensity bullet for the time being, so he took out the folding sword. The 10-centimeter black metal handle attracted the attention of the three people. "What's the use of this?" Li Yalan asked in a puzzled tone. Han Shao smiled slightly, pressed his finger on the micromechanism on the handle, and swung it violently. Sections of the blade swung out from the handle like strips, and immediately turned into a nearly 70-centimeter black alloy knife, with an intimidating sharpness. "This thing is called a folding sword." Li Yalan's eyes lit up. She chose the baton as a weapon because of its portability, but the folding sword was even better. It was not only more concealed, but also more powerful. She reached out to touch the folding sword, but Han Shao dodged it. 1001. Han Shao laughed. The cost of the folding sword was only about 300 yuan, so he was very conscientious in not asking for 2,000 yuan. "You're such a miser! You're so greedy!" Li Yalan was furious. She took out her wallet and gave Han Shao 1,000 yuan. Only then did Han Shao give her the folding sword and explain how to operate it in detail. Li Yalan immediately couldn't put it down and started playing with it. Lambert suddenly said, "I want to order 10 of them. I wonder if they can be reduced to about 30 centimeters. Business is coming." Han Shao was delighted and nodded. "No problem. I hope to have it before the action tonight." "Yes, as long as the materials are in place." The initial forming and polishing of folding swords can be completed in batches using a stamping lathe with high efficiency. Lin Yao hesitated and said, "I also want to buy one for self-defense." Han Shao was a little surprised. The folding sword was a novice equipment, but it was so popular among agents. The materials were provided by Lambert and Lin Yao. Han Shao borrowed the private workshop of the logistics department. The equipment was very advanced, which greatly reduced the manufacturing time of the folding swords. Before the action at night, Han Shao mass-produced 11 customized folding swords and successfully rushed them out. He started with 11,000 aquamarine coins, and all he paid for was the cost of the technology. In addition, he also gained a lot of manufacturing experience, about 8,000 experience points, making a small profit. This made him even more certain that private orders from Bureau 13 agents were a potentially huge market. Li Yalan and the other two took their equipment and set out to hunt down the Black Spider. Han Shao stayed in the Secret Operations Department, responsible for Logistics Command and sorting out the mission details sent by the Intelligence Department. The pinhole cameras and micro-earphones of the three teammates were connected to the three computer screens in front of Han Shao. The images and sounds were synchronized. Han Shao could see the scenes that Li Yalan and the other two experienced. His responsibility was to keep an eye on the changes in the situation at any time and give prompts and instructions, which was equivalent to the role of a commander. Of course, Han Shao was a newcomer, so although Li Yalan and the other two did not say it, they naturally did not completely trust his judgment in their hearts. Because the difficulty of this mission was not high, they only let Han Shao act as the commander in order to run in the team. However, it was impossible to expect them to obey orders completely. The three of them were experienced agents and had their own judgments. Han Zhao's instructions could only serve as a reference for them. Han Shao was very calm. Not to mention that he had experience in commanding a group of 50 people to fight in dungeons. With his intelligence advantage, he was qualified for this job. Black Spider, a superpowered psychic, is extremely difficult to deal with and has been ranked by players as the hardest boss to kill in 1.0 Aquamarine. At night, the stars twinkle. The slum is located in the 8th district. Unlike other prosperous urban areas, it is very rundown. The houses have no roofs, only ceilings made of scrap iron and canvas. They are close to each other, making the streets narrow and cramped. Various wet clothes with patches are hung on the balconies. There is no one to pick up the garbage on the streets. A large number of drug dealers, gangsters, and vagrants live here. It is a place of filth and poor public security. The intelligence department shows that Black Spider is hiding here. Li Yalan and the other two were fully armed. Although Lin Yao was a hacker, he had also received firearms training and had certain combat capabilities. The three of them walked silently in the streets full of sewage. The voltage of the street lights was unstable and kept flickering. The atmosphere was weird and there was no one on the street. 040 First Action, Part 2. The small building in front is the Black Spider's hiding place. He lives on the 3rd floor. He should be very alert. We should not make any noise, Li Yalan said in a low voice. Han Zhao's voice came from the headset. Don't be so cautious, Black Spider has already discovered you. How do you know? Li Yalan curled her lips, looking unconvinced. As soon as he finished speaking, continuous gunfire broke the silence of the night. A series of bullets were fired from high above. Li Yalan and the other two rolled over to avoid them in an instant, and hid in the corner of an alley nearby, with solemn expressions on their faces. When were they discovered? Although the three of them would not be injured by such a simple sneak attack, their reaction would not be so fast without Han Zhao's reminder. Thinking of this, Li Yalan's eyes became slightly serious, and she solemnly held the headphones steady. A man stood at a high place where bullets were coming from, overlooking the three people. He had a hideous and weird smile on his face, and did not hide his arrogant temperament. His characteristic feature was a black spider tattoo on his left face. He was wearing a black combat uniform and holding an assault rifle. He waved his hand, and 10 masked men in black appeared from various alleys with guns in hand, vaguely surrounding Li Yalan and the other two. The intelligence is wrong. How could he have helpers? Lin Yao's eyes widened. Li Yalan's heart sank. Black Spider sneered. I dare to stay in Shidu. Do you think I will be unprepared? Last time, I suffered a loss in the 13th game. I, Black Spider, have always been vindictive. Since you dare to stretch out your claws to me, I will chop off your claws. Black Spider is a lone bounty hunter and killer, notorious in the underworld. He can often set a series of traps before the target is aware of it, leaving the target nowhere to escape, like a spider web. Li Yalan suddenly turned around and kicked the wall. A bright yellow light flashed, and the wall collapsed. The fallen rocks formed a barrier, blocking the enemy's sight. In the early stage of the martial arts system, the strength is attached to the fists, feet, and weapons, and possesses extraordinary strength. Li Yalan is at the E level, with an energy level of more than 300 aunas and a level of about 25. Black Spider led the mass team to form an encirclement, and suppressed the three people with firepower. Li Yalan and Lambert pulled Lin Yao and kept dodging by taking advantage of the terrain of the alley. Thanks to their extraordinary strength, in such a dangerous situation, the three of them did not get hit by a single shot, but were forced into a dead end. Black Spider and his men blocked the entrance of the alley. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked intoxicated and muttered, Little bugs caught in the web, every hair of yours is emitting fear. Do you think you're sure to win? Li Yalan raised her eyebrows and secretly winked at Lambert. Black Spider seemed to have heard something incredible. He looked at the 10 teammates behind him in an exaggerated manner, opened his hands, and said arrogantly, As long as I give an order, you will be beaten into sieves. How can you have the confidence to challenge me? Li Yalan said in a deep voice. Then why don't you do it? Killing you won't do me any good. I can collect a ransom by taking you hostage. Black Spider shook his finger. Everything was under control. He knew that what he said could be transmitted to the 13th Bureau through the earphones of these 3 agents. He liked this feeling of showing off. He suddenly grinned and said, But I only need to keep one. Black Spider waved his hand and was about to order to open fire, but at that moment, Li Yalan suddenly jumped up, her feet flashing bright yellow light, and she jumped left and right on the wall, climbing up step by step. Her posture was as graceful as a dragonfly skimming the water, and she closed the distance at high speed in midair with her erratic movements. Kill her! Black Spider's face tightened, and his men opened fire at Li Yalan one after another, but it was difficult to aim at Li Yalan, whose speed almost left an afterimage. Only a few bullets hit Li Yalan's body, but they turned into small discus on her clothes. Li Yalan's tight-fitting bodysuit had a ceramic fiber bulletproof cloth lining that could not be penetrated by bullets. Her physical fitness could withstand the kinetic energy of bullets, and she was not afraid of the gunmen at all. Her previous escapes were all to show weakness to the enemy and draw the Black Spider's encirclement, allowing the enemies to gather together and be easily captured in one fell swoop. In the brief moment when the enemy's attention was distracted, Lambert got the chance to attack. He grabbed the knife bag on his waist with both hands, and 4 flying knives hit the throats of the 4 people in the blink of an eye. The others were shocked, and half of them were about to turn their guns on Lambert, but Li Yalan stomped the wall from the sky and shattered it. Rubble rained down on their heads and blocked the attack of Black Spider and his men. Along with the rubble, Li Yalan fell like a falcon. Li Yalan pulled out the handle of the folding sword on her waist and chopped it down. She was still 30 centimeters away from the enemy. The opponent raised his head slightly, thinking he could dodge. Suddenly, sections of the blade several dozen centimeters long grew out, instantly eliminating the distance difference. With a flash of the sword, the enemy's neck was cut. Surprise is another advantage of the folding knife. Good weapon! Li Yalan's eyes lit up. The result of an ordinary level gunman being approached by a martial artist is self-evident. 30 seconds later, blood was everywhere, and only the black spider with both hands cut off was left lying on the ground. Li Yalan snorted lightly and retracted the folding sword. This weapon could be extended or shortened freely, and she was very satisfied with it. Well done! Han Xiao praised lightly. He had been silent just now, and was not worried at all that the three of them would fail here. Thank you, Lin Yao thanked awkwardly. Not including you. Lin Yao lowered his head in frustration. He had not been of any use at all just now. Girl, you can't kill me! The seriously injured black spider laughed hoarsely, looking fearless, and stared at Li Yalan playfully. Without saying a word, Lambert pulled out his gun and shot the black spider's head off, spilling red and white blood all over the ground. Li Yalan and Lin Yao looked at Lambert silently. Lambert had a blank expression on his face and said calmly, "You'll know if you try." "Oh, if you die, just die. The superiors didn't let us live anyway. I want to take a good bath when I go back. My whole body is covered in blood and it stinks so bad." Li Yalan stretched her waist. At this time, Han Xiao spoke. "Don't relax, the black spider is still alive." Li Yalan almost ducked, pointing at the body whose head was smashed into rotten flesh, and said angrily, "Can you still live like this?" Han Xiao said calmly, "He is a superpower, and his ability is very difficult to deal with. You will know when you lift the mask of the first masked man's corpse on the left." Lin Yao hesitated. "But there has never been any information about Black Spider being a superpower on the dark web." "You may be mistaken." Li Yalan curled her lips and said seriously, "It's not possible, there must be a mistake. Newcomer, I understand your eagerness to make a contribution, but you can't make up false information to tease us." Han Xiao was speechless. "You silly girl, you should fill in your imagination." 041 First Action, Part 2. You'll know if you try it. Lambert was obviously a man of few words and action. Following Han Xiao's request, he lifted the mask of the masked man and found that there were no facial features under the mask. It was completely bare, which scared the other two. This isn't a human!" Lin Yao was horrified and took off everyone's masks. They were all faceless people. At this moment, the face of the faceless man pointed out by Han Xiao changed. A black spider tattoo slowly emerged from light to dark, and his facial features gradually became prominent. He looked exactly like the black spider. The wound was gradually healing. Then the eyelids of this corpse moved, as if he was about to wake up. "Blast his head!" Han Xiao said in a grim tone. Lambert immediately shot the faceless man dead. Han Xiao continued to repeat this process, and each time he was able to find the changed faceless man in advance. Li Yalan and Lin Yao were shocked. They suppressed their doubts and followed Han Xiao's instructions. Although it was unclear how Han Xiao learned the secret of the black spider, it did not prevent them from beginning to trust Han Xiao's judgment. Until the last faceless man, Han Xiao said, "Don't kill him, break his limbs." Without objection, the three of them did as they were told. The last faceless man completely turned into a black spider this time. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock, "How do you know my ability?" Clone parasitism, the black spider's special ability. Every once in a while, the black spider is able to separate out a faceless clone who has no intelligence. As long as the clone is within a certain range of the original body, it will simply follow orders and act, otherwise it will fall into a deep sleep. Each clone is equivalent to another life of the black spider. He can be reborn continuously in the relatively closest clone. As long as the clone exists, he will not die. This ability is not aggressive, but has a strong survivability, like an indestructible cockroach, extremely difficult to deal with. The ability transformed the black spider's life essence. The physical body cannot restrict him, and his original body becomes a spiritual energy, residing in the clone he created. As long as the clone exists, he cannot be killed by physical means. Black Spider couldn't believe it. He had never revealed his special ability to anyone else. This was the secret he depended on for a living. How on earth did it leak out? Could it be that he has been too active recently, causing someone to vaguely guess his special abilities? Han Xiao looked at the astonished expression of the Black Spider in the picture and chuckled. If it was some unknown small boss, he might not be able to remember it, but the Black Spider in his previous life was notoriously difficult to kill and left a deep impression. At this time, Black Spider's ability development is still very low, and it is the best time to deal with him. From Han Xiao's perspective, he can see that this ability has great development value, but Black Spider died early in his previous life and was unable to develop this ability to a higher level. You ask how he died? Although the Black Spider's ability is difficult to deal with, it is far from being unsolvable. As long as the Black Spider's soul is crushed into powder on the spiritual level, the Black Spider will be completely dead. But as mentioned before, there are very few psychics on Aquamarine Star, and players can't kill the Black Spider at all, so the Black Spider was listed as the hardest boss to kill in 1.0 by Aquamarine Star players. Well, Black Spider himself thought so too, and then he met Hela, and then nothing happened. The abilities of the psychic system are varied and different from the other 4 superpower systems. You need to use genetic medicine to awaken before you can change your job. After that, you need to learn the knowledge of the psychic system. Each player has only one chance to take the genetic medicine. Once you fail, this account will never be able to change to the psychic system. The success rate of awakening depends on the type of medicine. Your hunch is correct, this thing is the legendary in-game store's paid item. The genetic potion with the lowest success rate costs as much as €398, while the one with the highest success rate, the Supreme Luxury Perfect Gene Awakening Liquid, costs as much as €4,999, and has a maximum success rate of only 18%, and is not responsible for the level of potential supernatural powers awakened. 60% of players who have the means to buy a gaming cabin can afford the price of the genetic medicine, and will try to see if they can awaken their special powers. Gaming companies make a lot of money from this. Han Xiao had also gritted his teeth and bought it in his previous life, but with his good character, the result was beyond doubt. In the end, he came to a conclusion that players with superpowers were either lucky or rich. The Black Spider quickly calmed down and said fiercely, "I have countless clones. You can't kill me even if you destroyed this body. On the contrary, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, don't even think about living a peaceful life. Sooner or later, I will break your necks with my own hands." Lambert raised his hand to shoot, but Han Xiao stopped him and told Li Yalan, "Do as I say." So Li Yalan followed Han Xiao's instructions in the headset and imitated him. She acted like a mysterious person and said calmly, "Countless clones? Don't bluff me. You can only have 50 clones at most. There are 10 bodies here. You leave the other clones in hiding places around the world. Those clones are the trump cards you leave for yourself." Black Spider's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. It was understandable that the basic manifestations of his superpowers were guessed, but the specific details were the deepest secret in his heart, and no one else could possibly know. Someone has already fully understood his special abilities. Who? Who on earth is it? Could it be a psychic with the ability to read minds? As long as this clone of yours is alive, you will not be able to be reborn. We cannot kill you, but we can lock you up for life. The Black Spider was finally horrified and tried to bite off his tongue, but Lambert got there first and removed his jaw. Black Spider wanted to die but couldn't. He stared at Li Yalan in shock and anger. "You're finally scared, right?" Li Yalan saw Black Spider's shocked expression and knew that Han Xiaoquan was right. The three of them looked at each other and had the same idea at the same time. Who is Han Xiao? Why did Bureau 13 keep his identity secret? Why does he know such secret information? Reinforcements arrived soon, put Black Spider in a straitjacket, loaded him into a truck and took him away. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was far away at the headquarters, also received a notification that the mission was completed. E-level mission Black Spider has been completed. You gain 5,000 experience points. Hidden requirement: catch the Black Spider has been completed. Please choose the special reward, 40,000 experience / mind stabilizer. The mind stabilizer is used to improve mental resistance and exempt a certain degree of telekinesis and mental attacks. It is a mechanical device aimed at magic civilization. There were no telekinesis or magic professions on planet Aquamarine, nor were there many psychics. The use of the mind stabilizer was limited, so Han Xiao naturally chose the more practical 40,000 experience points. Hella? I probably won't have to face her for a long time. You gain 40,000 experience points. Good harvest. Han Xiao was delighted. The three of them returned to the Secret Operations Department. As soon as they entered the door, Li Yalan rushed over, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously, "How did you know about Black Spider's special ability?" Han Xiao smiled deeply. "Give me 1 million, and I will tell you." Li Yalan was immediately discouraged. "By the way, how are you going to deal with the Black Spider?" Lin Yao scratched his head. "I heard that the higher-ups are planning to send him to the Deathstroke Island prison, where he will be required to wear a straitjacket 24 hours a day and be kept alive by feeding him liquid food, so that he cannot die even if he wants to." The Deathstroke Island prison, a super prison jointly built by the Six Nations, is isolated overseas with no way to escape. It imprisons extremely vicious characters, super criminals, wandering warlords, strong men and leaders of underground forces, and so on. Once you go to the island, it is equivalent to ringing the death knell for your life, and you will lose your freedom forever. There is no other way to leave except death. This is the meaning of Death Knell Island. Han Xiao was very satisfied with this solution. The Black Spider's ability was indeed very tricky. If it was targeted by an immortal man, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. The first operation was a perfect success. The team had a little tacit understanding, and after saying goodbye to each other, they prepared to go home and find their mothers. At this time, Feng Jun came over with a helpless look on his face. "The Ministry of Internal Affairs wants you to review it." Han Xiao saw that his face was not right, so he asked, "Hasn't my joining the Bureau been approved?" "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has applied for a second review of you." "Well, this is their legitimate authority. The top brass has no reason to object. And as you know, your previous identity was quite sensitive." Feng Jun lowered his voice and said, "There are two opinions about you from the top. The conservatives in the Intelligence Department, Logistics Department, and other departments tend to cooperate with you in a friendly manner, but the hardliners headed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs do not think so. I am afraid they will hold you back." Han Xiao understood. As expected, wherever there are people, there is a martial arts world. Arriving at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Han Xiao was taken to an interrogation room after his height and weight were checked, and was interrogated alone by the Ministry of Internal Affairs examiner. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. Veins bulged on the examiner's forehead, but he decided to endure it. Age: 30. Oh no, 31. The examiner slammed the table and shouted, "Cooperate with me!" Han Xiao said nonchalantly, "Don't ask about gender and age. You don't care about that anyway. Why not just jump to the background check?" The examiner snorted. "Continue, family relations." "I am an orphan and have no relatives." "Where were you born?" "Mount Buzhou." "Nonsense, we didn't find your birth record." As expected, no one can pick up the jokes thrown in the other world. Han Xiao smacked his lips and said, "Ask your superior." It is naturally impossible for the top leaders to reveal his confidential information to ordinary members. This review is just a formality. The Ministry of Internal Affairs just wants to warn or disgust him. The examiner listened to the instructions in the headphones and did not pursue the matter further. He held his breath and began the psychological assessment. The questions in the psychological assessment all described some scenarios and asked Han Xiao to make a choice. He answered them randomly, and the examiner sealed the information and submitted it to the higher-ups. The review ended here. The examiner suddenly said coldly, "We in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are keeping an eye on you at all times. Don't let us catch you. So what this means is that you can't do anything to me now." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, turned around, patted the examiner's butt, and left happily. The examiner's face suddenly turned pale, and the veins on his palms holding the documents became bulging and his hand bones creaked. After the first action, the next period of time should be quite quiet. Han Xiao returned to the repair shop and thought about how to open up sales channels. Folding knives seemed to be very popular. Han Xiao wanted more agents from Bureau 13 to know about him as a mechanic. After thinking for a while, he called Li Yalan and asked her to help spread the news in the bureau. After some persuasion, Han Xiao successfully persuaded Li Yalan to help him promote the product by offering her a 20% discount in the future. However, there was a problem. Han Xiao manufactured machinery in the repair shop, but the shop had limited lathes and equipment. In addition, with Lu Qian watching, it was not convenient for Han Xiao to produce in batches. After thinking about it, he decided to have a showdown with Lu Qian. "Sister Qian, I have something to talk to you about." Lu Qian shuddered all over and sighed inwardly. "This day has finally come. Well, I have made mental preparations. I want to tell you something. Lu Qian suddenly turned around, with a face full of subtle determination, bowed deeply, and stammered. "Yes, I'm sorry, you are a good person." The atmosphere was awkward. The two of them stared at each other. Han Zhao's eyes twitched. "Although I didn't want to pursue you, why am I so upset that you rejected me so hastily?" "You misunderstood. I will remodel the repair shop and build a new independent room next to it. I will work in it from now on. My friend will provide the funds for the renovation. It is equivalent to expanding the repair shop in disguise. What do you think?" Was it a misunderstanding? Lu Qian's body swayed, and she felt so embarrassed that her heart almost exploded. She tried to remain calm and said, "Well, okay, very good, I agree." After saying that, he covered his face and turned around and fled. Woo woo woo, how embarrassing! Han Xiao looked helpless. He suspected that Lu Qian didn't hear what he said clearly. Han Xiao submitted the application for building a studio to Feng Jun, who then passed it on to the top management. The 13th Bureau attached great importance to him, and this reasonable request was quickly approved. The construction team of the engineering department came to the maintenance shop to expand. 2 days later, a new mechanical workshop was built next to the repair shop, and Bureau 13 sponsored basic equipment as a loan to Han Xiao. At Han Zhao's request, the mechanical workshop had a basement for secret research and as a warehouse. Li Yalan's promotion was very effective. After a few days, many agents requested to order folding knives. Han Xiao did not meet the customers in person, but asked Li Yalan to help him transfer the orders. Although the clients were all agents from Bureau 13, Han Xiao was still very cautious. Batches of alloy materials were delivered to Han Zhao's studio. Over the course of several days, he forged dozens of folding swords and sold them all. He gained a lot of experience. Han Xiao upgraded his primary mechanical affinity to the maximum level and gained some potential points again. The agents were well informed. After Li Yalan's promotion, they all knew that Li Yalan's team had recruited a mechanic named Han Xiao, who provided private ordering and repair services for machinery. Orders came in like snowflakes, and Han Xiao was too busy to handle them. His daily production capacity was around dozens of knives, and the experience gained in a day was very impressive. More experience was gradually accumulated on the panel, and his personal wallet gradually became full. In his previous life, manufacturing and selling machinery was the way for mechanical players to grow, and the market competition was huge. But now Han Xiao almost monopolized the market. He was the only one who wanted to buy a folding sword. The monopoly could generate huge profits, allowing him to directly earn his first pot of gold. Han Xiao only planned to sell 2 kinds of machinery, high-intensity ammunition and folding sword. Due to favors, Han Xiao sold Li Yalan a lightweight power arm. The sales of the folding sword were good, but Han Xiao was not optimistic. Although the folding sword was popular in a short period of time, most people just bought it to try it out. The use was limited, and the customer potential was limited. In addition, the technical content of the folding sword was too simple. A knowledgeable mechanic could deduce the blueprint after tinkering with it a few times. Even if the confidentiality measures were not effective, it would not take long for knockoffs to appear. Han Xiao only intended to make a quick buck with the folding sword. In comparison, he valued the prospects of high-fuel ammunition more. This thing was easy to use and not expensive. Moreover, it was a consumable item, which could cultivate a stable customer base. High combustibility bullets are naturally highly confidential. The core is the combustible gas in the warhead. Once the warhead is disassembled, it will leak and burn, and cannot be stored stably. Without the refined formula in the blueprint, it is almost impossible to copy it. At least it is difficult to do with Xinglong's current level of technology. Han Xiao planned to accumulate a certain amount of inventory before looking for an opportunity to launch high combustibility bullets. He used the money he earned from the folding sword to buy a large amount of bullet materials. He made bullets every day, and gradually accumulated boxes of high combustibility bullets in the underground warehouse. That day, Old Man Lu and Old Man Gao were competing in chess at the door of the repair shop. Han Xiao had just completed a batch of orders. Seeing this, he came to Old Man Gao and asked with a smile, "Is your prosthesis comfortable to use?" "Not bad." Old Gao smiled and rolled up his sleeves. At this time, he was wearing a prosthesis and a layer of artificial silicone skin, which was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. "Just like it. If it breaks down, feel free to ask me to fix it for you." Old Gao nodded and said with a half smile, "I heard from Old Lu that you joined the 13th Bureau?" "That's true. You are young and promising. Work hard and contribute to the country," Old Gao encouraged. Han Xiao laughed secretly. Old Gao always thought that he didn't know his identity. There is no need to hide your identity when working for Bureau 13. Although ordinary civilians of Star Dragon cannot come into contact with this level in their daily life, it does not prevent them from knowing the existence of Bureau 13 and thinking that it is a promising job. Han Xiao responded with a few words, secretly estimating when Old Man Gao would confront him. Should he give Old Man Gao some face and show some surprise at that time? At this time, Feng Jun walked over quickly, with a serious face, and said to Han Xiao, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" As Han Xiao's contact, Feng Jun had been leading a team to monitor the environment around the repair shop at all times, guarding against suspicious persons and worrying that the Germinal organization would discover Han Xiao. Old Gao naturally knew Feng Jun, and he couldn't help but wonder what happened when Feng Jun came to see Han Xiao in person. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me in detail." "It turns out that he was eyeing my drawings." "Checking risks?" "Just an excuse." Han Xiao learned about the internal situation of the 13th Bureau through Feng Jun. The Research and Development Department, like the Internal Affairs Department, was a hardliner and was not friendly to him. "What will happen if I don't hand it in?" "That's good. I won't hand over the drawings." Han Xiao shook his head. Although the folding sword market will be saturated in the future, it can still bring him benefits at present, so Han Xiao will not give it up. Feng Jun was not surprised by this. After spending some time together, he had a simple understanding of Han Xiao's character. He was the type who would not be easily persuaded. Old Gao made a phone call and his face darkened after he learned the whole story. "These bastards who are just sitting there doing nothing are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything." Old Gao was furious about this. "What a courage!" 043 Grabbing Performance, Part 1. "That's too much." Li Yalan was furious. If Han Zhao's business failed, her 20% discount would be lost. Lin Yao said helplessly, "These are all decisions made by the top management. We are not qualified to interfere." Lin Yao was terrified. "Uncle, don't say such things." Li Yalan seemed to be thinking about something. "It's not impossible." Lin Yao was about to cry. "Sister, you don't want to live, but I still want to live." Although Han Xiao had only joined for a few days, after Black Spider's actions, Li Yalan and the other two all agreed that Han Xiao was their teammate and felt that they needed to do something. "Why don't we ask Han Xiao what he wants to do?" Lin Yao asked. "His address is confidential. We don't know where he lives, and his cell phone has been turned off recently." Li Yalan was very annoyed. Lambert said simply, "Wait." Just when I was at a loss, a discordant voice rang out. "Hey, Xiao Linlin, I heard that your new team member seems to be in trouble." A short-haired beauty was leaning against the door of the conference room with her arms folded, looking at the three people with a gloating look. Her skin was very white, and her lips were painted a rich crimson, like a rose that was about to wither. She wore a black rivet collar around her neck and a purple tight-fitting uniform. Her short hair that should have been cute and lovely looked seductive on her. Although she was not tall, her aura was much stronger than Li Yalan's. The rate of people turning their heads to look at her on the street was definitely higher than that of Li Yalan, who was more beautiful. Li Yalin's face immediately darkened, and she gritted her teeth and said, Zenjutsu, are you here to provoke me? The short-haired beauty Disusu did not take it as an offense and said with a smile, This is the headquarters, do you dare to do anything? Disusu and Li Yalin are notoriously incompatible. They have known each other for more than 10 years, and their grudge dates back to their childhood. The two were apprentices in the same martial arts dojo. In every assessment and competition, Disusu was always first, while Li Yalin's performance was very ordinary. In every assessment in the dojo, she was always knocked to the ground by Disusu, and became the human background to set off Disusu's talent. To this day, Li Yalin can still recall the scene where Disusu was obviously very proud, but deliberately acted modestly, and received encouragement and praise from the teachers in the dojo. Compared with the dojo master's proud guidance and encouragement to Disusu, her conversations with the masters can usually be summarized in 5 sentences. Hello, teacher. Hello? Usually when saying this, the teacher will think for a few seconds and then give an apologetic smile. I have a question for you. It's all in the book. If you still don't understand, you can ask Disusu. Goodbye, teacher. So every time Li Yalin thought about it, she got so angry that her teeth itched. She felt like a puppy abandoned in the rain, walking alone on the street in the storm, looking pitifully at the meat bones in the butcher's shop window, and then being kicked away by the impatient boss, and continuing to walk in the wind and rain. The sadness and jealousy she felt could not be told to outsiders. I don't care, the drama must be this good. Later, the two were recruited by the 13th Bureau at the same time and assigned to different teams. History repeated itself again. Disusu's team, with a better resume than Li Yalin, became one of the ace teams of the Secret Operations Department. What she hated most was that Disusu often ran in front of her and shamelessly called her Xiao Lin Lin. Damn it, when did I become so familiar with you? In Li Yalin's opinion, this was Disusu's deliberate attempt to show her magnanimity, which made her very upset. Disusu chuckled and said, Haha, I heard that you recruited new members, so I came to see them. Where are they? I wonder if they are shy and hiding away. Li Yalin said coldly. He's not here, get out of here. Li Yalin's face turned pale, and she bared her teeth like a puppy. Get out of here, I don't want to see you. How heartless! We are childhood sweethearts. Disusu curled her lips, gave Lin Yao a charming smile, and walked away with her hips twisted. Damn childhood sweetheart, you better be aware that we are your enemies. Li Yalin was very angry, but then she saw Lin Yao with a dazed look on his face, staring at Disusu's back. She was immediately furious, grabbed Lin Yao, and yelled into his ear. I'm such a beautiful woman next to you, and you don't look at me, but stare at that scheming Susu? Lin Yao was trembling with fear. But she smiled at me. Answer me carefully, who is prettier, me or Xinjitsu? Li Yalin's eyes flashed dangerously. Lin Yao hesitated for a long time, then said guiltily, I think Sister Susu is more gentle than you. Haha, little kite, it seems that your aesthetics need to be violently corrected. Drink it, and fall down after breaking the bridge like an avalanche. Lambert steadied the shaking cup and calmly called the medical department. Get a doctor here, an orthopedic doctor. For mechanics, handing over the blueprints is equivalent to letting others control their lifeline and losing their technological advantages. Once the big forces get the blueprints and start mass production, the original owner of the blueprints will have no chance of success. After all, Han Zhao's orders were only for a small number of people, and could only take care of the personnel in the Secret Operations Department, and the production capacity was limited. The conservatives had completely different ideas. They were unwilling to quarrel with Han Zhao over a simple melee weapon blueprint. They firmly believed that Han Zhao was a person worth winning over, and they sneered at the hardliners' style. Control it? What if the other party stops telling you anything? Torture? What if the other party is not afraid? Severe punishments must yield rewards? That makes sense, but it also depends on the person. In the past, when so many members of the Germination group were arrested, only 1 in 10 told the truth, which almost made the 13th Bureau fall into the trap several times. After a brief contact, Han Zhao did not seem like a person who was easy to talk to. You make others see no hope, and yet expect them to cooperate. If you act like this, it will easily drive away the help that should belong to us. So the conservatives were very angry. It was obvious that the two sides were cooperating well, but the hardliners insisted on following their way. What a bunch of old-fashioned people. Do they still think it's the past? The good times of having the power to decide the life and death of subordinates have passed. There are countless elites from the 6 countries wandering abroad. The 6 countries are recruiting talents under the banner of preferential treatment and relaxed requirements, which is almost the same as the recruitment of commercial companies. In the eyes of conservatives, the behavior of the hardliners is completely self-destructive. Besides, there are other mechanics in the department, and this behavior of stealing people's performance will have a very bad impact. The problem was that those mechanics were trained by the state, and were very willing to hand in the blueprints. The Bureau would compensate them, but Han Xiao refused to hand them in. Some high-ranking officials thought he was not loyal at all, and the hardliners were even more resentful. But what era is it now? Emphasizing loyalty will only scare away those stateless talents who are wandering abroad. They are not from your country. When you talk about patriotism and loyalty with them, it is a good thing if they don't turn their guns around and shoot you first. Don't forget that the 6 countries were the culprits who destroyed other countries, and they can't wash themselves clean. The way he eats is a bit arrogant. These agents were not aware of Han Zhao's special identity, and they all felt that forcing an ordinary mechanic like this was too much. Some hired external agents don't care whether they offend anyone or not, their interests are their top priority. Krat's idea was simple. This extra money was within his reach, and it would be stupid not to make it. He sneered at his colleagues who were hesitant and cautious. Luo Xian, are you sure you can deduce the blueprint? 044 Grabbing Performance, Part 2. Luo Xian looked at it for a while and said disdainfully, "The technology is crude and there's no confidentiality. It is easy to deduce the blueprint. Then I'll leave it to you. As long as you complete this mission, we will recruit you from the logistics department and give you higher pay and authority." As long as he entered the sight of the top management, his future would be bright, and sooner or later he would be able to receive the same treatment as Han Xiao. Cracking the folding sword was an opportunity to show his ability, and Luo Xian valued it very much. He was still upset that he failed to crack the light power arm last time, and he had been unwilling to accept it. This time, he was more than happy to have a competition with Han Xiao. Since he had his own independent mechanical studio, Han Xiao moved out of the repair shop and started living the single life he had long missed. In name, he was still an employee of the repair shop, helping Lu Qian with the daily orders of the repair shop. Due to the previous misunderstanding, Lu Qian felt a lot more relaxed now that they didn't have to meet in person. Laugh! The smelting furnace was opened, and high-temperature steam gushed out. Han Xiao, wearing a heat-resistant work suit, used tongs to pick out long, red-hot steel billets from the furnace. Under the current conditions, Han Xiao has 2 methods to make blades. One is normal smelting, heating the steel blank, and then forging it on iron felt multiple times to gradually grind it into shape. The second method is to use a high-temperature furnace to burn the steel blank until it is red, and then use equipment to stamp it to directly punch out the shape of the blade, all in one step. Both methods have their own advantages. The former is naturally fine workmanship, and the latter is more efficient and can be mass-produced. The selling point of the folding sword is portability and concealment. Han Xiao did not pursue the manufacture of a famous sword, but chose the efficient direct stamping. These steel billets were from the 13th Bureau's inventory and were of excellent quality. Han Xiao sprayed chemical materials on the steel billets to remove oxides, then calcined them once more. He then placed the red-hot steel billets on the stamping lathe and started the equipment. Amid the loud bangs, the steel blank takes shape and turns into sharp blades. Han Xiao then performed the crucial folding process. This was a delicate job that required the use of chains and magnets, but Han Xiao was very familiar with it. Not long after, a batch of 10 folding swords came out. Repeatedly manufacturing the same machine will reduce experience. Manufacturing experience will not disappear like assembly, but fluctuate within a very low range. Using equipment to complete machine manufacturing will reduce experience as appropriate. After the advanced level of mechanical engineering, it is inevitable to assemble production lines and lathes by yourself, and mass-produce parts on the assembly line. Han Xiao has not yet reached this stage, and some parts still need to be polished or purchased by himself. Every time you forge a folding sword, you can gain 100-200 experience points. When the folding sword blueprint level is upgraded to LV2, the attributes of the finished product will be slightly improved. Han Xiao took off his heat-resistant suit, wiped the sweat from his forehead, counted the swords, and completed a few more orders. Delicious. At this time, the cell phone rang with the old-fashioned ringtone. It was Li Yalan calling. Oh no! All the agents who placed orders previously requested to cancel their orders. Han Xiao was stunned. What happened? The new batch of folding knives I made were unsaleable. This has hindered his growth in many ways. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, dialed Feng Jun's number, and said in a deep voice. Do you know what happened? Tell me the details. Feng Jun had no choice but to repeat it, and Han Xiao remembered Krat and Luo Xian. They didn't make any announcement. Han Xiao's face was calm. He was indeed a hardliner. He was too lazy to even explain to the owner of the blueprint. The subtext was that he wanted him to endure the loss this time. He just didn't know how Gao's conservatives would react. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps this was an opportunity to gain advanced knowledge. Advanced knowledge was considered confidential by Star Dragon and was strictly controlled. Han Xiao had been worrying about how to complete the advanced tasks. This was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. A simple plan gradually took shape in his mind. You take my things and don't even think they're hot. If I don't screw you over, you'll think I'm easy to bully. Research and Development Department. The minister's secretary said. Haha, this time it's all thanks to you. You are worthy of being the ace of the logistics department. Luo Xian smiled faintly, hiding his pride. I don't know how I'm treated. The minister has specifically instructed you to lead a working group on your own, and your authority will be raised to a higher level. As long as you work hard, the higher-ups will notice you sooner or later. Luo Xian smiled with satisfaction, and then asked, I heard that Han Xiao is valued by the top management. Will there be any trouble? Don't worry, I know a little bit about the inside story. Han Xiao can only swallow his anger. Han Xiao has to rely on the protection of Bureau 13. If he wants to survive, he won't dare to cause trouble. 045 Making trouble. The next few days were peaceful and Han Xiao did not make any moves. The members of Bureau 13 thought that Han Xiao had decided to keep quiet and keep things quiet. Li Yalan had been surrounded by strange looks from the agents these days, which made her scalp numb with anger. In addition, Han Xiao's phone call was unreachable, so she could only sulk alone. Rumors were spreading everywhere, but Han Xiao was not idle these days. He had previously made nearly 100,000 aquamarine coins from selling folding swords. After deducting the cost of materials for purchasing high combustibility bullets, he still had 70,000 left. Han Xiao spent 30,000 to buy a batch of materials for folding swords. He worked day and night for several days to make a large number of folding swords, a total of 100. That's about enough. Han Xiao found a box, packed all his folding swords, put on a mask to cover his face, and went to District 8 to find a secret arms dealer. The social environment on the aquamarine planet is turbulent, and war could break out at any time. The 6 nations have implemented gun control and do not sell guns to civilians. Without a special identity, you cannot pass through the city checkpoints with weapons, and the same applies to players. The 6 countries each had their own camps, and players often received missions to cause trouble or assassinate in other countries. They would usually purchase weapons from local arms dealers or entrust them to deliver equipment. The location of each arms dealer and intelligence dealer was valuable information summarized by countless players in the previous life. For an important city like Shidu, Han Xiao knew the details of those arms dealers very well. He approached Matthews, an old arms dealer, who was backed by a powerful force that specialized in selling arms to the Farian group. They did a huge business, trading between various countries, warlords, and forces, and even had channels to get missiles, tanks, and fighter jets. Large arms dealers like the Farian group are very popular in today's chaotic world. Their biggest customers are the wandering warlords, and even the 6 nations occasionally place orders with them. Matthews was happy to receive suppliers who came to his door. Han Xiao met Matthews smoothly, took out this batch of folding swords, explained the operation methods in detail, and expressed his intention to sell them. Matthews could naturally see the advantages of the folding knife. Although melee weapons were not very popular, the folding knife had the advantages of being concealed and sudden, and would definitely be loved by intelligence agencies of various countries. Can you supply it long term? Han Xiao smiled and said, Are you interested in purchasing the blueprints? Matthews was stunned. Blueprints were the bread and butter of mechanics. Controlling blueprints meant controlling the supply. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no mechanic would ever sell blueprints. Matthews was ecstatic, thinking he had run into an ignorant young man. He suppressed his excitement and said, Name a price. Here are 100 folding swords, each costs 5,000, and the blueprints are another 1,000,000. Matthews took a deep breath. 5,000 for a knife? 1,000,000 for a blueprint? Why don't you just go and rob it? One price, no bargaining. Matthew immediately swallowed the idea of bargaining and frowned as he thought about the benefits. Han Xiao was very calm. He was sure that Matthews would agree. The folding sword blueprints were not valuable, but this was just a way to make money. He could sell the blueprints directly without feeling bad at all and resell them to other forces. There was a considerable profit hidden in it. He could also bundle and sell a large number of folding swords, just like what Han Xiao was doing now. This deal can only be done once, but if it can be provided to multiple customers at the same time, so that those forces have no time to inquire, it can make a huge profit. And the Farian group just happens to have such conditions, and they have many customer channels. Matthews figured it out and nodded. Deal! Matthews was rich and powerful, so he asked someone to open a dark web account with 1.5 million in it. He personally handed the account slip to Han Xiao. The banks of the 6 countries were not interconnected, and the dark web account was the designated bank for underground transactions. It could be used all over the world and was highly confidential. Han Xiao logged into his account on the spot to confirm, entered his fingerprint and iris password, and then tore up the account slip. If you have business in the future, remember to come to me. Matthews took out a black and gold card. This is the VIP card of the Farian Group. We have bases in most cities. If you need weapons, they will provide you with the best service. Han Xiao took the card and put it away. Arms dealers are also a sales channel. He will not always be limited to Star Dragon's intelligence agency. When he is fully prepared, he will leave Star Dragon. It is very helpful to have good dealings with these arms dealers. Han Xiao smiled secretly. Since the research department has seized the right to invent the folding sword, it must take the corresponding responsibility. How does the saying go? If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Well, it doesn't seem appropriate to use it here, but the meaning is almost the same. The voices of the top brass would not be unanimous. Perhaps the conservatives were holding their breath. He was just providing ammunition. If he were an ordinary 13th Bureau agent, his current actions would be a lose-lose situation. Unfortunately, he was not. Old Gao, I gave you a bionic prosthesis for free. Please give me some support. The person you chose to cooperate with is nothing more than a wimp. If we act a little tougher, he will compromise. I think we should strike while the iron is hot, control him, and interrogate him for all the information he has. The Minister of Intelligence, however, was not angry at all. He had a strange look in his eyes and patted the Minister of Research and Development on the shoulder with a fake smile. May the best be to you. He didn't wonder for long, he soon found out. Director, you're looking for me? The director smiled and said calmly, Don't be happy so early. Oh, is that what you think? What the hell? Selling arms? I am a minister. If I were short of money, why not just embezzle public funds? I would be a fool to resell arms. 046 Mediation. The crime of reviewing reports and trafficking arms happened on the same day. The meaning is too obvious. The top management is backing Han Xiao. Conservatives take action. The top management was not in a hurry to deal with the report at first. First of all, there were hardline and conservative factions among the top management, and they would not jump out to defend Han Xiao immediately. This was also a chance to test what Han Xiao would do if his interests were damaged. If Han Xiao swallowed his anger and took a step back, the top management would adjust the next cooperation plan and press Han Xiao step by step, forcing him to make concessions and squeeze out all the benefits. If Han Xiao chose to cause trouble, as long as he did not cross the bottom line, for example, if he wanted to stop cooperating, the top management would turn a blind eye and tolerate Han Xiao's outrageous behavior. Han Xiao deliberately used a crude trick to put the blame on others, just to tell the higher-ups. I'm very upset. Are you going to watch me being bullied, or help me vent my anger? Here, I've already given you an excuse. If it was an ordinary agent, they could just send him to a military court for trial and expel him from Bureau 13. But they couldn't do that to Han Xiao. He had just joined the Bureau not long ago, and Bureau 13 still needed Han Xiao's intelligence. Moreover, Han Xiao just didn't touch the bottom line of the top management. The top management didn't know whether Han Xiao was just a blind cat that hit a dead mouse, or if he really found their bottom line. Being accused of arms trafficking, although it was just a warning from the top leaders and not serious enough to get shot, will inevitably leave some stains on his political career, and any achievements he makes from now on will be half the result with twice the effort. If yellow mud falls into your crotch, it must be shit. So it was natural for everyone to think of Han Xiao, and everyone was extremely shocked. Han Xiao had been silent for the past few days, and they all thought that Han Xiao was scared, but now it seems that this is clearly the calm before the storm. Is this a frame-up? He really dares. The top brass actually backed him up. What surprised them the most was the attitude of the top management. They did not hold Han Xiao responsible. In their minds, Han Xiao suddenly became unfathomable. He always wore a mask at the headquarters and never showed his true face. Perhaps only the top management knew his identity. The happiest person was Li Yalan. She felt very proud and showed off in front of Di Susu, then left in a high-handed manner. Di Susu was not angry at all. Instead, she became interested in Han Xiao. Who is Xiao Linlin's new teammate? Asshole! Luo Xian's face twisted. He wanted to find the minister's secretary, but the other party simply refused to meet him and was completely different from his previous enthusiastic self. This time, the attempt to crack the folding sword did not achieve the expected effect at all. Instead, it backfired on him. Now he can't even go back to the logistics department. Not fair. Why would the higher-ups protect Han Xiao? How am I worse than him? Luo Xian was so angry that his teeth were itching. The next day, Han Xiao received a notice from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wanted to mediate for him. And I'm afraid I only have this chance. In the future, the hardliners will definitely not test me easily again. The advancement mission depends on this chance. Gu Hui, Executive Director of the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau. The director introduced himself. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This name. Gu Hui said in a deep voice. Someone wants to see you. The old man with his hands behind his back turned around and smiled faintly. Han Xiao showed expressions of shock and astonishment at the right time. Old Gao? Old Gao laughed. You didn't expect that. Who are you? Han Xiao pulled out an awkward expression and nodded stiffly. He felt like he was back to the night when the Germinal organization brainwashed him. The movie star appeared online. All you need to know is that I can interfere with the decision-making of the 13th round. Haha, don't be nervous. I noticed you a long time ago. You left a good impression on me. It's done, collect. Han Xiao regained his expressionless face in the blink of an eye. Old man Gao always felt that Han Xiao calmed down too quickly. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He looked at him twice more and said slowly, Tell me, how do you want to solve this problem? 047 interfering. Han Xiao said calmly. I just want some compensation. Han Xiao glanced at him and said, If you didn't steal my blueprints, I could have earned this money normally. It's what I deserve. You call this compensation? If you buy it from me, I might sell it to the Bureau, but have you discussed it with me? Gu Hui said in a deep voice. Tell me your conditions. Han Xiao pretended to be silent, and after a while he said, I hope that similar things will not happen again in the future. That makes sense. Anyway, Han Zhao's order was for the agents of Bureau 13, and in the end, they would use it. The only difference was the small issue of whether it could be mass-produced or not. There was no reason to refuse. Moreover, if this happened again, the precious blueprints might be leaked to other countries again. Then, Han Xiao touched his chin, as if on a whim, and said, I want to take a look at the advanced knowledge of the Department of Mechanics. Old Gao frowned and stared at Han Xiao without saying a word, wondering whether this was a spur-of-the-moment idea of Han Xiao or something he had planned long ago. The advanced knowledge of the Mechanics Department is a secret of Star Dragon, and only those with level 5 authority or above are eligible to read it. For players, a respect relationship is required. The Six Nations and the Germinal Organization have different advanced knowledge, which is used to cultivate loyal and reliable strongmen. If it is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. Han Shao looked calm, but his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He was nervously waiting for Gao's answer. This is related to his advancement mission. Whether he wins or loses depends on this. If he fails, his growth rate will be greatly affected. Why do you want to see advanced knowledge? I'm curious. Yes, this reason is very good and powerful. Old Gao has no temper. The tense silence lasted for 5 minutes before Old Man Gao made a decision. He looked at Han Shao deeply and said slowly, "Okay, I agree." Han Shao relaxed all over, suppressed the joy in his heart, nodded lightly, and acted as if he was as strong as a stone and had no desires, almost calling a horse a deer and confusing the fake with the real thing. Although he needs to rely on Bureau 13 also relies on his intelligence. The two are in a fragile balance. As long as this foundation does not change, some minor issues can be resolved peacefully. Wait a minute! Advanced knowledge can only be open to level 5 personnel. This is against the rules. So what do you think? Gu Hui said in a bad tone. Old Gao smiled, his eyes gleaming. Are you threatening me? There are 2 classes of senior officials in the Star Dragon Intelligence Agency. The first class is the 13 ministers and deputy directors of the 13th Bureau, who are in charge of daily duties. The higher-level leaders are the 7-seat committee including Director Gu Hui. All members are powerful officials in the military and political circles. The committee is directly responsible for the existence of the top level of Longjiao. Since I'm here, I can represent the committee with full authority, Old Gao said calmly, with no emotion in his tone. Old Man Gao and Gu Hui looked at each other. This suggestion was reliable. Han Shao only said, "Take a look." Anyway, so it would be enough to satisfy his curiosity. Then let's limit it to 1 hour. Gu Hui made the decision. Han Shao looked indifferent, but he smiled in his heart. 1 hour? As long as you put in the potential points, you can learn it in 1 minute. Make a fortune quietly, keep a low profile, Advanced knowledge is multiply encrypted, using a random key mode that generates hundreds of 48-digit passwords per second, virtually eliminating the possibility of being hacked from the network. The content of advanced knowledge is limited to being unchangeable and unmovable, and can only be accessed on a few fixed switchboards. Following Gu Hui, I took the elevator down to the ground floor of the headquarters. When the elevator door opened, I saw a bright metal corridor in front of me, leading directly to the main computer room. There was a monitor and metal detector every 10 meters, monitoring 24 hours a day. The infrared network covered the entire corridor and was on alert at all times. There were no guards here. A large number of remote-controlled machine guns were hidden behind the metal plates on the wall. Once an intruder was detected, they could react within 0.3 seconds. The defense is tight, and it is almost impossible to sneak in. How much did this corridor cost? Several hundred million, probably. Gu Hui, who was accompanying him, said calmly. Han Shao curled his lips. I'm not envious at all. The switchboard is Star Dragon's most advanced computer. The amount of content it processes in 1 second is enough to cause a home computer to crash. It is Star Dragon's fortress and position in cyber warfare, storing countless state secrets, and advanced knowledge is just one of them. Han Shao secretly estimated that even if he upgraded the control branches, basic virtual electronic technology, to the top level, he might not be able to break through the switchboard's network firewall. Oh, the name Basic Virtual Electronic Technology is a bit playful. It actually refers to network technology and programming technology. After walking for 5 minutes, the metal corridor came to an end, and a spacious spherical room came into view. A seemingly suspended passage led to the center of the spherical room, where there was a rectangular screen, a keyboard and a mouse, which was the operating system of the host. Looking around, the walls of the spherical room were extremely strong transparent explosion-proof glass, and behind the glass were countless tangled wire networks, hardware modules, and chip arrays, with high-frequency flashes of various colors. The spherical room was a huge computer room. This sci-fi scene did not move Han Shao. After all, He had witnessed the grand scenes of space wars and had been hit directly by asteroid-class destroyer cannons hundreds or thousands of times. Although he died with honor, he was now focusing on another key issue. The air here is so smelly and stuffy, don't you usually ventilate it? Gu Hui's eyelids twitched. Why are you focusing on something so strange? Shouldn't we be amazed at how strong our defenses are? Gu Hui adjusted his mentality and said, That is the host. I have unlocked the reading permission of advanced knowledge in the background. You have no right to browse other confidential information. We are monitoring the situation of the switchboard in real time. Although this sentence is a bit redundant, according to the rules I still have to say, don't play tricks. Got it? We don't play tricks, we play dirty tricks. Han Shao nodded, stood in front of the switchboard, pressed enter, and a search input appeared on the screen. He typed in, advanced knowledge, and several options appeared immediately. Advanced supernatural power system, second order gene chain energy level enhancement. Advanced supernatural power, second order gene chain, enhanced control. Martial arts advanced, out of body waves. Martial arts advanced level, flash chi. 048 advanced. The career tree for each main profession is different. The mechanic department is the mechanical knowledge tree, the martial arts department is called the air control skills tree, the supernatural department is called the gene tree, the magic department is called the magic knowledge tree, and the telekinesis department is the spiritual cultivation tree. The martial arts department focuses on strength and fighting, and cultivates advanced chi skills. Extracorporeal wave gives martial artists a means of long-range attack, making qigong waves no longer a dream, and flash chi is an instant burst of chi dodge. In addition to granting new skills, the chi control skills also have passive effects, enhancing physical strength, improving the power, speed, and explosiveness of chi, etc. There are thousands of martial arts schools of various races in the universe, including swordsmanship, knife skills, martial arts, etc. For the martial arts department, the chi control skill tree is the foundation. These schools are the secondary creations of martial artists. Each school has different skills and is divided into various routes such as agility, strength, and defense. Psychics rely on their superpowers to fight, and each person's superpowers are unique and varied. The gene chain is the basis for determining the power of superpowers. By upgrading the gene tree, the power, control, and endurance of superpowers can be improved, and new uses can be added. Quality is more important than quantity. For example, Magneto could only manipulate coins at first, but later he could manipulate the entire magnetic field. After further upgrading, he can even manipulate the magnetic field of a planet. If he continues to develop, he may be able to directly manipulate the human body's magnetic field and accurately kill life forms on a large scale. Superpowers have different development potentials. For example, both of them have the ability to control electricity, but one can attack outside the body and call the wind and rain, while the other can only attach to the surface of the body and become a human-shaped battery. Naturally, their potentials are different and are also assessed using the EDCBA grading system. These professional common sense flashed through his mind, and Han Zhao's attention was attracted by the last project. Advanced mechanics, advanced material synthesis, advanced knowledge of the arm branch. Xinglong only has one advanced knowledge of mechanics, but it is enough. After getting the advanced knowledge, it became much easier to deal with the Star Dragon. It was up to him whether to stay or leave. Han Shao clicked on advanced material synthesis, and countless advanced mechanical theories and pictures appeared before his eyes. Ordinary mechanics couldn't even understand them. Mechanical knowledge detected, advanced material synthesis. Do you want to use 2 potential points to learn it? Study! Han Zhao's head suddenly swelled, and countless knowledge was instilled into it. Learning in progress, please do not stop. 1%, 12%, 34%. Han Shao felt every second as if it were an eternity. Suddenly, his mind became clear, and new knowledge was imprinted in his mind. Learning success. You have mastered advanced material synthesis. Advanced armament branch is now open. Level 20 advanced task completed. Detected that the job transfer conditions for mechanic beginner have been met. Please choose one of the following 3 routes: gunner, mechanic, or mechanical warrior. There are 3 routes for the mechanic, and once selected, they cannot be changed. The gunner prefers long-range heavy firearms combat, carrying countless compressed heavy artillery weapons with him. The advanced profession, War Fortress, has terrifying firepower and prefers long-range firepower coverage. There is a saying circulating in the PK field: in the previous life, distance determines the strength of the gunner. If you encounter a gunner within 100 meters, don't hesitate, just go up and beat him. If you encounter a gunner within 1,000 meters, please proceed with caution. If you encounter a gunner within 3,000 meters, the difference between victory and defeat is just a hair's breadth. If you are discovered by the gunner 3,000 meters away, my friend, I will wait for you at the resurrection point. Mechanical warriors are a combination of martial arts and machinery, with special melee mechanical weapons as the core, not cold weapons, practicing matching martial arts, and artificially enhancing physical attributes through mechanical means, such as nanomeans, colonization technology, neural control of mecha, etc., and have the opportunity to unlock the alternative profession, mecha operator, driving special mechas to gallop through the starry sky. In the interstellar war dominated by battleships and cannons, mecha warriors serve as elite assault teams, or cannon fodder, engaging in landing on enemy ships and decapitating operations. However, these two routes abandon the essence of the mechanical system manufacturing. The mechanic route is a prerequisite for 80% of the blueprints. Choosing a gunner or a mechanical warrior will lose a lot of powerful blueprints. Although the short-term combat effectiveness is improved, it is actually picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Those powerful machines, mechas, warships, spaceships, and heavy artillery are all manufactured by mechanics. The equipment of gunners and mechanical warriors all comes from mechanics. These two routes supplement the combat effectiveness of the mechanical system. After all, not all players like the boring manufacturing work of the mechanic. Most people play games for the fun of it, so there are very few master mechanics in the wild. In the previous life, players first realized the powerful strength of the mechanic in the third season, version 3.0. Han Zhao's previous main character was a mechanic, and he had also tried the other two routes. He knew the pros and cons very well, so he made a choice without even thinking about it. Job transfer successful. You get a new job, Mechanic Apprentice LV1, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 1, Endurance plus 1, Intelligence plus 3, get 3 free attribute points, get 1 potential point. You have completed the first mechanical advancement, and the endurance bonus has increased. 1 endurance equals 15 health points, 1 endurance equals 18 physical strength points. New power was born from nothingness, and Han Xiao felt that a radical change had taken place inside his body. The energy that had been quietly staying in the cells began to fluctuate, and a sense of expansion appeared like a tide. Han Xiao felt like a balloon that was about to explode at any time. However, in the eyes of Gu Wei, who was watching from the sidelines, there was nothing unusual, and all the changes were quietly completed in Han Zhao's body. At the same time, a large amount of information appears on the panel. Your strength attribute has changed. Current attribute, magnetism. You gain expertise, geometric thinking. You have mastered the skill, energy refining method. You have mastered the skill, intermediate mechanical affinity. You have mastered the skill, slide and shoot. You comprehend the blueprint, tier platinum alloy. Han Xiao suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. Things that he had never noticed before all flooded into his senses. He could see the subtle skin texture on his palms and the tiny dust particles hidden in the gaps between the keyboards. He could hear the sound of the electric current running in the switchboard hardware behind the explosion-proof glass and the hissing sound of the air passing through his trachea. It's done! Han Xiao felt refreshed and checked the attribute panel. Name, Han Xiao. Race, carbon-based human, yellow. Template, NPC, open beta countdown 138 days 3 hours 51 minutes. Total level, 21. Experience, 181,000. Secondary occupation, civilian LV1, agent LV9. Main occupation, mechanic beginner LV10 / mechanic apprentice LV1, 0/50,000. Health, 670 / 670. Stamina, 854 / 854. Attributes, Strength 31, Agility 18, Endurance 38, Intelligence 32, Mysticism 1, Charm 5, Luck 1. Free attribute points 3. Strength 160/160, LV3. New Strength attribute, magnetism, increases mechanical affinity. LV1, 10, strength +1, agility +1, endurance +1, intelligence +1, physical limit +20, mechanical power +1%, manufacturing speed +1%. LV2, 50, strength +3, agility +2, endurance +3, intelligence +1, physical limit +50, mechanical power +2%, manufacturing speed +2%. LV3, 100, strength +3, agility +3, endurance +5, intelligence +2, physical limit +100, mechanical power +3%, manufacturing speed +3%. The attribute bonus of strength has a chance to change with job change. Energy level, 98,104. Rank E-Class Superpower. You have already begun to break away from the category of ordinary people, but you still have a long way to go before you can live a truly extraordinary life. Specialties: high focus, low-level mental toughness, well-trained. New Geometric thinking intelligence +5. Skill: Mechanical department, primary mechanical affinity LV5, simple repair LV10, simple strengthening modification LV10, primary refining LV1, overload LV1, blueprint Yuan hang glider LV1, blueprint bionic prosthesis LV1, blueprint light power arm LV1, blueprint ranger robot LV1, blueprint high flammability ammunition LV3, blueprint folding battle knife LV2. New Intermediate mechanical affinity LV1, mechanical quality +2%, manufacturing speed +2%. New Slide and continuous shooting LV1. When equipped with a firearm, you can instantly slide within 3 meters, and the firing rate is increased by 15%, which lasts for 2 seconds. It is not limited by the magazine capacity. The default is the next bullet in the magazine, that is, the continuous shooting can be triggered even if there is only the last bullet left, but if the magazine is empty, the skill cannot be activated. It consumes 3 strength and 15 physical strength, and the cooldown time is 12 seconds. New Blueprint Type Platinum Alloy LV1. New advanced material, level green, good, strong ductility, extremely strong, suitable for making armor and skeletons, manufacturing requirements. Primary refining LV5. General Basic combat LV10 increases 10% unarmed attack power, strength +2, endurance +1. Basic shooting level 8 increases shooting correction by 8%. Grappling level 5 increases parry and counterattack rate by 7%, and unarmed attack power by 10%. Precision shooting LV1 increases 3% shooting correction, 2% long-range critical hit rate. Special combat LV1 increases 6% melee critical hit rate, 4% unarmed attack power. Pickpocketing LV1 - please ignore it. New Strength refining method. Basic strength training method comprehended by superpowered people on their own. Total effect, strength +10, current number of training times, 0/80. Each training consumes 800 experience and 500 physical strength. Potential points, 16. Occupational knowledge tree. Armament, basic assembly LV1, 0/1, basic mechanical engineering LV2, 0/1, basic bionics LV2, 0/1, basic weaponry LV1, 0/1, basic materials LV1, 0/1. New Advanced Materials Synthesis Level 1, 0/2. 14 unlearned items. Energy, 20 unlearned items. Manipulation, 20 unlearned items. Influence, Germinal Organization, Hatred, -1000, Defector. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, Bureau 13 Neutral, 300/1000, Level 1 Clearance Personnel. Legend 049 Captain is discharged from hospital. There was a data error in the faction favorability in the previous chapter, which has been corrected. I am really a math idiot. I will write less data in the future. 180,000 experience points, of which 45,000 were from the Black Spider mission, and the rest mostly came from Han Zhao's continuous work in making folding swords and high-burning ammunition. These 2 blueprints were upgraded to level 2 and level 3 respectively. This kind of low-cost and easy-to-make blueprint was easier to improve than the light power arm and the first-generation Ranger. After all, there were many opportunities to practice, especially for consumable blueprints such as ammunition. It was easy to improve proficiency. He had only been in Shido for about a month, but he had gained more than 200,000 experience points, which was equivalent to one-third of what he had gained in the Germination organization in half a year. He also had a huge sum of more than 1.5 million in his hands, so he didn't have to worry about the money for materials for the time being. The first advancement brings the biggest change, and strength will gain attributes. Han Zhao's index finger and thumb touched lightly, and a wisp of air as thin as an electric wire adhered to the fingertips, faintly containing a weak magnetic force. The magnetic attribute is one of the exclusive attributes of the mechanical system. In terms of combat, it cannot compete with the violent attributes of fire and thunder in terms of destructive power. Its function is to enhance the affinity with machinery. When the strength level reaches a certain level, it can replace the hands to make machinery. The attributes of Qi are not limited to natural elements, but more often indicate the use of Qi by the profession. For example, the Qi of the telekinetic system is of the spiritual attribute. Moreover, the attributes of Qi are not fixed. For example, the martial arts system can change its own Qi attributes by practicing different schools, such as the explosion of fire, the speed of wind, the toughness of iron, etc. Among the skills obtained after advancement, geometric thinking is one of the specialties unlocked by the mechanic advancement. Intermediate mechanical affinity is also, needless to say, the effect is better than the elementary one, and slide shooting is a long-lost active skill. If you choose the gunner route, you will get 3 main skills. If you choose the mechanic route, you will get one of them. Slide shot is more inclined to dodge. Although Han Xiao is not a fragile person, he does prefer this small skill that is both offensive and defensive compared to the huge cost and high damage big move. In addition, continuous shooting is not limited by the magazine capacity, which may be very effective in some situations. Energy refining method is a key skill that will be unlocked after the first advancement of the main profession. This is a special type of skill, a growth skill. There is no skill level setting. The skill effect can be increased through repeated training. Each training consumes experience and enhances a certain amount of strength. When the number of training times reaches the upper limit, the skill effect will stop stacking. The training effect depends on the main attributes of the main profession. Most strength training methods are growth-oriented skills. Strength is the foundation of a superpower, and largely determines the energy level and rank of a superpower. The first few levels of strength are LV1-10, LV2-50, LV3-100, LV4-200, LV5-400, LV6-1000. Once the standards are met, you will be promoted to the next level of strength and gain new attribute bonuses. At certain key levels, strength will have new uses. The first advancement was a watershed. Hila was at level 30, but her energy level had reached 500 ona, which was about 5 times higher than Han Zhao's. This was due to the energy refining method. Ti-platinum alloy is a new blueprint learned through advanced material synthesis. It is a material blueprint and a green quality material. It is suitable for manufacturing external armor and has strong impact resistance. The manufacturing requirement is primary refining LV5. Han Xiao first spent 25,000 of the 180,000 experience points to upgrade Agent to level 10. The full level increased more attributes: strength +2, agility +2, endurance +3, charm +1, and gained 1 potential point and 1 free attribute point. Advance detected whether to cancel the civilian profession. Civilian is the first profession for most humanoid players, which is equivalent to a profession for beginners to guide them. It prevents players from not having a profession at the beginning and being unable to upgrade. When they advance for the first time, they can choose to cancel the civilian profession and reduce the attribute return experience. However, if civilian is upgraded to the maximum level, it cannot be cancelled after advancement. Many obsessive-compulsive novices have been pitted badly. Cancel it, Han Xiao said. He didn't get any bonus from this profession, so naturally he wouldn't suffer any loss. In the secondary occupation column on the panel, civilian disappears, leaving only the full level, agent, and the total level is still 21. I spent another 45,000 to upgrade basic shooting to level 10, which gave me a 10% shooting accuracy correction, agility +2, and gained another potential point. 70,000 experience points were lost at once. Han Xiao still had to reserve 64,000 experience points for energy refining method. So the remaining experience points that could be used were. Well, wait a moment, I'll count on my fingers. Oh, and there are 47,000 experience points. Save it for now. Han Xiao sighed. Experience came quickly, but it also went away quickly. Fortunately, I still have high burning ammunition. When I start selling it, I will be able to obtain a stable source of experience. When the time came, Gu Hui immediately reminded them and they went back upstairs. Feng Jun had been waiting for a long time and left with Han Xiao. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I heard that a man named Krat handed in his folding sword. Help me spread the news. I won't sell anything to him." Feng Jun was helpless. "You really think of me as a messenger?" Han Xiao was surprised. "Isn't it?" Feng Jun was choked and said sullenly, "I'll tell you. He said he wouldn't sell me anything?" When Krat heard the rumor, he sneered and didn't take it seriously. He didn't care about Han Xiao's background. He cared about the actual benefits. In his opinion, Han Xiao might not have better machinery in the future and would not have the opportunity to do business. This kind of threat was not a big deal. Han Xiao completed the advancement and familiarized himself with his own strength at home. Based on his previous experience, he quickly mastered it and began to practice strength refining method. Every time he practiced, he consumed not only experience but also physical strength. The speed of physical strength recovery was limited, and he also had to manufacture machinery, so he could only practice twice a day at most. You have practiced strength refining method once, with a perfection of 81% strength +3. The training effect depends on the main attribute of the profession. The main attribute of the mechanical department is intelligence. Han Xiao has a total of 4 free attribute points, all of which are invested in intelligence, stacking up to 36 points. In the past, in order to escape from the base, he invested a lot of attribute points in strength and endurance, and in the future he only needs to consider intelligence. The training effect of strength refining method is divided into 3 levels: strength +1 below 40% perfection, strength +2 between 40% and 80%, and strength +3 above 80%. Han Xiao just reached the 3rd level. Since the folding swords had no market, Han Xiao had not opened for several days. He felt that it was time to release a new product, high-burning ammunition. Over the past few days, he had accumulated thousands of bullets of various calibers. Just as he was about to entrust Li Yalan to release the news, Li Yalan called him in advance. "The captain is out of the hospital. Gather everyone." Arriving at the meeting room of the Secret Operations Department, the teammates had been waiting for a long time. Han Xiao immediately noticed an extra man. He had a square face, a serious and upright look, and pursed his lips. He seemed trustworthy. "Are you Han Xiao?" The captain looked unhappy, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and vigilance as he looked at Han Xiao seriously. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. At this time, Lin Yao pulled his sleeve and whispered, "The Secret Service team can only recruit new members with the captain's consent, but your application for joining was specially approved by the Bureau while the captain was recovering from his injury, so the captain may have some grudges against you. But don't worry, although the captain is serious, he is a good person." "I see." Han Xiao turned his head and took a look. He was immediately shocked. Lin Yao was wrapped in bandages like a dumpling, with only his eyes and mouth showing. He looked miserable. Han Xiao was surprised and asked, "Who beat you up?" Li Yalan coughed. Lin Yao looked aggrieved and changed his words. I fell. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "You were injured so badly, did you participate in an activity like, 'If you're a man, fall 100 times'?" The captain spoke, drawing everyone's attention back, and said in a deep voice, "Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the team, Zhang Wei." Han Xiao was immediately shocked. "How casually did your parents name me? Only Yi Qiu and Yi Fan appear more often than you." Zhang Wei was surprised and asked, "You know Yi Fan from the Haixia Military Intelligence Department? I worked with him several times before I was hospitalized." Oh my god, there is actually someone called this Chosen One. That guy must be S plus lucky. Let's get back to the point. Jiang Wei's eyes were burning as he said seriously. With you included, our team will have 5 members. Your position will be in logistics, but I have to be frank. Your resume is blank. I don't trust your ability. I will be reserved about any instructions you give. If I think you are not capable enough, I will expel you from my team even if you are a member specially approved by the top management. 050 Rescue Operation, Part 1. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Trust takes time to develop. Jiang Wei may seem aggressive, but he has proven that he is a captain who performs his duties conscientiously. Han Xiao will naturally not be angry. But it is impossible to expel him from the team. Jiang Wei cannot get past the high-level hurdle. Jiang Wei knew that it was difficult for him to refute the decision of the higher-ups, but as the captain, he had to take on the responsibility of leading the team. How could he lead the team if the higher-ups sent in a newcomer with no resume and didn't even give him any information, leaving him with almost no knowledge of Han Xiao? The reason why Jiang Wei was angry was not because his position as captain was challenged, but because he felt that his superiors did not care about the safety of their team. A new airborne recruit with insufficient ability can easily make wrong judgments, causing the team to fall into danger. Even if it is an unintentional mistake, he is still a black sheep. Jiang Wei does not discriminate against newcomers, but he believes that newcomers must go through at least 2 or 3 years of training before they are qualified to join the Secret Operations Department, and he does not want to take newcomers on missions. He is the one who is stuffing all kinds of people into his team. What does he regard his team as, a babysitter? You simply don't take the safety of your subordinates seriously. You're a corrupt privileged class. Take my bullet. Jiang Wei secretly made a decision. If Han Xiao could not fit in with the team, even if it would cause disgust from the top management, he would definitely expel Han Xiao from the team. At worst, he would pass the ball to another team. Han Xiao had no idea of Jiang Wei's mental journey. He only noticed that Jiang Wei's eyes were becoming increasingly hostile. He didn't know what this seemingly upright captain was thinking about. He always felt like he had screwed someone over again. At this time, Lin Yao's computer lit up. He turned his neck with difficulty to take a look, his face changed, and he said, "It's an emergency mission. The higher-ups want us to set off immediately." Jiang Wei's face turned serious. "What's the specific situation?" Ma Qingyang's team was on a mission to raid the Germination base and encountered an ambush. The superiors asked us to go and pick them up immediately. The others can get on the plane later. Raid on the Germination base? Han Xiao was stunned. Yes, this was the intelligence about the 3 bases he had given before. After a little thought, he roughly guessed the process. The locations of the 3 sprout bases he gave were all within the territory of Star Dragon, so Star Dragon was able to mobilize troops for a surprise attack in a short period of time. Bureau 13 had already destroyed 2 sprout bases within the country, bringing his mission progress to 2%. No matter how stupid the sprout organization was, they knew that the intelligence had been leaked, so they were prepared and set an ambush at the 3rd base. Jiang Wei hurried out, and when he passed by Han Xiao, he paused and frowned, saying, "Lin Yao, you stay here to take over the logistics position. Han Xiao, you are a newcomer, and this opportunity is rare. You should learn well and try to be useful as soon as possible." Lin Yao hesitated to speak. Han Xiao smiled and said indifferently, "Okay." Jiang Wei did not participate in the Black Spider operation. Just based on Li Yalin's excited description, he would not trust Han Xiao. It was human nature, and Han Xiao could understand it. He secretly sighed, who said he was a considerate man. Han Xiao thought about it, stopped Li Yalin, took out 4 magazines full of high-intensity bullets, and said, "This is my friendly sponsorship." Li Yalin's eyes lit up. "Is this your new invention? Use it sparingly." Han Xiao laughed, his tone full of mystery. "It will catch fire." You trigger the E-level mission, Rescue. Mission content: rescue the Secret Service team that is being hunted. Your duty is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Mission requirements: successfully rescue Ma Qingyang's team. Task reward: 8,000 experience. Special reward: none. 8,000 experience points is better than nothing, and it is also a reward for logistics level. Brother Xiao, the captain is not targeting you on purpose, so don't take it to heart, Lin Yao said cautiously. I know. Hearing Han Zhao's natural tone, Lin Yao felt relieved. He turned on the 3 computers and quickly typed on the keyboards, adjusting them to the same frequency as the miniature cameras and miniature headsets of Li Yalan and the other 2. The sound and the picture appeared at the same time, and the first-person perspective of the 3 people appeared on the screen. The team had already boarded the plane. The headquarters has its own subway that can quickly transport personnel to the helipad on the outskirts of the city. The 3 of them boarded the fighter jet, accompanied by a fully armed 12-man field team. Han Xiao chatted with Li Yalan and Lin Yao, while Zhang Wei and Lambert did not join in, closing their eyes to rest. An hour later, the fighter jet landed and arrived at the target location. The picture shows a Gobi desert with bare hills stretching like the Earth's raised spine. The sun is radiating light and heat in the blue sky. The air is twisting and floating under the high temperature. The ground covered with yellow sand is like a hot iron, kissing the soldiers' boots and emitting a slight burnt smell. We have arrived at the destination, Zhang Wei reported in a deep voice. The 3 men were fully armed. Li Yalan was still dressed in the yellow hooded sweatshirt and black bulletproof tights. She had a folding knife on her waist and carried a black backpack with a lightweight power arm inside. Lambert carried dozens of folding throwing knives and a long, narrow, large-caliber sniper rifle. Zhang Wei's weapon surprised Han Xiao. It was a set of individual power armor. The whole body is covered with thick gray-black armor with scratches on it. The head is like a heavy helmet of ancient Western knights, with only the eye slits exposed. The armor is equipped with a pendant rail and equipped with 2 modified large machine guns. The ammunition belt is hidden under the armor and replaced on the outside of the thigh, which is well covered. There is also a hexagonal steel shield hanging on his back, like a turtle shell. The whole person is a big iron lump, very thick and simple. At first glance, you can tell that this guy is empty. Han Xiao became interested. This is the prototype of the warrior armor, one of the few basic power armors in the 1.0 version of Planet Aquamarine. The 6 nations control different advanced knowledge and have developed different special weapons, which are the so-called faction specialties. Tilius focuses on the development of power armor. The warrior armor is a full-coverage small-sized individual power armor developed by Tilius after a period of public beta testing. It is the first power armor to appear on Planet Aquamarine, and should not have been completed yet. Zhang Wei is only wearing a prototype. I don't know how he got Tilius equipment. Maybe there is something wrong with it. Players can only purchase this power armor when they reach a respected relationship with the Tilius camp, and it is extremely expensive. The cost of repairing it after each battle alone is tens of thousands. Players cannot make money as fast as Han Xiao. As the team's logistics officer, he is responsible for equipment supply and maintenance, and Zhang Wei's armor will be handed over to him for repair in the future. As long as there are no confidentiality measures, mechanics can reverse engineer the drawings from the physical objects, which can be divided into 2 situations. First, once you have learned the prerequisite knowledge of the blueprint, the derivation process will be greatly accelerated, and the experience consumed in understanding the blueprint will be within an acceptable range. In the second case, even if one has not learned the prior knowledge of drawings, the drawings can still be derived, but the progress is as slow as a snail, and the experience required is astronomical, and it is common to increase it by dozens of times. The drawings obtained are usually marked with suffixes such as incomplete, and the effect is far inferior to the formal drawings. The prerequisite knowledge of warrior armor is the advanced knowledge of another armed branch, which is in the hands of Tilius. Han Xiao bit his nails. If he could deduce the armor blueprint, even if it was incomplete, he would be able to obtain new combat methods. Armor would significantly improve individual combat effectiveness. But he thought about it for a while and suppressed this idea. With his memory, he could fuse better mechanical drawings and adapt to various needs. It would not make sense to spend a lot of experience to deduce an incomplete armor drawing. Lin Yao said. The rescue team is 13 kilometers away. There are 15 armored off-road vehicles and 1 Black Harrier helicopter chasing the enemy. The meeting point is tentatively decided to be the hill 3 kilometers away from you. It is high up there. Your mission is to stop them. Chase troops and pick up teammates. Don't be reluctant to fight. I have sent them the meeting point, so be prepared. The order is clear and clear. This is the job of the logistics intelligence personnel, who coordinate the overall situation and quickly formulate suitable strategies for reference by combatants. The 3 men and the field team quickly arrived at the designated location, lay down behind the hill, and waited for the enemy to appear. Soon, the roar of engines could be heard from afar. On the empty desert plain, more than a dozen armored vehicles of the German organization surrounded and intercepted a vehicle. The sounds of machine gun and grenade explosions were endless. The flames of the explosions chased the fleeing vehicle all the way, creating pits and filled the air with smoke and dust. The team that was on the getaway vehicle was Ma Qingyang's team. "Stand by," Jiang Wei said in a serious tone, staring at the shortened distance until he was within range. Then he said decisively, "Fire!" The field team hiding behind the hills fired a hail of steel bullets. Gun flames erupted, and the overwhelming bullets hit the armor plates of the pursuing vehicles, blasting out countless sparks and hearing endless clanging sounds. Encountering a surprise attack, several vehicles in the lead and pursuit hurriedly turned to avoid the head-on attack and almost overturned at high speed. 051 Rescue Operation, Part 2. Jiang Wei roared with both machine guns, and countless large-caliber bullets jumped out of the muzzles, dragging 2 clear flame tails, like 2 fire dragons swinging their tails, and strafed and hit the 2 armored off-road vehicles in the front. 5 seconds later, the 2 armored vehicles exploded into a fireball and were blown up. At this time, Lambert showed his skills as a sniper. He was silent as a stone and kept shooting. He used steel-core armor-piercing bullets, and every shot was effective, hitting the tires or the glass in front of the driver's seat, greatly slowing down the enemy's pursuit. "Reinforcements are coming!" Ma Qingyang, who was driving away, was overjoyed, and his team members all felt hopeful. Almost all members of his team were injured and their bodies were lying in the car. When the car reached the top of the hill, Ma Qingyang popped his head out from the driver's seat and shouted, "Lao Zhang, there are too many enemies! Run!" At this moment, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew towards Jiang Wei and others from the bottom of the hill. The wind blew up the sand and dust, and it actually formed a ghost face with facial features. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. "Get out of the way!" Jiang Wei roared and rolled on the ground quickly. His armor was too heavy, so he could only dodge in this way. Li Yalan and Lambert reacted the fastest and immediately dodged sideways. The strong wind exploded at the original position, blowing away several field team members. Jiang Wei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head as if being pricked by a needle, and blood started flowing from his nose. He was shocked to find that the field team member who had not been able to dodge in time had blood gushing out of all his facial features and was lying on the ground twitching unconsciously. "Mental attack! The other party has superpowers!" Jiang Wei was shocked. He took a closer look and saw an armored vehicle with its roof opened. A graceful black figure in a black leather jacket jumped out and rushed towards them at a very fast speed. Her long red curly hair fluttered in the wind like a red and black lightning. Hela's eyes were cold. She raised her hand and waved it. Another ghost-faced gust of wind quickly formed and blew towards Jiang Wei. The whistling of the wind sounded in the air, like a silent cry. "No, it's not the wind. This is the howl of the soul. Power of the dead, Hela's special ability." Jiang Wei became dizzy and fell to the ground. If it weren't for his strong physique, this would have cost him his life. Han Xiao frowned, pushed the bewildered Lin Yao away, took over the command, and shouted, "She is the combat executive officer of the budding, get out of the way immediately!" Changing the commander in the middle of a battle is a taboo. Jiang Wei was about to scold them, but was shocked to find that Li Yalan and Lambert did not hesitate at all. They turned around and left, completely trusting Han Zhao's judgment. "That new guy is so trustworthy?" Jiang Wei had a look of surprise on his face, but he kept his words to himself. He gritted his teeth and stood up, activating the propulsion device of his leg armor. He could take a step of 5 or 6 meters. He followed his 2 teammates and retreated quickly, turning around and firing from time to hinder Hela's pursuit. Hela quickly rushed to the hill and waved her hand. A hazy gray light swept across, and all the field team members who were unable to dodge fell to the ground. They had no external injuries, but had lost their breath. Han Zhao's eyes were solemn. He had known Hela's power for a long time. Fortunately, he did not encounter Hela head-on when he escaped from the laboratory. Her ability was an extremely rare ability rated as S-level potential, surpassing the natural disaster level. Right now, Hela is already very powerful just by developing the rudiments of her superpowers. She's too fast, Li Yalan, stop her! Li Yalan turned around without hesitation and delivered a swift kick. A bright yellow aura exploded, pushing Hela back several steps. Martial artist? Hela narrowed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and a bigger ghost face hit Li Yalan. Li Yalan was very calm. She slid under the ghost face and only suffered a little aftermath. Her physique was able to withstand it. She approached Hela again, pulled out her folding sword, and chopped it down heavily. Hela was startled and had to roll on the ground to avoid the blade. Li Yalan used all her means, and each strike was full of strength. Her long legs pulled, pushed, chopped, kicked and kicked. Her movements were smooth and free, like a nimble swallow dancing, with afterimages flying everywhere. Her offensive was like a violent storm, full of murderous intent. Lingyan-style martial arts. Hela was surrounded by gray air currents, and her arms acted as shields, blocking every blow unscathed like a reef. There was only one explanation for this. Hela's strength was far stronger than Li Yalan's, and she was not inferior even in the close combat field where the other party was good at. This series of fights lasted only a few seconds, but was extremely dangerous. Use the power arm, the enemy will be vulnerable for a moment, and Lambert will seize the opportunity to snipe. Li Yalan bit her lip, reached into her backpack with her left hand, and when she took it out again, she had already put on the light power arm. She punched out suddenly, the mechanical power added to her strength, and Hela's blocking posture with both hands was broken, exposing her chest and abdomen. The mechanical fist fell into softness. A real hit! A sickly flush flashed across Hela's face. She groaned and rubbed her hands together. Gray air swirled in her palms at high speed, as if sparks were created. Then she pressed her hands downwards. Strong winds blew in all directions, centered around her feet, and the wind blew up dust and sand. Li Yalan stepped back in a hurry, but even so, her brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, her soul seemed to be torn apart, her head was in excruciating pain, and 2 lines of blood flowed from her nose. The earth and sky in her vision tilted, and she almost lost her sense of balance, and almost couldn't stand. Hela stared at the familiar light-powered arm, shocked and angry, and shouted, "What is your relationship with Zero? Number 0? Who is that?" Li Yalan was puzzled. At this moment, Lambert made his move, seizing the fleeting opportunity, and fired a shot. Hela's face changed and she dodged to the side. The gray energy turned into thick mist to defend her whole body. The large caliber bullet hit her shoulder. Hela was like being hit head-on by a speeding train, and she fell out in a spin. "Zhang Wei, take Li Yalan and run!" Zhang Wei had no objection to being called by name. Under Han Zhao's command, Li Yalan and Lambert worked together to quickly injure the difficult enemy. He began to trust Han Zhao's instructions. Upon hearing this, he immediately picked up the dizzy Li Yalan, turned around and ran away, running towards Ma Qingyang's car. The budding armored convoy rushed up the hill and opened fire. The huge shield on Zhang Wei's back was damaged, sparks flew, and it quickly deformed and twisted. He didn't even dare to look back. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for the big lump of iron he was wearing. He always complained that it was too heavy before, but now he feels very safe. "Get in the car quickly!" Ma Qingyang looked back anxiously and slowed down quickly. The 3 men hurriedly jumped into the car, which only stopped for 2 seconds before being nearly penetrated by concentrated fire. Zhang Wei finally had time to observe the situation. The pursuing armored convoy was not as fast as theirs. The powerful psychic was recovering from his injuries and could not pursue them. As long as they escaped to the plain, they could retreat safely. "No problem!" Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiao directly poured cold water on him. "Be careful of the sky." "Heaven? By the way, the enemy also has a helicopter." Zhang Wei was shocked. Thump, thump, thump. The Black Harrier helicopter finally appeared, and its onboard machine gun was high above the ground, chasing the car and shooting all the way. "We have to shoot that thing down from the sky." Zhang Wei made a quick decision. "Otherwise our plane will be in danger. Only Lambert's sniper rifle has such a range." Lambert had a blank expression on his face and shook his head. "I have used up all my armor-piercing sniper bullets. I only have conventional bullets left. The armor of the Black Harrier helicopter is very thick. Even with armor-piercing bullets, it will take more than 7 shots to penetrate the helicopter armor. Am I going to die here? Ma Qingyang had a look of despair on his face. He was only 1 kilometer away from the evacuating fighter jets, but the distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Han Xiao suddenly interrupted and said, "Have you forgotten what I gave you?" Li Yalan was stunned, took out 4 magazines, one of which was sniper bullets, and asked, "What is the use of this?" "You'll know after you try it." Without saying a word, Lambert loaded the magazine and fired at the helicopter. Everyone looked on eagerly. A bullet holds the last hope. Time seemed to slow down. The bolt slid, ejecting an empty brass cartridge case. Fire and smoke spewed out of the muzzle. The deep red sniper bullet engraved with flame patterns was pushed out of the muzzle by the kinetic energy stimulated by the primer, accelerating, spinning, and dancing. Under the action of kinetic energy, the bullet kissed the bulletproof glass of the helicopter. The red bullet quickly cracked like a blooming lotus, and the highly sticky flammable gas leaked out rapidly. Boom! The blinding flames expanded, and the helicopter suddenly turned into a huge fireball with explosive power. The flames attached to the armor, making it look like it was on fire. The helicopter suddenly flew around like a drunk, showing the pilot's panic as the flames filled his vision, and it spun away from the battlefield. Everyone was shocked and stared at the high flammable magazine. Even armor can be ignited. What kind of bullet is this? Ma Qingyang was shocked and asked, "Where did you get this good stuff from?" "I've found a treasure." Li Yalan's eyes lit up, and she quickly changed to high-intensity pistol bullets of other calibers, raised her hand and shot. One high-intensity bullet after another turned a large number of off-road vehicles into fireballs. Even if they hit the ground, they could start a sea of fire. The armor was heated, and the temperature inside the enemy vehicle rose sharply. The flames using gas as a fuel agent burned through the gaps into the interior of the vehicle. Key parts of the internal structure, such as the engine and cylinders, began to overheat. The pursuing vehicles dodged one after another and had no time to attack. Lambert seized the opportunity and fired 2 more shots at the helicopter's rotor. The helicopter spun and circled, completely moving away from the battlefield. Ma Qingyang stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the rear cabin of the plane. The pilot, who was already extremely nervous, took off immediately and the plane quickly disappeared into the horizon. Hila's face turned pale. There was only a shallow wound on the part of her shoulder that was hit by the sniper rifle. A cloud of gray mist was entangled in the wound, quickly stopping the bleeding. She looked at the direction where the plane flew away unwillingly, connected the communication with the leader, and said through gritted teeth, "Zero's whereabouts have been found. 052 Harvest. Rescue has been completed, you gain 8,000 experience points. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau's favorability plus 100. Brother Xiao, you are so awesome!" Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Did you just discover this today?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Zhang Wei was very open-minded. He felt that he had doubted Han Xiao wrongly, so he apologized frankly. "I apologize for doubting your ability before. Without your command and new equipment, we would have been dead. As the captain, I welcome you to join the team." Although the welcome from the captain was late, it was better than not coming at all, Zhang Wei thought secretly. Han Xiao smiled. "There's no need to apologize for such a small matter. I'm a generous person after all." Zhang Wei suddenly felt a chill on his back. Why did he feel like this was a sarcasm? Han Xiao thought of something. "By the way, who made your armor?" "Oh, this is an unfinished prototype of the warrior armor, a trophy seized from Tilius a few years ago. Currently, we only have this prototype and are working on deriving the blueprints, but the progress is slow and even maintenance is troublesome. It is now my equipment." The prerequisite knowledge for warrior armor is the heavy mechanical transformation of the advanced arm branch, which is a prerequisite skill for many individual mechas, exoskeleton armors, and large war vehicles. Tilius has only developed a prototype, and Star Dragon's research and development speed must be slower. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said, "Leave your armor maintenance to me from now on." "Okay." Zhang Wei was delighted. After this operation, he trusted Han Zhao's ability. Li Yalan excitedly interrupted in the headset. "Is this bullet your new invention?" Han Xiao explained the function of the high incendiary ammunition. Everyone was an experienced agent, and immediately understood that this was a new type of special incendiary bomb, similar to the armor-piercing incendiary bomb, but the degree of combustion was even higher. Armor-piercing incendiary bullets can penetrate armor. The incendiary agent in the bullet collides to generate heat for ignition, and it can only burn if there are combustible materials around. High incendiary bullets use an unknown new type of incendiary agent that does not require collision to generate heat. It can directly ignite the air and attach to any object, igniting everything. The temperature is very high and the power is equivalent to that of a highly concentrated incendiary bottle. It can also be fired from a gun. The speed and range are many times stronger than hand-thrown ones. It will be an extremely deadly weapon in a jungle environment, bringing more tactical options. Zhang Wei and others witnessed with their own eyes that a Black Harrier helicopter that could withstand armor-piercing bullets was set on fire by 3 shots from Lambert, and had to leave the battlefield. Unless it is made of special high-temperature resistant materials, metal can easily be heated to a level that is unbearable for the human body and can also damage precision instruments. Ma Qingyang squeezed into the channel and asked excitedly, "Do you sell this kind of bullet?" "Of course, 1 bullet costs 50. Han Zhao's eyes turned. This was a good opportunity to launch high-fuel bullets. The actual results of the battle could improve the reputation of the company. Ma Qingyang said impatiently, "I'll pre-order 200 rounds, including 20 small-caliber pistol rounds, 150 submachine gun rounds, and 30 sniper rounds." "Well, we can get the goods within a day," Han Xiao said to Li Yalan. "Please continue to help me transfer the orders. I will give you a 20% discount as usual." Li Yalan's eyes curved into crescents. "Okay." The news of Ma Qingyang's team being rescued spread quickly in the headquarters, and the reputation of the high-intensity bullets spread. "Han Zhao's new product? I heard that Lao Ma's team was able to survive because of the high-intensity ammunition." The incident with the folding sword made many Bureau 13 agents very curious about Han Xiao. When they learned that Ma Qingyang had ordered a batch of high-intensity bullets, they all came to investigate. Ma Qingyang was saved by Han Zhao's team once, so he returned the favor and tested the function of high-intensity ammunition on the spot in the training ground in front of everyone. A raging fire. The onlookers were immediately attracted by the power of the high-intensity bullets. Good stuff. After leaving the training ground, the agents immediately rushed to Li Yalan to place an order. The amount was huge. Compared to close-range weapons, this multifunctional ammunition was very popular, just as Han Xiao expected. The emergence of a new type of bullet immediately attracted the attention of the top management of Bureau 13. They must not repeat the same mistake and leak the blueprint this time. Bureau 13 offered unlimited purchase conditions to equip the Field Support Department and Special Forces, so the price was lowered a bit, 500 for 20,000. Han Xiao agreed to this price. Special agent orders were not as stable as large purchases, so having another sales channel was the best. Han Zhao's stock of thousands of bullets was sold out within a day. With the 200,000 aquamarine coins he earned and the 1.5 million he earned from the dark web, he didn't have to worry about funding issues in the short term. After advancing, Han Zhao's manufacturing speed increased again, and he devoted all his efforts to manufacturing high-combustion ammunition. In order to show his support, Bureau 13 provided a batch of equipment specifically for manufacturing shells and primers. He did not need to work hard on polishing the shells, and his efficiency was greatly improved. Each batch of manufacturing was at least 300, and he could manufacture more than 10 times a day. Each high-combustion bullet gave at least 5 to 10 experience points, and he could steadily gain 20,000 to 30,000 experience points a day. Experience accumulates crazily. Han Xiao believed that no mechanical player of the same level could gain experience faster than him. Apart from his unshakable practice of chi refining method every day, Han Xiao spent the rest of his time completely immersed in making high-combustion bullets. The harvest season has finally arrived. "You won't sell me high-intensity ammunition?" Krat was shocked and angry. He had heard rumors about high-intensity ammunition, so he wanted to buy it. He was prepared to apologize if Li Yalan started to make things difficult for him. He believed that Han Xiao would not pursue the matter. Why not make money? However, he had just expressed his intention when he was firmly rejected by Li Yalan. Li Yalan snorted coldly. "Han Xiao said that you are on his blacklist." He will not make any kind of deal with you, and will not accept any apology from you. The agents waiting to place orders around stared at Krat with amused expressions. Many agents who had hesitated about whether to sell the folding knives were now thankful. Fortunately, Krat was one step faster than them and almost offended Han Xiao. It seemed that Han Xiao was serious. Krat looked embarrassed, snorted angrily, and turned away. He didn't believe that if he spent a little more money, other colleagues who had bought high-burning bullets would not sell them to him. However, after asking around, he found that no one was willing to resell it. Even when he raised the price to 200 per round, no one agreed. Even some colleagues who had a good relationship with him politely declined. Why? Krat was extremely shocked and felt suffocated by being excluded. Finally, an old friend told him the reason. If I sell it to you, it will be equivalent to offending Han Xiao. Who knows if I will be blacklisted? Besides, Han Xiao may have other good things in the future. It is not worth offending him just to help you. Now it's completely the opposite. It is really not worth it to be on Han Xiao's blacklist just for that little bit of money. I am the one who is short-sighted. Krat regretted it deeply. Luo Xian's face was cold as he took out a small box containing 20 high-intensity bullets, which he had asked someone to buy. He also thought that Luo Xian was a logistics staff and did not need to buy his equipment. But Luo Xian didn't think so. Instead, he felt that he was being looked down upon. Han Xiao, do you think so little of me that you don't even bother dealing with me? Luo Xian was burning with rage, with a thick layer of resentment boiling in his heart. He misunderstood. Han Xiao didn't look down on him, but he had never seen him. It's not that the top management didn't want the blueprints, but they were worried about offending Han Xiao. Therefore, this time, Luo Xian was going to secretly research the blueprints of the high-intensity bullets and quietly present them to the top management. Bureau 13 had many military factories, and they could manufacture them without Han Xiao knowing. Han Xiao couldn't possibly know everything. After cracking the folding sword last time, Luo Xian had already built up his confidence. He felt that Han Xiao's skills were just so, and that he could easily crack the high-intensity ammunition this time. If I succeed, the higher-ups will definitely look at me differently. This is my only chance to turn things around. I absolutely cannot fail. The more Luo Xian thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was reliable. Luo Xian took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best condition, manipulated the tweezers, and prepared to peel off the warhead. The core of the incendiary bomb is the incendiary agent in the warhead. Researching the composition of the incendiary agent is the most important task. Clang! The warhead separated successfully. The first step was successful. The next step is to disassemble the warhead and drain out the incendiary agent inside. This step must be done with extreme caution and must not cause any collision or friction. A buffer duct has been prepared so that neither the powdered incendiary agent nor the liquid incendiary agent will be ignited. Luo Xian felt that he had performed perfectly this time and opened the warhead stably. Success! The next step is to study the ingredients. Luo Xian was overjoyed. However, the moment the shell was opened, a violent flame swelled up in his sight. 053 Undercurrent. Friends who left a message in the previous chapter saying that 500 bullets cost 20,000 yuan, and each bullet costs 400 yuan, please tell me who your math teacher is, and I will go and burn some incense for him. Ding-ling-ling. The automatic sprinkler on the ceiling rotated and sprayed water, and the fire was quickly put out, leaving only a mess on the ground. Various documents and drawings were wet and turned into soft mud that rotted at the touch. Some non-waterproof computers crashed and emitted sparks, and the walls and floors were charred everywhere. Guards arrived soon and checked the scene. The fire came from the workshop. Luo Xian was soaking wet, wrapped in a blanket, and covered in dust. He was carried out by the guards. His face was charred black, all the hair was burned off, even his eyebrows were burned off, like a boiled egg. Oh no, it was a preserved egg. Luo Xian was terrified. If he hadn't dodged quickly and there was a fire extinguisher nearby, he would have been disfigured. He didn't expect that the combustible agent of high combustibility ammunition was actually gas, which would leak out once the warhead was opened and would burn up immediately upon contact with the outside world. This meant that it could not be opened after it was manufactured and could burn briefly even in a vacuum environment. With his skills, It is absolutely impossible to replicate it. Lost. Luo Xian looked unwilling. The guard took out a few blackened shells, with a faint red background, and said in a deep voice, "These are shells of high-intensity ammunition. Your people are researching high-intensity ammunition. Do you take my orders as fart? If the higher-ups investigate, I'll be the one to take the blame again. You are all sinkholes." Gu Hui came quickly and said seriously, "Explain it to me." Gu Hui had a blank expression on his face. "Do you have anything to say?" Luo Xian lowered his head. If his secret research had succeeded, it would have been a great achievement. However, he was exposed, disobeyed orders without authorization, and also caused a fire at the headquarters. As an ordinary member without any backing, he would definitely be in big trouble. "I remember you are a member of the logistics department. Transfer you back," Gu Hui said and turned away. Luo Xian's body shook. He jumped out of the logistics department, and now he was transferred back. This was a form of suppression. He returned to the logistics department with a gloomy face, in every sense. When his former colleagues saw Luo Xian, they all turned their heads and pretended not to see him, which was completely different from the scenes of fawning on him in the past. The logistics director who once had high hopes for him was unwilling to even meet him, and only sent a secretary to inform Luo Xian that he would work under a group in the future. Luo Xian suddenly felt lost and couldn't help but wonder if his choice was wrong. If I hadn't been so proud and narrow-minded at the beginning, my mentality would not have been unbalanced, and these things would not have happened. I am still too young. Luo Xian was depressed. Han Xiao was shocked when he learned about Luo Xian from Feng Jun. Even he, the maker, didn't dare to open the high-burning bullet after it was formed. That guy was really awesome. They are very brave. I admire them. Han Xiao quickly put this matter behind him. His impression of Luo Xian was still just a name. Zhang Wei's warrior armor was delivered to his studio, and the prototype technology appeared to be very crude. Warrior armor prototype. Type: full covering small individual armor. Quality: white. Basic attributes: armor value 682/1400, defense 35, power level 86, energy value 250/250. Equipment requirements: strength 42, stamina 48. Attribute bonus: agility -10. Height: 1.95 meters. Weight: 370 pounds. Control method: human body control, no chip. Energy: electricity. Battle consumption: 5 energy/minute. Core power: 125/130 ohm. Skeleton module: spring piston shock absorber bracket, reduces the load by 65%, slightly improves shock resistance, occupies 20 power. Right arm module: large caliber triple machine gun, 3 bullets per shot, attack power 105/124, firing rate 5 rounds/s, maximum firing rate 8 rounds/s, 5-second overload, ammunition capacity 30 plus 120, ammunition chain, output energy level 75, power occupied 35. Left arm module: large caliber triple machine gun, as above. Right wrist module: pop-up alloy blade, attack power 12-15, output energy level 9, power 5. Leg module: spring-powered running device, movement speed plus 15, startup consumes 1 energy/minute, occupies 30 power. Accessory module: simple thermal imager, no power. Attached module: hexagonal steel heavy shield, no power. Additional ability: thick armor reduces physical damage by 12%. Note: it is a disgrace to the armored world. Simple. Han Xiao could hardly bear to look at it. First of all, not to mention the low power, there is not even a chip installed. The chip is the core of the mecha, used to load various combat programs and assist the user in combat. Without a chip, it is impossible to quickly collect and process battlefield information. Without wide area detection means, it can only rely on a pair of naked eyes to find the enemy, and the field of vision is limited by the helmet. How can this be played? No wonder Zhang Wei used sweeping instead of point shooting, he couldn't aim at all. Let's talk about power. Only the legs have simple mechanical drive, and even the endoskeleton is not installed. The other parts have to rely entirely on the user to swing them. He finally understood why Zhang Wei didn't use the steel shield on his back. He couldn't swing it at all. In addition, the external armor is so rough that it is unbearable to look at. It is simply a few large iron plates welded together as armor, and the roughness of Tylius is reflected everywhere. Even if this thing is a prototype, take it seriously, asshole. Han Zhao's mouth twitched as he looked at the warrior armor. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, tapping his arms rhythmically with his fingers, and various ideas gradually came to his mind. However, there was no rush to modify it. Some ideas still needed to be learned and understood. After Han Zhao made a hasty repair, he asked Feng Jun to return it to Zhang Wei. Now we should consider another thing. The 3 embryonic bases have been destroyed. What information should we give to Star Dragon next? The 3 subbases are just the tip of the iceberg of the germination organization. There are no other germination bases in the territory of Star Dragon. Han Zhao then gave the location. Star Dragon's troops must leave the country to fight. The armed forces trespassing into other countries' territories without authorization is a blatant provocation of war. Although the 6 countries are secretly competing, no one wants to start a war at this time. The war that spanned the old era and the new era has greatly consumed the national strength. The 6 countries are all recuperating and healing the wounds of the war. It is still unknown whether they will fight in the future. Therefore, cross-border operations require cooperation with other countries, which will increase many variables. His intelligence alone is not enough, and he must go with the team to deal with any emergencies. The question is whether the Star Dragon executives will reject his application to leave Shidu. Feng Jun suddenly called with a serious tone. Han Zhao, the spies lurking in Shidu have begun to act. They are looking for you. It seems that they know that you are working for us. I know. Han Zhao was very calm. He had anticipated this situation when he asked the Yalan to use the light power arm. Don't worry, we have deployed a large number of manpower nearby to monitor the area 24 hours a day. Shidu is the territory of the 13th Bureau. Even if the germination organization finds out his location, it will be very costly to deal with him. But you still have to be careful. Han Zhao knows that there are some super killers in germination that are very difficult to deal with. You should prepare some weapons for self-defense. Help me pick up 2 Mad Eagle pistols from your bureau's warehouse. The Mad Eagle pistol is a close-range combat pistol. It is famous for its large caliber power. Within 30 meters, its power is comparable to that of a sniper rifle, but beyond 30 meters, its power decreases rapidly. A powerful pistol combined with sliding shooting can be considered both offensive and defensive. In addition to pistols, you also need to make close combat weapons. During these 3 days of manufacturing high-intensity bullets, Han Zhao gained nearly 100,000 experience points. Without hesitation, he spent 40,000 experience points to upgrade primary refining to level 5, meeting the manufacturing conditions of Thai platinum alloy. He wants to update his equipment. A few days ago, the leader learned that Zero's light power arm appeared on a Star Dragon agent. Considering the 3 military attacks on Star Dragon's branch bases, no matter how incredible it was, he could only conclude that Zero had defected to Star Dragon and leaked the information about germination. Is this a paranormal event? The leader couldn't understand it. Zero had never been exposed to such intelligence, so how could he know the location of the organization's secret base? He had never suspected Zero before, and thought there was a traitor. He almost killed the senior executive by mistake, which was a huge loss. Over a month ago, Zero's wild words came to mind. I will destroy you! Is this what you rely on? The leader clenched his fists fiercely, his eyes frightening. I underestimated you, but you are not qualified to be our enemy. I don't believe you really have much confidential information. Pass on my order to recruit some newcomers and wanderers with unfamiliar faces, and have them go to Star Dragon to investigate Zero's whereabouts. As long as there is any gain, the organization will reward them handsomely. The leader's tone was cold, and his intention to kill was resolute. If you find any clues, let Nosa deal with him. Nosa, who is at the same level as Hela, is an executive of the Germinal organization and a killer. Each executive has his own strengths, and the number of executives in the Germinal organization has always been a secret, even among the organization's own people. The leader's eyes were deep. Do you think you can do whatever you want after joining Star Dragon? Innocent. 054 Attack on Titan Beta. The raw materials of Ti platinum alloy are several kinds of ores with low production and are relatively expensive. Han Xiao spent a lot of money to buy enough raw materials. Han Xiao synthesized the Ti platinum alloy and created a folding sword and a light power arm. The attributes were stronger than before, and the folding sword even reached green quality. Folding Tide with sword. Quality green. Basic attributes: attack power 2428, durability 355/355. Attribute bonus: agility +3. Length 0.77 m. Weight 8.7 pounds. Additional effect: folding the blade can be retracted into the handle. Additional effect: impact resistance mixed with a small amount of Ti platinum alloy, adding extra durability and not easy to wear. Note: this is a knife that can be used as a shield. The characteristics of Ti platinum alloy are strength, impact resistance, and high durability, making it very suitable for armor. The next day, Feng Jun brought over 2 Crazy Eagle pistols. The barrels were longer than those of ordinary pistols. Han Xiao test-fired a few rounds. Within a range of 30 meters, the kinetic energy of the bullets was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. A large hole was blasted into the head of the human-shaped target. The recoil was very strong, and the crosshairs would float upwards if he was not careful. However, with his strength, he could control these 2 weapons. In order to deal with possible assassinations at any time, Han Xiao always carried 2 wild eagles and a folding Tide with sword. The lining of his clothes was made into a portable pocket, and he always carried 6 magazines, 2 of which were high-fuel magazines and 4 ordinary magazines. The Wild Eagle only had a capacity of 8 rounds. Han Xiao chose steel core bullets for the ordinary magazine, which had better penetration at close range and was very suitable for the Wild Eagle. Han Xiao looked at the panel. After the advancement, he still had about 100,000 experience points left. With the recent gains from making high combustion bullets, minus the upgrade experience points from primary refining and the consumption of energy refining method, he still had nearly 200,000 experience points. In the past, there was a saying that after the first advancement, it was not cost-effective to increase the main occupation level. During that period, players between level 20 and 30 chose to suppress their character levels, invest experience into skills, and improve their actual combat capabilities. No matter which version of Star Ocean, levels 20 to 30 are the hardest hit areas for outdoor PK. Characters at level 20 have preliminary combat power. Because the combat experience is very good and the death penalty at this stage is relatively light, countless players will find people to PK within this level range for fun, and spend a lot of effort to learn skills and improve combat power. Gradually, the saying that it is more cost-effective to suppress the level has spread. It was not until the system broadcast the ID of the first player who reached the level 60 cap of version 1.0 that everyone realized with astonishment that this bastard was the one who first proposed the idea of suppressing the level. Damn it! Shameless old thief! Han Xiao didn't want to suppress his level. He was not restricted by the version level, which was a huge advantage. No matter how much experience he had, it would be wasted if he didn't convert it into combat power. So he simply consumed 180,000 experience points and leveled up 3 levels in a row. Mechanic Apprentice upgraded: Strength +30, Agility +1, Endurance +1, Intelligence +3, gained 3 free attribute points, gained 1 potential point, x3. Strength Refining Method: I exercised a total of 10 times in these few days, and gained an additional 30 strength points. Han Zhao's strength reached 280 points, reaching the level 4 standard, and obtained a new level of attribute bonus. Strength LV4, 200 strength +3, agility +4, endurance +5, intelligence +4, physical limit +150, mechanical power +4%, manufacturing speed +4%. The total strength bonus is +10 for strength, +10 for agility, +14 for endurance, +8 for intelligence, +320 for upper limit of physical strength, +10% for mechanical quality and manufacturing speed, which is almost equal to nearly 1/3 of its own basic attributes and has a huge effect. The mechanical department relies on machines to fight, so it is definitely right to increase intelligence. In order to escape from the laboratory at the beginning, Han Xiao increased a lot of strength and endurance to maintain his health. Now that there is no such need, he put all 9 free attributes into intelligence, up to 58 points. The speed and quality of manufacturing machinery, as well as the power of using machinery, will all receive greater bonuses. Mechanic Apprentice Level 4, Total Level 24, Combat Power Level has reached 160 Auna. According to the current development momentum, by the time the public beta begins, my strength will be several levels higher than the first batch of players. I'm afraid that in the short term, no other players will be able to reach my level. Han Xiao secretly figured out that it would take time for players to upgrade, so in a short period of time, he would probably have limited interactions with him. Suddenly, a prompt from the panel sounded in my mind. After taking a look at the content, he was stunned. Internal testing is detected, data is being acquired. Data acquisition completed, internal testing time, 12 days. Internal beta? Han Xiao was in doubt. I actually forgot about this. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that there was a 2-day internal test activity in his previous life. The ratio of game time to real time was 6:1, which was equivalent to 12 days in the game. Star Ocean was built and managed by the latest generation of optical computers, completely abandoning manual work. The internal beta was just a test run, so the time was very short and the number of places was limited. There were only 30,000 places in total, which were basically taken by large guilds and professional clubs. The remaining places were drawn from millions of applicants. Han Zhao's luck was exhausted that year, and he did not stand out. According to his memory, the internal beta test took place a week before the public beta test. Converted into game time, it should only be more than a month, but the countdown to his public beta test was still more than 130 days. Han Xiao had a guess that he hadn't noticed before. Is it possible that when the player is not present, real time and game time have no connection at all? Yes, that should be the case. Every time a version is updated, it only takes 2 or 3 days in reality, but the time span of the Star Sea world is calculated in years. This was undoubtedly good news. With each version update, he had more development time than the other players, but it seemed that he had to start worrying about his lifespan. Han Xiao touched his chin, which felt prickly. He had grown stubble. He had been in Shanghai for more than half a year. Han Xiao suddenly remembered the most controversial version back then, the Chosen One. This was the most mindless version unanimously recommended by the players. Unlike other versions of disasters and major events, this version was harmonious and had no theme. It was completely inconsistent with the name of the version, as if it was just for players to explore at will, leaving people confused. NPC template function unlocked. Player forum unlocked. 2 new prompts appeared, and Han Xiao was surprised. NPC function? No introduction at all? After looking for a long time, there was only a lonely panel prompt floating in front of my eyes. It seems that I have to explore it myself. By connecting the names, I should have the functions of an NPC to players, such as issuing tasks, selling goods, imparting skills, etc. The 30,000 beta test players are distributed among a dozen novice planets, with about 1,000 to 2,000 people on each planet, which will not have any impact on the overall situation. The internal beta test is just an appetizer. The public beta test that will be attended by a large number of players in the future will be the source of the chaos. However, for Han Xiao, the internal test was a good opportunity to verify his conjecture. As long as he contacted the players, he could test the specific usefulness of the NPC function. Another prompt, player forum, was a feature Han Xiao was very familiar with. This was a built-in official forum. When players died and were waiting to be resurrected, they would browse the forum to pass the time, and Han Xiao was no exception. I didn't expect the forum to be open to me. I guess it's only when the players come and the real time and game time are connected that I can open the forum, so the forum is unlocked now. The entrance to the forum is in the corner of the panel. After clicking in, the familiar forum interface appears in front of you. At this time, there are no posts yet, and it is empty. He looked at the account in the upper right corner. It showed visitor, and the registration option was grayed out. Han Xiao clicked register out of curiosity, and an unexpected prompt appeared. Detecting the game pod neural link. No player detected, unable to register. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he understood. The official forum stipulated that only players who entered the game cabin could register and post. Visitors could only browse to prevent the forum from being polluted by online trolls. If they wanted to post and reply, they had to buy a game cabin. As the saying goes, the market determines everything. When the cost is too high, the water army will become extinct. The environment of the official forum is relatively harmonious, and the sky is clear and the water is bright. It seems that I will never be able to register a forum account. Han Xiao was not depressed. Being able to activate the forum was already a pleasant surprise. At least he could read the players' posts and learn about their movements. Moreover, Han Xiao had always had a question in mind, whether he actually existed in reality. To figure this out, he could only pay attention to the forum and see if his previous ID would appear. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of his ID changing. Now that the player has appeared, it's best to find an opportunity to contact him. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. Nickname: Raging Blade and Raging Sword. Normal start selected, character creation complete, race, carbon-based human, yellow. Based on your preference, I have assigned you a novice planet, Aquamarine. Randomizing the novice's birthplace. Randomization completed. Starting point: Bighorn Mountain Settlement, coordinates 24.152, 182.644. Being born, please wait patiently. 055 Newbie's first day. The Bighorn Mountain Settlement is one of the starting points for novices on planet Aquamarine. Kwang Dao Nu Jian's vision blurred, and he was already in a square, with yellow earth under his feet, and the air filled with a rough smell rushed into his nostrils, which was so real that he could even feel the warmth of the sun. He lowered his head and pinched his arm, and the touch of the muscles was almost exactly the same as the real one, which amazed him. This is a small square with hundreds of players standing around, looking at each other curiously, and you can see the player nicknames above each other's heads. There were many wooden and stone camps built around. NPCs wearing simple animal skins were roaming around in groups of 3 or 4 in the distance, pointing in this direction and seeming to be whispering. According to the novice guidance when creating a new character, Furious Blade and Furious Sword called up the panel to check the attributes of their level 1 character. Just like the official website information, a novice 3-piece set is given at the beginning of the game, which includes cloth clothes, pants and boots that never drop and have no attributes other than covering their modesty. He noticed that a guy next to him was trying to take off his pants, but after working for a long time it was all in vain. He looked regretful and said, "I can't, bad review." "Oh my god, what banned words did you say? What do you want to do?" Kwangdao Nujian looked horrified and quietly moved away from that guy. Kwangdao Nujian is a little-known professional player who has just entered the professional circle and is still a newbie. When he heard that the International Gaming Alliance had already started preparing for the professional league before Star Ocean was released, he paid close attention to it. When the much-anticipated internal beta test was opened, Kwangdao Nujian asked the club's top management to get him a precious spot in the internal beta test. If you are one step ahead of others during the pioneering period, you can be ahead at every step, with your rageful sword and mad sword full of ambition. The players in the square were talking about it. It's so real. What to do now? Any hints? At this time, an old white man with white hair and beard, who looked like a white lion king and looked majestic without even getting angry, came up to the crowd and said loudly, "You outsiders, if you want to have enough to eat, then find me a job. We don't welcome idlers in our settlement. Well, the crops in the fields need people to harvest, and the tailor shop and weapon shop in the south also need skilled workers. A batch of goods has just been delivered to the entrance of the settlement, and we need people to load and unload them. In short, as long as you are diligent, you will not starve to death." Players have noticed that there are 2 boxes next to the health value, namely the hunger value and the thirst value. Once both drop to 0, the hunger-thirst debuff will appear, the attributes will be weakened, and the health value will continue to decline until death. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword threw a detection to the old man. Based on your level, you get the following information. Chandra, Village Chief of Bighorn Mountain Settlement. Grade? Property? You can treat him as the chief of the novice village. Dangerous level, medium. Players have a detection function that allows them to see the names and information of NPCs, but if the level gap is too large, information will be missing. The color of the NPC's name represents the faction relationship. Green is friendly, yellow is neutral, and red is hostile. The danger level is the difference in strength between the player and the target. The current players are all level 1 novices, and cannot see Sandra's specific attributes. The weapon shop sells guns, ammunition, and melee weapons. There are many people selling food and water in the market. You can rent pack horses at the animal farm to the west. If you want to leave, there is a public transfer train station a few kilometers to the north. If you want to learn various life skills, the blacksmith shop and tailor shop are both good choices. According to Sandra's description, everyone roughly understood the situation. The settlement could only transfer to a few life secondary occupations and one, junior hunter, combat occupation, and they had to spend money to find someone to train them. The players' maps are now filled with fog of war and are pitch black. More information such as planetary backgrounds, maps, power structures, etc. need to be explored to light up the panel map. There are many elements to explore, and Crazy Blade and Rage Sword has a feeling of Girls Scroll 21. At the end of the day, early stage behavior requires money. So you have to do life tasks to make money at the beginning? I wonder if I can just do the monster killing mission? A guild president asked, and Kwang Dao Nu Jian recognized him. He was the president of the Kill the World Guild. Cut into 18 people. You could tell his personality from his name, and he was most likely from Guangdong province in China. Unexpectedly, Sandra muttered something about killing monsters, and then laughed. You guys are so small that you want to hunt wild animals. You must be tired of living. See that mountain range? If you are not afraid of death, go into the mountains and hunt. I will give you rewards based on the prey you catch, but in my opinion, you can't even beat the weakest gray-backed hyena. Everyone looked over and saw lush forests not far away. The mountains were continuous and towering, as if they could pierce the sky. Clouds surrounded the peaks like giant pythons. The magnificent scenery made many players intoxicated. The details were so realistic, which was completely different from the textures and scenery of other virtual online games. John Chengshibalu refused to believe in evil, so he took a few guild elders with him, used the 100 aquamarine coins that the novice brought with him to buy rough melee weapons, and immediately ran towards the mountains. Not long after, the group of people came back dejectedly. John Chengshibalu had a very bad look on his face. The beast he encountered was a gorilla that was bigger than a human. As soon as he raised his knife when they met, an old ape threw feces at him and smashed his head. He was randomly resurrected nearby, and 1,000 funny beasts were running through his mind. Why do monkeys attack by throwing shit? Is it so close to life? I could still vaguely smell the scent of fate at the tip of my nose, and my stomach was churning and I felt like vomiting. I have no objection to the realistic details, but giving the poop a flavor is definitely the developer's bad taste. Damn, the wild monsters are too strong. I died before I could see clearly. It only loses 1 point of blood after one cut. Shit, the rough stone knife I just bought fell off. Experience points will be deducted upon death, and the value depends on the total level. The resurrection time will continue to increase. The first time you die, it only takes 10 seconds to resurrect. The second time takes 1 minute, the third time takes 5 minutes, and the fourth time takes half an hour, and it takes longer and longer. The resurrection time is reset once every 6 days in the game. The penalty for death is not light. You can only die 10 times in 6 days. Once you die 10 times, you will be forced to log off and can only log back on the next day. I heard that this is the latest anti-addiction method, which is more effective than the fatigue mechanism of Sky Island and Girl. After students die a certain number of times in a day, they can only log off and study. After Shanghai launched this setting, Yang's internet addiction treatment technology, which has been passed down for decades, was the first to give a bad review, probably because its business was affected. The players immediately gave up the idea of fighting monsters and focused on running errands to make money. Hundreds of players ran around, completing tasks enthusiastically and contributing to the socialist construction in Dajiushan. Sandre stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction. These outsiders were very hardworking and were worth training. The reward is too little, only $50. Leveling up is so slow. I spent half an hour on tasks before I accumulated enough experience to level up. The operation feels so real. I can actually lose blood by hitting myself, That's awesome. Are you stupid? The beginning of the game is challenging but not purely player torturing. It has a high degree of freedom while also providing optional goals for novices. It is full of fun and makes people grit their teeth yet never get tired of it. This feeling of pain and pleasure makes all the players unable to help but pose the game developer's wife in all kinds of postures in their minds. Today, we are all Lao Wang. Are you a professional gamer too? Kwang Dao Nu Jian heard someone calling him, and turned around to see 3 players walking towards him. Kwang Dao Nu Jian knew these 3 people. They were all super popular masters in the professional circle, the genius player. Shan Guang Chao Fan, the super master. Mingyu Changzhong, who had been fighting in various virtual game professional leagues for 10 years, and the esports beauty. Jian Yuluo, who had tens of millions of fans. The one who was speaking at this time was Mingyu Changzhong. Facing these great masters in the same industry, Kwang Dao Nu Jian felt that he was a head shorter than them and asked awkwardly, "What's the matter?" Minghua Changzhong smiled and said, "I don't know if you've noticed that the price of the maps sold in the market is 3,000 aquamarine coins. The rewards for newbies' missions are too low, so basically no one will buy maps." 056 The third kind of contact. There are 3 types of internal test players. One is the casual player who got a spot through lottery, one is the working player from large guilds and clubs, and the third is the professional player who got a spot through different channels. The goal of the latter 2 is to open up new areas and get ahead of all players. The beta test only lasts 12 days, so doing novice missions is meaningless. You should have noticed that players have a lot of freedom. If you want to establish a leading advantage, you should open up new maps. This is the real way to play. Now is the golden age without competitors. Everywhere outside the novice village is virgin land with countless opportunities. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword realized that the internal test time was limited, and it was a waste to stay in one place to complete tasks. Perhaps he could be a few levels higher than the public beta players, but as everyone's level increased, this gap would become insignificant. This huge world is like a gold mine that no one has ever set foot on. There are so many locations and forces. As long as you get there first, you will be able to obtain countless subsequent tasks and resources. As a player, being stuck in one place and completing quests is naturally not as fun as exploring new areas. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword asked in confusion, "Why are you telling me this? We are all competitors. If you remind me, isn't that just adding one more opponent?" Minghua Changzhong smiled and said, "Those big guilds will realize this problem sooner or later. They have a lot of people, so it's easy for them to get enough money to buy maps, so we also need to stick together. Chao Fan, Yulua and I have already formed a team. How about you join us?" There was no need to hesitate about such a good thing, and Kwang Dao Nujian agreed decisively. Flash Fried Rice asked curiously, $3,000 per person for 4 people, how do we divide it? Minghua Changzhong, I am the initiator, so I should pay the biggest share. I don't like owing favors to others. I'll give you 1,000, that's all. Jian Yulua said in a cold tone, then turned and walked away to do the task, unwilling to waste a single minute of time. Minghua Changzhong smiled bitterly and scratched his nose. We have known each other for several years. Why do you have to be so polite? Give others a chance to pursue you. A day later, the 4 of them gathered again and pooled their money to buy the map. After reading it, many areas on the panel map were lit up, the fog of war was much less, and the map came with the basic social situation of planet Aquamarine. The 4 of them learned about the 6 nations, the Germinal, and the Wanderer warlords. After reading it, Minghua Changzhong frowned and analyzed. According to the above content, the largest camps are the 6 nations and the Germination organization. The 6 nations seem to have official academies and various dojos, and they are also recruiting soldiers, so it is easier to get a main profession, so we have to choose a camp. Well, I think Star Dragon is good. No one objected because it was the closest. The Big Horn Mountain settlement is located within the territory of the Star Dragon Nation, and the public train transfer station is not far from it. Train transfer stations like this are scattered throughout the wild. Some are public facilities established by the state, and some are transportation routes for other forces. These train transfer stations are outdoor transportation tools that are fast and safe, and you can ride them for money. If you are not afraid of encountering wild beasts, you can drive yourself or ride a wild beast mount across mountains and hills. Mingyu Changzhong said, This opportunity is precious. If you want to go to the capital. It will take about 3 days to get there. Kwangdao Nujian felt a little regretful. 3 days were wasted like this, but he was embarrassed to quit now. He had already spent the money, so how could he give up halfway? The train was crowded and some small tasks could be triggered on the passengers, which was better than nothing. However, the travel time could not be skipped, which made it very difficult for the 4 professional players. Fortunately, they could read forums to kill time, otherwise they would be bored to death. On the forum, players from various novice planets shared their experiences and several people watched with great interest, except for Crazy Blade and Furious Sword. He was very nervous and counted the time second by second, his heart bleeding. In his opinion, this was all a waste of precious internal testing time. 3 days later, the train arrived at Shidu. Looking at the prosperity of Shidu from afar across the wire barrier, new prompts appeared on everyone's panel, and a small amount of experience was rewarded for discovering the capital of Star Dragon. It turns out that exploring the map also provides experience. Flash Fried Rice looked around with curiosity, surprised at the authenticity of the passers-by. Even the look of disgust was so vivid, amazing. The 4 people followed the crowd and were inspected at the checkpoint. The soldiers used various instruments to test them. All indicators were green, and everything went well. After passing the checkpoint, the guard gave the 4 a new item, a temporary Star Dragon ID card. Flash Fried Rice suddenly paused and said in surprise, "The camp prompt has appeared." Without his reminder, Crazy Blade and Angry Sword also discovered it. The panel prompts the opening of a new camp, Star Dragon Country, with a favorability of 0, a current, cold, relationship, and an identity of temporary citizen. Mingwei Changjong looked at everyone and said, "Should we continue to form a team or act alone?" "I'll go with you." Shining Fried Rice chuckled. He and Mingwei were in the same club, so of course they would stick together. Jian Yulu also chose to form a team with Mingwei Changjong. They were all acquaintances, so it would be more convenient to act together. He tilted his head and said seriously, "Don't bully me." Mingwei Changjong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Jiang Yulua had known each other for several years and knew that this girl could always act cute in a serious manner, and it was unintentional. The 3 of them joked for a while before Mingwei Changjong looked at Kwangdao Nujian and asked casually, "What about you?" Crazy Blade and Furious Sword watched the 3 professional masters chatting and laughing, and thought of himself as just a newcomer. He felt a little inferior for some reason. He couldn't get involved in the conversation all the way, and he was so distant in the team that it didn't matter whether he was there or not. He felt like he was just a byproduct. This feeling made him uncomfortable, so he waved his hand stiffly and hesitantly said, No need. I like to act alone." "Okay then, we'll play together sometime later." Mingwei Changjong didn't care, and the 3 of them left together. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword looked at the backs of the 3 great gods and felt a little indignant. He said to himself, "I will squeeze into your circle sooner or later." The internal beta test is an opportunity to rise. Now I have also come to Shidu, which is obviously an advanced area. There are many tasks that can be triggered. I stand at the same starting point as Mingwei, Chaofan, and Jiang Yilo. With my own strength, I will definitely make a name for myself. Kwangdao Nujian perked up and was about to take a step forward when he suddenly noticed that next to the checkpoint exit, a young man wearing a mask was staring at him with deep eyes. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword felt like they were being targeted, and shuddered, so they subconsciously threw a detection signal over. Based on your level, you can only get the following information. Han Xiao Dash? Huang Ming. Grade? Property? Danger level, extremely deadly. 0.57 mission reward amount. Extremely deadly? Kwangdao Nujian swallowed nervously. The danger level of the armed guards detected on the train before was just high. The man in front of him was the most dangerous person he had ever encountered. Except for his name, all the data about him were question marks. What level of person was he? Shouldn't the city be safe? Am I going to sacrifice my virginity today? At this moment, Han Xiao spoke, and the first sentence frightened Crazy Blade and Angry Sword so much that he almost fell down. It's rude to detect someone as soon as you meet them. The Mad Sword and Mad Knife shuddered. The official website states that if the level difference is more than 30 levels, the player will be discovered when detecting the NPC. How could I encounter such a high-level warrior as soon as I enter the city? Han Xiao secretly laughed in his heart. Little guy, I don't understand you. I lost my detection when I met you. I was the same way back then. Since receiving the news of the beta test, Han Xiao has been considering contacting players and finding all the novice starting points on the map. The closest one is the Big Horn Mountain settlement, which is only 3 days away. But now Mingya is trying to find out about him everywhere, and Han Xiao doesn't want to leave Shidu easily. Currently, only beta test players can post. Han Xiao followed the forum and soon found a post that analyzed the advantage of the beta test in opening maps. The ID was Mingwei Changzhong, a god-level professional player who often posts guides and instructions. He is a good guy, handsome, emphasis added, has a large fan base, and is a talented player who has won many honors. In his previous life, he was always ranked in the top 30 in the Chinese region's expert rankings. Han Zhao's best result was 47th. In the years when he didn't eat dog food, he even fell out of the top 100. So he came to a conclusion: stay away from girls and have a successful career. Han Xiao told this conclusion to the 28-year-old single dog owner of the small shop downstairs who he was familiar with. The owner just smiled coldly and said, "Well said, but I choose girls." "But the girl didn't choose you." As a result, Han Xiao lost the right to enjoy the 9.5% discount at the store. The judgment of strength in the Chinese region experts list is not simply based on operational skills. There are many types of competitions in Shanghai, including individual duels, arena rounds, team competitions, mission competitions, limited time free exploration competitions, hunting survival competitions, position attack and defense competitions, speed pursuit competitions, mixed killing competitions, secret realm competitions, etc. Small-scale duels only account for a part of the strength. Han Xiao has been helping others seek revenge for many years, and his operational level is very good, but unfortunately, he is not so good in other aspects. For example, he is not good at trash talking, which can be called a magic weapon to defeat the enemy, but he has been practicing well. After reading the post, Han Xiao guessed that there might be an internal test player coming to Shidu. He was wandering around the checkpoint a few days ago. He saw the 4 professional players as soon as they passed the checkpoint. It was not because Han Xiao had a good eye, but he found that he could actually see the names above the players' heads. Wow, what a group of dazzling professional IDs, all of whom were famous big players in the previous life. It was hard not to notice them. Is it because I have a panel? Han Xiao wondered. This is good news. The player has a detection function and can see the names of all NPCs, and he can recognize the player at a glance in the vast crowd. Am I an NPC with player functions, or a player with NPC functions? Han Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart. This time, I contacted the players just to test whether my NPC functions are strong enough. Warrior, I need help, are you available? A standard mission triggered opening line, so cute. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword were stunned when he heard this. Although he didn't know why Han Xiao was looking for him, it didn't stop him from getting excited. As soon as I entered Shidu, I triggered a high-level NPC. This is definitely my blessed place. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword were extremely excited, and tried to keep their tone calm. I am willing to help. I need some bread, can you get it? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao suddenly got a hint. Do you want to issue a task to Raging Blade and Raging Sword? Here we come. It is said that my panel can actually prompt NPC functions. Can all my behaviors be digitized? Maybe this is not an ordinary player panel. It mutated during the time travel, and it looks a bit cool. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The next step was to test the specific effect. Yes. Please set the mission requirements and rewards. The rewards are limited by the amount of experience, which depends on your level, rank, faction influence, and legend. P.S. You have the power to give additional material rewards, which can be anything that belongs to you, such as money, items, experience, skills. An illusory box appears in front of you, divided into left and right sides. On the left side, you can choose the type of task, which is divided into ordinary tasks, prize pool tasks, competition tasks, challenge tasks, series tasks, ring running tasks, camp tasks, etc. There are many types. The quota is displayed on the right, which is divided into two items, namely maximum reward quota and daily total quota limit. At this time, the experience quota is 11,600 experience points. The quota is provided by the system, and he does not need to spend his own experience. Instructions are listed below the two options. Maximum reward amount, 11,600 experience points. Total level 24, plus 7,200. After advancing, the amount of experience gained at each level will increase, plus 300 per level for the first advancement. Rank E, plus 3,000. Faction, Sprout, Hate, plus 1,000, 13th round, Neutral, plus 400. Legend Degree 0. The maximum reward amount is the upper limit of the reward for a single task, which means that Han Xiao can only set a maximum reward of 11,600 experience points for a task. As the name suggests, the daily total limit is the limit on the total number of rewards that can be given in one day. It is currently 5 times the maximum reward amount, which is 58,000, and is refreshed every 24 hours. After Han Xiao tried it, he found that this function had limitations. If his maximum reward amount did not reach the basic reward standard of the mission difficulty, the mission would fail. For example, if he released a mission to destroy the Germinal organization, the difficulty was A level. The minimum reward requirement for A level missions was far higher than his amount, so the mission would fail. With a quota of 11,600, he could only issue E level ordinary tasks. The minimum standard for D level tasks was 30,000 experience points. In addition, the quotas for different tasks were different. There was no explanation on the panel. Han Xiao could only try one by one. There would be a prompt when the task was not completed. It would be great if I could exchange the quota for my own experience. Han Xiao had a wild idea. He tried it, and it didn't work. The quota did not belong to his experience, and he could not issue tasks to himself. The targets were limited to players. This also confirms a guess that I am not a player in essence, I just have a panel. Han Xiao curled his lips. He only gained 20,000 to 30,000 experience points every day, but had a reward quota of nearly 60,000. If he devoted all his efforts to training a player, the progress would be extremely fast, but he would not do that. This function seems to be able to command players. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately realized various uses. The most obvious one was to attract players to complete tasks and become his helpers, which could be very effective in many situations. Players' interests are paramount, and they can be regarded as a group of mercenaries with no bottom line. As long as the rewards are generous, they can be used for their own purposes. Players will not waste time doing low-reward tasks. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass, so it is imperative to increase the quota. The higher the quota, the greater the help to oneself. In addition to experience points, Han Xiao can also consume his own items as additional rewards. Han Xiao suddenly understood something. No matter what game it was, only high-level NPCs with great strength or influence would issue high reward and high difficulty tasks. The principle was similar to his quota limit, except that the panel displayed it in data form. Han Xiao randomly set up an ordinary task and released it. At the same time, Crazy Blade and Angry Sword received the mission and were immediately confused. What the hell, is the high-level NPC's task so simple? All it takes is a piece of bread, and the reward is only $1. Are you a poor bastard? Wait. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword realized something. Based on his experience playing virtual online games, this should be a pre-task, a test. Only by satisfying the other party can the subsequent tasks be triggered. If he fails, he will miss this NPC. The more Crazy Blade and Furious Sword thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. He took out 7 loaves of bread, which was all the food he had, handed them all to Han Xiao, and said sincerely, "This is all the bread I have. I give it to you." Han Xiao was confused. What's going on? Are players now used to overfulfilling tasks? Why is it different from what he remembered? After taking the bread, Han Xiao nodded secretly as the task was completed and everything went smoothly. There are many types of tasks. Han Xiao does not plan to try them all right away. He will prioritize testing other NPC functions. Han Xiao noticed that a little man-shaped symbol appeared next to the ID above Furious Blade and Rage Sword's head. Han Xiao focused his attention on the symbol, and a new prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. An illusory thing similar to a health bar appeared in front of him. Only he could see it. A small pointer stopped in the middle, red on the left and green on the right. Do you want to adjust the favorability of Raging Blade? Can this thing be adjusted? Han Shao was stunned. Would this change his mind? If he adjusted it to the maximum, would he suddenly become a gay? No, can't take the risk. Han Shao tried to move the pointer to the right. Ugh, he moved it to the left, lowering his favorability by 5 points. He was relieved to find that his thoughts had not changed. Fortunately, favorability was just a number and did not affect his true thoughts. This function seems a bit useless, Han Shao thought to himself. Han Zhao's favorability towards you has dropped by 5 points, and the relationship is currently cold. Wow, why does completing a task reduce my favorability? Crazy Blade and Angry Sword looked confused. What the hell? 058 Prehistoric Giant Pit. Han Shao figured out the favorability function, thought about it, and felt that he had the function of selling things to players, so he let out a weird laugh. Boy, you are pretty good. I am optimistic about you. I will only sell things to the right people. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword were going mad, and were stunned again after hearing that, their eyes wide open. He said he supports me even though his favorability has been reduced. Is the favorability in this game calculated the other way around? Why does this NPC smile so creepy? So scary. I feel it chilled down my spine. What a fucking evil nature. Do you want to open a personal store for Raging Blade? Han Shao raised his eyebrows and said, Yes. An illusory box similar to the one for posting tasks appeared in front of him. It was divided into 2 sides. The left side was the item store, which prompted him to put his items on it. Even if he didn't have them with him, they would still be displayed in the list. The right side was the skill store, which allowed him to put the skills he mastered on it. Han Shao tried to put a few on it. Please set a price for the product. Note, the price can be in currency, experience, or barter. You can also set purchase conditions, including but not limited to favorability, level, skills, profession. The universe is vast, and there are many types of currencies. Aquamarine coin is only the currency of Aquamarine planet. The only universal currency in the universe is Inar. The type of currency can be set freely, provided that you have come into contact with it. This function is really complete. Han Shao was amazed and suddenly realized that if he set a purchase limit for favorability, wouldn't the favorability adjustment suddenly become a bait instead of a useless thing? Oh, isn't this the trick used by developers to retain players? Seduce, attract players to improve NPC favorability, and forcibly increase players' play time. I remember that I had to complete dozens of difficult tasks before I could raise the reputation of the Glorious Federation to respected and by a glory-class battleship. Am I the emancipated serf who has turned from a great proletarian freedom fighter into an unforgivable corrupt capitalist? My panel is awesome. Han Shao set up the product and confirmed the release. A store interface appeared in front of Crazy Blade and Angry Sword. He took a look and was immediately attracted by it. He couldn't help but open his mouth, his face flushed, and uttered a sentence. Divine Artifact! Folding sword, high-intensity bullets, Type 73 Wasp pistol, Jason submachine gun, saber rifle. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword were so excited by the properties of these equipment that their eyes turned red. To him, they were all divine weapons. If he had these equipment, he would definitely be several levels ahead of all the players. When I looked at the price again, it was like a bucket of ice water was poured over me, chilling me from head to toe, and my heart was numbed. The cheapest high-burning bullet costs $100 each. Why don't you go and grab one? And there's also the light power arm, which requires a favorability of 10 points or above. According to the algorithm by which this NPC's favorability decreases when completing tasks, will I never be able to get this equipment? No wonder the danger level is extremely deadly. This NPC is not someone I should be dealing with at my level. The item shop made Kwangdao Nujian so angry that he had an epileptic seizure. But when he looked at the skills shop again, he was immediately revived with full health. Basic fighting, basic shooting, grappling, just these common skills were enough to make Kwangdao Nujian drool. He looked down and was immediately stunned with shock. Mechanical professional knowledge for job change. There are also a bunch of miscellaneous mechanical skills, but the most shocking one for Crazy Blade and Rage Sword is the energy refining method. Divine skill! Crazy Blade and Angry Sword roared in their hearts. Han Xiao suddenly shook his head. It's a pity that you are not a mechanic and cannot learn my skills. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword were stunned, caught in a dilemma. He had already regarded Han Xiao as a mysterious mentor, or hidden NPC. This was definitely a rare opportunity. If he could learn from him, his growth rate would be able to surpass all other players. But he prefers martial arts, as can be seen from his ID. After counting the money and experience he had, he found that they were just enough to learn some basic mechanical knowledge, so Kwangdao Nujian finally made up his mind. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, which is equivalent to winning the lottery, he will regret it for the rest of his life. I've made a bet. I won't lose this time. Do you want to switch to the mechanical department? Sure. Your basic weaponry has been learned. You gain 500 experience points, 100 aquamarine coins. All the energy consumed in learning the Wild Blade and Rage Sword skills will be handed over to Han Xiao, which is equivalent to tuition. Imparting skills is equivalent to teaching, and your own skills will not change as a result. Han Xiao had carefully considered the skills he chose to display. First of all, he would definitely not sell advanced knowledge and blueprints, and he also did not display active combat skills such as sliding shooting. Most of the skills he taught were skills that players could easily acquire. Of course, most players didn't know this yet. For example, energy refining method will definitely be awakened after the player advances for the first time at level 20. But seeing how Crazy Blade and Furious Sword are so excited that they can't breathe, it's obvious that they are not aware of this. Selling skills that players will definitely learn in the future is like getting something for nothing. But Han Xiao understood the principle of hunger marketing. The price of energy refining method was set at 10,000 experience points and 3,000 aquamarine coins, which was a huge sum of money for a novice. He also set the favorability to 10 points or above before it could be purchased. Thinking of this, Han Xiao hurriedly adjusted the favorability of the Wild Blade and the Raging Sword back to 0. He always had to give customers some confidence and hope. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword immediately misunderstood, thinking that Han Xiao really liked to trade, and that only buying things could improve his favorability. He secretly decided to patronize Han Xiao's business more often in the future. After initially testing the basic NPC functions, Han Xiao completed his goal and walked away. Wow, don't go, I want to hang out with you, boss. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword suddenly became anxious and hurriedly asked, Where can I find you in the future? Han Xiao paused, wrote the address of the repair shop on a piece of paper, left it to Crazy Blade and Angry Sword, and left leisurely, leaving behind an unpredictable back. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword were overjoyed. They carefully put the note away and said excitedly, This is my chance. Those powerful mechanical equipment and skills are enough to put him ahead of all players. With such an advantage, he can definitely stand out. But the prerequisite is that this opportunity is enjoyed by him alone. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword thought to themselves, We can't let anyone else find this hidden NPC. The few beta test players were like an inconspicuous wave to the big city of Shidu. They were not noticeable, and they were all poor. Haha, Han Xiao was not interested in them for the time being. This trip was just to test the NPC function. The result made him very satisfied. He came up with various ways to trick the players. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind drifting away, and scenes from his memory emerged. The pictures were stained with hazy colors, like flowers in a mirror and the moon in water. In his previous life, Crazy Blade and Fury Sword were one of the first professional players to compete in Star Ocean. He was a master of martial arts and made a big splash in the first season, winning one of the top 24 spots in the Chinese region. This honor made Crazy Blade and Fury Sword a dark horse and became famous overnight, establishing his position. But now, a future god-level martial arts player has been fooled by himself into becoming a mechanical player. It is hard to say what the future will be like. Han Xiao dared to choose the mechanics department because he knew that the mechanics department would be extremely powerful in the later stages and would overwhelm most players. However, the players at that time obviously did not know this. The mechanics department was dim in the early stages and was relatively weak. There were countless mechanics department players who thought that their future was bleak and changed their accounts to start over, and most of them were professional players. I always feel like I've cheated him. Han Xiao shook his head. What was that? Strictly speaking, this was Wild Blade's own choice. As long as he could hold on, he would definitely thank me after a few versions. Maybe. 059 Players B-Level Mission. There are many job opportunities in Shidu. You can join the Star Dragon Army at the recruitment office at the outpost. There are some evil forces in the slums of District 8 who are recruiting employees, and they only accept men, which fully exposes the discrimination against women in the workplace. There are countless daily tasks in various shops on the street. Maybe if you walk on the street and stop a passerby, you can trigger daily tasks such as finding a missing wallet and catching a kitten climbing a tree. There are also various shops recruiting part-time workers to make money, which confirms Minghui Chengzhong's inference that the new map contains countless opportunities. Of course, Shidu is an advanced map after all, and many places are not open to low-level novices. Minghui, Chengzhong and the other two also encountered setbacks. Jian Yulo found out about Shidu College, but was rejected and was very depressed. Shining Chaofan went to the first area but was shot out by a sentry and almost lost his virginity to death. The next day, Minghui Chengzhong, Jian Yulo and Shanduang Chaofan chose to participate in the conscription, joined the Star Dragon Army, became a soldier, and finally unlocked the combat profession, recruit. They enjoyed completing various training tasks. Their camp affiliation became more accurate, from Star Dragon Country to Star Dragon Army, and their status was also changed to private. Minghui Chengzhong did not forget about the lone Guangdao Nijian, and they added each other as friends in the car. Minghui Chengzhong kindly told Guangdao Nijian on the communication that he could join the army, but Guangdao Nijian said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone, which made Minghui Chengzhong depressed for a while. He thought Guangdao Nijian was not interested, so he shook his head and ignored him. Minghui Chengzhong didn't know that Guangdao Nijian didn't care about the opportunity he mentioned. He was just hugging Han Zhao's big thick legs tightly, feeling extremely happy. In order to carefully test the various restrictions of issuing tasks, Han Xiao continuously issued various bizarre tasks to Crazy Blade and Raging Sword, including kick the buttocks of 10 passers-by, take off the pants of a patrol policeman, stand on one leg and spin like a swan for 5 minutes, stick your butt up and yell 3 times, stand still, and so on. After testing, Han Xiao finally determined that as long as his reward amount could meet the difficulty standard, he could issue any task without any restrictions. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword were in ecstasy. These missions were full of revealing tastes, which made him more and more terrified of Han Xiao. Just being stared at by Han Xiao would make him feel a chill running from his crotch to his forehead. However, the experience Han Xiao gave was several times more than that of the novice mission. For the sake of experience, Crazy Blade and Furious Sword shattered his pure and flawless heart with his own hands and agreed. Why are there tears in my eyes? It is a desperate accusation against this heavy-tasting world. The reward for abandoning his moral integrity allowed him to level up quickly. He learned various basic skills from Han Xiao and contributed experience to Han Xiao. Although the internal beta test was beyond Han Xiao's expectations, it did not have much impact on the overall situation. Compared with the population of the entire planet, the internal beta test players distributed all over the aquamarine planet were just a drop in the ocean. If players wanted to influence the structure of the novice planet, they would have to grow for a long time. The internal beta test lasted only 12 days, so they could not do much. A small, inconspicuous abnormal cyclone on the ocean will eventually become a storm sweeping the world after continuous accumulation. The beta test players are all poor and don't have much money, but in the long run, players are the largest consumer group. Han Xiao controls the mission experience, which is more than the novice mission, but it is limited. He helps Furious Blade grow a little. This is his plan. Furious Blade should have a brilliant performance when no one else grows up, relying on his missions and the equipment purchased from him. Even if Furious Blade wants to keep a low profile, his club will not agree. They will definitely promote it, thus arousing other players' curiosity about Furious Blade and expanding their potential customer base. When the time comes, they will raise their arms and take the initiative to contact him, and the experience and money will flood him. Han Xiao is also very clear that Furious Blade wants to monopolize his little thoughts, but he doesn't care. It's human nature. Time passes. Open beta countdown, 126 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. In addition to making high-intensity ammunition to gain experience, Han Xiao spent his leisure time browsing player forums. The player forum is an authoritative platform for player communication. It is usually used to kill time when setting up stalls or waiting for resurrection. Currently, only beta test players post in it. The women of Aquamarine Raylon are all so beautiful. Urgently looking for players to form a team to challenge the Yellow Sand Bandits. Location: Longastar Luolong Valley. Coordinates: a snapshot of the magical floating city on the planet Paleton. I was randomly turned into a tentacle monster. Please tell me how to change my race. Waiting online. Fuck, I want to switch with you. I want to be a tentacle monster. Posts are generally for requests for help and sharing of information, and some guilds showcase team progress to increase their reputation. There are more than a dozen novice planets, with magical civilizations, ancient civilizations, science fiction civilizations, martial arts civilizations, religious civilizations, etc., with many races and different social forms. The most popular one is Frostwinter, the territory of the Void Demons and one of the strongholds of the Extinction Legion. Most of the players there are not human. Although their philosophy of extinguishing the flame of civilization can be justified, every time Han Xiao sees the name of the Extinction Legion, he still feels a subtle pain in the ass. Suddenly a new post appeared and was instantly pinned to the top, attracting his attention. The first B-rank mission! Han Xiao exclaimed. He remembered that the first B-level mission appeared after the public beta test. How could anyone in the internal beta test get access to a mission of this level? Han Xiao clicked in out of curiosity, and saw a bunch of players frantically discussing spam below. You must be kidding. I haven't even seen a D-rank mission. The person above is an idiot. The post contains pictures and the truth. It must be photoshopped, otherwise why would they only capture the mission name and not the mission content? Isn't this funny? Are you going to let me go and take on a mission? It must be very difficult. We haven't even made it through the novice stage. How can we complete it? The publisher is the God Clan Guild. They are elites, so maybe they can find a way. Can anyone tell me which planet this is? I'm patting everyone's heads with a smile. Sorry, my wonk eye ran out. Han Xiao smiled knowingly, a trace of nostalgia rising in his heart. He carefully read through the dozen pages of replies one by one, and then looked at the content. The post only contained a screenshot of the task name, and that screenshot instantly made Han Xiao narrow his eyes. B-level mission, Investigate 0. Han Xiao immediately thought of the Germinal organization, and then he looked at the poster, the official ID, the Protoss Guild. The Guild of the Temple Club? The Temple Club was a wealthy family in the professional circle. It had produced countless great players and had its own industrial chain. Han Xiao had a history with them. He had taken a revenge order before and had killed the president of the Protoss Guild several times. He took screenshots of his body in various shameful positions and posted them on the forum for paid viewing. The title followed the style of the WC Shock department. Shock! Why did the Protoss Guild president make women cry and men remain silent? He made a quick buck and was hunted down by the entire Protoss Guild for a month. I really miss the feeling of killing players. Han Xiao sighed and turned to look at the Crazy Blade and the Raging Sword. Crazy Blade and Angry Sword froze, feeling that Han Xiao's eyes were full of malice. He was so scared that he dared not move. He stood there like a wooden man, sweat on his forehead. Han Xiao shook his head and thought secretly. In the previous life, the Protoss Guild joined the Germinal camp and was one of the largest player guilds in the Germinal camp. It seems that this has not changed now. Even a group of beta testers were given the task of investigating him. It seemed that Mingyao was determined to kill him. Han Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. For current players, it was extremely difficult to bypass the eyes and ears of the 13th Bureau and find Han Xiao who could beat them. No wonder it was classified as a B-level task. Only by relying on the advantage of numbers could there be a slight chance. But the God Clan Guild doesn't seem to be short of people. Suddenly, Han Xiao knew which germination base to choose for the next target. The Protoss Guild has 15 places for the internal beta test, which fully illustrates what the privileged class is. The President and Vice President personally brought some of the core group's experts into the internal beta test. After discussion, they expressed their inclination towards technology in a systematic questionnaire. Their idea was simple. Since the background of Star Ocean was the stars in the universe, technology must be the main theme. Based on this choice, the God Clan Guild was assigned to planet Aquamarine and quickly raised money to buy a map. After careful consideration, President Jupiter chose the Germination Organization as the initial camp. Coincidentally, there was a germination base near the town of Crow Forest where they were born. Jupiter felt that the Germinal Organization should be the strongest camp. They were hostile to all the countries on the entire planet, yet they could still exist safely. How unfathomable their power must be. As for who had the correct ideology in the NPC camp, that was none of their business. Only patients with advanced internet addiction would care about the lives of a group of NPCs. They all needed to be treated by Yang's technology. The facts did not disappoint the Protoss Guild. After joining the Sprout camp, they were taken to a new scene called the Dark Crow Valley Base, officially becoming a low-level member of the Sprout organization and receiving a large number of training tasks. The biggest surprise was the B-level mission, Investigate Zero. Even the God Clan Guild didn't expect to have such a big harvest, and the reward made them extremely excited. The mission instructions were very brief. We only knew that the mission target number 0 was in the territory of Star Dragon, and no other clues were known. At this time, the God Clan Guild was holding an intensive meeting to discuss how to complete this task. Jupiter said solemnly, "This is the first B-level mission. It seems that there is no need to fight. It is possible to complete it at our current level. The reward is extremely generous. It can make us ahead of all players. Whether we can suppress other guilds in the future depends on whether we can seize this opportunity. We only know that 0 is in Star Dragon. The area is so large that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The chance of finding an NPC is too small. Besides, there is not much time left for the internal test, so to complete this task, we can only hope for the public beta. Before that, we should conduct a preliminary investigation," said core member Poseidon. Everyone nodded, and there were many different opinions, and ideas were put forward one after another. Jupiter likes to dig into hidden elements. He pondered. The mission hint implicitly expresses that Germination and 0 are in a hostile relationship. If we capture 0 alive or even kill him, will there be any extra rewards? That makes sense. You are worthy of being called Old Pig. That's probably A-level difficulty. Poseidon was not optimistic. There is no impossible task, we just haven't found a shortcut yet. Jupiter knocked on the conference table. 1 week after the internal beta test, the public beta test will begin. During this period, other elders should discuss a solution. The public beta test will continue to do this task. This will be a breakthrough in the development of the new land. Vice President Shiva said proudly. Wait until the public beta, we will have the support of the guild's resources. If even we can't complete this task, no one else can complete it. That's right. Jupiter nodded. Poseidon suggested. It would be much faster to find it by ourselves by relying on the help of other players. Jupiter's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Let's publish 0's appearance and offer a reward. As long as anyone provides valuable clues, we'll give him money. The Temple Club is a wealthy and powerful club. 060 Emergency Assassination. The Protoss are really rich. If only I could find 0. When Crazy Blade and Angry Sword saw the post from the God Clan Guild and glanced at the bounty amount, he looked regretful. However, Crazy Blade and Raging Sword did not envy the opportunity of the big guild at all. He looked at Han Shao beside him with fiery eyes. As long as I hold on to this thigh, I will definitely upgrade faster than anyone else. At first, although his body obeyed Han Zhao's mission, he was mentally repulsive. But gradually, he found that such missions were very interesting. As long as he threw away his moral integrity, it was much easier than fighting monsters or running rings. It was simple and fun, and he gradually became addicted to it. Quan Dao Nu Jian felt that his thoughts were sublimated, and he had a vague sense of enlightenment. Shame is a genetic lock that hinders human development. Abnormal? No, that's just a great pioneer that ordinary people can't understand. A martyr who transcends the world. Lu Qian had a strange expression on her face. She pointed at the mad swordsman sitting at the door staring at Han Shao and said, Is he chasing you? Han Shao. I think he's very sincere, Why don't you just give in to him? Lu Qian laughed evilly. She had finally gotten rid of the embarrassment caused by the last misunderstanding and started talking and laughing with Han Xiao again. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and reached out to tickle Lu Qian's itch. Lu Qian quickly dodged, screaming, crossing her arms and covering her waist, staring at Han Xiao nervously, ready to run away at any time. Because her grandfather wanted to match her with Han Xiao, Lu Qian was nervous for a long time. However, she gradually realized that Han Xiao's intimate behavior was not because he had feelings for her, but because he did not regard her as a woman at all, or he did not treat women specially. This made Lu Qian feel relieved, but she could not help but doubt her own charm. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. If you try to please her, she will be on guard against you. If you ignore her, she will be unhappy. Of course, this situation is based on appearance. If you are handsome enough and please her, you can get out of the group. If you are dismissive, you can still get out of the group. So I am not pessimistic. Most people are destined to eat dog food or be burned to death when they are born. Lu Qian was wearing cool clothes, and the soft white flesh on her chest was squeezed into a dangerous arc. Han Zhao's heart was not disturbed at all. He was completely immune to it. He no longer cared much about beauties. He had been working 15 hours a day recently, and seemed to be developing towards asexuality. Last night he had a dream that he transformed his little hook into a machine gun. After waking up, he thought carefully about the feasibility, and found it very practical. He was so scared that he hurriedly recalled more than a dozen ex-girlfriends including Mimi, 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 etc. Only then did he reset the correct values of male creatures. People can die, but birds cannot die. Glancing at the furious blade, Han Xiao silently calculated the time. There was only 1 day left in the internal beta test, and this guy was finally going to get out. He only tested the NPC function on Crazy Blade and Furious Sword. He did not contact the other professional players who came to Shidu, nor was there any need to do so. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the panel. You have triggered the emergency mission, assassination. Mission tip: the killer is about to arrive at the battlefield. Task requirements: survive. Task reward unknown. Han Zhao's face suddenly became serious. Urgent mission. An attack could happen at any time. What bad luck, old man Lu is not at home at this time. Feng Jun and others were always monitoring the surroundings, but he was still able to trigger the mission, which meant that the enemy must have used extraordinary means to approach him, and was most likely a superpowered person. Han Xiao didn't have time to explain. He rushed back to the room, took all his weapons, and left the repair shop in big strides. For the sake of old man Lu's hidden plot, he didn't want to implicate Lu Qian. The mad knife and the angry sword followed quickly. Han Xiao glanced at him without saying a word. He moved quickly, with a hint of alertness on his face, as if someone was watching him in secret. If the other party keeps hiding in the dark, it will be a time bomb. It is better to take the initiative to let it explode. The temperature was getting colder, and Quan Dao Nu Jian touched his arm, suddenly feeling a little scared. Invisible murderous intent is gathering. Han Xiao took the initiative to go into the dark alley. After walking through a section of the alley, his alertness suddenly reached the highest level. My vision suddenly went dark, as if I were falling into a hazy dark abyss. I lost all sounds and had no reference points. It was as if I was in the mother's womb, peaceful and quiet, making me want to just fall asleep. Hallucination. Han Zhao's eyes widened suddenly, and his energy rushed straight to his brain. You are trapped in an illusion, and the judgment is being made. Your intelligence is higher than 50 points, and the judgment is passed. You are immune to this illusion. The darkness is broken and the illusion disappears. The moment Han Xiao regained his senses, he discovered that a strange male killer had appeared 5 meters away, pointing a pistol at his forehead with a sneer on his face that showed he was confident of winning. Click! The killer pulled the trigger. Han Zhao's expression changed. How to dodge the bullet at such a close distance? People often say that in the moment before fatal danger, time will be infinitely stretched. Han Xiao felt as if the flow of time had slowed down. The next moment, Han Xiao suppressed all negative emotions with extreme rationality, and his eyes immediately became as cold as ice. I'm not dead yet. The flow of time returned to normal. The moment the bullet was fired, Han Xiao activated slide shot and moved a small distance sideways as if teleporting. The effect of sliding shooting is to complete a maximum sliding distance of 3 meters in an instant. Once the moving distance is reduced, the time required will also be shortened proportionally. Han Xiao set the moving distance to only 5 centimeters, and he completed the dodge almost instantly, avoiding the fatal vital point. The bullet grazed Han Xiao's cheek, leaving a hot blood mark on his skin and flesh. The burning pain stimulated his nerves. He dodged the fatal bullet miraculously, just by a hair's breadth. The killer's expression changed. As the assassination executor and ace killer of the German organization, Nosa has used his illusion power to assassinate hundreds of targets, and he has never failed even if the targets are also psychics. The organization's intelligence indicates that Zero's strength is at most an elite agent level, but he relies on mechanical combat and has weak abilities himself. How could he break free from his illusion so quickly? The information is wrong. As Han Xiao dodged at high speed, he pulled out the 2 wild eagles that were inserted in his back like a phantom, enabled the continuous shooting mode, channeled the fiery energy into the 2 guns, and activated overload, by the way. The roaring large caliber bullets shot out, and the recoil shook his wrist slightly. Bang bang bang, the bullets hit Nosa, who was unable to avoid it, and all hit Nosa's chest. Han Xiao dodged and counterattacked at the same time. His use of sliding shooting was magical. It looked simple, but it was actually a perfect explosion of his rich practical experience. Nosa's body was shaking. If it weren't for his strength protecting him, he would have been blown to pieces. He vomited a mouthful of blood, burst out with all his strength, and quickly retreated to escape. He made a mistake and lost his advantage step by step. He believed in the killer's creed of escaping immediately if he failed to hit her. Han Zhao's face was cold. He gathered all his strength in his legs and caught up with Nosa. He quickly changed the magazine to a high-burning one and fired at the front of Nosa. The sea of fire surged up, blocking the way ahead. Nosa stopped in a hurry, gritted his teeth, turned his head and looked at Han Xiao, who was approaching. His eyes lit up with swirling colorful mist, deep and strange. Illusion invasion detected, judging. Your intelligence is higher than 50 points, the judgment is successful, you are immune to this illusion. Bang! Han Xiao paused, and without saying a word, he fired a precise shot into Nosa's neck, leaving a horrifying bloody hole. Nosa's eyes were wide open with a look of horror. He covered his neck but couldn't stop the blood from splattering. He wanted to speak, but his trachea had been severed and he could only make a gurgling sound. Why can't my illusion ability, which has always worked, affect Zero? Han Xiao strode forward, his 2 guns like spears, directly knocking Nosa over, pressing his chest with both guns and pinning him to the ground, then brazenly pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot was dull. The bullet penetrated his flesh, and the ground beneath Nosa suddenly exploded into a splattering red rose. Flames burst out of his facial features, and his internal organs were instantly burned to charcoal by the high flammability bullet. His struggling hands fell limply. You killed Nosa Kono, LV-25 Psychic, the executive officer of the Germination organization, and you gain 7,500 experience. You complete the emergency mission, Assassination, and you receive a character advent card. Han Xiao panted slightly, blood soaked his mask, slid down his cheek to his chin, dripped down, and fell to the ground like red plums. The surroundings finally became quiet, with only the crackling of the flames. As soon as Nosa died, the mad sword and angry knife left the illusion. In his perception, only a moment passed. When he saw the battle scene in front of him, he was immediately stunned. What just happened here? 061 I accept this gift. Feng Jun arrived breathlessly with fully armed field agents. As soon as they met, he hurriedly pulled Han Xiao up and down to check if he had any injuries. He asked, You are not injured, are you? Han Xiao pointed to the scratch on his cheek and asked unhappily, Are you blind? I'm glad you're okay. Feng Jun breathed a sigh of relief, his face embarrassed. The person he was protecting 24 hours a day was injured, and he felt his face burning. It's not your fault. Han Xiao didn't blame him. He pointed at Nosa's body and frowned. This man is the executive officer of the Germination organization, a super killer who has never failed. Nosa Kono? Feng Jun recognized him immediately. He couldn't help but recognize him. Once, a high-ranking official of Xinglong died under Nosa's gun in public. Nosa has always been a capable general of Mingya, and has never failed. He is like a deadly poisonous snake, which makes the 6 countries very afraid. Feng Jun suddenly realized what was happening. He looked at Han Xiao in disbelief, his voice almost out of tune. Wait, you were ambushed by Nosa, but you killed him! Are you that strong? Is this your first day meeting me? Han Xiao said unhappily. The mind sank into the panel and the reward information emerged. Character Advent Card, release the character's ability once. Character, Nosa Kono. Ability, Illusion EE targets with an intelligence above 50 can be exempted. Usage times 0 to 1. Character Advent Cards are relatively rare consumables. They only drop during special missions and can use the abilities of NPC characters to a limited extent. In the past, there were special studios that produced these character advent cards and provided them to the wealthy who liked to use money to smack people. Although Han Xiao didn't rely on these things to fight, who wouldn't like to have an extra trump card? Han Xiao was glad that he had added free attribute points to intelligence early on, and accidentally exempted himself from Nosa's ability. If he had remembered to add points after being hit, it would have been bad. Germination Organization, I accept this gift. Han Nao's eyes flickered. Since they are enemies, no matter how the enemies treat him, it is normal. He will not accuse or get angry. All he has to do is fight violence with violence. Do you want to receive the reward? No. This kind of illusory consumable can be stored in the panel and collected when needed. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword were left aside, looking at the group of black-clad agents in amazement. They kept sending out detections, and when they saw the identity of the field personnel from the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Bureau, they felt that Han Xiao was unfathomable. Feng Jun pointed at the Crazy Blade and the Angry Sword and asked in confusion, Is this person familiar to you? Don't worry about him. Han Xiao took the handkerchief handed over by Feng Jun, wiped the wound on his cheek, frowned, and said, Nosa has found my location, which means Mingya also knows it. That's not necessarily the case. The hackers from the intelligence department have blocked the network and are conducting program screening and manual identification. Any news that mentions you is not allowed to leave Shidu. Han Zhao's face straightened. Are you sure? Feng Jun nodded and said hesitantly, Nosa will not act on his own. He must have given the information to the spies lurking in Shidu, and he will pass it on sooner or later. Han Xiao heard this and turned away without saying anything. Hey, where are you going? I have to take you to the headquarters to report. Feng Jun shouted hurriedly. There's no time to explain. Ask the higher-ups to block the entire city. Nosa has never failed, so he should not be too cautious. He will probably take action as soon as he finds me. His information comes from the germinal spies lurking in Shidu. Since the network intelligence doesn't work, the spies can only leave the city. The information may not have been passed to the top leaders of the germinal organization yet. Han Xiao knew the identity of the germinal organization's contact person in Shidu. There is no need to deal with the contact person. If you kill one, Mengya will send another stranger. It is more effective to keep the familiar nail and pull it out at the critical moment. By killing Nosa, Mengya could be sure that Han Xiao was in Shidu, but if he could intercept intelligence, it would extend the time it took Mengya to confirm his exact address. Although this was just his guess and the information might have already left the city, he would still give it a try even if there was only a slight possibility. This had always been his code of conduct. Li Yalan immediately notified the others to find me in District 8. Here are my coordinates. Remember to drive over here. Li Yalan was confused. Are you going to treat me? It's too insincere to go to the slums. Don't ask so many questions, just go. Han Xiao hung up the phone, smashed the glass of a car on the street with his elbow, and jumped into the car. It's time to race against time and not be fussy about details. The owner of the car was on the phone next to the car. He was startled by the sound of glass breaking. He ran over and grabbed Han Zhao's collar, shouting, Get out! Han Zhao's eyes lit up, and he pulled the owner's upper body into the car, slammed his head on the steering wheel, and honked the horn. That's great. It saves me from having to unplug the wires and start a fire. Han Xiao held down the struggling car owner, searched up and down for the key, started the car successfully, then pushed the car owner away, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove away. The car owner sat on the ground, with the pattern of the steering wheel on his face, looking confused. "Oh my God, are car thieves so rampant now?" He drove recklessly in the city, and vehicles hurriedly avoided him wherever he passed. He quickly passed through several blocks. At this time, the sirens sounded and a traffic police motorcycle followed him. The traffic police shouted, "The car in front, pull over immediately and accept inspection." Han Xiao pulled out the car owner's driver's license and threw it away. "Take it and deduct points, any points you want." Regardless of the traffic police following him, Han Xiao arrived at District 8, got off the car and ran towards the target location. The traffic police followed him on a motorcycle and stopped him. "Stop right there!" Han Xiao was so angry. Why did everyone want to chat with you when they were in a hurry? A knife was chopped out, and the traffic policeman did not expect to be attacked. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Han Xiao strode quickly, turned through the intricate narrow alleys, knocked down 3 gangs of young men who were blocking the road to rob, and came to an abandoned chapel. This was a residence occupied by the poor. Many homeless vagrants slept on the floor and spent one night after another accompanied by fleas, mud, and sweat. There is also religion on the aquamarine. During the war in the old days, the suffering made many displaced people seek spiritual sustenance. This sect took advantage of the opportunity and added the most popular concept during the war to its doctrine. I hope for world peace. As a result, the number of believers once reached tens of millions. Then, the sect's holy land was literally destroyed by nuclear weapons. The true God they believed in, God of heaven, did not come out to save people from suffering, so this religion gradually died out. Rushing into the church, homeless people looked at me with sleepy eyes. Han Xiao scanned the area but didn't find the target. He narrowed his eyes, grabbed a homeless man nearby, and asked, "Let me ask you, where is the man who lives here for a long time, has a beard, a red wolf head tattoo on the back of his hand, is about 1.8 meters tall, and is about 40 years old?" The homeless man shuddered at the sight of Han Xiao covered in blood, and said cautiously, "Are you talking about Lu Gaon? We all call him tongueless. He almost never speaks, and he disappeared at noon today." Noon? Ordinary citizens leaving the West have to pass through checkpoints and go through a series of inspection procedures. It is now past 2 in the afternoon, and there may still be a chance to be stopped. There are 3 entrance and exit checkpoints in Shidu. Which one will Lu Gaon go through? Han Xiao frowned and thought. He did not hope that Bureau 13 would be able to seal off the western capital in time. Regardless of whether the top management would agree to start a war, even if they decided to seal off the city, it was unknown how long it would take, and Lu Gaon might have already escaped. 062 Interception. Han Xiao gradually outlined the process of Nosa's meeting with Lu Gaon. First of all, Lu Gaon left more than an hour ago, which means he must have just learned the information not long ago. The 2 men acted separately. Nosa came to assassinate him, and Lu Gaon chose to upload the information. Then he found that all the information about Zero was blocked, so he decided to leave the city. Lu Gaon didn't know that Han Xiao knew his identity, so he was probably not in a hurry to leave the city. In this case, he would choose the most natural direction to leave the city. The northwest outpost was closest to the slums and had the greatest possibility. But, if Lu Gaon deliberately went the other way and took a detour to choose 2 other farther checkpoints, it would not be impossible. Not enough clues, no idea. "Hey Han Xiao, we are here. What do you want us to do?" Li Yalan, Zhang Wei and Lambert walked over. There was a yellow convertible sports car parked outside. This was Li Yalan's car. It was very fast, so they could arrive in time. Han Xiao had already changed his mask when he killed Nosa, and the blood-stained one had been thrown away. "An urgent mission. The contact person of the Sprout has learned important information and may have escaped from 3 checkpoints. He may not have left the city yet." Li Yalan immediately put away the smile on her face and asked seriously, "Do you look like him?" Han Zhao's eyes lit up, and he found 3 pieces of waste newspaper and drew out Lu Gaon's general features based on his long-lost memory. He drew the features, not his appearance, because he couldn't remember. He grabbed the poor homeless man and shouted, "Look, does he look like Lu Gaon?" The homeless man said timidly, "The eye sockets are deeper, his nose is a little crooked, and his hair is short." Based on the homeless man's narration, the portrait was quickly revised. This time, it should be 70% to 80% similar. Han Xiao marked the key features and assigned them to 3 members of the team. He said, "We will split up and find the officer at the checkpoint to check the surveillance and find this person. Li Yalan and I will go together in her sports car to the farthest checkpoint. You two can choose one." Zhang Wei's face twitched. "You gave orders too naturally. Do you still have me, the captain, in your eyes?" Although he was secretly complaining, Zhang Wei still put the overall situation first. He took the portrait and went his own way with Lambert, and together they became careless and robbed the car in public. Han Xiao jumped into the driver's seat of the yellow sports car. Li Yalan said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, this is my car, let me drive." "You're driving too slowly. You actually doubt the agent's driving skills." Li Yalan was so angry that her eyebrows raised, but she thought that she didn't want to waste time, so she had to endure it and sat in the passenger seat in a depressed mood. "Fasten your seatbelts," Han Xiao reminded. Li Yalan glanced at Han Xiao and said disdainfully, "Are you kidding? I am a martial artist. I will be fine no matter how fast you drive. Just don't regret it." Han Xiao nodded, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, the yellow sports car did a fierce tailspin, and the overheated tires left 4 black tire marks on the ground, and it stopped steadily at the entrance of the farthest southern checkpoint. "Vomit! Hey, aren't you a martial artist? You don't talk to me, ugh." Li Yalan's face turned pale and she kept vomiting while holding on to the car door. Crossing the city in half an hour, causing 27 car accidents. Or was it 28? My head was spinning, and I couldn't count. Who taught you to drive?" Han Xiao looked surprised. "Do I need someone to teach me how to drive?" No need. The first person who learned to drive was not taught by others." "That makes so much sense. I am speechless." Li Yalan was stunned and wanted to say something, but the nausea came over her again. She turned around and vomited all over the place, even vomiting bile. "What's the big deal? Isn't it just driving a little faster?" "Too fast? There's only one word to describe your driving skills: brake failure." Li Yalan was like an angry little lion, with her teeth bared and claws waving. Unfortunately, her blue lips and pale face made her look not intimidating at all. "Stop messing around and hurry up." Li Yalan felt as if her feet were floating and she almost fell headfirst into the vomit. Han Xiao hurriedly supported her, shook his head helplessly, and dragged Li Yalan forward like a dead pig. The 2 men came to the checkpoint, and the soldier on guard shouted, "Stop! Show your ID!" Han Xiao searched his pockets and was stunned. He forgot to bring his ID card. He turned to look at Li Yalan and reached into her pocket. "Top? No. Pants? No. Where is your ID?" Han Xiao asked. Li Yalan had a dazed look on her face, allowing Han Xiao to touch her sexy body. I was taken advantage of." "Ha, I found it." Han Xiao was delighted. He took out a certificate from Li Yalan's hip pocket with great effort and showed it to the guard who was secretly swallowing his saliva. "So you are an agent, please come in." Han Xiao took a few steps, but found Li Yalan standing there, biting her lip and staring at him. Han Xiao was surprised and asked, "What are you standing there for? Come quickly." Li Yalan took a deep breath, suppressed her violent mood, and said stiffly, "Give me back my ID." "Why are you so troublesome?" Han Xiao looked impatient, and turned back to put the ID back into Li Yalan's hip pocket. Li Yalan's eyes widened. "Am I being taken advantage of again?" Han Xiao strode into the sentry post, found the officer in charge of the surveillance department, and directly showed him Lu Gaoan's portrait. "Please wait a moment. The program is screening the portraits." Li Yalan bit her lip and followed in. She felt that when Han Xiao touched her, it was like he was touching a piece of pork. This made her feel very strange. She couldn't even get angry. She just felt inexplicably unhappy and stared at Han Xiao fiercely. In the crowded team, Lu Gaoan followed the team quietly, and in front was the exit of the checkpoint. Lu Gaoan belongs to an intelligence organization called Eye of the Storm and is an informant lurking in Shidu. The Eye of the Storm organization is a subsidiary force of Germinal. There are many forces like this that are affiliated with Germinal, and sometimes it is convenient to act without using the banner of Germinal. The organizational structure of Fengyan is divided into upper and lower lines. The intelligence networks in different cities have only one person in charge, who is called a contact person. He contacts the organization every once in a while. The downline personnel developed by the contact person are specifically responsible for collecting intelligence and can only communicate with the contact person in writing. Lu Gaoan also learned by chance from an informant that a man with appearance similar to Zero was lurking in District 7. He was not sure of the exact location. After looking around, he found an area that seemed to be secretly guarded by someone and outsiders could not enter. So he concluded that the area was Han Zhao's hiding place and was protected by Bureau 13. That area was near the repair shop, and Feng Jun was guarding it secretly. When Lu Gaoan found that no news about Zero could be transmitted on the internet, he realized that hackers had blocked the city's network. To be cautious, he immediately disconnected from the internet and destroyed his computer to prevent being located by hackers. He immediately went to the checkpoint to prepare to leave the city. With Nosa's abilities, he should have succeeded by now. At this moment, the wire mesh gate in front slammed shut, and everyone waiting to leave the city was blocked inside the checkpoint. "What's wrong? Why aren't you allowed to leave the city?" the soldier shouted. "There is an order from above to temporarily seal off the city." Everyone started complaining, but Lu Gaoan felt something was wrong. "Why is the city closed? Did Nosa fail?" Lu Gaoan was a little shocked, his face solemn. This was important information and must be conveyed to the organization to increase the threat of Zero. The soldiers were checking everyone's identities. Lu Gaoan was confident in his ability to hide. He had been in Shidu for 2 or 3 years and had never been found out. It was impossible to find him. "It's him!" A loud shout was heard, and Lu Gaoan turned around, only to see a group of soldiers walking towards him aggressively. Their target was clearly him. "Impossible!" Lu Gaoan was horrified and wanted to retreat, but there were people all around him. Looking at the military facilities and soldiers everywhere around him, a feeling of despair rose in his heart, and he was pushed to the ground by the soldiers without resistance. "Caught up!" Han Xiao came over and breathed a sigh of relief. "You really caught up with me?" Li Yalan looked surprised. Lu Gaoan looked up, his face dejected, and asked, "How did you know it was me?" Han Xiao had a calm expression. This person was the contact person of the players of the germination camp in Shidu, and he left a deep impression on him. Lu Gaoan was puzzled and in despair, so he prepared to bite the poison sac on his back molars. He was loyal to Mingya, so in order not to leak any information, he chose to end his life. Han Xiao suddenly pulled out his pistol and shot Lu Gaoan in the head. The bullet pierced the back of his head, leaving a trail of blood and brain matter. "You killed Lu Gaoan Cybrin, LV-12, and you gained 3,500 experience." Han Xiao blew at the muzzle of his gun. "Even if you are going to die, you should give me some experience." "How did you kill him?" Li Yalan looked surprised. In her opinion, she could easily hand the person over to the police station for interrogation. "He has poison sacs in his teeth, poison in his fingernails, and a poison needle hidden in his underwear. If he wants to die, no one can stop him." Han Xiao shook his head. Whether Lu Gaoan is dead or alive is not important to him. He knows everything he needs to know. "It seems that the plan needs to be implemented quickly." Han Zhao's eyes darkened slightly, and he felt a sense of oppression. 063 internal testing is over, the goal is determined. At the Dark Crow Valley base, members of the Protoss Guild gathered together. Jupiter rubbed his brows, feeling a little distressed. The beta test players were busy leveling up and experiencing the game, and no one paid attention to their bounties, which was very uncomfortable. "President, the mission prompt has changed!" the members of the group exclaimed. Jupiter was stunned and checked hurriedly, and found that the area of the task prompt had changed, indicating that the specific location of Zero was in Shidu. "The mission was suddenly updated?" Jupiter was surprised and puzzled. However, it is more beneficial for them to narrow the scope from one country to one city. The internal testing lasts for 12 days, and today is the last day. Now that the location has been determined, let the guild members go to Shidu after the public beta test. We must find the target no matter what. As long as the public beta is launched, it will be impossible for the task to fail to be completed due to the guild's numerical advantage. Just waiting for the public beta. Jupiter looked confident. He considered this B-level mission as something in his pocket, within reach. The team members were excited that they would definitely defeat their old rivals this time. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, listening to his assistant's report. Executive Officer Nosa disappeared in Shidu, along with Lugo and Cyberin. Gino, the head of Storm Eye, said that he would send a new contact to replace Lugoin as soon as possible and take charge of Shidu's intelligence network. It's Zero, the leader suddenly said. He killed Nosa and Lu Gaoan. In order not to reveal his exact location, he hid in Shidu. It must be Xinglong's 13th Bureau that is protecting him. Nosa was the organization's superkiller, but he was killed by Zero. This was a huge loss. The leader also had an impression of Lu Gaoan, who seemed to be a latent talent who was very good at managing intelligence. It's number 0 again. The leader was very angry. Zero, do you think I can do nothing to you just because you have a backer? He originally didn't take the little rat who defected from the organization seriously, but after what happened during this period of time, the leader realized the threat that Zero posed to the organization. According to laboratory surveillance, Zero has not behaved out of line in the organization's 6 months. It is a mystery where his information comes from. The leader has no idea how many secrets Zero has mastered, so he can only prepare for the worst. 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole. It is time to use thundering means to solve this hidden danger. Let the people at Eye of the Storm find out Zero's exact address. Even if he's hiding in Bureau 13's headquarters, we must find him, no matter what the cost. 200 night owls and 5 executive officers are on standby at all times. Once you find his exact location, kill him. I allow the use of short-range missiles. The leader issued a series of orders, his tone filled with murderous intent. If you dare to show your head, I will kill you. It's time for the closed beta test. Crazy Blade and Furious Sword looked at the 30-second countdown on the panel and felt a little regretful. He wished the time could be extended a little longer so that he could level up a little longer. Of course, he was already very satisfied with the current progress. Although Han Zhao's mission was difficult, he gained a lot of experience. He also bought a lot of Han Zhao's equipment, which increased his combat power. Although most of the mechanical skills are manufacturing, which is not to the taste of Crazy Blade and Angry Sword, but when he thought of Han Zhao's strength, Crazy Blade and Angry Sword regained confidence. As long as he upgraded, he would definitely become that strong. There must be a place for me in the professional circle. As the internal testing period came to an end, the excited Crazy Blade and Furious Sword disappeared on the spot. Internal beta ends, public beta countdown 122 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes. Han Zhao raised his eyebrows and looked at the forum entrance. It turned gray and could not be entered. Sure enough, my guess is right. The actual time of the version update will not be the same as my time here. Han Zhao shook his head. Why are you shaking your head? How much information are you hiding? Gu Hui said in a deep voice. At this time, Han Zhao was in the conference room of the headquarters. Director Gu Hui, the Minister of Intelligence, and the Minister of Covert Operations, the 3 big guys were sitting opposite him, looking like they were having a 3-person trial. Bureau 13 knew that Han Zhao had a certain fighting ability, but they did not expect that he could actually kill a genuine psychic, and a notorious killer at that. Of course, this was not the main problem. Bureau 13 was more concerned about Han Zhao's easy identification of Lu Gaoan, the budding intelligence informant. Lu Gaoan had been lurking in Shidu for more than 2 years without revealing his whereabouts. Bureau 13 had failed in their attempts to track him, but Han Zhao had locked onto the target so easily. This proved that Han Zhao probably had far more intelligence than they had imagined. So today's meeting took place. Gu Hui wanted to know more information. Han Zhao came back to his senses, rubbed his chin, avoided this sharp question, and said slowly, I exposed my location. Although Mingya doesn't know where I live, they can be sure that I am in Shidu. In the future they will definitely send more assassins to infiltrate. Gu Hui frowned, dissatisfied with Han Zhao's evasion, but followed his words and asked, Then what are you going to do? I will no longer deliberately conceal it and openly become the enemy of Mingya. I want to participate in the next operation in person. Gu Hui's brows were twisted so tightly that the space was almost distorted. This is too dangerous. If you show up, it will give Mingya many opportunities to take action. Han Xiao coughed and asked, "Can we talk to each other privately?" Gu Hui hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked aside with Han Xiao. The Minister of Intelligence and the Minister of Covert Operations looked at each other helplessly. Should they be so distrustful of them? Doubting others' party spirit would lead to being anally punished. Han Xiao looked around and whispered, "I can change my appearance." Gu Hui was surprised. "You have special abilities?" Han Xiao shook his head. "I can make a gadget that can change my appearance, so I won't reveal my true identity, and Mingya won't be able to find me no matter what." Human skin mask? This is a solution. Bureau 13 can make it. However, from Han Xiao's tone, it seems that what he wants to make is more advanced than a human skin mask. Gu Hui pondered and said, "Even if you use a human skin mask, you will take it off eventually. It is still too dangerous." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. "The mask I made will be very convenient to wear." "Okay, once you build it, I'll promise you to personally participate in the operation." Han Xiao insisted on participating in the operation in person. First, he wanted to gain more experience. The public beta test was about to begin, and the pressure was imminent. Second, he didn't want to stay in Shidu all the time. Only by going out could he have the opportunity to participate in events happening outside. After this assassination attempt, Han Xiao already had a target. It was located at the Dark Crow Valley base on the border of Haixia. It was a budding large base that was incomparable in scale to the previous 3 sub-bases. It was stationed with armed guards and equipped with a large number of vehicles, weapons, and defense facilities to protect the base. The head of the base was Sword Soul, Pan Kuang, a martial artist who was only 1 step away from the D-level rank. He was very powerful. Near Dark Crow Valley, there is also a large wanderer settlement, the town of Crow Grove, which is one of the starting points for novices. The Dark Raven Valley base is one of the bridgeheads for future players to join the Germinal faction, and it is also the location where the Protoss Guild receives investigation missions. If the Dark Crow Valley base could be destroyed, the number of players joining the Germinal camp in the future would be greatly reduced. This was an idea that Han Xiao came up with after seeing a post from the Protoss Guild on the forum. After some consideration, he felt that it was very feasible. Cutting off a major source of future support for the Germinal organization, the Germinal leader has not yet realized how great the loss is, and there is no better target for revenge than this. This feeling of doing something bad secretly is very exciting. 064 Crazy Study. Haixia border? Gu Hui knocked on the table and said in a deep voice. "We need to contact Haixia Military Intelligence Department first before we can decide whether to send troops for an expedition. Then I will wait for good news." Han Xiao nodded and left the meeting room. Feng Jun had been waiting outside the door for a long time. As soon as they met, he complained, "You have caused me so much trouble this time. Why didn't you inform me before you encountered the assassin? I got scolded by my superiors." "You can't help, why should I notify you?" Han Xiao looked surprised. Feng Jun suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a bowl of cockroaches, and said angrily, "We may be familiar with each other, but if you insult me, I will be angry." Han Xiao smiled. "Perhaps I should discuss with the director how my position was exposed." Feng Jun. "Oh ha 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 ha, you bastard, how could I be mad at you?" "Virtue." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. With Feng Jun nodding and bowing to see him off, Han Xiao left the headquarters and returned to the repair shop. Han Xiao had the idea of making a disguise mask a long time ago. With his understanding of the budding forces, he knew that he could not hide his identity forever. Once his position was exposed, he would definitely be treated with thunder. The disguise mask was one of the ways he left for himself. Xinglong would most likely agree to this operation, so he would need to update his combat equipment. The light power arm and folding sword could not keep up with the strength of the enemy he was about to encounter. In addition, this operation was outside the border, so Han Xiao felt that he needed a dedicated vehicle, preferably to ride with the team. Speaking of the squad, Zhang Wei's warrior armor is in dire need of improvement. It's a big project. Han Xiao rubbed his brows and quickly found a bunch of drawings that best suited the current situation in his vast memory. He thought to himself, It looks like I have to learn a lot of things this time. Knocking on Old Man Lu's door, Old Man Lu was eating spicy chicken feet with wine, enjoying the meal. His hands were greasy. He turned his head and glanced at Han Xiao. What are you doing here, little brat? I want to borrow a book on mechanical knowledge. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the bookcases that filled an entire wall. He thought that Old Man Lu would refuse like he did last time, but to his surprise, Old Man Lu agreed directly after hearing what he said, and nodded towards the bookcase. The key is in the drawer, take it, and remember to return it to me after you finish reading it. Han Xiao was shocked. You actually agreed? It seems that our relationship is not that good. Old Man Lu put down the chicken feet and snorted. Just consider it my thanks. Thank you? Han Xiao frowned and said uncertainly. Isn't this another trick you used to promote your granddaughter? Old Man Lu's face froze and he felt very depressed. What's wrong with my granddaughter? Why do you just look down on her? However, Old Man Lu was not thanking Han Xiao for this reason. Old Man Gao told him that Han Xiao had encountered an assassination attempt before and had specially left the repair shop to face the enemy without involving Lu Qian. This was the reason why Old Man Lu was thankful. After this incident, Old Man Lu liked Han Xiao a lot more. Boy, you're good. Old Man Lu patted Han Xiao on the shoulder, smiled with satisfaction, and walked out, leaving him to read in the room, showing that he trusted him. Han Xiao looked at the oily handprint on his shoulder and twitched his mouth. Damn old man. He took out the key and opened the bookcase. Rows of basic knowledge books came into view. Han Xiao took out the 7 books he needed and brought them back to his room. Take a deep breath, adjust your state, and choose to learn. Do you want to spend 1 potential point to learn the energy branch, basic energy theory? Energy branch, basic biochemistry? Energy branch, basic optics? Yes. A large amount of knowledge poured into his mind, and his brain seemed to be about to explode. It took a while for him to recover. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to pick up the remaining knowledge books. Control branch, basic electromagnetic principles? Control branch, basic mechanics principles? Control branch, basic virtual electronic technology? Control branch, basic wide area sensing? 7 basics. This is not over yet. Basic energy theory upgraded to level 3. Basic electromagnetic principles, upgraded to level 2. Basic virtual electronic technology, upgraded to level 2. Basic mechanics principles, upgraded to level 2. The basic mechanical engineering, that I already know, has been upgraded from LV2 to LV4. Basic weaponry, upgraded to level 3. Basic materials encyclopedia upgraded to level 3. Basic assembly upgraded to level 2. Advanced material synthesis, upgraded to LV2. The potential points were spent faster than water. Han Xiao originally had 21 potential points, but this crazy learning session had cost him 20 points. Han Xiao could ensure that all the knowledge he learned could be integrated into powerful blueprints without any waste. Even so, he still had to spend a lot of potential points. You have learned the skill, basic programming. You have mastered the skill, strength electromagnetic enhancement. Primary programming comes from basic virtual electronic technology, and is a prerequisite skill for manufacturing various chips and programs. Like simple assembly and simple enhancement and modification, it is a core ability of a mechanic. Strength electromagnetic enhancement is an ability that can be unlocked by learning the energy branch after the mechanical department awakens the magnetic attribute. It enhances the effect of the strength magnetic attribute, increases the speed of manufacturing machinery, and the power of using machinery, 3% per level, and is also a passive skill. Strength refining method, I practiced it 34 times in total, adding 72 points of strength compared to the previous 10 times, but my strength has not yet reached the LV5 standard. There are 380,000 experience points on the panel, which are the result of mass-producing high-combustion bullets. Every day, there are a fixed 20,000 to 30,000 experience points, not to mention the money. Up to now, it has accumulated to 3.6 million aquamarine coins, and there is ample funds for activities. First, merge the disguise drawings. Han Xiao invested several thousand experience points to upgrade basic programming to level 3. Do you want to perform knowledge fusion, Basic Biochemistry LV1, Basic Optics LV1, Basic Materials LV3, Basic Virtual Electronics Technology LV2? This fusion will consume 20,000 experience points. Knowledge fusion is not limited to 2 pieces of knowledge. Each additional basic knowledge will increase the cost by 5,000 experience points. Multiple fusions will double the cost based on this. For example, if this combination is fused again, it will cost 40,000 experience points. Generally, in the early stage, mechanical players only fuse 2 pieces of knowledge. For combinations of more than 2 pieces of knowledge, the chance of fusing a blueprint by luck is not high. Han Shao naturally had no such concerns. He knew the distribution of these combinations and could accurately integrate the required drawings. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing the Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask. Han Shao exhaled. This thing was definitely a good thing. It first appeared in version 3.0. At that time, a player accidentally merged this blueprint. First of all, the strict combination of 4 knowledges was difficult to get by chance, spanning 3 branches. Secondly, the 4 knowledge levels had to reach his current standards. Third, the skills and attributes were requiring intermediate mechanical affinity, intelligence of 55 points, and elementary programming reaching level 3. Finally, it had to be a mechanic route. Of course, value is relative, and the effect of this drawing is worthy of the harsh conditions. 065 Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask. Han Shao wrote down the list of materials and sent it to Feng Jun. Oh my god, you want 12 sets of BOK compound colloid, Far-4 solvent, and microelectronic components. Do you know the price of these things? I have money. Feng Jun was speechless. Then he remembered that Han Shao was different from him, a civil servant who only lived on a fixed salary. He made a lot of money from machinery orders and was a typical tycoon. An hour later, Feng Jun delivered the 3 suitcases to Han Shao's studio. The suitcases were lined with black. The first box contained 3 10-centimeter-long transparent tubes filled with a milky white, turbid and viscous solution, which was the BOK complex colloid. The second box contained a small bottle of light blue solution, Far-4 solvent. Both of these materials are new materials that can only be synthesized in the laboratory. They are extremely precious. Just a few small bottles cost 120,000 yuan. The third box contained 12 sets of microelectronic components. One set was only the size of 2 or 3 fingernails. They were very thin, and from a microscopic perspective, you could see electronic patterns all over them. They were usually used in precision instruments. The total cost was 60,000. After getting the materials, Han Shao began to make them behind closed doors. First, he used a plastic plate to carve out a human face mold and open the eye holes, nostrils, and mouth holes. Then he used a steel needle to pierce 12 points on the mold in different positions. Han Shao turned on the computer and connected the microelectronic components with a special reading device. He reset and synchronized all the microelectronic components and shared the same program. He used a scanner to input his facial features, and then collected thousands of appearances and entered them into the database. He collected the differences between the portraits and began programming. This work lasted for 2 or 3 hours, and a simple simulation program was created. He took out BOK colloid and Far-4 solvent, and took out the unopened chemical instruments, test tubes, catheters, various instruments, etc. from the warehouse. It took a while to mix the 2 immiscible materials through complicated chemical procedures, and then through a process that was mainly an ionization reaction, he formed a new composite material, which was not milky white or light blue, but flesh-colored. This new material combines the characteristics of BOK colloid and Far-4 solvent, and has good conductivity. It is the basic material for intelligent simulation optical masks, and utilizes the knowledge of basic biochemistry. Han Shao carefully placed the microelectronic components on the 12 marks of the mold, gently poured the new material solution, and after several steps, sealed the mold and waited for the solidification reaction. Han Shao waited by the watch. When the time came, he immediately opened the mold. A mask as thin as a cicada's wing lay quietly in the mold. At this point, the manufacturing process was almost over. Han Shao completed the last few steps and soon it was done. I reached out and pressed it. The electronic components felt a little hard, but overall it felt very smooth. The surface of the mask is coated with liquid crystal. When you press it with your fingers, a colored halo will appear around the pressure point, just like the changes when you press an LCD screen. You created the Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask, and you gained 5,000 experience points. Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask, facial equipment that can change facial features at any time to disguise identity, with extremely low energy consumption, charging for 5 minutes and lasting 10 hours. This mask cost nearly 200,000. Han Xiao picked up the mask and put it on his face. It felt cool and breathable. He walked to the mirror and pressed the electronic component on his cheek. The facial features in the mirror suddenly changed and became the face of a strange man. Han Xiao pressed a few more times and the facial features changed again. They were all completely different faces. This is not an ordinary human skin mask, but a versatile mask that can change its appearance at any time, a stealth artifact. The electronic components have been input with a simulated portrait program, located in key areas that determine facial appearance. Images are randomly matched through a built-in database. The mask coating is like a screen, fitting the facial contours and making it completely three-dimensional. The mask is very lifelike, and your appearance can be randomly simulated and changed by simply pressing the switch. The Intelligent Simulation Optical Mask, or Simulation Mask for short, has 4 functions. The first is simulation, which randomly changes the facial features according to the program set by Han Xiao. The appearance will not jump out of the human category, so there is no need to worry about the appearance of a shocking ancient god. The second is memory, which can record 3 appearances and is replaceable. The third is reset, which allows you to restore the 3 memory appearances at any time without worrying about losing the original disguise after simulation. The fourth is scanning simulation. Through the detector hidden in the mask, it can quickly scan the face of a human target and change into the other person's appearance, with a similarity of 70-80%, which is a hidden magic skill. Han Xiao played with it for a while, then took off the intelligent simulated optical mask and went to the headquarters to visit Gu Hui. "You made a disguise mask?" Gu Hui asked. Han Xiao laughed and put on the mask. He was careful and had already memorized the first look before coming, an ordinary young man, so he did not reveal the mask's ability to change facial features at will in front of Gu Hui. This function is Han Dao's trump card. Gu Hui took a look and thought that Han Xiao was just wearing a human skin mask. Bureau 13 could also make one, but it was not as realistic as Han Xiao's. Moreover, this mask was very light and seemed easier to carry. "Are you interested in submitting the blueprints to the Bureau?" Han Xiao laughed and said. "It's just a human skin mask. There's no blueprint for it. Can't you make it yourself?" Gu Hui thought so too and gave up insisting. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. "Hidden it away." Han Xiao quickly changed the subject. "Then can I personally participate in the operation?" Gu Hui thought about it and nodded. "The higher-ups have discussed this with Haixia, and the Haixia Military Intelligence Department has decided to join forces with us. This time you will follow your team." The Dark Crow Valley base was located on the border of Haixia. How could anyone be allowed to sleep soundly there? Han Xiao guessed that Haixia would not refuse. After confirming that he would be involved in the operation, Han Xiao suppressed his excitement and asked, "How long will it take for us to set off?" "Don't worry. It takes time to mobilize the troops. Besides, the general staff must come up with a specific strategy with Haixia first. It will probably take at least half a month before we can set off." "Half a month is enough to complete all the modifications by myself." Back in the studio, Han Xiao wrote down the focus of his work for the next half month on a piece of paper. First, increase your own trump card drawings. Second, buy a vehicle for the team's operations. As a logistics officer, he needs to provide equipment maintenance and supplies for the team, so he needs a logistics vehicle. Third, strengthen Zhang Wei's warrior armor. "It's a big project, let's do it one piece at a time." Han Xiao shook his head. "First of all, you need stronger combat effectiveness, and you can consider the following aspects. First is defense, which is the aspect he values most. Being able to survive is the most important thing. For long-range attack power, more powerful firearms are needed. 2 Crazy Eagles are barely enough and can be strengthened once. Melee weapons. Although Han Xiao prefers long-range weapons, he also needs to prevent others from getting close to him, so the light power arm needs to be modified. The Yunyan hang glider has been covered with dust on the panel for so long, and now I finally have the chance to use it, thanks to its ability to move in harsh terrain. The last thing is the ability to attack. You have to consider the situation where you are surrounded or need to be a troublemaker in a team battle. In this case, you need powerful means to break through. Art is a good choice. Explosions art. Han Xiao quickly came up with an idea. He quickly wrote down a list of materials and asked Feng Jun to pick up the goods from the warehouse. This batch of materials was worth 300,000 and was very expensive. Feng Jun was becoming more and more helpless towards Han Xiao. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a nanny. The orders from above were for him to protect Han Xiao in all aspects. Dealing with Han Xiao was so uncomfortable. The higher-ups seemed to be very aware of this and increased his salary as a consolation. What else could Feng Jun say? For a monthly salary of 25,000 yuan and 5 insurances and 1 fund, he had to do his job. Maybe this means that with great power comes great responsibility. Feng Jun looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed. 066 Comprehensive Refit I. After the materials and parts were in place, Han Xiao encouraged Feng Jun as usual, saying things like, "Comrade Feng has excellent work ability. The party is very pleased and should present you with a banner." After receiving more than a dozen cold stares, Han Xiao was content and continued manufacturing the parts in seclusion. He took out 2 crazy eagles and started to strengthen and modify them. Both basic weaponry and basic mechanical engineering were upgraded by several levels. The strengthening effect was better than before. Some parts were replaced with better materials. Now we are rich people, the days of hardship are gone forever, so forget about reminiscing about the good times we had back then. Han Xiao was already familiar with the basic technology of firearm modification, and it didn't take long to complete. Wild Eagle Enhanced. Quality Green. Basic Attributes: Attack Power 7487, Firing Rate 1.5 rounds/s, Magazine Capacity 8 rounds, Effective Range 50 meters, Shooting Accuracy starts to lose after 50 meters, Output Energy Level 45. Equipment Requirements: Precision Shooting Level 3. Attribute Bonus: Agility +2. Length 0.21 m. Weight 4.2 pounds. Additional ability: Recoil. The recoil is very strong, and the shooting accuracy will be lost if the strength is less than 30 points. Additional ability: Strong kinetic energy within the range. There is a 10% chance of causing an additional 15 points of damage. Additional ability: Double Fire. This firearm has been modified to be able to fire double bullets simultaneously. When using this effect, the attack power is reduced by 20%. Note: do you think I won't recognize you if you replace with Han Zhao's current ability? There is a 30% to 40% chance of upgrading ordinary equipment to green quality. With good luck, both guns are green equipment, but with that comes the equipment requirements. Han Xiao found that his precision shooting is only level 1. Although it does not prevent him from using 2 guns, the power will be greatly reduced, and he will not be able to enjoy the bonus judgment of various skills. Shaking his head helplessly, Han Xiao invested experience to upgrade his precision shooting to level 3, and added a 3% shooting correction and a 4% range critical hit rate. Basic shooting is above level 8, and precision shooting is at level 3. Please choose one of the following 3 advanced skills: sniping, close combat, and gun control and sweeping. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and was in a dilemma. This was the first time he hesitated in choosing a skill. Shooting skills are the core skills of gunners and are also very important for mechanics. These 3 routes clearly indicate different combat modes: sniper, melee gunner, and firepower operator. The Wild Eagle is a close combat firearm. Logically speaking, choosing close combat gun fighting skills is the most cost-effective, but Han Xiao also needs to consider future potential. In the future, long-range combat will be the strong point of the mechanic. On the contrary, the thrilling and cool gun fighting skills are the least useful. The firepower hand is suitable for attacking and needs teammates to support on the side. The sniper is more suitable for single-player action. Han Xiao scratched his hair and thought secretly. Sooner or later, I will act alone. The farther away I am, the safer I will be. Players can choose to engage in gunfighting and sweeping, but for me, sniping is the most suitable. In the past life, gunfighting was very popular. It was elegant, graceful, and dazzling. Professional gunner players in the past few seasons would also choose to show off their gun fighting skills. It looked so cool. Han Shao was not interested in this. He was a pragmatist. It didn't matter whether the cat was black or white, as long as it was cute, it was a good cat. What was the point of being handsome in fighting? He didn't need fans to shout 666 beside him. The best one was the one that suited him best. With this in mind, Technician Han no longer hesitated and chose to snipe and invest in the future. Advanced skill obtained, Sniper LV1. Correction of critical accuracy by 4%, increase of range by 5%. Done! Han Shao nodded with satisfaction and started the next task. The Yunyan hang glider was manufactured, and 1,500 manufacturing experience points were obtained. Han Shao added the folding technology from the folding sword to it. This was the benefit of his ability to truly comprehend knowledge. He could apply the principles of other blueprints to other suitable machines. Normally, the Yunyan hang glider can be carried on the back as a parachute bag. Once started, two 1.2-meter long hang gliders will extend out, allowing you to glide in the air, which is more effective than a bat suit. Next, he needed to strengthen his melee ability. The power arms and power legs were a set. They were all blueprints that could be researched with the same knowledge combination. After being upgraded in the future, they could form the most basic exoskeleton power armor. However, Han Shao did not plan to make the power legs. His current technology was not perfect enough. Even if he made the power legs, they could only be used for long-distance travel. He could not flexibly move and dodge in a small area. Han Shao needed the ability to dodge the most, so he did not waste experience. Han Shao decided to modify the power arm first. The weight and volume could be reduced appropriately. Reducing the volume meant reducing the power, so Han Shao planned to use another small device to enhance the power of the power arm. Whether to carry out knowledge fusion, basic weaponry LV3 plus basic assembly LV2 plus basic mechanics principles LV2, this fusion consumes 15,000 experience points. Fusion successful, congratulations on developing the air pressure oscillator. Oh, it worked in one go. Han Shao was slightly delighted. This combination had many different blueprints, and he was able to develop the one he needed in one go. He was lucky and saved a lot of experience. The core principle of a pneumatic oscillator is somewhat similar to that of an air gun, but it uses compressed air to transform vibration force, releasing a direct blow to the inside of an object. It can ignore the defense of ordinary armor, and its effect on special shock-resistant objects is much worse. It took most of the day to modify the lightweight power arm, reducing its bloated size, increasing its length, wrapping the entire arm, and adding platinum alloy outer armor to cover the internal components, greatly improving its durability. The new power arm looks much more beautiful overall, and it looks like a silver metal arm. Han Shao made a pneumatic oscillator and installed it on the palm of the mechanical hand. After trying it for a while, it worked well. Lightweight power arm, left, shock modified type. Quality, white. Basic attributes, attack power 3048, defense power 1013, power level 33, durability 470/470. Equipment requirements, strength 24. Attribute bonus, attack speed -2. Length 0.87 m, left palm to shoulder. Weight 11.4 pounds. Additional effect, extra strength increase +7 judgment. Additional ability, shock. A pressure shock device is installed on the palm, which can release shock attacks on the target through contact, causing 2345 points of shock damage, ignoring armor other than shock resistance, automatically collecting air to charge, and this effect can be used once every 15 seconds. Additional ability, impact resistance. The external armor is made of platinum alloy, which increases extra durability and is not easy to wear. Note, this is a normal modification. Although the quality is white, because Han Shao loaded accessories, there are also 3 additional effects. The modifications of these pieces of equipment were all quite standard, but the equipment Han Shao was going to make next could be said to be a true weapon exclusively for mechanics. Han Shao took a deep breath and said to himself, Amiba, the Supreme Lord is as urgent as the law, God bless, I must fuse the blueprint in one go, I don't want to do it a second time, it's really a waste of experience. Do you want to perform knowledge fusion, Advanced Material Synthesis LV2 plus Basic Electromagnetic Principle LV2 plus Basic Assembly LV2. This fusion consumes 70,000 experience points. 067 Comprehensive Refit, Part 2. Add higher levels of knowledge to the mix, and the experience cost will skyrocket. Taking the fusion of basic knowledge as an example, if you add an advanced knowledge, you will have to spend an extra 50,000 experience points, and the consumption of basic knowledge will double from 5,000 to 10,000. Similarly, when high-end knowledge is fused and advanced knowledge is added, the consumption will also double. Confirm the fusion! Han Xiao stared at the panel closely, determined to maintain his previous character. Fusion successful. Congratulations on developing magnetic control metal stretching armor. Han Xiao was overjoyed. What did I say? The bloodline is really good recently. But Han Xiao glanced at his luck attribute, and his smile gradually disappeared. How long would it take to replenish the luck he had consumed this time? This blueprint is his goal. This thing is not something he should have at his level. It is a defensive equipment beyond his level that can raise his safety level by 2 levels. Of the 300,000 pieces of materials, 250,000 pieces were prepared for this drawing. The advanced drawings were several times more difficult than the basic drawings. Even though he understood the drawings and knowledge, it took Han Xiao an hour to sort out the contents of the drawings. He calculated the manufacturing time and smiled bitterly. It would take at least 3 days of sleepless nights. Without further ado, Han Xiao threw himself into the difficult manufacturing work. 3 days later, the door of the studio opened and Han Xiao, who had been in seclusion, walked out. His eyes were lifeless, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and he looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? Who is hitting me? As soon as I turned on my cell phone, Li Yalan called and complained. Han Xiao, why can't I contact you these days? The agents have dozens of orders backlogged, and they are urging you to ship them. You can't just take the deposit and not do anything. I'm guaranteeing you with my reputation. And you promised to make me a piece of equipment last time, don't forget it. By the way, the boss assigned us a mission yesterday, and we have to leave for Haixia in 10 days. You were not there during the captain's meeting yesterday, and he was very angry. You have to be careful next time you see him. Han Zhao's eyelids were fighting each other. He didn't want to do anything but sleep. He rolled up the quilt and got on the bed. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. No matter how Li Yalan chattered on the phone, she couldn't wake him up. Hey, why aren't you talking? Damn it, I haven't settled the score with you for touching me last time. What's the first thing you do when you wake up? Open your eyes? No, I'm going to the toilet. The next morning, Han Xiao drifted to the toilet like a sleepwalker. He urinated in a daze before waking up completely. He shuddered and felt refreshed. Han Xiao yawned, brushed his teeth and washed his face mechanically, and with a pair of dead fish eyes drooping, he staggered to open the door of the repair shop and went straight to the kitchen. He pushed Lu Qian aside with his butt, and calmly finished her breakfast under the crazy beating of Lu Qian's little fist. Facing Lu Qian's resentful gaze, Han Xiao walked back to his studio leisurely. Old man Lu touched his bald head and sighed. It's just like when I was young, so cool and handsome. I need to change the key. Old man Lu thought thoughtfully. Maybe this is the love of young people. No way! Lu Qian roars like a lion from Hedong. Han Xiao returned to the studio and took out the result of his 3-day retreat, a small box of fish scale-like metal flakes, dark black with a hint of dark blue. This box of metal pieces has nothing to do with the word armor, no matter how you look at it, but this thing is indeed magnetically controlled metal stretch armor, an incomplete one. Han Xiao took a deep breath and placed his palm on top of the box of metal sheets, only 3 centimeters away. He mobilized the strength in his body, and a tingling magnetic force covered his palms. A magical change happened. The silent fish scale metal flake suddenly trembled, and gathered automatically, being attracted to Han Zhao's palm, like lively fish swimming on Han Zhao's arm. Taken! Han Xiao shouted, and his energy flowed through his entire arm. In the blink of an eye, these metal sheets spread out and turned into a thin armor like fish scales, fitting together perfectly and neatly without any overlap. The metal sheet appears to be sticking to the arm, but it is actually suspended a few millimeters above the skin and is controlled by the repulsive force of the magnetic field without affecting movement. Han Shao pulled out his folding Taibwa sword and fiercely slashed the fish scale armor. With a crisp sound, there was no spark and the armor was not damaged at all. Excellent defensive performance! Han Zhao's face was filled with joy. Magnetic metal extended armor, incomplete. Type, stretchable full body armor. Quality green. Basic attributes, defense 75, fully expanded area 0.2 square meters, roughly equivalent to the entire back, durability 1600/1600. Equipment requirements, magnetic strength, intermediate mechanical affinity. Effect, through force, magnetic, induction, the metal sheets of the armor are moved through the magnetic field and travel throughout the body. Armor can be formed at any part of the body. Maintaining the shape of the armor consumes 10 force/minute. Additional capabilities, super toughness with high temperature, radiation, and penetration resistance, can effectively protect the human body, and is not easy to wear. Additional ability, repulsive fit. The damage received by the user is reduced twice, reducing the damage by 20-30 points. Additional ability, special magnetic field. When used, it will form a highly conductive magnetic field on the user. Note, friendly reminder, please do not use this equipment during thunderstorms. Equipment that requires strength to use is called superpowered equipment. This magnetically controlled stretch armor is exclusive equipment for mechanics. Superpower weapons are a large category, characterized by being driven by air force. Generally speaking, their effects are far stronger than ordinary machines of the same level. The raw material of these metal sheets is a kind of metal with strong conductivity and magnetism, and it is not an alloy. It is a very rare metal ore, which is very expensive. Even the 13th Bureau does not have much stock. Han Shao spent 250,000 to make a metal sheet that can cover the entire back. The core of this equipment is advanced material synthesis, which is relatively simple to use for electromagnetism, so basic electromagnetic principles only needs 2 levels to meet the requirements. The principle is to merge the magnetic fields of these magnetically controlled metal sheets into a magnetic chain. They appear to be separated physically, but the magnetic fields can be combined at any time. This is one of the principles for turning into armor instead of other messy shapes. The most difficult part is the material synthesis of these metal sheets. The work is arduous, boring, and repetitive. It took him 3 days and he was exhausted. However, this blueprint is one of the advanced blueprints with relatively low technical difficulty. Han Zhao's current level, knowledge, and skills were not high enough, so he could only barely make advanced equipment, and it was incomplete. Completing this equipment will earn you 40,000 experience points, which is more than what you would get from making the first generation of Rangers. Han Shao controlled the magnetic metal armor to move around his body. It was a little awkward, but he soon became proficient, and a sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Many advanced equipment require practice before they can be used properly. This is a reflection of the level of operation. Han Shao has enough experience in driving, so he is an expert at the first try. With the magnetically controlled metal armor, one's own safety is greatly guaranteed, and the magnetically controlled metal armor is very concealed. When not in use, it is placed in a special small box with holes and hung on the back of the waist. It will not be discovered by the cover of clothes. Han Shao would not easily reveal his trump card, even if it was to his own people. Who knows if his own people would become enemies one day? He always believed that mild paranoia and suspicion were a sign of caution. Range combat, melee combat, movement, and defense, these 4 aspects have all been taken care of, and only art is left. Han Shao had an idea long ago. The bombs from the 13th round were enough. There was no need to integrate new blueprints. Only some simple modifications were needed. 068 Comprehensive Refit, Part 3. 60 fist-sized black smooth spherical bombs were neatly stacked in 2 weapon boxes. These were the delayed fragmentation high-explosive bombs that Han Shao bought from Bureau 13. They were abbreviated as delayed explosions. From this abbreviation full of flaws, it was clear that the explosive power could not be small. 800 aquamarine coins per piece, 48,000 for 60 pieces. It seems that I calculated correctly. The explosive bomb was ready-made. Han Shao just modified it. Through basic mechanical engineering, he installed a micro-propeller on the extended bomb. It was powered by a number 5 battery and had a short-term power. It did not need to be thrown manually, and could fly automatically, greatly increasing the attack range. It was just that the style of painting was a little weird. After Han Xiao tried it a few times, a blue raccoon cat with a round head and a big brain always popped up in his mind. Simulation mask, enhanced crazy eagle double guns, light power arm shock modified type, folding Taiba sword, yin glider, magnetically controlled extended armor, 60 round extended explosion. His own equipment has been updated in all aspects, and he can also get various miscellaneous things provided by the 13th Bureau. At the current level, it is already a set of demigod equipment, so he can act recklessly when in doubt. These equipments are enough. Han Xiao crossed out. Personal equipment update on the to-do list, and the next item was the vehicle. It takes too long to manufacture a vehicle alone, so it is better to buy it and modify it directly. After a long period of selection, Han Xiao decided on the type of vehicle, a heavy truck with a detachable cargo compartment, which would serve as a mobile warehouse and workshop, and as the team's logistics vehicle. Han Xiao bought the car directly from the 13th Bureau. The products of the military factory must be high quality. He had two choices. One was to buy it with money, and the other was to exchange it with favorability points, that is, to let the 13th Bureau allocate the car to him. After calculating the funds, there are still about 2.8 million left. It's only been a few days, and the mechanical department's characteristic of spending money like water has gradually emerged. If I didn't know how to make money, I really wouldn't be able to play. How can you become a good mechanic if you are not used to the wind blowing away the eggshells and the money gone and the people are at peace? Han Xiao chose to exchange it with favorability, spending 150 points of faction contribution for the 13th round. If he spent money, it would cost more than 800,000 aquamarine coins. Spending it with favorability was more cost-effective. Han Xiao asked Feng Jun to help him with the application procedures. Please give me the car. How long will it take to deliver it? I need to pick up the car from the military factory. It will take about 2 hours. It turned out that Feng Jun was a punctual person. He drove a heavy truck over while using a stopwatch. So here comes the question. Don't worry, there will be no blue poop digger here. Ahem, here comes the problem. The truck is too big to fit into the repair shop. It's very embarrassing that you missed this after all your planning. The two of them stared at each other at the entrance of the alley of the repair shop. What now? How about you help me expand it again? Come on, the engineering department doesn't have that much free time. Han Xiao scratched his chin, his eyes lit up. Didn't you bring a team of people to monitor this neighborhood? Where is your base? Give me some sense, asshole. Do you think we're not ostentatious enough? Han Xiao took a look at the military truck. It was 4 meters high and 3.5 meters wide. Behind the truck was the expanded cargo box that he had specifically requested. It was 11 meters long and wider than the front of the truck. I don't think it's ostentatious, Han Xiao said calmly. Feng Jun spitted all over Han Xiao's face. Only a blind person can't see such a big car. Just talk, why are you spraying water? Han Xiao grabbed Feng Jun's sleeve and wiped his face with disgust. I'm not saying the amount of water you're spraying is a bit too much. At this time, Old Man Lu came out and exclaimed, What a big truck. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Why don't we just flatten the repair shop? Get out of here. Old Man Lu cursed angrily, touched his Mediterranean Sea and thought for a while, then took out a key from his pocket and threw it to Han Xiao. I have a garage a few blocks away that I'll lend you. Han Xiao was amazed. What a generous man, Old Lu. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Go play over there. Old Man Lu cursed, pushed away the two people who were blocking the entrance of the alley, and went off for a leisurely walk. Han Xiao drove and arrived at the garage 10 minutes later. Vomit! Hey, is it that serious? Feng Jun looked pale. He was clinging to the car window, vomiting and waving his hands frantically. Han Xiao didn't know what Feng Jun meant. Was he saying that he would never ride in my car again, or that I shouldn't care about his feelings? Han Xiao shook his head and put this insignificant question behind him. After seeing off Feng Jun, who was walking unsteadily, he began to modify the military heavy truck. I checked the heavy truck from front to back and found no eavesdropping devices or cameras. The quality of the military factory's products is trustworthy. The internal structure has 10 cylinders, turbochargers, and other horsepower-enhancing equipment. The maximum speed can reach 135 km per hour. There are 5 wheels on each side, all of which are large, thick tires that are non-slip and wear-resistant. The cargo compartment is very large and can hold a lot of equipment. Han Xiao plans to convert it into a small workshop and needs to move the equipment in the studio up. The chassis is specially designed for off-road use, with spring suspension and air suspension shock absorption, allowing it to drive steadily even in harsh terrain. It is also equipped with an anti-drilling protection device to prevent small vehicles from drilling into the chassis. The scenes in the movies where the protagonist drives a sports car and drills into the crotch of a truck to fight wits and courage with the villain are impossible to happen. Wait, why do you naturally put yourself in the shoes of the villain? The cab space is not cramped at all, and is more than enough to seat 6 people. It is equipped with a multi-speed transmission with 10 gears. The gear shifting is smooth and the braking is also intact. Han Xiao checked the airbags. There were 8 in total. As long as the person didn't fly out during a crash, he would definitely not be hurt. He could also feel the pleasure of being suffocated by the big chest fog. Speaking of car crashes, the front of the car did not have a reinforced front bumper, so it had to be installed manually. Han Xiao looked at the windshield again and found that it was bulletproof without any cutting corners. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, and there was no need for major changes. Han Xiao decided to mount a few nitrogen bottles for sprint acceleration. It was exciting to think about a heavy truck equipped with nitrogen for acceleration. As long as there was no leakage, it would be more powerful than a road bully. Han Xiao made modifications. The cargo compartment was set up as a small workshop. The chassis and front bumper were reinforced. The thick armor looked very strong. 4 nitrogen accelerator bottles were loaded inside so that they could be used for sprinting when necessary. Han Xiao also bought some extra tires as backup and installed a small radar antenna on the roof to receive radio and transmit Wi-Fi. The total cost was over 100,000 yuan. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Modifying the vehicle was such a waste of money. Looking at the dark truck in front of him, Han Xiao scratched his chin and suddenly thought it would be a good idea to give the car a name. With its huge body and dark appearance, a very reasonable name comes to mind. Big Black. Well, it feels good and makes sense.